Hello everyone's like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 89. After groping for a while, Suhai also learned some uses of the power of Genesis. One of the most basic abilities is to follow the law. Of course, this needs to consume the user's power. According to the conciseness, directionality, and difficulty of the user's words, the magic power in Suhai's body is consumed. Words like destroying the world or creating the world cannot be done by Suhai today. But it is relatively easy to resist the death curse cast by Athena. The second ability is growth. This Genesis ability can absorb various rules, constantly improve and evolve according to Suhai's growth. In the end, under the influence of various rules, it is not impossible to evolve into a world completely controlled by Suhai. During this period of time, the rules contained in the power of the sky and the power of the earth in Suhai's mind have been copied and absorbed by the power of Genesis. Now, if you use the power of the sky and the power of the earth, you will be blessed with the power of Genesis. The power of the two Almighty will be doubled, and in all aspects, the power consumption will be reduced. And the power of this blessing will increase with the increase of power. Rule 293. This is Suhai's current understanding and application of the power of this century's creation. As for whether there are other uses, more time is needed to analyze and study. What a pity, won't you continue to hold on? Maybe you will soon succeed. Suhai, who floated in the air like the power of dominance and the founder, carrying endless holy light, looked down at Athena and said with a bit of regret. As if she was sighing that Athena gave up halfway. Fool, are you fooling your concubine? Go on, my fangs. Crush, name, into a mash serpent's word. Medusa's evil eye. At this time, Athena naturally knew that she was being teased, and Suhai's words were undoubtedly a mockery in Athena's heart. Although Athena had already guessed something when she saw Suhai's body, she already knew in her heart that she had no chance of winning. But as the goddess of war and wisdom, she does not allow herself to be defeated without a fight. Immediately burst out all his strength, ready to go all out, the final attack. With the appearance of the spirit of words, the sea surface swelled, and several huge dragons and snakes formed of mud broke through the sea and rose into the air. He opened his huge mouth towards Suhai, who was in midair, and bit it away. In mythology, the dragon and snake has always been the earth goddess, that is, the servant of the earth goddess. As the goddess of the earth, Athena can naturally summon dragons and snakes to fight. Immediately afterwards, a coquettish purple light shot out from Athena's eyes. As far as the eye can see, everything is turned into a stone statue. The ultimate goal of this look is naturally Suhai aloof. Faced with this kind of attack similar to the petrified magic eye, Suhai is no stranger to it. After all, Ryder has the petrified magic eye. In terms of personality, Ryder's petrified magic eye may not be worse than Athena, but the power is not the same. And words. This was not over yet. When the dragon snake and the petrified attack rushed towards Suhai, Athena did not idle, and directly summoned the shield of Medusa and the scythe of the god of death and rushed towards Suhai without hesitation. Prepare for close combat. As the goddess of war, Athena's melee ability is also one of the places she is proud of. But unfortunately, under the influence of the power of Genesis, Suhai did not dodge in the slightest. Allowing the sharp teeth of the dragon and snake to bite on his body, two beams of coquettish purple light hit Suhai's chest. Athena, who followed closely behind, also swung the huge death scythe in her hand and hit Suhai's waist. But in the next moment, the dragon and snake collapsed, the purple light burst, and Athena also collapsed and flew out under the rebound of a burst of light. Fell into the sea, ocean. When Athena rushed out of the sea again, her hands were still trembling slightly. If it wasn't for a critical moment, Athena would block the shield of Medusa in front of her and meet the first wave of shock. At this time, Athena would not think so easily. God said, the immortal sun will bring the glory of victory. The roar of the sky will judge the evil. The newfound power tried, and Suhai didn't plan to delay any longer. At this moment, the power of the sky was activated instantly under the blessing of the power of Genesis. Yulun carries the sun of endless brilliance and the violent thunder. It fell from the sky and hit Athena in midair at an extremely fast speed. Since ancient times, the sky has been an existence that the goddess of the earth hates, and the power of the two sides has always been opposed, and whoever is stronger will restrain the other. And now there is no doubt that Suhai said that Shik's sky power is far superior to Athena's earth power. Although Athena used the shield of Medusa and the scythe of death in her hand to make a final resistance at the critical moment, it was of no avail. Under the scorching heat and violent thunder and lightning, the legendary artifacts, the shield of Medusa and the scythe of the god of death, fell apart instantly. The power in Athena's body was also exhausted in an instant, and the whole person fell towards the ocean. Looks like I won. Fortunately, at this time, Suhai cancelled his power in time, came halfway, and caught Athena, who fell. At this time, Suhai had obviously changed back to his normal appearance. Looking at Athena, who was weak in his arms, Suhai said with a bit of teasing and a bit of success in his tone. "Fool, willing to admit defeat, this time you won, and the concubine will follow the previous agreement. But after the concubine returns to the body of the Trinity, I will definitely challenge you again and achieve the final victory." Athena naturally knew what Suhai wanted to express, so she said it without shyness. The decisions made by gods like Athena will naturally not go back, and since ancient times, the strong have everything, and Athena is well aware of this truth. So Athena has no intention of going back on it, but the unyielding fighting spirit in her heart has never dissipated, and she can only say that she is worthy of being the goddess of war. Suhai didn't hate Athena's strong woman character, and naturally didn't say anything. Of course Suhai didn't think Athena would be able to beat herself when she returned to the Trinity. In this way, the battle ended with Suhai's final victory. Fortunately, this battle took place in the sky above the sea, so it did not cause too much damage to the ground. Watching the world return to its original shape, Suhai flew in the direction of the shrine holding Athena, who was unable to move because all her strength was exhausted. Chapter 90. Soon, Suhai quickly came to the gate of the shrine with Athena in his arms. After knocking on the door, the wooden door was opened from the inside, and a little girl who was more than a head shorter than Suhai stuck her head out. Needless to say, the youngest in the entire shrine is only Wanli Gugwang. Brother-in-law. Woman. Sister estimation is not good, my brother-in-law brought the woman back from outside. Seeing that it was Suhai, Wanli Gugwang first looked overjoyed. However, after seeing Athena with her eyes open in Suhai's arms, her complexion changed drastically. While walking towards the house, while shouting loudly, looking at Wanli Gugwang, who is a big man, Hai helplessly smiled and shook his head, and walked in slowly. King, this is. Under the noise of the little girl Wanli Gugwang, Erika's 3 daughters who were originally in the room also came out one after another. The moment they saw Athena, they all showed a look of doubt. After all, the 3 women are not ordinary people, and they also feel that Athena is not simple. And just a moment ago, Suhai went out to fight against the god of disobedience, but now he has returned victorious and brought back a beautiful woman who is not like ordinary people. It really made them a little surprised and puzzled. This is Athena. From now on, she will belong to me just like you. Seeing Athena in her arms who didn't plan to introduce herself, Suhai had no choice but to introduce herself to the 3 girls. Suhai seems to be very understatement, as if the introduction is not a god of disobedience who can bring natural disasters and destruction to the world, but just an ordinary person. Athena. Is she just? After hearing the name of Athena, even the young Wanli Gugwang widened his eyes, not to mention the 3 of Erika. It was only at this moment that they finally understood where Athena's aura that was so high and unstoppable came from. Wang, really, actually hit the goddess of disobedience. Can't we satisfy the king yet? Really an uncompromising yin king of chaos, a harem king. After listening to Suhai's account of what happened, Erika also understood the current situation. Erika and Luculazia showed a hint of resentment, and said helplessly. Wanli Guyuri, on the other hand, looked very innocent, with slightly red cheeks, and re-established 2 identities for Suhai in his heart. Could it be that the younger sister, Wanli Gugwang, seemed very precocious, and secretly sighed that now that the goddess has joined, the chance of her own sister has become very slim? Involuntarily, I was worried about Yuri Banrigu as my sister. I guess, if I remember correctly, there should be a shrine called Nishitengu in your Japan, right? In a flash, 3 more days have passed since Suhai fought Athena. During these 3 days, the girls were reluctantly used to the presence of Athena. Today's Athena has invisibly established her status as the lord of the harem. It can be seen from Athena sitting firmly to the right of Suhai eating together. While eating, Suhai also suddenly opened his mouth and asked Yuri Banlagu in front of him. After all, it has been a while since I came to Neon, and although I am not in a hurry, Suhai has never forgotten the purpose of coming here. West Heaven Palace. I remember that there seems to be a shrine dedicated to the great god of Tozo, and the king suddenly asked about the existence of Zishan temple. Is there something wrong? As an excellent shrine maiden in Japan, Yuri Banlian knows almost all of the more famous shrines in the country, and shrines such as Nishitengu are no exception. After a little recollection in my mind, I found some information about Zishan temple. When speaking, Yuri Wanlagu also had a hint of doubt in his heart, not knowing why Suhai suddenly asked about the existence of Zishangong. Although the Zishan temple is dedicated to the famous Tosho god in Japanese mythology, Yuri Banlia does not believe that Suhai, who is a god's lair, will worship the gods. It's good to know, then let's go to visit this Zishan temple together. Seeing that Wanligu Yuli really knew about the existence of Zishan temple, it could be regarded as saving some unnecessary troubles. If Yuri Banlagu didn't know, Suhai would have to let someone from the mysterious side of Japan lead the way. 0. Ask for flowers 0. Seeing this, Wanligu Yuri did not refuse, and at the same time knew that he had no right to refuse. After the meal, the group left the temple and, led by Yuri Banlagu, walked towards the West Heaven Palace in the south of Tokyo, as if wandering. Only when they were halfway there, a 15 or 16-year-old girl with long silver hair, tied in a single ponytail, and a pair of big blue eyes appeared in front of them. This girl is not surprised by the arrival of Suhai and others, and from the current situation, this girl is waiting for someone, and the person who is waiting is Suhai and his party. Liliana. The moment they saw this girl, Erika and Yuri Banragani cried out in surprise. Obviously, the 2 girls knew this girl and were a little surprised why this silver-haired girl appeared here. Liliana Crane Chacher is the king of light. It turns out that this girl is Liliana Cranekar, one of the Italian genius girls who lives with Erika, but Erika belongs to the organization of the Bronze Black Cross, and Liliana Cranechar's organization is the Bronze Black Cross. Girl, is there something blocking my way? Looking at the very respectful girl in front of her, Suhai asked with interest. Although the memory in Suhai's mind was a little blurred, he still clearly remembered that Liliana Cranechar should still be a knight of Marque Vaban, one of the gods. This girl suddenly arrived in Japan and appeared in front of Suhai, and she must have something to do with Marque Vaban, who is also one of the gods' lairs. Don't dare to block the king's way. As a knight of the Marquis of Ban, Liliana just obeyed the order and sent a message to the king. Hearing Suhai's question, Liliana quickly replied with a very serious look. Obviously, in this girl's heart, every god killer is an extremely dangerous existence and needs to be taken seriously. While speaking, he took out a letter that had already been prepared, and handed it to Suhai with both hands. Obviously, this letter is what the Marquis of Vaban wanted to give to Suhai. 2. Chapter 91. I'm not going to trouble him with this old thing, but he found me. No one has ever been able to take my person away from me, let alone an immortal. After seeing the contents of the letter, a nameless anger suddenly rose in Suhai's heart. A coercion erupted from the body, instantly covering the surrounding space, making the entire environment depressed and quiet for a while. The birds and beasts of the mountain forest and various other creatures have been silenced under this coercion. Looking at Suhai, who suddenly flashed a trace of anger on his face, Erika and the others have some doubts, what exactly is written in this letter? After all, Suhai had never been so annoyed as they knew it. It turned out that the general content of this letter was that the Marquis of Vaban 297 wanted to hold a ceremony to summon the god of disobedience, and this ceremony required many excellent witches. There are very few excellent priestesses in the world who can perform the god of disobedience summoning ceremony, so the Marquis of Vaban naturally put his mind on Luculazia Zola and Yuri Banragani. The general meaning is to let Suhai hand over the second daughter and let Liliana, the knight, take it back. And the tone is very natural, as if ordering Suhai. Let's get here today. Next, I have to find some self-righteous old immortal, and give a good lecture. Athena, take them back first. Suhai is not a person who likes to be patient. For this kind of self-righteous mad dog, Suhai likes to take a knife and kill it directly. With a decision in his heart, Suhai directly shook the letter in his hand into powder, then turned his head and said to Athena next to him. Immediately afterwards, Liliana Crane Char, who had a bewildered look on her face and didn't know what happened, rose into the sky in her arms. It's not that Suhai wants to take his anger on Liliana Craneathar, he just wants Liliana Craneathar to lead the way for him. Lily, my dear friend, you are so ill-fated. Looking at the two people who rose up into the sky and disappeared from sight, Erica said with a trace of worry and emotion. The smart Erica had already guessed at this time that the Marquis of Vaban must have done something to anger Suhai. And the only thing that could make Suhai so angry was that the Marquis of Vaban had hit them. The so-called dragon has reverse scales, and if you touch it, you will be angry. There is no doubt that they are the dragon's reverse scales of Suhai. Thinking of Marquis Vaban's strange temper and character, Erica couldn't help but sigh for Liliana. Judging from Liliana's expression just now, Liliana didn't know the content of the letter at all. The Marquis of Vaban didn't explain the specific purpose of letting Liliana come this time, and only ordered Liliana to deliver a letter to Suhai. You should know where the old Marquis of Vaban is. On the other side, during the fast flight, Suhai looked at Liliana in his arms and asked. The meaning that he wants to express is self-evident, obviously he wants Liliana to point out the direction of the Marquis of Vaban. This is also the purpose of Suhai flying with Liliana. Liliana, who was clear in her heart, showed a hint of hesitation on her face, even though she didn't quite agree with the Marquis of Ban in her own heart. But out of a knight's rule, Liliana didn't want to betray her titular king. Don't waste your time, he's not worth it. And even if you don't tell me, I can still find him, it just takes a little more time. The longer it drags on, the more angry I will be. Suhai doesn't dislike Liliana, a disciplined person. In addition, Liliana is Erica and Yuri Banragani's best friend. Suhai also didn't want to embarrass the girl who loves her more seriously. Hearing this, Liliana hesitated for a while, then in Suhai's arms, facing the surrounding air pressure, she stretched out her finger to the southeast. Obviously, that was where the Marquis of Vaban was heading. Seeing this, Suhai smiled slightly, and used the huge magic power in his body to prop up a protective cover to prevent the silver-haired girl from being attacked by the airflow, and then speeded up again. Half a day later, on the top of a mountain on the Balkan Peninsula in Eastern Europe, a young figure descended from the sky to the top of the mountain. It is worth mentioning that there is also a silver-haired girl in this boy's arms. Obviously, these two are Suhai and Liliana who flew all the way from Neon. Young girl, stay here, or go to a farther place. The moment he entered the island, Suhai sensed the existence of Marquis Vaban. In order to prevent this innocent girl from being implicated, Suhai deliberately put her down in a distant place. After exhorting him, he flew towards a mansion in the center of the island. Facing Suhai who was far away, Liliana looked a little complicated. In fact, Liliana was not stupid, and she probably guessed the content of the letter along the way. When thinking about his own departure, Marquis Vaban was still looking for excellent witches all over the world, and obviously that letter was also related to this. In fact, Liliana once had the experience of summoning the god of disobedience for Marquis Vaban, and it was during that life and death experience that this girl met Yuri Wanlagu. Liliana's heart seemed very complicated at this moment, thinking that she almost pushed her friend into an experience that she never wanted to recall. Although I don't know it, in the end this is not what a friend should do. I think I've seen that kid too, right? I hope this newly born kid is more interesting, otherwise the old man 0.2 will have to go to Neon. In the villa in the middle of the Balkan Peninsula, the Marquis of Vaban sat on a high position, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, muttering to himself. Obviously, the kid he was talking about was Suhai. Beside him, there were also several puppets that were manipulated for him. It has to be said that the Marquis of Vaban deserves to be an old antique that has lived for hundreds of years. It is already this age, and the villa is still illuminated with torches, and the lighting in the room is not good. It's very dark, and this kind of environment is not like normal people at all. Instead, it is like a place where vampires are afraid of sunlight. While muttering to himself, the Marquis of Vaban picked up the red wine in his hand and wanted to drink it. Chapter 92. But at this moment, a thunderous sound resounded throughout the island. Immediately afterwards, Marquis Vaban felt the ground tremble, and in the sound of earth and rocks cracking, a blue thunderbolt instantly penetrated the roof of the villa. The Marquis of Vaban was hit in an instant when he was unprepared, although he did not suffer any substantial damage by virtue of his powerful body of a god. But it looked very embarrassed. Under the action of the current, some pale hairs stood up. The glass in his hand was also directly broken, and the red wine in the glass was instantly electrolyzed. Presumptuous! Who are you who dare to attack me? With anger in his heart, Marquis Vaban directly smashed the remaining glass in his hand and walked outside the villa. Looking at Suhai in the sky, he asked. At this time, Marquis Vaban's eyes were filled with somewhat suppressed anger. It had been more than 200 years since he became a god-slayer. In the past 200 years, no one has dared to challenge the majesty of the Marquis of Vaban, the oldest god-killer, except for the same existence. However, in his base camp today, the Marquis of Vaban was humiliated in this way by -03 teenagers of unknown origin. Obviously, in the eyes of the Marquis of Ban, Suhai has become a man who must be judged. The reason why Marquis Vaban didn't act immediately was just to clarify the doubts in his heart. Old man, you sent someone to deliver a letter to me, and you don't even know who I am. Looking down at the Marquis of Vaban on the ground from the air, Suhai also sneered unceremoniously. In addition to the irony, Suhai also saw a pleasant surprise. That is, there is a 5-star golden egg on the head of the Marquis of Vaban, and the condition to open is to defeat or kill the Marquis of Vaban. Suhai was very happy with this discovery. Since he came to this mysterious world, he got a 5-star golden egg from Pandora. Neither Athena nor the god of disobedience brought the golden egg to Suhai. Fortunately, although the number of golden eggs in this world is relatively small, the quality is very impressive. Newborn kid. It seems that you made the worst choice, then let me teach you the attitude you should have when facing your elders. Hearing this, Marquis Vaban had a look of stunned expression on his face, and finally recognized Suhai's identity. After discovering that Suhai was of the same kind, the Marquis of Vaban did not hesitate. He directly activated his own power and prepared to teach him a lesson as an elder, Suhai, a junior who was extremely arrogant in his eyes. With the activation of power, dozens of huge wolves appeared on the ground, and the Marquis of Vaban also changed from a human form to a werewolf standing on 2 feet. This is the first power that the Marquis of Vaban usurped from Apollo Lycurgus, the god of light in Greek mythology, the greedy pack of wolves. Able to summon legendary wolves to fight for themselves, each of these mythical beast wolves has the strength no less than that of a great knight at the peak of human beings, and the power generated under the siege of dozens of them should not be underestimated. At the same time, it can also make oneself a werewolf to improve its own quality in an all-round way. Following the control of Marquis Vaban, the huge and numerous wolves immediately showed their sharp teeth and claws. They soared into the sky and headed towards Suhai in the sky, as if they wanted to tear Suhai to pieces. The roar of the sky. Facing the wolves that rose into the air and quickly approached themselves. A look of disapproval and disdain flashed in Suhai's eyes. Under the influence of the power of the sky, the entire Balkan Peninsula was instantly enveloped in thunderstorms, and thunderstorms fell one after another, penetrating from the dark clouds. With extreme precision, they smashed into the giant wolves that rose up into the sky one after another. Under the violent power of thunder and lightning, the giant wolves instantly lost their control over their bodies, and fell from the sky with a wailing, falling heavily on the ground. Not to mention attacking Suhai, you can't even get close. Although Suhai's powerful body will certainly not be hurt even if these giant wolves attack him, but Suhai has no tendency to be abused, and naturally he will not allow these wolves to approach him. The power of the Sky class. Plundered from Merkel. After seeing his tentative attack being resolved so easily by Suhai, the Marquis of Vaban frowned slightly. At the same time, there is also speculation about the source of Suhai's power. Although the Marquis of Vaban thought he was the oldest among the God-slayers, he basically ignored the other 6. But the Marquis of Vaban knew about the insubordinate god Suhai had tried to kill since he became a God-slayer. One is the king of the gods, Mikkel, the other is the war god Veleslana, and the other is a god in the biblical pantheon. Among these 3 gods, the only one who can bring Suhai the power of the sky is Mikkel, the king of the gods. The moment he understood in his heart, the Marquis of Vaban, who thought he was in control of the power and made use of it far above the novice Suhai, unhesitatingly launched the storm and raging waves that belonged to the power of the sky. As the Marquis of Waban, Gu Fengnu Tao usurped the powers that he usurped from the Joseon Trinity Fengbo, Yu Shi, and Lei Gong. It has the power to control wind, rain, and lightning at the same time as 303. Feng Shen Liao Fengbo, Yushi, and Lei Gong are the 3-in-1 gods of North Korea, and their authority is extremely pure. There is no doubt that the power of the storm is very powerful in nature. After all, none of the 3-in-1 gods in this world is simple. For a while, with the activation of the power of the storm, the dark sky was split in half between Suhai and the Marquis of Vaban. Today Suhai and the Marquis of Vaban each control half of the sky. For this result, a trace of surprise flashed on the face of Marquis Vaban, and he was not satisfied. According to the thoughts of the Marquis of Vaban, the power of the wind and the raging waves will definitely not be lower than the power of the gods in the sky than the king of Mikkel. According to the degree of purity of the gods, the wind and angry waves should be stronger. After all, the wind god is the pure god of the sky. And the sky is only a part of the mythology of the king of the gods, and sometimes the complexity means that the power will be dispersed, and the pure will be more extreme and powerful. In addition, the Marquis of Vaban believes that the use of power is far superior to Suhai. Under many conditions, the power of the sky displayed by Suhai should not be equal to his own. Chapter 93. Unbeknownst to the Marquis of Vaban, Merkel's sky power was only a part of Suhai's sky power. After the fusion of other sky abilities, the analysis bonus of Genesis ability, coupled with the role of the reincarnation ceremony of the perfect god, Suhai completely turned these plundered powers into his own authority. It grows with its own strength. This has led to the fact that the power of the sky possessed by Suhai has long been incomparable, and the power is more than 3 times that of the beginning. The reason why the Marquis of Vaban was able to be on an equal footing with Suhai was because Suhai had no serious relationship at all. Competing with me for control of the sky? Ridiculous. After learning of Marquis Vaban's intentions, Suhai's eyes flashed a sneering look. In the end, although the power of whirlwind and raging wave is powerful, for Marquis Vaban it is someone else's thing after all. No matter how skilled and flexible the application is, it is still a dead thing after all. A massive amount of magic power that far surpassed Marquis Vaban erupted in his body, and the situation in the sky changed immediately. The entire sky was plundered 78 times out of 10 by Suhai, and only a pitiful part remained in the hands of the Marquis of Vaban. In this battle for power in the sky, the Marquis of Vaban ended in complete defeat. The sky power that Marquis Vaban was proud of was directly suppressed, and it was abolished without any accident. Has the struggle for authority in the sky been suppressed by the Marquis? It really is. Liliana, who had not left on the top of the distant mountain, also saw this scene and was very surprised. Liliana never imagined that, with the application of similar powers, Marquis Vaban, the oldest god-killer, would be defeated by a newcomer who had just become a god-killer for less than a year. Moreover, the defeat was so complete that it was as if a flood had burst its banks and the snow-capped mountains had collapsed without any resistance. For victory, come before me. Immortal Sun. Adhering to the idea of beating the underdogs, after Suhai completely controlled the sky, he did not hesitate to summon an attacking sunset. A huge sun opened the black sky and broke out. It seems to be slow, but in fact it moves towards Marquis Vaban on the ground very quickly. If nothing else, the white-haired Marquis of Vaban and the small half of the island, including the villa, will all be wiped out in this round of Big Sun. Wolf of Ragnarok. 0 FL. However, facing this round of brilliant sun, Marque Vaban did not panic in the slightest, but showed a smile instead. Clearly, there are ways to deal with it. And the fact is the same, the next moment, Marque Vaban's body keeps getting bigger. At an extremely fast speed, it changed into a huge werewolf with a height of more than 60 meters. And roared at the fallen sun in the sky. At the same time, he opened his bloody mouth. Immediately afterwards, he swallowed the sun, which was many times bigger than himself, into his belly. After eating the sun, not only did he not get hurt, but instead he looked like he had gained strength. It turned into an afterimage and rose into the sky, revealing sharp claws and teeth, and headed towards Suhai in the air as if covering the sky. It turns out that the current Marquis of Vaban has used the power that was usurped from the end of Norse mythology, the devil wolf Fenrir, and transformed into Fenrir. As the wolf of Ragnarok, in mythology Fenrir is not only very restrained by the sun god, but also able to devour the power of the sun. Its own fangs and claws are also the best weapons to deal with the gods, which can easily penetrate the gods' an indestructible body. Inflicts irreversible damage to the gods. In the face of such a situation, Suhai did not give in at all, and directly activated the power of the earth that combined the power of camels, bulls, wild boars, etc., and the endless power of the earth blessed him. At this moment, Suhai's body is as big as a small land, and every move carries endless power. This is the power of the earth, a very powerful application. Under this power, Suhai confronted the wolf who created Ragnarok in the myth, and also used a very extreme way to confront it. Although every cell of Suhai became extremely heavy under the blessing of the power of the earth, Suhai could not sense the slightest sense of heaviness, but felt very handy, and the speed did not slow down in the slightest. After all, this kind of blessing is all-round. Almost in the blink of an eye, Suhai appeared in front of the extremely large Marquis of Vaban. Before Marque Vaban could react, he punched Marque Vaban in the abdomen. Facing this punch, Marque Vaban, who turned into a giant wolf, only felt like he was hit by the huge Asian continent. The whole wolf fell toward the island below at a faster speed. The heavy impact hit the place where the villa was located, and the entire Balkan peninsula shook violently under such a violent impact. When the smoke dissipated, the Marquis of Vaban was revealed again. At this time, the island has changed a lot, and the villa in the center of the island has long since disappeared, only a huge pit spear with a diameter of several kilometers. In the center of the pit, the huge Marquis of Vaban is embedded in the island. Little devil! Feel the pain in the abdomen and the humiliation in my heart. Although the Marquis of Vaban had not recovered from the last attack, he still struggled to get up from the pit and attack Suhai to find some face. However, Suhai obviously wouldn't give him this chance. Suhai, carrying a huge power, fell from the sky and kicked, "Okay Zhao," heavily in the face of Marque Vaban. Immediately after that, there was a hurricane-like fist, and the huge body of Marque Vaban did not play any role, but instead became a sandbag that was easier to be hit. In a continuous shock, the Marquis of Vaban was directly driven into a position several hundred meters below the island. In the continuous damage, Marque Vaban was unable to maintain the body of the Wolf of Ragnarok, and turned into its original appearance. At this time, the Marquis of Vaban obviously no longer had the strength to fight again. Suhai, who has the mentality of killing Marque Vaban, will naturally not stop because of this. As the fingers of the right hand fell gently, the originally calm sky suddenly changed its expression and roared again. Countless thunders surged in the dark clouds, turning into a thunder and lightning that illuminated the sky, hitting the Marquis of Vaban in the deep pit heavily. Chapter 94. Ah! Under the thunder's attack, the Marquis of Vaban let out a painful hissing sound. In the end, the breath of life was gradually lost, and after the thunder and lightning, the old body still exuded a burst of heat and a burning smell. It's already dead and can't die anymore. However, Suhai did not relax in the slightest, because if remembered correctly, the Marquis of Vaban also has a power that can be resurrected. And the fact was that, under Suhai's gaze, Marque Vaban, who had lost his breath, suddenly wriggled. The black coat on the surface of the body was broken in an instant, and in the sound of a dragon roar, the Marquis of Vaban transformed into a black western dragon. The giant dragon soared into the air, his huge pupils were full of rage. Watching the tiny Suhai below him, he opened his huge mouth without hesitation, spitting out a coquettish red flame. In this overwhelming red flame, Suhai instinctively felt an unusual crisis. Immediately activated the power of the sky, and the storm continued on the sea for a while. The storm swept the sea into the sky and washed away a huge number of flames, and there was also a shower of rain in the sky. It is a pity that this bewitching red flame is obviously not an ordinary fire. Under the washing of sea water and rain, it does not appear to be extinguished in the slightest, but directly vaporizes a large number of sea water. Continue to swept 307 towards Suhai. Seeing this scene, Suhai frowned slightly and immediately entered a state of extreme speed, quickly avoiding the attack of the flames. The flames that lost their targets immediately fell on the island, and the ground turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Taking the center of the island as the origin, the surrounding distance of more than 10 kilometers was quickly spread by these flames. Fortunately, Liliana, who was on the top of the mountain in the distance, saw that the situation was wrong, and quickly retreated for a distance, so that she was not affected by this karmic fire. It has to be said that the power of the karmic fire sinner that the Marquis of Vaban usurped from Zurong, the god of fire in Huxia mythology, and the power of the black dragon of the underworld, which was usurped from the ancient Mesopotamian earth goddess Inanna, are both first-class power. The black dragon of the underworld gave Marquis Vaban a resurrection and possessed the power of the body of a black dragon. The karmic fire judge is the leader in the attack power, both in terms of scope and power, it is impeccable. Dodging the attack of karma, Suhai, who stayed in midair and watched the continuous burning on the ground, also frowned slightly. The attack range of Marquis Vaban's ability is really beyond what Suhai expected. But at this moment, a pale light shot from the mouth of Marquis Vaban and hit Suhai, who was somewhat absent-minded. Obviously, Marquis Vaban's state won't last long. Although the black dragon of the underworld has the ability to revive, it also strengthens the user's all-round power. But it has a weak period of 2 months, and this state cannot be maintained for too long, so this ability will be used as a trump card by the Marquis of Vaban. After being hit by this ray of light, Suhai found that the palm of his right hand actually began to salt, and gradually lost consciousness, turning into pale white salt. Obviously, this is a curse-type power. And the fact is also true, this is another power of the Marquis of Vaban, the Eye of Sodom, which can temporarily salt a formidable opponent. After thinking that he had controlled Suhai, Marquis Vaban flapped his huge black wings and flew towards Suhai with indomitable power. Clearly wanting to give Suhai the final blow with the now increased power. God said, "I will be invincible. The holy light will judge the wicked." But at this moment, a strong light burst out from Suhai's body, and under this light, all curses were removed. Suhai not only got rid of the salt, but also entered the person of God once again. A spectacular light descended from the sky. It hit the Marquis of Vaban, who was facing the wind, and in this full of judgment and scorching brilliance, the seemingly indestructible dragon body of Marquis Vaban was gradually burned. In the incredible and unwilling eyes of the giant dragon, Marquis Vaban was swallowed up by the endless rays of light. In an instant, it turned into a grey fly in the long river of light. With the death of the Marquis of Vaban, the fireworks on the ground gradually disappeared. The canopy that enveloped the entire sky was also dissipated by the withdrawal of Suhai's power. The brilliance of the sun once again shone on this island, but it was a mess, and the island with many holes had already changed a lot. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed Marquis Vaban to get a 5-star golden egg. At the same time, the sound of the system was also introduced into Suhai's mind, and there was a golden 5-star golden egg in the boundless system space. Just as Suhai was about to start the golden egg, the God's Lair reincarnation ceremony in his mind suddenly started. A familiar force rushed into Suhai's body quickly. Can even kill the gods to start this reincarnation ceremony. The wolf of greed, the cage of servants of death, the raging wind, the eye of Sodom, the sinner of karmic fire. A power that is both familiar and unfamiliar appeared in Suhai's mind. There is no doubt that these familiar and unfamiliar powers originally belonged to the Marquis of Vaban. Feeling the extra power in his mind and the increased magic power in his body, Suhai sighed in surprise. At this time, Suhai naturally understood that the Godslayer reincarnation ritual in his mind was activated. This perfect level of Godslayer reincarnation ceremony, in any world, as long as the enemy killed by Suhai is identified as God, then it can activate the power to help Suhai plunder the slain. What Suhai didn't expect was that a god like Marque Vaban would be recognized as a god. But it is normal to think about it, the power used by the Marquis of Vaban comes from the gods of various gods. From the essence of power, the Marquis of Vaban can be regarded as an alternative god. In this way, more than 10 capabilities can be quickly classified. The powers of curses and goddesses, such as the pupil of Sodom and the black dragon of the underworld, are absorbed by the power crystals of the earth in the mind, which strengthens the rules of the earth and the underworld. Regarding the power of the sky, such as the gust of wind and raging waves, it is absorbed by the power of the sky, which strengthens the power to display storms, thunder and lightning, and the sun. After some absorption, Suhai looked at the 3 crystals in his mind that were obviously bigger, and he was very satisfied with the harvest this time. The harvest this time, for Suhai, is far more than assassinating a god-king level disobedient god. Chapter 95. Name, Suhai, God Killer, Demon King. Strength, 4-digit mid-level peak. Power, God's Gift, Sky Power, Earth Power, Century Creation Power, 12 Trials, 1000 Words Spirit. Items, Sword of Promised Victory, Chain of Heaven, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand, 6-star Golden Egg Fragment, 2/3, Rias's Original Fatty. Heroic Spirit, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. This time, although Suhai was not able to break through from the peak of the 4-digit mid-level to the high-level 4-digit level, both the strength and power in the body have increased a lot, which is enough to be worth the death of Suhai. God's harvest has come. Moreover, Suhai also has a feeling that he has reached a limit now, and believes that he should be able to break through if he tries to kill 1 or 2 gods who cannot obey. And in that 5-star golden egg, another 6-star golden egg fragment was opened unexpectedly, and Suhai should not be able to open anything else until all the fragments were collected. King, you killed the Marquis of Vaban. A contented Suhai glanced up, standing behind Liliana on the edge of the island. He flew over quickly, looked at Suhai who was in front of him. Liliana, who had not recovered from the shock, asked subconsciously. This is not to blame Liliana, although there are Godslayers like this, because of the amount of power, the intensity and the degree of application, the strength of each god is different. But this difference is not enough for the strongest to kill the weakest. After all, every god killer is not a simple existence, and has his own trump card to save his life. Therefore, since Marque Vaban became a Godslayer more than 200 years ago, although there have been frequent battles and frictions between Godslayers, there has never been a Godslayer killing another Godslayer. But now Suhai broke this rule in front of Liliana and killed the Marquis of Vaban, who is now known as the oldest Godslayer. This is far beyond Liliana's knowledge. You are very talented, an excellent knight and a witch. Are you interested in being my knight? Facing Liliana, who opened her mouth slightly with surprise in her eyes, Suhai smiled slightly and said while extending her right hand. Liliana in front of her is indeed a very talented person, and the most important thing is that she has a very serious personality and loves fantasy in her heart. She usually likes to write some romance novels between kings and knights. If there is such a person around, life must be very interesting. With the continuous improvement of strength, today's Suhai has gone further and further on the way to find fun. Maybe this is the loneliness of the strong. Lu Ying, a disciple of the martial arts king Luo Hao, was quietly kneeling outside a courtyard on Mount Lu of Daxia. In the courtyard, there is a figure of peerless elegance. Needless to say, the only person who can make Lu Ying transform into such a gift is Luo Yang, the martial arts king of Jiangnan, one of the 7 Godslayers today. Master, the Marquis of Eastern Europe sent someone to Neon this morning and handed a letter to the newly born King of Light. Judging from Marque Vaban's actions during this period, it should be that he has taken a fancy to the two excellent witches beside the King of Light. Facing the figure like the courtyard, Liu Yinghua instinctively had a hint of fear. He didn't dare to look up at all, he just lowered his head and slowly reported. As a disciple of the King of Martial Arts, Liu Yinghua has reached the peak of mankind with his martial arts skills. Such achievements cannot be separated from the strong teaching of the master, Luo Hao, the King of Martial Arts. But it is precisely because of this that Liu Yinghua developed feminophobia in the cruel teaching. The more beautiful women are, the more afraid they are, which is really sad. Huh? That old thing has never changed, always pursuing the power of plundering the god of disobedience. In fact, it's a matter of abandoning the basics, but not knowing that the human being itself is a huge treasure house. How did that newborn little guy react? When he heard that Marque Vaban was looking for a good witch, Luo Hao didn't seem surprised at all. After all, Marque Vaban has always been like this. Luo Shi and the Marquis of Vaban were originally mortal enemies. One was the martial arts king who reigned at the peak of martial arts all over the world, and the other was the oldest ancient demon king in existence. The two had fought several times before, although Luo Yang had relied on his unparalleled martial arts skills and his powers that were no weaker than Marque Vaban. Every match has the upper hand, but the Marquis of Vaban wins because he has a lot of tricks and a lot of trump cards, so he can barely evenly divide every time. 0. Ask for flowers 0. The Marquis of Vaban can also be regarded as an opponent who can enter the eyes of Luo Hao, a proud martial arts king. On the contrary, Luo Tao is now more interested in the reaction of Suhai, who is also an Oriental and a newly born god killer. The King of Light was furious on the spot and instantly destroyed the letter of the Marquis of Vaban. Facing the question from his master, Liu Yinghua trembled slightly and continued to answer. Oh? It's still a bit powerful, and it didn't lose my face as an Oriental. But before he could finish speaking, Luo Hao interrupted. Obviously, Luo Hao is a little bit appreciative of Suhai's reaction. Master, not only that, this King of Light was spared and rushed to the Balkan Peninsula on the spot. At the base camp of the Marquis of Vaban, it was at war with him. And the news just came that the Marquis of Vaban has been defeated, and the King of Light, the ghost, has won and killed the Marquis of Vaban. Looking at Sui with a smile on his face, Liu Yinghua continued to speak, although he was a little afraid and unwilling to interrupt Luo's thoughts. Because Liu Yinghua knew very well the temperament of his master, if such important news was not made clear, it would inevitably be a kind teaching afterwards. Yinghua, get ready, for the teacher to go to Neon to meet this fellow of mine. Hearing that Suhai not only won the final victory, but also killed the Marquis of Vaban. A strange color finally flashed on Russell's face, but in the end it turned into an expression of interest. Slowly stood up from his position, turned around and said to Liu Yinghua, who was kneeling on the ground. Obviously, Luo Hao has developed a little interest in Suhai, who has never met. In addition, Luo Hao originally wanted to go to Neon to liberate the sealed monkey god. In Luo's heart, even if the god of the East is a god of disobedience, he can't. Sealed by a small island nation. Luo Yang, who had an idea in his heart, did not hesitate and made a decisive decision to go to Neon. 2. Chapter 96. Welcome back my king. On the other hand, Suhai and Liliana quickly returned to Neon. At the invitation of Suhai, a god killer, Liliana was naturally unable to refuse. In addition, Liliana's impression of Suhai is also very good. So there is no reason to refuse. Looking at Suhai who came back, Erika stood at the door of the temple and said with a smile on her face. Apparently, they already knew that Suhai had killed the Marquis of Vaban. This is also normal. The battle between the gods is secret to ordinary people, and it is just a natural disaster. However, for the many forces on the mysterious side, it is a top priority. After all, every wanton deity can cause the destruction of a country or even the entire world. Therefore, when the 30C of Su went to the Balkan Peninsula, it has already received the attention of various mysterious forces. The moment Suhai killed Marquis Vaban, the result of the battle had already passed and had already appeared in the hands of various forces. Your news is very well informed. Seeing the well-informed girls, Suhai was a little surprised at first, but he was relieved after thinking that it might be the news of the red copper black cross. Lily, it looks like we can be together again in the future. During the conversation, Erica also noticed Liliana standing beside her with sharp eyes. With Erica's wisdom, she naturally understood what was going on in an instant. For a while, he said with a sincere smile. Erica and Liliana have had a lot of contact since childhood. Although the two belong to the Bronze Black Cross and the Copper Black Cross respectively, they are both talented Italian girls. Competing and acquainted with each other, Erica also likes Liliana very much as a close friend. Of course, I always like to make fun of Liliana. The biggest misfortune for me is to work with you next. It's just that Liliana is much more tsundere compared to Erica, who is the same on the outside. Coupled with the fact that she was often teased by Erica, Liliana did not give Erica a good look. Well, how sad. I think of Lily as my best friend. Lily, you actually said something that made me, who is a close friend, sad. Facing Liliana's reaction, Erica was not surprised at all. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately pretended to be hit hard, and said with some sadness. Suhai, who is familiar with Erica, knows that this is the performance of Erica's mind again. Best friend. In my heart you are the greatest demon, the evil one, and my greatest enemy. 4 years ago, you ate the strawberry cake that I put away and prepared to enjoy alone. You also often asked Karen to secretly show you the novels I wrote. After hearing the words best friend, Liliana seemed to have opened some serious mechanism, a shy and angry expression appeared on her face, and her eyes were full of anger when she looked at Erica. He quickly talked about the unbearable past, and every time he talked about it, Blacken got 1 point. When it came to the end, he even summoned his own weapon Silver Master. Looking at some Blacken and despairing Liliana, a trace of sympathy appeared in the eyes of Luculazia Zola and Yuri Banlagu. At the same time, she looked at Erica with strange eyes. As if looking at a devil, from these resentful words, it can be seen that Liliana has endured many unbearable tricks. At this moment, everyone once again profoundly understood that Erica's black-bellied character was indeed well-deserved. Faced with such a situation, even Erica's eyes flashed a hint of embarrassment. Such a lively scene gradually calmed down as the night fell. Although a new member has been added, all are as usual without much change. Obviously, Suhai is used to the behavior of a teenage girl coming home from time to time. After all, Suhai can even bring home the god of disobedience, so what's the point of bringing back a shrine maiden? Early the next morning, the door of Suhai's room was pushed open, and Erica, who was only wearing a simple pajamas, walked out slowly, looking a little tired. The leprechaun and Liliana, who was passing by the door, happened to meet Erica, who came out of the door. Liliana, who lived next door, recalled the movement last night and the current situation. Naturally, I understand everything, although I often fantasize about some plots of the king and the knight in my heart, and I like to write some romance novels of this type. But in the end, Liliana is still an innocent girl, whether it's the movement she heard last night or how tired Erica looks now. They gave Liliana a relatively big impact, and Liliana said with a red smirk on her face at this time. Do you want Lily to try it too? I can tell Wang, but Wang likes you very much. If it was Lily, Wang would definitely be very happy. Seeing Liliana like this, Erica's spirit of teasing rekindled, and she whispered in Liliana's ear, who was approaching directly. No shame. It's simply violating the virtues of a knight. Facing Erica's bold words, how could the innocent Liliana bear it? Immediately turned around and walked downstairs. Cough, the king is such a stalwart, the most loyal knight and the king of gods and demons met on that day. The king took my waist and said softly. However, how could Erica's just coming interest be able to let Liliana go so easily? When Liliana turned to leave and just came to the entrance of the stairs, Erica suddenly spoke her words and deeds. Apparently it was for Liliana. Impossible, how would you know? I've already been burned. Faced with these words, Liliana Nanik turned her head in shock and fell into the grey world, her whole body seemed to be broken, and she questioned in disbelief. Obviously, what Erica had just read was Liliana's fantasy romance novel plot. And the content is just about the story between the stalwart king and the loyal and unyielding knight. Karen and I are close friends. Lily. Seeing that her goal has been achieved, Erica said with a smile. Chapter 97. At this time, far away in the Italian Bronze Black Cross headquarters, a heart in a maid outfit sneezed. This girl was Karen Jankowski, Liliana's maid, very capable. But she is the same type of person as Erica, who likes to tease Liliana, who is the master. So I often quietly show Erica the novels written by Liliana. Karen. Since you, the enemy, know about it, then I can only kill you, and then I will kill myself to apologize to the king. Liliana, who felt that the whole world was dark, summoned her own weapon and said somewhat self-sacrificingly. It looked like she was being humiliated. Okay, Erica, stop teasing Lily. Yuri has already made breakfast, we can't keep Yuri waiting too long. Fortunately, at this time, Suhai also walked out of the room with Lucura Kyazala and Athena. Suhai, who had heard everything in the room, spoke slowly. King 03, I really prefer Liliana. Sure enough, are you going to abandon me as an old love when you have a new love? With the appearance of Suhai, it can be regarded as an end to this joke. But Erica, the culprit, pretended to be pitiful and said slowly. As if she was the one being teased. You. I don't favor anyone, you are the most precious people around me. If you continue to tease Liliana, the name of the great knight will cry. Facing the slapped rake and pretending to be pitiful Erica, Suhai reached out and tapped Erica's forehead, looking a little angrily. Then went downstairs. The most precious person. Faced with such words, Liliana murmured to herself as she watched Suhai leave. With a strange expression, she followed, and Erica smiled slightly when she saw this. At this time, Erica was very clear in her heart that her close friend had gradually been attracted to Suhai. This is Suhai's contagious power of protecting the hearts of those around him, which can always make those around him unknowingly attached to Suhai. After all, as a past person, Erica has a deep understanding. Isn't she also infected like this in the past? Xiao Guang, this is for you, eat more, while you are growing. In the hall on the first floor, Suhai sat around a long table with Liliana and Athena's people. While eating, Suhai took a whole poached egg from the plate to Wanli Guguang next to him. After all, this little girl is in the process of growing up now, and her nutrition must keep up. Wanli Guguang, as the youngest of the girls, is very lively and likable, and has become a group favorite during this period of time. Even Athena, the god of disobedience, was no exception. After breakfast, Suhai left the temple alone and headed towards the West Heaven Palace. After all, the last time, Suhai wanted to go to the West Sky to try to unblock the Monkey King. If it wasn't for the Marque Vaban to find a job in the middle, it might have been successful now. But now it's the same. With the situation where Yuri Wanlaga was leading last time, Suhai already knew the existence of Zishan Temple, so this time he didn't let other people go with him, but went alone. However, on the way there, Suhai suddenly looked up at the sky. Suhai felt that there was a line of sight watching him in the sky, it should be a satellite. After thinking about it in my mind, I realized that it must have been arranged by the Japanese high-level officials. After a slight smile, he didn't care at all. After all, there was no need to hide it at all, even if the mysterious side of Neon knew about it, it wouldn't help. They couldn't stop what Suhai wanted to do, and they didn't dare to stop it. Your Majesty the King of Light, he still went to the West Heaven Palace after all. Although I don't know where this guy got the news, it seems that when he came to Neon, the original purpose was for the Monkey King in the West Heaven Palace. This king has just killed the so-called oldest king in Eastern Europe, and has become the most powerful existence among the 6 kings today. How can this be good? That ape god, you are a powerful god of steel. At the beginning, we used a strategy with the help of the one in the world to seal it. Even so, we lost a lot at the beginning, many powerful. The magic family is almost broken. And the fact is also true, in a conference room in Tokyo, the leaders representing various mysterious organizations of Neon are sitting in it. You talk to me every word, without exception, everyone has worries and fears on their faces. In front of them, there was a screen playing, and if Suhai was here, he would find that it was the screen on his way to Zishan Temple. Ugh! Activate Level 1 alert. And immediately start all personnel to evacuate everyone within dozens of kilometers of Zishan Temple. We can't stop this king who goes his own way, we just hope to minimize the losses as much as possible. With a helpless sigh, the old man who was sitting on the main seat as the leader of the official history compilation committee said somewhat helplessly. Although he was extremely reluctant in his heart, the old man also knew that now was not the time to complain. Only by taking action immediately could he minimize the losses in the upcoming battle. In this way, one order after another was officially released at a very fast speed. On Suhai's way to Zishan Temple, Li Macro Convenient quickly evacuated all the civilians around the shrine Zishan Temple on the grounds of earthquake drills. Obviously, although the power of the mysterious test hardly appears in the eyes of the world, the official power has always been in the hands of the mysterious test. It is precisely because of this that Neon's military and political parties will respond so quickly. This is also normal, not only the island country of Neon, but also most of the other countries. The mysterious force has been guarding and controlling the fate of every country behind it. Welcome the arrival of His Majesty the King of Light. But all of this has nothing to do with Suhai, and Suhai doesn't care about it at all. Along the way, although Suhai seems to be very leisurely and walking slowly, it gradually drifts away, as if shrinking into an inch. It seems to be walking very slowly, but in fact, every step out is like a flash, appearing in the position ahead. So in less than an hour, Suhai traveled through the city of Tokyo, came to the other side, and found the existence of Zishan Temple. Chapter 98. When Suhai came under the steps of the Zishan Temple shrine, a young witch was already waiting. Obviously, this witch was the one who guarded the Zishan Temple and was also the one who guarded the seal of the monkey god. You acted fast and made the wisest choice. Facing the shrine maiden who appeared in front of him and waiting, Suhai was not surprised at all. After a little sense, he realized that the aura of all the humans around him had disappeared. Suhai, who knew it in his heart, said slowly. The king's will is supreme, and I naturally dare not defy it. We have set up a battlefield for the king, but this seal of the Western Heaven Palace was left by the sages. To break this seal and release the Monkey King, certain conditions must be met. But due to the change of times, we were influenced by the martial arts king's change to Neon, and many families involved in the formation of the enchantment have been annihilated. Now, our Neon mysterious side has no ability to unlock this seal. These mysterious high-level tests of Neon made a good calculation, and until this moment, they still held a bit of luck in their hearts. I felt that although Suhai's subjective consciousness could not be stopped, it might be possible to make Suhai retreat. On the surface, he admitted that the monkey monarch was in this West Heaven Palace, and he also showed a very submissive appearance. But he wanted to use the seal to make Suhai come back in vain. The mysterious side of Neon today may really have no ability to unlock this seal, but the conditions for unlocking the seal are definitely known. They didn't say it on purpose, just to make it harder for Suhai. The godhead of the dragon and snake appears, with a treasured sword that weakens the style, and the aid witch who has the ability to be miserable holds a treasured sword and uses spiritual power. It's a pity that the mysterious side of Neon is still too small after all, Suhai. In the next instant, Suhai opened his mouth and accurately stated the conditions for understanding this seal. Under the stunned expression of the shrine maiden, Suhai went straight past the shrine maiden and walked past her. Step on the stairs and head towards the Nishitengo shrine above. Sure enough, every king is unfathomable, let alone this peerless king who has reached the top. After regaining her senses, the shrine maiden shook her head with a wry smile, and left the shrine. Now that Suhai knew about the existence of the seal and the conditions for unsealing it, he still came here. Then, the next results are not difficult to predict. For the sake of her own life, this witch naturally chose to leave, which was a very wise decision. Is it here? Coming to the empty shrine, Suhai keenly sensed that the walls in the corner were different. I saw a faint thunder and lightning shot out without hesitation. In the next instant, the wooden wall burst apart under the attack of lightning, revealing a dark passage. Facing the passage that appeared in front of him, Suhai walked in without hesitation. Because this is the place leading to the sealed space, which is where the body of the monkey god is located. Hey, is someone here to play with Lao Sun again? After entering a dark space, a voice came from Suhai's ear. I saw that in front of Suhai stood a monkey with a height of less than 1 meter, standing on both feet, with many golden hairs on his body. Looking at the monkey who was very arrogant, Suhai frowned slightly, although he didn't want to admit it, but under his own strong perception, Suhai understood that this was the sealed monkey god. God said. Seeing that there was no fighting intent in his eyes, and there was no monkey with the temperament of fighting over the Buddha, Suhai knew that the guy in front of him in the sealed state could only be regarded as a strong Ma Wen, not a monkey god at all. Even if he were to kill him like this, he would not gain any power at all. Without the slightest hesitation in his heart, he directly activated the power of Genesis, as if he followed the law. Under the action of a burst of intense light, the entire dark space was instantly illuminated. Wherever the light reaches, the power of all runes and seals is dispelled. My grandson finally came out again. Fool, although Lao Sun also wants to fight, but not now. My grandson is going to. In this burst of light that penetrated the entire shrine, a figure instantly broke through the roof and stayed in midair. At the moment when this figure appeared, it was a man wearing a chain gold armor, holding a golden cudgel in his hand, wearing a purple gold crown on his head, and his face was full of rebelliousness. Needless to say, this person is naturally a monkey god who broke out of the seal. The ape god monarch, who stayed in the sky, knocked down the West Heaven Palace with the golden hoop stick in his hand. It turned into a streamer and disappeared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. After a burst of dust, it had already collapsed, and the ruins of the destroyed West Heaven Palace, which could no longer be destroyed, appeared. At this time, Suhai also just came out of the sealed space, and at the same time withdrew his power. The Bible and the white robe slowly disappeared. Seeing the Monkey King who took the opportunity to escape and disappeared, Suhai did not panic at all. Since Suhai dared to release the Monkey King, he was not afraid of his escape. Glancing at the direction where the Monkey King left, Suhai turned into a thunderbolt and soared into the sky, chasing after the impression of the mark in his mind. It turned out that when the seal was broken, Suhai also left a mark on the body of the monkey god. For the unreliable ape god who has not broken the seal, Suhai wants to plant a seal. It's long enough for my grandson to regain his strength. To the Kun Yuan, all living beings are in line with the heaven. The terrain is Kun. The secret technique of the stone mountains and grottos. After Lian Monkey God left the West Heaven Palace, he soon came to a mountain range in the southernmost part of Neon. Looking at the scene surrounded by the mountains below, okay, the Monkey King with a golden hoop in his hand nodded in satisfaction. Towards the highest mountain in the center, it descended. At the moment of standing on the top of the mountain, the monkey god monarch inserted the golden hoop stick in his hand into the mountain without hesitation, sat up cross-legged, and spoke the spirit of words in his mouth. In this way, the power of dozens or hundreds of surrounding mountains quickly gathered, and passed into the body of the monkey god through the golden hoop. And the aura of the monkey god is also increasing at an extremely fast speed. It turns out that although the monkey god has broken the seal, his power has not recovered at all. This is also the reason why the Monkey King did not attack Suhai the moment he broke the seal. Now, the Monkey King is using the power of the surrounding mountains to restore his original power. As a creature transformed by Nuwa in myth to mend the sky, the Monkey King, although he is the god of steel, can also utilize the power of the earth in essence. Chapter 99. I am the Monkey King born in the stone, with infinite supernatural powers, myriad of changes, stealing medicinal herbs, drinking immortal wine, eating peach, practicing martial arts, being fierce, and showing evil. My surname is Sun and my name is Wukong. After about a quarter of an hour, the aura of the monkey god monarch had reached its peak, and it was obvious that he had regained his full strength. With an explosion, the 100-meter mountain peak at the foot of the monkey god exploded, and a huge wave of air erupted from the monkey god. The endless brilliance shone in all directions, and the Monkey King at this time had recovered his original appearance and became the most dazzling existence in the world and underground. Is this your original face? Finally, you have the power of Monkey King. A thunderbolt came from the sky and took the appearance of Suhai. Looking at the unparalleled and rebellious ape god in front of him, Suhai nodded slightly and said with satisfaction, "Only today's monkey gods have the appearance of Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling the sky in mythology. The guy who was sealed up earlier was simply a joke. Fool! Eat my old grandson with a stick." In the face of Suhai's appearance, the monkey god, who is very belligerent in nature, has recovered, and number 330 has the slightest nonsense. He directly grabbed the golden cudgel in his hand, entered a state of extreme speed and quickly attacked Suhai. At the speed of light, the Monkey King came to Suhai almost in the blink of an eye. Faced with such a situation, Suhai naturally did not hesitate at all. After all, Suhai's purpose was to capture the power of the Monkey King. I saw that a golden long sword suddenly appeared in Suhai's hand, which was obviously Velaslana, but the manifestation of his power, although the power he had captured from the beginning to the present were all fused by Suhai into the authority of the sky and authority of the earth. As long as the power that has been captured, Suhai can use it as usual. After all, this is originally a part of the authority of heaven and the authority of earth. When holding the golden sword transformed into warrior power, Suhai also transformed into thunder and lightning, keeping up with Sun Wukong's speed of light at the speed of thunder and lightning, and the two turned into golden and blue rays of light, constantly colliding in the air. The power that erupted from each confrontation would instantly destroy everything around them. The mountain peaks were broken by the middle and collapsed under the force of the two confrontations. Pieces of the ground were overturned by a terrifying force, cracks appeared in the ground, and countless springs on the surface gushed out. The clouds in the sky were also torn apart because of the confrontation between the two, making the sky full of white clouds a vacuum. Sure enough, if you rely on martial arts alone, you can't compare with the famous steel gods like you. After the golden sword and the golden hoop rod collided again, the two of them both exited the state of speed and reappeared. Looking at his clothes that were damaged by the attack of the golden hoop, Suhai said with some emotion. It turned out that in the previous confrontation, Suhai was at a disadvantage. Because in the battle just now, Suhai did not use any other powers, but simply used martial arts to fight the Monkey King. Although Suhai's physical strength and internal strength are several times that of the Monkey King. But the martial arts skills that belong to the human category are still too clumsy. Compared with these gods of steel, who are skilled in martial arts and have unparalleled skills, they are still far worse. During each confrontation, the Monkey King can subtly defuse the huge force in the air of Suhai. Then find the gap in Suhai's attack and fight back. Although Suhai's body has been strengthened several times, the reaction speed is faster than that of all the gods, but after all, he was attacked several times. If it weren't for the fact that Suhai's physique was several times or even 10 times that of a normal god, he might have been injured, in the attack of the monkey god just now. Happy, my grandson hasn't had such a happy battle for a long time. The monkeys also come out and ask for it. Compared to Suhai's amazement, the Monkey King is very happy. Obviously, after the warm-up just now, the mythical Monkey King has completely let go of his hands and feet. In the next instant, the nerves suddenly blew out countless hairs, turning into countless monkey angels, heading in all directions. The most important thing is that among these countless little monkeys, there are also 9 monkey mythical beasts with a height of more than 12 meters. Countless little monkeys quickly went to various places in Neon and started a journey of destruction. Obviously, the monkey did not like or even dislike this place that had sealed him for so many years. And the 9 giant ape mythical beasts with huge bodies spit red lotus charcoal and launched an attack on Suhai. Obviously, the flames spit out from these divine beasts are not ordinary fires. The boar will crush you. The boar will ravage. Faced with such a situation, Suhai smiled slightly, and also activated the word spirit of summoning. In the next instant, the ground shook, and a huge wild boar broke through the ground and appeared under Suhai's feet. Countless locusts also fell from the sky, each with a body of 1 meter, blocking all the sunlight. These locusts are the messengers of the mythical god King Mikul, who are actually part of the power of the god King Mikul in the underworld, after Suhai plundered Mikul's power. These locusts naturally turned into the guardian beasts of the earth, and countless locusts instantly rushed towards the 12 ape mythical beasts, although the red lotus flames made the next locust after another, falling from the air. It was burned to ashes, but unfortunately these deaths were only a drop in the bucket for the huge army of locusts. Under the fear of life and death, 12 huge ape mythical beasts were instantly engulfed by locusts. The wild boar, which has the power to smash, also seized the opportunity and rammed the 12 mythical beasts one after another. As a well-known god in mythology, you don't have only this power, do you? If that's the case, I'm so disappointed. After finishing everything, Suhai looked at the monkey god not far away in front of him and said slowly. While speaking, he also manipulated the incarnation of locusts and wild boars to continue to launch a surprise attack on the ape god. For Suhai, the more powerful the monkey god is, the happier he will be. After all, only by trying to kill the powerful god of disobedience can he gain more power. Chapter 100. Law Heaven and Earth. Facing the wild boars and locusts rushing towards him, the monkey monarch's body suddenly grew bigger and his head crossed the sky in a short time. He turned into a giant standing between heaven and earth, more than 2,000 meters tall. Such a gigantic ape god wielded the huge stick in his hand, carrying the sound of wind and thunder, and waved it towards Suhai. Past. In the process of waving the golden hoop, the huge wild boar and the locusts all over the sky were swept away, and sometimes the huge body represented unparalleled power. Although the wild boar has the power to smash, and the locusts in the sky can devour everything it touches, it is still too small compared to the golden hoop, like a pillar of optimism. Today's ape gods carry unparalleled power in every move, although wild boars and locusts also ate part of the golden hoop in the process of contact. But compared to the huge vault bar, it was insignificant after all, and it recovered instantly under the action of divine power. The wind pressure generated by waving the golden hoop rod even formed a hurricane that swept out, and the surrounding ground and plants were lifted up instantly, and then snapped at the waist. For victory, come to me quickly. Immortal Sun, please grant me a shining steed. A steed that is almighty. After transforming into a thunderbolt and entering a state of super speed, after evading this attack, Suhai time came to the back of the huge body of the monkey god. While pulling the distance, Suhai directly used the power of the sky to summon a huge scorching sun. And when the scorching sun came, Suhai also used a long emperor's cage to double the scorching sun in this round. When it broke through the clouds and came down, the size of the scorching sun was even higher than that of today's Monkey King. In the face of the intense sun descending from the top of his head, the huge body of the monkey god could not be avoided at all. After all, the heaven and earth brought unparalleled strength and a hard body to the monkey god, and such a huge body would naturally limit the speed. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it, the ape god monarch directly raised the golden hoop in his hand that was as long as his body, and raised it above his head to resist the scorching sun. At the moment when the white horse carrying the scorching sun came into contact with the golden hoop rod, a terrifying gravity was introduced into the body of the monkey god, causing a huge wind pressure on the ground to radiate toward the surrounding. Ape god sovereign also sank his feet into the ground under this impact. At the same time, the scorching sun emits solar flares carrying high temperature, which also makes the monkey gods very tormented. Isn't one not enough? Then two. Seeing that there is still energy left, the Monkey King wants to fly out the top of the sun. Suhai was a little surprised by the terrifying power brought to him by the law, and at the same time smiled and summoned a scorching sun again. And, this is just the beginning. At the same time as the scorching sun falls, the sky changes drastically. 2 tornadoes over 12 levels blew down the immobile ape god from a distance, and countless thunder and lightning in the sky gathered from the dark clouds and turned into a huge thunderball similar to the scorching sun, which came together with the second scorching sun. There is no doubt that tornadoes, thunder, and lightning, or the scorching sun are the means by which Suhai uses the power of the sky. The target is naturally the huge ape god who can't move now. The speed of these attacks is extremely fast, almost at the same time, they hit the monkey gods together. When all the attacks came into contact, the real fire of the sun carried thunder, and the storm swept the monstrous flames, instantly covering the huge body of the monkey god and everything around him. All of this is seen by all the mysterious testers of neon. After all, today's movement can be seen even from a very distant place. Along with the whole neon shaking, Erica and other women who were fighting with the monkey gods also instantly solved the monkey gods in their hands and looked up in the direction of the monkey gods. Feeling this kind of destructive movement, even the girls who knew that Suhaya was extremely powerful and would definitely be able to win the final victory, were inevitably a little worried. Perhaps only Athena, who was sitting on the side, could remain calm. After all, different levels saw different things. Athena, who had played against Suhaya herself, knew very well that Suhaya's strength was extremely perverted. Although the Monkey King is powerful, he can only compete with his heyday. 0. Ask for flowers 0. Since the last fight, Athena has deeply realized that even if she returns to the ancient body, she will regain all the power of the sky, the earth, and the underworld. Not a match for Suhaya either. Today's Monkey King may be a bit stronger than himself, but he is definitely no match for Suhaya. And the fact is that it is in the very center of the battlefield on the other side. With the disappearance of the storm, the flames, and the thunder, the place where the Monkey King was also revealed. Today's Monkey King has withdrawn from the state of the law, the sky, and the earth, and has returned to its normal size. It can be seen that in this attack, even with the power of the indestructible body of King Kong, the nerves have been greatly damaged. At this time, there was still a trace of electric current flickering on the body of the monkey god, and every golden hair was standing up. There were wounds cut by wind blades and burns from the sun in many places. And the surrounding environment was destroyed in a mess. The original endless mountain range, dozens of peaks have been razed to the ground by the aftermath. The place where the monkey god is located is even more recessed into the ground to form a huge deep pit. Bao Zhao contains the heaven and the earth, the divine sword and yin and yang. I, the great sage of Kishan, make the contract of righteous brothers and let the worthy brothers appear. Come out, the second brother, the pig gang hung. Come out, the third junior brother, the Shensha god, Dafa is revealed from God. Feeling his own injuries, the monkey god monarch frowned slightly, slammed the golden hoop stick in his hand into the ground, and spit out the spirit of words. The next moment, a black pig essence with a bloated body and big ears with a 9-toothed rake. And a full-faced beard, with a necklace of skulls hanging around his neck, surrounded by a few water dragons behind him, and the monk sand with a battle in his hand appeared next to the ape god. Second junior brother, third junior brother. I will trouble you next. When I recover from my injury, I will wait for the three brothers to work together to defeat this fool. Looking at Zhu Gangya and Monk Shan next to him, the Monkey King said slowly. Apparently, they want Zhu Ganghai and Shamunk to hold Suhai and buy him time to recover from his injuries. 2. Chapter 101. Don't worry, senior brother, with me and the third junior brother guarding, no one can disturb you. The rich-looking pig just patted his chubby belly and said confidently. In this regard, the monkey god monarch, who understands Zhu Gangya's character, didn't care and sat cross-legged directly. Quickly absorb the power of the stars in the sky and the power of the earth from the mountains and rivers, quickly recover the injury, and replenish the consumed power. I am also known as Jushan Shangfu Lingkui Master Hanyuan Taigzutian Lion Du Martial Zhen Jun. That is, the marshal of the emperor. With my martial courage, I will show the North Star. 3 heads and 6 arms. 800 quicksand world, 3000 weak water depths. The goose feathers can't float, and the reed flowers will sink to the bottom. General of water. Seeing the unsuspecting ape god monarch, Zhu Gangya and Shamunk activated their powers one after another. 340s. At that moment, Zhu Gangyi turned into a monster of about 10 meters, with 3 heads and 6 arms holding swords, halberds, axes, clubs, bows, arrows, and dark armor on his body. And Monk Shad also attracted 3,000 drownings out of thin air, turning into dozens of giant water dragons, circling around his body. When the water drops on the ground, there will be a sound of corrosion. Judging from the corroded pits on the ground, these seemingly clear waters have a strong corrosive effect. In this way, Zhu Ganghung, with 3 heads and 6 arms, rushed towards Suhai without hesitation. The weapons in the 6 arms quickly launched attacks. On the other hand, Monk Sha was manipulating the water dragon formed by 3,000 drownings beside him to provide long-distance assistance. It's a perfect combination of melee warriors and ranged mages. Suhai's physique and strength should be above Zhu Gangjiao. In close combat, Zhu Gangjiao is by no means an opponent, but every time Suhai resists Zhu Gangjiao's attack and wants to take advantage of the opportunity to launch a lure, he would be attacked by the water dragon, and under the siege of Wei to save Zhao. Zhu Gangjiao and the monk She relied on the strength of the two to hold Suhai for a short time. I am the strongest and the one who holds all victories in hand. I will gain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 camels. The power of the earth. However, the two tried their best, and in the end, they could barely hold back Suhai, who was in a normal state. After getting bored, Suhai didn't plan to waste any more time with Zhu Ganghai and Sha Monk. Massive power of the earth emerges from the depths of the surface, and at this moment Suhai's strength and physique have reached a new level. Stepping on the ground with both feet, a deep pit burst into the ground in an instant, with the sound of air bursting. Suhai savagely charged towards Pig Gangya. Even though Monk Sha once again manipulated dozens of water dragons to block the attack, Suhai ignored him this time, and broke through the water dragons arrogantly and instantly came to Zhu Ganghai. If the 3,000 drownings with corrosive effects in the past can hurt Suhai, now, Suhai living in the power of the earth is still not that small drowning can hurt. Carrying unparalleled strength, the right fist slammed heavily towards Zhu Gangya's head. At the moment of discovering the danger, he was also a little surprised by Suhai's sudden increase in strength and speed. He quickly raised the weapon in his hand, resisted it in front of him, and wanted to take the blow. Because it was too late to dodge. After all, Zhu Gangxian underestimated the power contained in Suhai's fist. Swords, halberds, axes, clubs, bows, and arrows were enough to cut mountains and rivers. The indestructible artifacts were instantly broken under this pair of flesh fists. Suhai's right fist hit Zhu Ganghai's head unobstructed, and Zhu Ganghai's head was instantly deformed under the tremendous force. The huge body broke through the obstacles of the air at an extremely fast speed, and flew out towards the monk Sha in the back. During the flight, the jet-black armor on his body also shattered instantly. It was obviously shattered by terrifying force. Second senior brother. Seeing this, monk Sha hurriedly rose into the air, trying to catch the pig's mane that flew upside down, so as to avoid the pig's mane's secondary damage. It's a pity that the moment when he came into contact with the pig, the monk Sha finally understood how terrifying the power contained in Suhai's punch. Not only did monk Sha fail to help Zhu Gangjiao to stabilize his body, but he himself lost control of his body under this terrifying force. The two flew backwards together, and finally fell heavily on the ground. With a thunder-like roar, a mushroom cloud formed of dust and smoke suddenly appeared. The poor ground was once again devastated. Deed. With the sound of intermittent coughing, the already seriously injured Pig Gangya and monk Sha climbed up from the deep pit. Before the two could relax, Suhai entered a state of rapidity and instantly appeared behind them, 2 golden long swords in his hands piercing their hearts from behind. At the moment when the golden long sword came out of the body, Pig Liver Crack and monk Sha slammed onto the ground with a hint of surprise and unwillingness on their faces. It is already dying. If it is an ordinary weapon, it is impossible to die with the body of the gods of the two. It is a pity that this golden long sword is the manifestation of warrior power. As long as you know the origin of the opponent, it has the effect of severing the godhead. Unfortunately, as a Huxia, Suhai is very aware of the origins of Zhu Gangxian and Sha Monk. 2 brothers and sisters have worked hard. Greedy Wolf, Jimin, Lucan, Wen Chang, Lian Zhen, Wuyuqua, Pa Jun. 7 stars of the north, please show the effect. Snake, dragon, sacrifice your flesh and bones to me. Flame, burn iron is smelted into steel. Hammer, beat steel into knives. The water of King He, cool the blade. All of them are to improve the divinity of my sword god. 3 gods 0.2 However, although Zhu Gangya and Sha Monk were defeated, their goals were achieved. In this short period of time, the monkey monarch absorbed the power of Zhou and the earth's breath, and has returned to its prosperous state. And knowing that Suhai's powerful monkey king used the final trump card, I saw Zhu Ganghai and Shamunk who fell on the ground as if being pulled, and flew towards the monkey king quickly. In the process, the pig just turned into a black pig and became the mount of the monkey god. Monk Sha turned into 2 water dragons, entwined behind the monkey god. Suhai could feel that after completing the final change, the aura of the ape goddess was raised again, reaching an unprecedented height. Chapter 102. God said. Although the power of the Monkey King is still far less than that of the original god of disobedience, it also faintly surpasses the gods Mikal and the war god Velaslana. But the more powerful the Monkey King, the happier Suhai was. Only this powerful god of disobedience can bring more powerful power to himself. With the appearance of the word spirit that activated the power, a dazzling light burst out around Suhai. This ray of light quickly swept across the body of the monkey god, and the next moment the two came to a dazzling space. And Suhai has also become the posture of God. Needless to say, this space is the different space created by Suhai. Looking at the whiteness around him, as if he was in heaven, the Monkey King frowned slightly. At this time, the Monkey Monarch can clearly feel the uniqueness of this space, and has completely isolated the outside world. If he wants to retreat, it is impossible. What surprised the monkey god the most was that Suhai seemed to have become even more unfathomable at this time. At the very beginning, 03 Suhai was quite powerful though. However, it has not yet reached the realm where the Monkey King cannot see the depths, and now Suhai has become another level of existence. Even the Monkey King with fiery eyes cannot see through Suhai in the air. Although he has doubts in his heart, the monkey god is not a recalcitrant god who will sit still. With a vigilant heart, he drives the pig gangmane under his crotch into the air and launches towards Suhai, who is high in the air. Attack! The Eye of Sodom. Seeing the Monkey King who was rushing towards him without hesitation, Suhai slightly opened the first page of the Bible in his hand, only to see a strange pupil appearing on the first page, and at the same time, a purple light suddenly shot out. Almost in the blink of an eye, he came to the front of the monkey god. Facing such a fast and sudden attack, the monkey god monarch didn't have time to dodge for a while. Fortunately, the 2 water dragons that Monk Sha spoke with behind him automatically defended and instantly spread in front of him, blocking the purple light. However, the curse emanating from the Eye of Sodom is not so easy to take, especially after fully transforming into Suhai's power and increasing its power once again. I saw that the blue water dragon quickly turned grey and white from the head, and finally spread all over the body, turning into a lifelike sculpture made up of salt. It fell heavily from the air and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Needless to say, this power is the Eye of Sodom, similar to the Eye of Petrification, which can salt the enemy or things it hits. One of the many powers that Suhai last took from the Marque Vaban. With the development of the Genesis powers, Suhai found himself after entering the God posture. All of your powers will appear on the Bible in your hand, and for every extra power you have, there will be an extra page in the Bible in your hand to carry this power. Exercising power through the Bible under the posture of God can not only better control the power of power, but also greatly reduce consumption and increase the power of power. Most importantly, Suhai can even use all the powers of the Bible together if he wants to. Leave out the part that uses the language flexibilities. In the previous normal state, although Suhai can also use the power of the earth and the sky at the same time. But it is very reluctant, perhaps because the rules of the earth and the sky are opposite in mythology, or because Suhai's control of the Almighty is not enough. At the same time, the use of these 2 powers is not only extremely exhausting, but it is also very difficult to control these 2 powers carefully at the same time. This is why in previous battles, under normal conditions, Suhai only used one of the powers of the sky or the power of the earth at the same time to fight against the enemy. After a purple light, countless coquettish purple lights followed. Looking at the water dragon shattering the bones on the ground, the Monkey King also immediately realized that this kind of light would kill him. Immediately entered a state of extreme speed to evade, perhaps because the pig gangmane increased the sensitivity of the monkey god. Although the pupil of Sodom fired dozens or hundreds of attacks, it was unable to hit the monkey god again. The karmic fire convicts. The roar of the sky. Seeing the Monkey King who entered the state of speed and avoided all attacks, Suhai did not feel the slightest surprise. Turning over 2 pages again, in an instant, the ground of the entire space was covered with red lotus karmic fire, and the Monkey King lost his footing. Countless thunder and lightning roared in the sky, filled the entire space. Under this all-round attack, the monkey monarch couldn't dodge after all, and was struck by a thunder to reveal his figure. After all, no matter how fast the speed is, it can only be in this space. Today's attacks cover the entire space, and no matter where you hide, you will be attacked. Sun Wukong, who manifested under the power of thunder and lightning, was briefly paralyzed. And for a short period of time, it can be fatal. Under the control of Suhai, countless thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and the red lotus karmic fire rose from the bottom to the top. Under this attack without dead ends, the Monkey King was drowned in flames and lightning without any accident. The red lotus karmic fire with 340 and the thunder of the sky is not an ordinary power. With Suhai's display, the power has already surpassed the god of disobedience who possesses these powers. Therefore, even the indestructible ape god monarch was seriously injured and fell from the sky under such an attack. It fell into the red lotus karmic fire together with the pig gangrene under its crotch, suffering continuous damage. Finally, as the Bible in Suhai's hand turned again, a golden sword flew out from it, changing from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and 4 to 8. Almost in an instant, the golden sword filled the white space. In the end, it was like 1,000 swords returning to their ancestors, and they combined into a 1,000-meter giant sword in the air. Carrying endless power, it fell from the air, and without any accident, it penetrated the body of the monkey god and divided it into 2. After the body was cut off, the monkey monarch also completely lost the strength to resist, and was burned to the ground by the red lotus karmic fire. A large and familiar force once again melted into Suhai's body. After an unknown period of time, a young man in casual clothes appeared in midair. And the place where this young man was the center of the previous battle. The mountains and rivers on the ground were in different positions, and the river was dry and messy. Chapter 103. Needless to say, this young man is naturally Suhai, who has absorbed the power of the monkey god and returned from the underworld. Feeling the extra information in his mind and the growing power in his body, Suhai smiled and nodded before turning around and leaving. But at the moment of turning around, Suhai looked into the distance with a slight sense of feeling, and paused. In Suhai's visual perception, a figure was approaching quickly in the distance. This person's speed is extremely fast, and every time he disappears from his perception and reappears, he is already in another place. It's like moving in an instant. Suhai could feel that this person's target should be him. Facing such a situation, instead of leaving immediately, Suhai stood there with interest and waited quietly. And the fact is the same. After a few breaths, a beautiful girl wearing a white hanfu, carrying a trace of domineering and heroic spirit, appeared in front of Suhai. I saw that this beautiful girl has an exquisite figure. She is obviously very mature, but her appearance is very cute, surpassing anyone around Suhai. Are you a step too late? It seems that it is the newly born junior. Although I have dealt with that guy Vaban, my bravery has been recognized by me. But this time you stole my prey. Needless to say, this beautiful girl who just appeared is Luo Yang, the martial arts king who lives in the south of the Yangtze River. After watching the cruel scene and Suhai alone, Luo Hao obviously guessed a lot. Knowing that he came a step late, the battle has ended, and the Monkey King has obviously been killed. And the only ones who have the ability to try to kill the ape gods are the god slayers that exist in the world today. From his own perception, Luo Hao can be very sure that the Suhai in front of him is his own kind. As a martial arts king who has existed since the Qing dynasty, Luo Hao can say that all the dead gods have seen it, and the only one who has not seen it is the newcomer Suhai, who has just been born for a few months. Is Luo Hao? The ape god monarch was released by me, and naturally belongs to my prey. And the god of disobedience was originally obtained by the able. I don't think the monkey god is something that belongs to you only. Of all the god slayers, belong to you female. Dressed up like this, she speaks fluent Huxia. Apart from the Huxia god's lair Luo Yang, Suhai really can't think of a second person. Naturally, he recognized this companion in an instant. Looking at Luo Hao, who was a female but with a domineering aura of martial artist, Suhai said with a smile. At the same time, he looked at Luo Hao with a look of interest. This is the first time that Suhai has met the same kind in Daxia in another world. It is inevitable that he has some feelings and complexities in his heart, and there will always be a sincere kindness in his heart. Maybe this is homesickness. Yes. It seems that I teach juniors to be polite to seniors. Unfortunately, Luo Hao didn't feel Suhai's inner feelings, instead he frowned slightly, thinking that Suhai was a womanizer, and his cordial eyes turned into wretched ones. In addition, Luo Yang thinks that Suhai is rude to his seniors and lacks the modesty he should have as a junior, so he naturally wants to teach Suhai a lesson. As a person who lived in the Qing dynasty to this day, Luo can be regarded as a very conservative person, coupled with a strong strength. He has always adhered to the principle of who has the biggest fist. Therefore, Luo Hao tried his best not to use words to solve it. Fifeng 12 Divine Palms. As soon as the words fell, Luo Yang launched an attack, approaching Suhai at the same time, and hitting his palms one after another. The phoenix chicks come to the door, the phoenix eyes pass through the curtain, the phoenix claws dig the heart, the flying phoenix falls, the phoenix rises, the golden phoenix shines, the group of phoenixes is linked, the phoenix is full of jinns, the phoenix wings are astronomical, the phoenix dragon is yin and yang, the phoenix both fly, and the wind has no sky. When all moves are released, the huge magic power will turn invisible into visible, and turn into various attacks. In addition, these moves are hard and soft, and contain the principle of yin and yang. Suhai can't dodge one move, and he can only take the second move. Under this unparalleled martial arts, Suhai only felt that his every move was reflected in Luo Meng's reaction, and he was obviously stronger than Luo Yang in every aspect. However, he could only be busy defending. Even if he got a chance to fight back, Luo Hao would find out in advance and easily dodge it. The powerful force seemed to hit cotton, and he was very embarrassed. After careful consideration, this is the second time that Suhai has suffered a loss in martial arts. The last time I faced that guy, King of Swords Tony. When facing Luo Hao this time, this kind of powerlessness made the very passive feeling even more obvious. Obviously, Luo Yang, who is called the King of Martial Arts, has a martial arts that is unmatched in the past and present, and no one in the world can match it. Even Tony can only compete with Luo Hao in swordsmanship. It's really poor martial arts. I'm very curious now, how you, with such poor martial arts skills, have successively defeated the sword-wielding boy in southern Europe, the old guy Waban, and the god of war in my Huxia mythology and legends. Another palm hit Suhai's chest, causing Suhai to be knocked back a few steps by a fire phoenix. Luo Peng suddenly stopped attacking, and asked in a strange way. After a short fight, Luo Hao also saw that Suhai's physical strength is indeed much stronger than that of the gods, including himself, and his quality in all aspects is extremely strong. But Luo Hao was very surprised by such poor martial arts. In her impression, whether it is Tony the King of Swords, the Marquis of Vaban, or the Monkey King, his fighting skills, that is, martial arts, are far superior to Suhai. But they were defeated one by one in the hands of Suhai. Since you want to know so much, feel it for yourself. In the face of a woman's attack one after another, but he could only passively defend himself, Suhai was actually very unhappy in his heart. Now that Xiao Wei has been questioned by Luo Yang, Suhai is not a kind person, and naturally he will not continue to endure it. He responded with an unusually sharp look. At the same time, a huge mantra that was 10 times larger than Luo Hao erupted from his body in an instant like a volcanic eruption. At this moment, a terrifying magic flame ignited around Suhai's body, wrapping Suhai's whole body in it, and it could be seen that Suhai was really angry. A terrifying air wave centered on Suhai, bursting out in circles, creating an endless storm. Have. Chapter 104. Under this storm, even Luo Hao couldn't help but take a step back and stretched out his hand to pull the ends of his messy hair. So that's the case. Is such a terrifying magic power the basis for you to be able to defeat a powerful enemy? It's a pity that he's just a reckless man with brute force. Shrinking the ground is magical. Although he was a little surprised by Suhai's terrifying magic power, Luo Hao didn't pay much attention to it except for being a little surprised. He didn't even use his powers, and he still only used his own alchemy that could rival the gods. A magical power that can make oneself move instantly. He disappeared in place in an instant, but when he appeared again, he came behind Suhai, carrying an overwhelming right hand, and slapped it without hesitation. However, at this time, Suhai had already used all his strength, and it was already different. Although Luo's speed cannot be checked with the naked eye, his powerful perception made Suhai keenly aware of the danger the moment Luo Shi appeared. It instantly turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in place to avoid Roman's attack. But Suhai was fine, but the ground did suffer. Under Luo Shi's palm, a huge palm-shaped pit 350 was exposed on the ground. The already devastated ground once again suffered indelible damage. Lightning! 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 I am a conqueror who can conquer thousands, conquer 10,000, and conquer tens of thousands by 10,000. Now please shine brightly and give me divine power for the sake of me who is on the side of justice. The roar of the sky that shatters man and demon, all enemies and hostility. Dodging the attack, Suhai soared into the air without the slightest hesitation, and the word spirit carrying mysterious power spread throughout the space. The originally blue sky was once again covered with dark clouds, and with a burst of clouds surging, thunder that stretched for more than 10 kilometers fell from the sky, turning into an endless net of thunder, and heading towards Luo Yang in midair. It was as if the sky was roaring, wanting to completely smash the evil person, and Luo Hao was undoubtedly this evil person. In the south of the War City, in the north of Guo, the wild dead can be eaten without being buried. For me, the black is called, and it is a Ho. Riding to fight to death, riding a horse to roar and roar Hercules Vajra magic. Facing the endless, Adake, thunder, the will to shatter everything, Luo Hao finally felt the crisis and frowned slightly. No longer underestimating the enemy, he became completely serious, and also quickly displayed the spirit of words, and used the source of power of the gods, power. A warrior of more than 2,000 meters of diamond appeared behind Luo Yang and blessed Luo Tao. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden light, and the picture of a golden giant bathing in the sea of thunder was completely formed. The supernatural power of Hercules Vajra is the power that Luo has usurped by defeating the two Buddhist benevolent kings, Vajrasana and King Narayan's stronghold. It is able to host the power of the King Kong Li Shi on the body, and obtain the unparalleled strength and extremely pure power. To put it bluntly, it is to increase the user's defense power and extremely abnormal power. This ability can only be regarded as a more practical ability if it is placed on other gods, and it is not abnormal. But don't forget that Luo Hao is a human monster who can rely on his own martial arts to fight against the god of disobedience. Pure strength, coupled with extreme skills, will create an incomparably terrifying monster. Under Luo Tao's control, the giant golden palm of the King Kong warrior smashed the thunderbolts into pieces. Although the number of thunderbolts was numerous, only a few were smashed at the same time. And most of the thunderbolts completed their attack, but unfortunately they were not able to hit Luo Yang, and they were all taken over by the giant Vajra warriors. It can be seen that the unparalleled King Kong power loaded by King Kong Lux is more inclined to the bonus of power, but the defense power should not be underestimated. Ordinary attacks can't break the defense of the King Kong warrior and attack Luo Yang. Suhai also keenly found this point, so he did not hesitate at all. Now Suhai is in a normal state, although he is not able to use all the powers flexibly at the same time. But for a single power of the sky or the power of the earth, it has already turned them into their own things, and the use and development of the power are very handy. Under Suhai's control, a small number of Raiden continued to attack and harass. And more power of thunder and lightning is gathered in the sky above the head of King Kong Lishi, constantly compressing and condensing. After reaching an extreme, it turned into a thunder and lightning dragon with a length of several thousand meters, roared and broke through the clouds, fell from the sky, and hit the top of the head of the King Kong warrior. Suhai could see that although this King Kong warrior can resist ordinary thunder attacks, as long as it exceeds a certain limit, there is absolutely no possibility of defense. Just like that, the thunder dragon, which opened its huge mouth, fell from the sky without incident, hitting the head of angry King Kong. In a piercing sound that made teeth sour, and a dazzling light, the aftermath of terror spread. But after the light faded and the smoke disappeared, Suhai frowned slightly. Because at this time, although the King Kong warrior disappeared under such an attack, Luo Hao remained in the air unscathed. Obviously, in the Thunder Dragon attack just now, there was no damage. What made Suhai unacceptable the most was that the phantom of the vanished King Kong warrior appeared again, gradually turning the phantom into the real, and apparently wanted to appear behind Luo Yang again for shelter. It turned out that at the moment just now, Luo Hao gathered all the unparalleled power of King Kong Lashi to the top of his head. Greatly strengthened the defense, in order to resist the Thunder Dragon falling from the sky. Faced with such a situation, Suhai once again felt the horror of Luo Hao's skills. Luo Yang's power is obviously lower than his own, but under the combined application of pure power and unparalleled martial arts, he can always exert a power far beyond his own. Really amazing craftsmanship. My martial arts and skills are indeed far below yours, but under absolute power, how many times can you resist? Of course, Suhai was not stupid enough to give the enemy time to recover. Although he was in awe, he did not hesitate to activate his power again. This time, it was no longer pure lightning. The endless storms and showers, as long as they belonged to the sky, showed their violent power. They attacked Luo Hao from all directions and angles, and were not prepared to give Luo Hao a chance to breathe. Chapter 105. The heavens are clear, the earth is peaceful, and the human beings are peaceful. He Yang Yang, the electric scorching brilliance, the heavenly spirit and the earthly spirit, the Tais Hang Lejun is in a hurry like a decree, the great law of dragons and tigers. A roar of dragons and tigers suddenly erupted from Luo Yang's body. Luo Hao took a deep breath, and then, under a very regular rhythm, slightly opened his lips. A magic wind spit out from the mouth, and the wind grows long, sweeping towards the surroundings. Unlike the storm, this magic wind carries an unparalleled cutting force. Even the thunder can be cut apart, and the storm collided with the black magic wind, making a piercing sound. 100 herbs are fragrant and 1,000 flowers are dazzling. After blocking the attack, Luo Yang was not satisfied with this, and immediately used the power that he usurped from the god of wooden walks, Tai Sui Jun. In an instant, the entire island country has been transformed into a natural environment full of flower fields. Below the battlefield, there was a terrifying forest that stretched for more than 10 kilometers. If you look closely, you will find that this forest is made up of countless poisonous weeds, poisonous trees, and murderous plants. At the moment when the magic tree forest was formed, countless hideous vines with sharp barbs rose to the sky and spread towards Suhai in midair. Now it's time to restrain Suhai and drag him into the forest. And Luo Hao was not idle either. At the moment when the Vajra warriors recovered, all the invincible Vajra forces of Luo Yuan's family blessed him and broke through the obstacles of the storm and thunder. Attacked Suhai along with countless vines. In such a situation, Suhai finally failed to escape the numerous magic vines, and was bound by a vine from behind that bound his right foot. Immediately afterwards, it was bound by the poison ivy that came one after another, turned into a huge dumpling, and was slowly dragged from the air toward the forest. But at this moment, the magic tree creature in the forest suddenly screamed, and the zongzi in the air suddenly burst into flames. The flame of the flame is different, and the color is closer to the color of blood. Needless to say, this is the red lotus karmic fire. The thing that plants fear the most is fire, so naturally Suhai, who was bound, did not hesitate to cast the karmic fire of the sinner. The endless red lotus karmic fire instantly spread to the sky-high vines, and in the blink of an eye, it fell from the sky and ignited it. Huge forest. Countless poisonous trees, poisonous weeds, and poisonous flowers all let out shrill screams, and turned into ashes in the terrifying red lotus fire. Feeling this coquettish and terrifying flame, Luo Hao frowned slightly. At this moment, Luo Hao recalled the scene of fighting Marque Vaban before. At that time, Marque Vaban also used the same flame, and Marque Vaban also relied on numerous powers and abilities to be able to compete with Luo reluctantly. Today's Suhai is like a replica of the Marquis of Vaban, with many mysterious and unpredictable powers. The only difference is that Suhai has more powers, and the magic power in his body is more terrifying, as if the energy is endless, and he can display all powers without limit. And every ability is used very skillfully. After fighting till now, Luo Hao's body's power has already been consumed by half, but Suhai still seems to be a bottomless pit, using all kinds of abilities without any scruples. For victory, come to me quickly. Immortal Sun, please grant me a shining horse. At the moment when Luo Hao was stunned, Suhai also keenly seized this opportunity. The brigade exhibited a full blow. At this moment, the dark clouds dissipated, the storm dissipated, and the thunder dissipated. Everything seemed to be calm. Only a dazzling and huge slow scorching sun broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. Apparently the reason why the thunder and storm dissipated was because Suhai used all the power of the sky power on the scorching sun. This time, the scorching sun was more terrifying than ever before, closer to the power of a real star. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations in the sky, only a small part of the already huge scorching sun emerged from the clouds. Luo Yang's first thought was to use his magical powers to teleport to avoid this powerful attack. 0. Ask for flowers 0. But just as Luo Hao was about to activate his magical powers, dozens of golden chains suddenly extended from the space around him. Luo Yang's hands, feet, and whole body were tied up and fixed in place. There was even a mysterious power in the chain, as if he was born to restrain Luo Hao. The magic power in Luo Hao's body was instantly silent, and all the power dispatches lost their effect at this moment. Although in a very short time, Luo Hao reacted, and once again mobilized the magic power in his body, and a terrifying power erupted. Shattering these golden chains one by one restores the freedom of the body. But it was too late. The terrifying scorching sun seemed to be slow, but in fact it was very fast. With the help of this short time, it had already reached the top of Luo Yang's head. 0. The intense high temperature distorted the surrounding space, and Luo Hao still didn't have time to use his magical powers again. Under such circumstances, Luo showed how very decisively, concentrating all the power of the unparalleled King Kong in his hands. While bringing terrifying power to yourself, it also provides enough protection to your hands. With both hands up to the sky, Maoman and his weak body are like a giant who has opened the sky. Amidst a beautiful and heroic shouting, the terrifying blazing sun was blocked for a moment, which is enough to prove how terrifying the power hidden in Luo Hao Maoman's body. But when the manpower is finally exhausted, although a momentary explosion resisted the scorching sun falling from the sky. But in the face of this terrifying power, after all, it is still too small. Under the oppression of the scorching sun, Luo Hao descended from the sky along with the splendid sun, and the moment it fell to the ground, the scorching sun burst apart. The ground cracked and crystallized in an instant, then melted, vaporized, and dissipated. Suhai didn't want to hurt the fellow from his hometown, so he cancelled sun after finding himself victorious. After the scorching sun dissipated, spring water gradually spewed out of the huge deep pit, slowly filling the deep pit and turning it into a huge lake. In the very center of the lake, a figure was floating on the lake. 2. Chapter 106. Needless to say, this person is naturally Luo. At this time, Luo Yang had already used up all the strength in his body in order to resist the scorching sun. Although Luo Hao still had his eyes open at this time, he was unable to move. Although Suhai was merciful in the end, Luo Tao's white hanfu had already been burnt out under the real fire of the sun, so Luo Hao is now naked. In the lake water, as the body floats and sinks, ketone bodies are looming. Looking at this unexpected scenery, Suhai's eyes flashed with fire. He quickly calmed down and fell from the sky. He picked up Luo Yang from the lake, took off his jacket and put it on. Then it turned into a lightning bolt and rose into the sky, heading towards the shrine. During the flight, Luo Hao did not resist the 3-5-3 behavior. Instead, he used his beautiful eyes to look at Suhai in front of him. As if thinking about something. King. After arriving at the shrine, Erica and the others who had been waiting for a long time also quickly gathered around. Looking at Luo Yang in Suhai's arms, Lukara Kyazala has long been accustomed to it, except for a flash of surprise at the beginning, surprised by Luo Meng's beauty. I just thought that Luo Hao was a woman that Suhai rescued on the way. This is also normal. Luo Hao is one of the gods' layers, and he is the most peak existence, although he has a fierce name in various organizations in the world. However, due to the fact that most of the time they lived in seclusion in Lushan Mountain in the south of the Yangtze River, Lukara Kyazala and Erica had never seen Luo Yang's true face. In addition, Luo Hao's strength is so tight now that he needs time to recover. Lukulaziazola and others did not enter the state of spiritual vision, so naturally they did not discover Luo Tao's true identity. Only Athena next to him felt the aura like a natural enemy the moment he saw Luo Yang, and understood Luo Zong's true identity. Lily, please go down and find a suitable dress for her to put on. Although he was a little reluctant to let go of the softness in his hand, Suhai still handed Luo Hao in his arms to Liliana in front of him, and asked Liliana, who is a woman, to take care of him. Seeing Luo Hao being carried away by Liliana, Suhai returned to his room. System, use the 5-star golden egg. The moment he entered the room, Suhai said silently to the system in his mind. It turned out that there was also a 5-star golden egg on Luo Yang's head. Just like the original Marque Vaban, after Suhai defeated Luo Yang, he naturally succeeded in obtaining this golden egg. According to what had been opened from 2 golden eggs, Suhai naturally understood that this golden egg should be a fragment of the last 6-star golden egg. Holding the expectation of the 6-star golden egg, Suhai returned to his room the moment he came back, and smashed the golden egg without hesitation. Congratulations to the host, getting a 6-star golden egg fragment. Now that 3 fragments have been collected, is it possible to synthesize a golden star egg? And the fact is also true, with the fragmentation of the 5-star golden egg, a fragment of 6 grey-white stars appeared in the system space. It echoes with the other 2 identical fragments. The system also sent a reminder of the fusion of the 6-star golden egg. Fusion, and use. Suhai, who was originally aiming for the 6-star golden egg, naturally gave the order without the slightest hesitation. Under a burst of invisible traction, each of the 3 golden egg fragments burst into light, and finally merged into a golden 6-star golden egg. Congratulations to the host for opening the 6-star golden egg and obtaining a Kabbalah tree of life. As the 6-star golden egg was broken, a small sapling that could not be described in words appeared in front of Suhai. I saw that this small sapling is divided into 10 layers from top to bottom, and each layer seems to have 4 worlds, representing the earth, wind, water, and fire that make up the world. It's the Kabbalah tree of life. Suhai doesn't really know much about the small sapling in front of him, but he has heard the name and understands that the Kabbalah tree of life is the basis for the creation of the world. System, what exactly does the Kabbalah tree of life do? Although he understands that this sapling is a very extraordinary existence, Suhai has no idea what it does or how to use it, except for what he has heard. Between difficulties, I had to hand this problem to the System 0 in my mind. It's just fusion. The Kabbalah tree of life is the basis for creating the world. It contains everything in the world and can help the host quickly become an omniscient and omnipotent being. The difference between 4-digit numbers and 3-digit numbers is a gulf that cannot be bridged by human beings. A person who can become a 3-digit, omniscient, and omnipotent existence, even in the multiverse, is the top group of people. The Kabbalah tree of life is undoubtedly a cheating device that can become a 3-digit number, because the Kabbalah tree of life itself is an omniscient and almighty existence. Suhai needs to continuously cultivate the Kabbalah tree of life, and integrate and analyze it, just like copy and paste. When the world was created, Suhai was able to become the almighty God of the whole world, and so far the omniscient and almighty personality has broken through to 3 digits. What are you waiting for? After learning about the powerful effect of the Kabbalah tree of life, Suhai was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and touched the small sapling in front of him. The moment the two came into contact, the Kabbalah tree of life instantly disappeared into Suhai's mind. Endless brilliance illuminates the entire sea space. Under the brilliance of the Kabbalah tree of life, the omnipotence in his mind seems to be pulled by power. The crystallization of the power of Genesis exploded and turned into a boundless chaotic space, just like the prototype of the world. The crystallization of the earth, which represents 0.2 Earth authority, has rapidly evolved into endless land, and mountains and rivers have formed rapidly. The power of the sky also quickly split, turning into the sun, moon, breeze, and clouds. Endless brilliance sprinkled on the earth, illuminating the earth and the chaotic space. At this point, a primitive universe was formed in Suhai's mind, and the Kabbalah tree of life stood in the center of the continent and turned into a towering giant tree. In the non-stop growth, in the process of growth, it will also affect the whole world and evolve towards a more complete form. Under the influence of the Kabbalah tree of life, flowers and trees with life appeared in the originally dead world, but it is a pity that the real-life creatures obviously cannot evolve in a short time. Chapter 107. At the same time, Suhai is also undergoing corresponding changes. The endless power of the earth pours into the body and turns into a majestic magic power. With the continuous increase of the magic power, the originally very vigorous magic power continued to increase and condense. In the end, a drop of water drop-shaped magic power appeared in the danshan. At the moment when the water drop appeared, the majestic gaseous magic power seemed to have a target, and quickly condensed from the gas state to the liquid state to make drop after drop of water droplets. In the end, the liquid magic power filled the entire danshan. Although the volume did not increase, the quality and quantity of the magic power in the body increased more than tenfold. After all, gaseous to liquid is a qualitative change. System, open the properties panel. Feeling the feeling of another surge of power, Suhai quickly ordered to the system in his mind. Name, Suhai, God Killer, Demon King. Strength, 4-digit high level. Power, God's gift, Sky Power, Earth Power, Genesis Power, 12 Trials, Spirit of 1,000 Words. Items, Kabbalah's Tree of Life, Sword of Oath of Victory, Heaven's Chain, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand, 6-star Golden Egg Fragment, 1/3, Rias's Original Fat Times. Heroic Spirit 03, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. Unsurprisingly, in this evolution of the world, Suhai not only obtained the foundation for achieving omniscience and omnipotence, but also broke through again in strength, from a 4-digit mid-level to a 4-digit high level. If it was said that a single blow could destroy a country in the past, it is now enough to destroy a continent with a single blow. Wang, it's time for breakfast. Early the next morning, Liliana's voice came from outside Suhai's door. Although Suhai has reached the point where he does not need to eat to replenish his energy, perhaps because of his nostalgia for food, or perhaps because of the memory of the past, Suhai still maintains the habit of 3 meals a day. Has Luohao recovered? Opening the door, looking at Liliana standing at the door, Suhai first nodded slightly. Then he thought of yesterday's Luohao, and asked subconsciously. Sister Quilian has fully recovered and is in the hall with the others. After hearing the name Luohao, Liliana's eyes flashed a trace of complexity. Obviously, from yesterday to today, extremely complex things have happened. Liliana and other women also learned Luo Yang's true identity during this period of time. Sister Quilian. Although Suhai knows Luo Yang, the word Kui Lian. But he was still very surprised by the name Liliana. Knowing that Luohao still dared to call him such a goddess, obviously this was allowed by Luohao, or she deliberately asked Liliana and others to call him that. With a hint of doubt, Suhai followed Liliana to the lobby on the first floor. At this time, it can be said that the first floor was very lively. The girls were surrounded by a long table. Erica and Luculazia Zola and other girls obviously had a trace of unnaturalness. On both sides of the table, Athena and Luo Yang were sitting. Husband. Seeing Suhai's arrival, Luohao stood up from his position and came to Suhai, as if an ancient crowd was surrounding the show, and shouted with a smile. Husband? You are. Looking at Luo Yang, who seemed to have completely changed his personality and called out to his husband. Suhai was also confused for a while, looking very different. There was even some doubts about whether it was yesterday's battle that injured Luo Hao's head and confused his memory. Don't be surprised, husband, you looked at my body. And my husband also meets my requirements very well. He is younger than me, and his strength is stronger than me. The most important thing is that we are people of the celestial dynasty. Looking at the somewhat unexpected Suhai, Luo Hao said without hesitation. With Luo Yang's object standard, only Suhai in the whole world can fully meet it. In addition, Luo Hao paid great attention to ancient etiquette, and Suhai saw the body of an ancient woman again. It is reasonable that Luo Hao would make such a choice. Does your husband feel that your concubine is not worthy of you? Looking at Suhai's surprised face, Luo Yang asked again with a somewhat domineering look. Obviously, as long as Suhai dared to say a word, Luo Hao would definitely do it again without hesitation to destroy the person who sullied him in front of him. In this regard, Suhai is naturally very wise to express his willingness to suddenly have a powerful and beautiful wife. Why not do it? In this way, time flickered, and another 2 or 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. During these nearly 3 months, Suhai has not been idle, and has suffered several losses. Suhai also understands that his strength has improved too fast, and he lacks some precipitation process, resulting in his own martial arts and skills are a little too poor. When facing opponents like Luo Hao, he will always suffer. Therefore, during this period of time, Suhai did not hesitate to teach Luo Yang, a person who stood at the peak of martial arts, to teach himself various Huxia martial arts and alchemy. I have to say, with Suhai's current state, learning things is really fast. In less than 3 months, Luo Hao learned all the alchemy and martial arts including Shenzutong II 353 and Fifeng 12 palms. Of course, it is obviously impossible to reach Luo Yang's height in a short period of time. The rest is constant practice and comprehension, and turning these things into a part of oneself. And just 2 days ago, after Luo Hao taught all his skills, he left Neon and returned to Mount Lushan in Daxia. After all, as the king of martial arts in Daxia, it is not good to stay outside all the time. In addition, the Holy Church of the 5 prisons still has many things that need Luo Hao to preside over the overall situation. Both Luo Yang and Suhai are long-lived people. As long as they are not killed by the enemy, immortality is almost a very simple matter. So the brief separation between the two was not too much nostalgia. Uncle, is Jinghong really the king's seal? What Suhai and others didn't know was that at this time on an island in Europe, there were 2 very interesting people looking in the direction of the neon. One of them is a woman, and looks like a beautiful Caucasian girl, about 12 or 13 years old, with golden curly hair depicting an elegant curve, which reflects her extremely upright beauty. And behind this girl, there is just a knight sitting on a horse and wearing exquisite armor. The whole body exudes a faint brilliance, as if it exists between the real and the unreal. Chapter 108. We basically explored other places, and we didn't feel the king's breath, and we didn't find the holy sword that was sealed together with my king. Nowadays, only Neon is the most likely. It's a pity that now Neon has the existence of the Rakshasa, who is known as the King of Light, but it is very troublesome. Judging from the achievements of this Rakshasa since his birth, there is no doubt that he is the most powerful among the gods' layers today. If I set foot on that piece of land, I will definitely be sensed by him at the first time, and I am not sure to protect you in his hands. When talking about Neon, the knight on the horse was obviously worried. And the source of this worry, but still lives in Neon Suhai. There is no doubt that this knight who exists between the illusory and the real is also a god of disobedience, and he is also a powerful god of disobedience. But even if he is strong, he is very confident in his own strength. But he still couldn't help frowning when he mentioned Suhai. Since its birth, Suhai has faced all kinds of powerful enemies and has never been defeated. Today, he has undoubtedly become the strongest godslayer in the world. Although he has never fought against such a natural enemy, he knows that the opponent's strength is absolutely terrifying. In that case, I can go to Neon alone. For Suhai, the most powerful deity in the world today, this blonde girl naturally knows something. It can be seen that this blonde girl is a brave and resourceful existence, and she is not afraid because of the strength of her opponent. This Facing the words of this blonde girl, the illusory trend behind her was obviously a little hesitant. After all, although the blonde girl in front of her was also a god ancestor, her strength was much stronger than that of a human magician, but she was still a lot worse than a god slayer. And this girl is the most critical existence to unlock the seal of the last king. This knight does not agree with this risky behavior. Uncle, please rest assured that with the power of the Holy Grail, I will not be exposed easily. And even if I'm discovered, I can run away or summon my uncle to come at any time. The girl was clearly determined and said with confidence. Looking at the Holy Grail that suddenly appeared in this girl's hand, I felt the terrifying magic power in it. Thinking of this girl, who is far beyond the wisdom of ordinary people, the knight finally nodded in agreement. Time flickered, and soon came 3 days later. On this day, Suhai took the girls to the beach for a holiday. At this time, Suhai was sitting under a parasol, and in his arms, was Athena watching with a thick book. As for Erika and Lakura Kyazala and other women, they were divided into 2 teams to play beach volleyball. Looking at the energetic Erika girls in swimsuits, and feeling the softness in her arms and the body fragrance on her nose, Suhai seemed very comfortable for a while. However, since Liliana and other women are not ordinary people, it is not an exaggeration to say that the volleyball played by several people is murder volleyball. If an ordinary person was here, looking at the girls hitting volleyball, his jaw would definitely drop. Dodge far away, after all, if you are hit by such a high-speed volleyball, you may die on the spot. Suhai, who was enjoying a comfortable life, suddenly had a smile on his face and looked up at the sea in the distance with interest. If Erika and the others observed Suhai's smile, they would understand that something interesting must have appeared. Because every time he finds something of interest, Suhai has such an interested expression. And the fact is the same, at that moment, Suhai sensed 2 auras very similar to the god of disobedience approaching Neon in the distant sea. It's just that although these 2 breaths are very similar to the god of disobedience, they are much weaker than the god of disobedience. Intrigued by the unknown, Suhai finally let go of Athena in his arms. The magical foot power instantly disappeared in place, moving towards the breath that he sensed. Not long after, Suhai also came to the sky in that sea area. Looking down, sure enough, on the vast blue sea, there was a blonde girl standing on the head of a huge sea beast, driving fast. At this speed, in less than an hour, the blonde girl will reach Neon. Interesting, the ancestor who was transformed from the mother goddess. If you want to come to Athena, you should be interested. It turned out that in this world, the gods of disobedience are roughly divided into 3 attributes. The first is the Earth Mother God composed of huge female gods, the second is the Sky God who is born with the authority of the sky, and the third is the goddess who has been praised by the world for great achievements. Most of them are gang gods. The gods of the sky and the gods of steel are both enemies of the goddess of the earth, because the former usurped the authority of the goddess of the earth in mythology, and most of the latter tried to kill the goddess of the earth by slaughtering dragons and snakes. Or defeat some goddesses to become gods. The ancestors of the gods were descended from the Earth Mother Goddess. This beautiful girl, if it's convenient, can you tell me the name? Suhai, who was ready to find out, took a slight step in the air, and the next moment he appeared on the top of the sea beast, in front of the blonde girl. With a hint of playfulness in his eyes, he asked with a smile on his face. As if a gentleman wanted to invite a woman to dance. But unfortunately, this blonde girl didn't think about these leisurely and elegantly, instead, goodly how, she frowned and took a step back cautiously. At the same time, a golden cup was summoned in his hand. Because of Suhai, the blonde girl felt a strong sense of crisis. It is a spontaneous protection mechanism of the body in the face of natural enemies. This feeling told the blonde girl that the Suhai in front of her was very dangerous. King Rakshasa. It is impossible to hide under the Holy Grail, as long as I don't leak my breath, even the new gods will not be able to find my trace. While vigilant in her eyes, the blonde girl also said in surprise. Obviously, she is very confident in her means of hiding her breath. This is no wonder after all, in the past experience, this blonde girl's means of hiding her breath are always beneficial, and it is not rare to observe the battle between god-slayers and godless gods secretly, and it has never been discovered. Boast. Chapter 109. Holy Grail? God Ancestor. Navya. Looking at the golden chalice, Suhai suddenly realized and guessed the identity of the blonde girl in front of him. After all, the golden holy grail full of terrifying magic power and the god ancestor, only the god Sunivia who regards the last king as King Arthur and deliberately wants to resurrect the last king. There is no other breath. It seems that the guardian knight you summoned did not come with you. Knowing that I am in this place, you dare to come alone. It seems that you are very persistent in the king of the end. After sensing the surroundings and finding that there was no other aura, Suhai also confirmed that the girl in front of him was indeed here alone. The phantom of the god of disobedience, summoned through the Holy Grail, did not follow. Impossible, how do you know the existence of the last king? And you seem to know me well. Facing Suhai's performance as if he knew everything, god Sunivia frowned even more tightly, and a very bad premonition emerged in his heart. I always feel that there is no secret in front of this person. After all, neither himself nor the existence of the last king has been exposed before, but Suhai in front of him seems to have already known everything. Not only do I know you, but I know that you are looking for the place where the king of the end was sealed and want to resurrect him. I can also tell you that the king of the end is indeed sealed in Kahong. Looking at the vigilant blonde girl, Suhai said rather casually. God Sunivia wants to resurrect the last king, why doesn't Suhai want to plunder the last king's power to strengthen himself? In this state, killing the general god of disobedience, apart from helping Suhai gain different powers and improve the rules, has not been able to improve much. Unless you can kill a large number of disobedient gods, obtain a large number of powers and corresponding rules, and improve the world in your body, you can help yourself continue to improve. And a being like the last king, a god worth even dozens of disobedience, is undoubtedly a good target for Suhai. Rakshasa king, why are you telling me this? After hearing that the king of the end was indeed sealed in the neon, a surprised expression appeared on the face of god Sunivia. After searching for such a long time, he finally found his goal. It's just that the god Sunivia also has a little doubt about this. After all, the last king is the natural enemy of the god's lair, and it can even be said to be the judge and the destroyer. The god Sunivia was not naive enough that someone would help the enemy unleash his natural enemies. What's more, in the heart of the god Sunivia, Suhai may indeed be the strongest god of the world, and the ordinary god of disobedience cannot defeat Suhai at all. But compared with the last king, it is nothing at all, because as the last king created by the gods and specially used to deal with the gods, it is impossible for the god's lair to compete with him, let alone defeat him. No, why? Just thought the last king would be a good prey. Being able to become a ladder for me to become stronger. Looking at this suspicious girl, Suhai had nothing to hide and said without hesitation. The domineering aura belonging to the tyrant and the demon king was unobstructed, and the powerful momentum shook the surrounding sea water, and the sea beasts under his feet shivered because they were afraid of stopping on the sea. This is a kind of imposing manner that a domineering person should have, and a kind of unparalleled confidence in himself. To take my king as a prey, you are too arrogant, King Rakshasa. Facing such a seemingly ridiculous purpose, god Sunivia felt a little sarcastic in his heart, but at the same time he was convinced. Until this moment, god Sunivia has also realized more deeply that god killers are not a group of normal people. Because normal human beings, Adake, cannot become gods' layers, which is why goddesses are called patients. Thank you, King Rakshasa told me that my concubine will resurrect my king and fulfill your wish to fight against him. God Sunivia was very satisfied with the unexpected harvest this time, and after finishing speaking, he wanted to leave and prepare everything needed to resurrect the last king. After all, in addition to storing the Holy Grail full of magic power, the resurrection of the last king also needs a steel god as a sacrifice. Now the Holy Grail has been fully stocked in the efforts of god Sunivia over the years, but there is only one god of steel missing. The god Sunivia apparently wanted to go back and capture a steel god. I didn't say let you go. When god Sunivia turned around, Suhai said with great interest. Just kidding, How could Suhai give up and leave after spending so much effort? From the very beginning, Suhai did not intend to let the blonde girl go. Although the purpose of both of them is to resurrect the last king, Suhai is not a person who will entrust his hope to others, especially this person is still in a state of hostility with himself. However, the god Sunivia obviously never let his guard down. The moment Suhai spoke, 4 huge waves suddenly turned up on the water. 4 octopus-shaped giant sea beasts broke through the water and appeared, and their 100-meter-long tentacles waved towards Suhai without hesitation. And god Sunivia is driving the sea beasts under his feet quickly towards the distance. There is no doubt that these sea beasts were summoned by the Holy Grail in the hands of god Sunivia during the conversation just now. I have to say that this blonde girl is indeed a person full of wisdom. Perhaps knowing that these sea beasts could not delay Suhai for too long, the god Sunivia controlled the speed of the sea monsters under his feet, extremely fast. Almost thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. As for Suhai, the smile on his face never changed as he watched the giant tentacles waving toward him overwhelmingly. Phoenix Dragon Yin Yang. He didn't use any power, but slapped his right hand forward, and suddenly, there was a sound of phoenix and dragon's roar. A huge phoenix and a golden dragon flew out from the palms, circled around Suhai and erupted with terrifying power, instantly tearing the 4 sea beasts to pieces. Looking at the stumps on the surrounding sea and the blood-stained water, Suhai nodded with satisfaction. This was the first time Suhai used the Fifeng 12 divine palms in actual combat. Suhai is very satisfied with the result. Chapter 110. I didn't catch up, it seems to be safe. More than 10 kilometers away, god Sunivia turned his head and glanced at the boundless sea without any figures, and heaved a sigh of relief. Even so, the speed of god Sunivia's control of Hai Xiao's escape did not slow down in the slightest. In this regard, it can only be said that god Sunivia thinks highly of himself, and too underestimates Suhai. From the beginning to the end, it was impossible for god Sunivia to run away, and in the next instant, waves suddenly appeared in several spaces in front of god Sunivia. Several golden chains flew out of the space quickly, binding the limbs and waist of god Sunivia in the blink of an eye. The god Sunivia formed a big character and hung it on the sea level. The sea beast under his feet felt that his master was threatened, and immediately roared to destroy these golden chains, but a thunderbolt fell from the sky and directly hit the huge sea beast. Under the attack of thunder and lightning, the sea beast died instantly, floating on the sea and steaming up. Obviously already cooked can no longer be cooked. Between frowns, the god Sunivia saw on the sea ahead, Suhai was walking on the waves with a smile. Rakshasa, king, is too clingy and won't please girls. Looking at Suhai who was in front of him, god Sunivia said slowly while his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a hint of irony in the words. Suhai didn't care about this, and stretched out his right hand, ready to carry the god Sunivia on his shoulders and return to Neon. Patient, don't dare. However, just as he stretched out his hand, a sharp sword light suddenly appeared. After Suhai dodged to dodge, he found a figure hiding in armor, riding a warhorse, with a sword in his right hand and a spear in his left. Before the god Sunivia. Needless to say, this guy is Lancelot, and he is also the phantom of the disobedient god summoned by the god Sunivia through the Holy Grail in his hand. Although it is a phantom, but with the addition of the Holy Grail magic power, it has the power of being a god of disobedience. Seeing Lancelot coming to him, god Sunivia breathed a sigh of relief, and finally caught up with him. In fact, at the very beginning, god Sunivia had summoned Lancelot, and now he just happened to catch up, which was a fortune among misfortunes. Lancelot, driving the warhorse under his crotch, neighed, and the long spear in his left hand charged. And the full enemy is naturally Suhai. Seeing this, Suhai also wanted to see the martial arts of the legendary Knight of the Round Table, and to judge how far he has reached after being taught by Luo Hao. Therefore, he did not use his power, but took out the Sword of Victory from the system space, preparing for a showdown between martial arts and skills. You must know that Suhai not only learned the magic feat and Fifeng 12 magic palms from Luo. Knives, guns, sticks, can be said to be 18 kinds of martial arts. As long as it is Suhai of Luo Hawaii, it has been absorbed like crazy in less than 3 months. But even so, Suhai has an absolute advantage. After all, Suhai far surpasses Lancelot in terms of physical fitness. Suhai, who held the sword of Oath of Victory, keenly sensed the movement of the spear in Lancelot's hand, and stabbed it out like a sword in the sky. In mid-air, the tip of the sword and the tip of the spear miraculously collided with each other. With his powerful strength, Suhai forced back Lancelot, who had the advantage of a warhorse. In this initial confrontation, Suhai barely had the upper hand. Impossible. X2. This is the sword of my king's oath of victory, how could it be in your hands? Apart from my king, there can be no one else who can lift the sword of oath victory. Lancelot, who had lost the first confrontation, did not launch a second attack, instead he restrained the rope and stopped on the sea, looking at the sword of oath victory with shock and puzzlement on his face. With a very complicated expression, he asked subconsciously. Lancelot's expression was exactly the same as the god Zunivia, who was bound next to him. Lancelot and god Zunivia are all too familiar with the sword of oath of victory. Naturally recognized at a glance. In the impression of the two, King Arthur is the only one who has drawn the sword of oath of victory. Except for King Arthur, no one can raise the sword of oath of victory, and no one can have the sword of oath of victory. 0. Ask for flowers 0. Suhai didn't want to care about the reaction of the two. Lancelot did not attack, so Suhai had to take the lead. Holding the sword of oath victory in his hand, he charged towards Lancelot, and as a battle-hardened warrior, although Lancelot was extremely surprised and full of doubts, he instantly entered a state of battle. The two fought together again. At first, they faced Lancelot's spear and sword. Suhai is still a little uncomfortable and is at a disadvantage. Every time, with a powerful force, Lancelot's attack was violently deflected. With the battle, Suhai gradually mastered what he had learned, and slowly Suhai found himself gradually keeping up with Lancelot's attacks. The two fought back and forth. The roar of the sky. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Suhai did not intend to fight Lancelot anymore, and the power of the sky instantly launched a terrifying thunder that fell from the sky. Directly hit Lancelot on the sea. With the growth of strength, the power of Suhai's power will naturally become more and more terrifying. Although this thunderbolt was not created by fully activating the power of the sky, it was enough to kill an ordinary god of disobedience. So in the face of this blue thunder, Lancelot became more solemn than ever. As the hero of steel, the power of steel is instantly activated, and the body is instantly covered by a silver light. At this moment, Lancelot burst out with all his strength, waving the long sword in his hand, and slashed towards the angry thunder. It has to be said that as a heroic god of steel, Lancelot has no flaws in attack power or unparalleled martial arts. Even compared with a recalcitrant god like Mikkel, the king of the gods, he is not weak at all. Under this all-out blow, thunder was actually cut off by Lancelot. Unfortunately, Lancelot was still paralyzed by the thunder. And a golden blade also pierced his heart from behind. This blade is the sword of oath victory. 2. Chapter 111. Being able to die under the sword of my king is the best redemption for me. Looking at the sword of victory that pierced his chest, Lancelot didn't have any fear or unwillingness, but a look of relief and redemption appeared on his face. For Lancelot, he never betrayed King Arthur in his heart, but after all, it was because of him that the Knights of the Round Table disbanded. With Lancelot's death, Suhai also gained the power of a steel protection, and the power in his body has also increased a little, which is not bad. Come up, don't think about running away. You know, it's impossible for you to run away in front of me. After taking the sword of oath victory back into the system space, a golden cloud appeared under Suhai's feet. Slowly floated to the front of god Zunivia, untied the shackles of the sky, and slowly said 357. In this regard, god Zunivia did not struggle, but looked at Suhai with a complicated expression. Then he lifted his foot and walked over the somersault cloud, standing quietly beside Suhai. God Zunivia is undoubtedly a very smart person, and now, her biggest trump card is vulnerable in front of Suhai. God Zunivia is very clear in his heart that in front of the person in front of him, it is impossible to escape. It is better to suffer a little less crime than to be taken back by the 5 flowers. King Rakshasa, why do you have the sword of vowed victory in your hand? During the fast flight of the somersault cloud, God Sunivia couldn't help it after all, looking very complicated and looking at Suhai next to him with a little anticipation and asked. Who knows? However, Suhai did not need to explain to a captive. He seemed to say something very casually. No more words. Seeing such a perfunctory Suhai, God Sunivia felt very helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Under the flight of somersaulting clouds, Suhai quickly returned to the original beach. Wang, can you explain it? Why are there so many beautiful girls by your side after not seeing you for a while? After watching it for a while, Suhai brought back such a beautiful girl. Even Erica, who has long been accustomed to it, asked with some resentment. Ever since Athena and Luol Yang, the tattooed goddess, joined the Suhai harem group, Erica felt that her position in the main palace was no longer guaranteed. Now there is another girl who looks no worse than her, and Erica looks very helpless. The girls next to Liliana and Yuri Banlagu also gathered around, looking like they were waiting for Suhai's answer. The breath of the betrayal. You are a traitor to our mother goddess, a fallen ancestor. Fortunately, at this time, Athena discovered the identity of the god Sunivia. He frowned immediately. At the same time, a huge aura erupted, oppressing the body of god Sunivia. The ancestors of the gods are generally descended from the goddess of the earth and believe in the gods. And the god of steel, as the enemy of the earth mother god, is undoubtedly a traitor to every earth mother god. No Athena. Feeling the pressure on his body like Mount Tai, god Sunivia immediately looked at Athena in horror. God Sunivia really couldn't understand why Suhai, a god-killer like Suhai, would have such a disobedient god as Athena. Under the influence of the reincarnation ceremony, the god of God and the god of disobedience are born enemies. Not to mention living in peace, as long as they meet, the body of the two will burst out with an instinctive desire to fight. Make the two fight to the death. God Ancestor. It seems that the witch has been unable to complete the king, first the goddess, then the king of Rakshasa, and now she has extended her desires to the ancestors. At this time, Lakura Kyazala didn't take it too seriously. With a teasing smile on his face, he stood beside him and said in a frenzy. For a while, Liliana and the other women's eyes became very strange. Even Athena's gaze towards Suhai had undergone a subtle change. What are you all thinking about? Faced with such a situation, Suhai first glanced at Luculazia Zola, the initiator, very subtly. I secretly thought in my heart that I must not let Lakura Kyazala easily go tonight. Then he opened his mouth to tell what had happened. God Sunivia. The last king. After hearing everything, everyone finally understood. King, according to what you said, this last king is the natural enemy of God's layers, and can wipe out God's layers of several ages without exception. The strength must be very amazing, this. Obviously, the girls are still very worried about Suhai's desire to release the last king and then kill him. After all, according to Suhai's introduction to the last king has wiped out the shrines of several eras, and then restarted the world. To be able to do this, the last king must be a very powerful existence. Do not worry. Although the last king is powerful, he is not my opponent. And even if we don't unseal it, according to the settings of the gods, the king of the end will break the seal. The purpose of the gods creating the last king is to destroy the god's lair. Whenever the seventh god appears in the world, the last king will break out. Unfortunately, in this era, I am the seventh. So even if we don't break the seal of the last king, after a period of time, the last king will break out. Looking at the worried girls, Suhai spoke slowly. As a weapon created by the gods, the value of the existence of the last king of 0.2 is to clean up the gods' layers in every era, and then restart the whole world. This cannot be changed. Even if Suhai stops the god Sunivia today, there will be a second and third person to lift the seal of the last king. Can you unlock the seal of the last king now? Looking at Erica and the others who were no longer speaking, Suhai set his eyes on the god Sunivia and said slowly. The meaning that I want to express is self-evident, that is, I want the god Zunivia to unlock the seal of the last king. There is still one last condition. I need a heroic god of steel as a medium. In terms of purpose, God Zunivia and Suhai are the same. Out of the pursuit of the last king, God Zunivia did not hesitate, but said with a complicated expression. Chapter 112. I just don't know how God Zunivia will look after resurrecting the last king and discovering that the last king is not King Arthur as he thought. Hero god of steel. Suhai muttered to himself after hearing that a disobedient god was needed as a medium. The god of disobedience is impossible to meet, and it must be the god of disobedience with the attributes of steel. For any other Shikigami, it may take a lot of effort to find it. But Suhai just knew the existence of a heroic god of steel, and the most important thing is that the position of the god of disobedience is very. The next day, a red sedan stopped at the gate of the Tokyo Masahaibashi Compilation Committee. A black-haired boy and two blonde girls stepped out of the car. Saya Palace, the head of the Tokyo Official History Compilation Committee, welcomes the arrival of the king. At the door of the Official History Compilation Committee, a man dressed in a white shirt and tie, a suit jacket and trousers, and a pair of rimmed glasses. 03 covering her beautiful face but not being able to cover her face, a young woman with a detached atmosphere from the world was leading a group of people to greet her at the door early. Suhai is relatively familiar with Tuma Amekasu, among them. It turns out that these three people are Suhai, Erika, and the god Zunivia. I don't know if Wang Dejia is here, what are your orders? Under the leadership of She Gongzin, the group soon came to the reception hall that had been prepared. Looking at Suhai who was sitting on the sofa with a smile on his face, next to two beautiful blonde girls. Se Yangzhen said with a very solemn expression in her heart. At the same time, he secretly guessed the purpose of this terrifying existence in front of him. For Saya Yanjing, Suhai is a walking nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment. If you don't deal with it properly, let alone your own life, the entire country may sink into the ocean. I remember that the King Kaiyuan family has an only daughter named King Kaiyuan Huana. She is the number one Taidayuan witch of your younger generation, right? I want to meet her. Looking at the restrained, nervous-looking Saya Palace police officer Suhai, but he took a sip of the hot cup of black tea on the table. He seemed a little careless. I have to say that the She Palace was very thoughtful in preparation, and even he had already checked that he liked to drink black tea, and he had prepared it early. Wang, King Kaiyuan Huibuena is just a relatively good witch. I don't know why the king came to her in person. In the eyes of others, King Kaiyuan Huana may be a very dazzling and excellent existence. But Saya Gongzin is very clear that in the eyes of the gods layer, except for the gods of the same kind and disobedience. No matter how good a magician, no matter how good a witch, can't get the attention of the god tester. Not to mention making the god's layer go to great lengths to meet him. So She Yangzhen is very sure that the reason why Suhai does this must have another purpose. You're smart, but that's not what you should be asking. It has to be said that Saya Gongzin was able to become the head of the Official History Compilation Committee. In addition to her own strength, she relied on the wisdom far beyond ordinary people. Unfortunately, this kind of wisdom is really unwise to use on Suhai. Therefore, what She Gongzin was waiting for was not an accurate reply, but a huge amount of pressure and words of warning. Please forgive me, I will go to inform the King Kaiyuan family. I believe that Huana of King Kaiyuan will arrive here soon. I hope the king will wait for a while. Facing the abyss-like pressure, Saya Yanjing once again deeply realized the horror of the god's lair. The posture is lower and lower. Not daring to have any more cleverness, he hurriedly said with a little panic. Then he turned around and walked outside, apparently to inform the head of the King Kaiyuan family. Wang, is there anything special about this witch named King Kaiyuan Huana? It's actually worth you to come and find it in person. Looking at Saya Gongzhang who turned and left the room, Erika asked slowly. Obviously, Erika is also very curious about Suhai's purpose and what is so special about this King Kaiyuan Huana. Behind this mysterious Japanese test, there is a god of disobedience, who happens to be the hero god of steel we need. However, this guy is too timid and has been hiding in the secluded world. It's a little troublesome to find him. King Kaiyuan Huayna has the key to open the door to the secluded world. For the people around him, Suhai would naturally not treat him like Shi Yangzhen. Suhai explained without shyness. Faced with such a situation, God Zunivia silently mourned for 2 seconds for Saya Yangzhen, who was treated differently. Behind this neon, there is actually the support of the god of disobedience. But are they really willing to hand over the god of disobedience? Faced with the fact that humans cooperate with the god of disobedience, Erica is still very surprised. After all, the god of disobedience has been the public enemy of mankind since ancient times. After all, the gods of non-compliance are the existences that have fallen from myths, and every time they appear, they will bring natural disasters that destroy the world. It's not up to them, and this unequal relationship isn't as unbreakable as you might think. Suhai naturally understood Erica's concerns. 357 But Suhai knew very well that Japan Mystery would never be stupid enough to go against him. With the actions of these people, even if they knew the purpose of Suhai, they must not help each other. Okay, the old man got it. While the three of Suhai were talking, in another deep house in Japan, an elderly man in a kimono was talking to a phone. After answering the call, the old man turned around and walked towards the house slowly while hanging up the phone. His face was calm, and he couldn't see what he was thinking. It was not until he walked into the room and looked at the girl sitting in the center of the room, kneeling on the ground with her eyes closed, that she sighed helplessly. Hina. The old man called out the girl's name and wanted to say something. There was helplessness, entanglement, and sadness in his expression. Father, I have heard the conversation just now. Huayna is willing to see that Rakshasa king. It turns out that this girl is the Huana of King Kaiyuan in Suhai's mouth, and this old man is actually the father of Huana of King Kaiyuan. He is also the patriarch of the King Kaiyu courtyard today. This girl was not an ordinary person either. Although the room was separated by a certain distance from the place where the phone was located, she also heard the content of the conversation with her perception beyond ordinary people. Chapter 113. Looking at such a sensible girl, the sentimentality on the old man's face became more and more serious. The stronger the person, the more difficult it is to obtain offspring. This old man was also a mysterious first-class existence when he was young. After getting married, it was only when she was in her 40s that she successfully obtained a daughter like Huayna in King Kaiyuan. The representative of the Japanese mysterious car and the King Kaiyuan clan, one of the three families, have only such an only daughter. If it wasn't for no other choice, the old man would definitely not agree. However, what comforted the old man was that, according to the information obtained, although Suhai was very powerful, his temper was the most normal and kind of all God's layers. He is also very kind to those around him. So at least King Kaiyuan Huana should not be life-threatening when she sees Suhai again. In this way, a black car stopped at the door of King Kaiyuan's house. After King Kaiyuan Huayna got into the car, the black car sped away. Wang, Huayna of King Kaiyuan has arrived. Half an hour later, Suhai's room was pushed open again, and Saya Gongzin, who had left earlier, walked in slowly, and this time, behind her, there was a man full of Yamato Nades Hiko, wearing a school uniform, as if a natural girl who exists in nature. In her hand, the girl was holding a long object that was almost the same height as her and was wrapped in cloth. Suhai can clearly feel that this object exudes the breath of a god of disobedience, and has the properties of steel, and the magic power contained in it is very close to an ordinary god of disobedience. Obviously, this girl with black hair is Suhai's target King Kaiyuan Huana this time. Hina of King Kaiyuan pays respects to the Rakshasa monarch. When Suhai was looking at King Kaiyuan Huana was also watching Suhai. As the only daughter of the King Kaiyuan sect, she is a genius girl who is one of the best in mysterious calculations, although she often hears about the horror and existence of God's layers. Seeing a god at such a close distance, but also the most terrifying god-killer in the world today. Still the first time. Originally in the heart of King Kaiyuan Huayna, to be the most terrifying person in the domineering group of God's layers, she should also be an existence full of domineering, burly body, and people will be shocked when they see it. But upon closer inspection, Huayna of King Kaiyuan has an illusion that Suhai is just a very handsome ordinary teenager. Because she felt any aura of shock, except for those unfathomable deep eyes, King Kaiyuan Huayna couldn't even feel Suhai's breath. That thing in your hand should have been given to you by that guy Susanoo. I want to borrow it. Seeing this girl who was suddenly dumbfounded, Suhai didn't care too much, and said bluntly. The reason why Suhai looked for King Kaiyuan Huana was to obtain the Amazumi Cloud Sword in her hand, and with the help of the Amazumi Cloud Sword, Susanoo's breath was used to find the place of the Netherworld. King, should you want to go to the Netherworld? Huayna is willing to open the door to the underworld for the king, but I implore Wang to accept Huayna to become the king's witch. King Kaiyuan Huayna can become the leader of the Neon younger generation, and it is not stupid. After hearing that Suhai wanted to borrow Tiankong Yunjian, he naturally guessed Suhai's purpose. After hesitating for a while, as if he had made a major decision in his heart, under the somewhat unexpected eyes of Sei Gongzhen and Erica, he raised the Tiankong Cloud Sword in his hand and knelt on one knee on the ground. Said very sincerely now. Seeing this girl kneeling towards him with a sincere expression, Suhai glanced at it with interest, and spit out a word that broke the peace in the room. Suhai didn't have the slightest doubt, and there was no need to doubt, about Huayna's role in King Kaiyuan. Today, among the three families of Neon, the King Kaiyuan family has few orthodox heirs, and the clan family is the most withered. And Susanoo enjoys the enshrinement of the mysterious test in Japan, but relies on his powerful strength as a god of disobedience to take money and do nothing. In any case, we have to find a shelter. Compared with Susanoo, who is about to be killed, Suhai is the best choice and the only choice for King Kaiyuan Huana and King Kaiyuan's family. Thank you King for his generosity. Seeing that Suhai agreed so easily, King Kaiyuan Huayna was a little surprised but also very happy. In the future, as long as he is still the witch of the king, the status of King Kaiyuan in Japan will be unshakable. In the face of such a result, Saya Gongzheng and Erica and other women all looked at this girl with some admiration. Obviously, some praised King Kaiyuan Huana's decisiveness and courage. Queen, through this door, you will be able to reach the world where Susanoo lives. In addition to being happy, King Kaiyuan Huayna did not forget what she should do, and quickly took off the grey cloth bag outside Tiankong Yunjian. He pulled out the Tiankong Yunjian, opened the gate of Netherworld, and said slowly. Just as Suhai thought, as the spokesperson chosen by Susanoo in the real world, there must be a way to the space where Susanoo lives. Looking at the familiar dark passage in front of him, Suhai did not hesitate at all. After all, when he was in Zishan Temple, he also experienced such a scene once. He walked in directly with King Kaiyuan Huana, who was more familiar with the situation in the secluded world. As for Erica and the god Sunivia, they were just left out. After the two entered the passage, in a dark passage, it was directly closed. Good kings, under the leadership of King Kaiyuan Huayna, after Suhai entered the dark world, he soon met the person he wanted to see. Looking at the three people sitting in the courtyard in front of him, an old man with white hair in a white kimono, a monk in black like a mummy, a man with clear glass-like eyes and long flaxen hair that looks very kind. Stunning beauty. Although the white-haired old man in a kimono was well hidden, Suhai could see through him at a glance that he belonged to the god of disobedience. Now this old man looks like an ordinary old man. One of the famous three nobles, Susanoo Omiko. Looks like a very interesting guest. When Suhai looked at the three people, these three people obviously also discovered the existence of Suhai and King Kaiyuan Huana. Susanoo said slowly. Chapter 114. It seems that you have something to ask me? Please come and talk. No matter how stupid Susanoo is, he can understand that Suhai has tried his best to come here, and it must have something to do with him. So he calmly opened his mouth to invite. I don't know if it's real or fake. No. I'm here today to borrow your life, so you shouldn't mind, right? However, Suhai didn't intend to make excuses with Susanoo, but said directly. Suhai smiled and spoke calmly. It looks very gentle, but the words you say are not commensurate with this gentleness. Facing Suhai's words, even Susanoo, who is full of energy-raising skills, gave a slight pause, and his face immediately turned cold. This is also normal. Anyone who faces a person who wants his own life will never have a good face. Susanoo didn't glare at him, he was already very calm. The Lord of the Rakshasa, it is too rude. Perhaps it was because he had been lingering in this secluded world for too long, and the black-robed mage, like a mummy, had already forgotten the horror of being a god. He even opened his mouth to criticize. People are not like people, and ghosts are not like ghosts. Life is so painful, then I'll give you a ride. Facing the words of the black-clothed mage, Suhai 360 turned his attention to him, and the whole person disappeared in place. Everyone only felt that their pupils shrank, and their eyes were in a trance. Suhai had already appeared in front of the three people in the courtyard, and inserted the neck of the black-clothed mage, and lifted it from its position. This king is standing. You, an old bald donkey, dare to sit and talk to me, who gave you the courage? Tell me the truth? Strength in this world is the truth. In the next instant, a majestic red lotus karmic fire spread from Suhai's palm, instantly spreading all over the black mage's body. In the shrill screams, the black-robed mage was burned to ashes by the red lotus fire almost instantly. In fact, the strength of the black-clothed mage is not weak, although it is not as good as the god of disobedience, but it is also considered the top among human beings. Don't look at this black-clothed mage's dry and painful body, as if there are only bones left. But this is the proof of becoming a Buddha in the body, free from the bondage of the body. As a result, the black-clothed mage gained almost immortality. Unfortunately, in Suhai's eyes, this kind of strength was only a one-off, and he couldn't make any resistance at all. Adake. Seeing that the black-clothed mage was instantly burnt to ashes, Susanoo's eyes finally became solemn. The glass-eyed princess on the side flashed a little panic, and it was only at this moment that the two of them remembered what kind of existence the shrine gods were. Due to staying here for too long, the two of them discovered that they had forgotten that the god-killer was a patient who got rid of the shackles of the world, did whatever he wanted, and was extremely egoistic. The funny thing is that after Suhai appeared, all three thought that they could give the corresponding benefits through conversation, and the two sides could achieve peaceful coexistence. Do you capture it yourself, or do I do it myself? Kindly I advise you, you have no chance of winning in front of me. Throwing away the last bit of ashes in his hand, Suhai turned to Susanoo and said. Faced with such a situation, Susanoo also understood that the battle of life and death was inevitable. A huge magical power that only belongs to god-slayers and gods who do not obey erupted, and the whole person rose from the sky. Under the traction of this force, the entire sky changed, and lightning flashed and thundered. The originally colorless secluded world actually blew a storm and poured a majestic rain. Susanoo was originally the land god of Izumo, but in mythology, it was designed to usurp the authority of many gods. In the end, based on the power of the god of storms, he fused all the powers, and at the same time, he beheaded the Yachi Orokai and obtained the title of the hero god of steel. Therefore, Susanoo's strongest power is the power of the god of storms, that is, the god of the sky, and the hero god of steel who lives in the god of war. At this moment, Susanoo, who was originally old, seemed to be looking back in time, the wrinkles on his face quickly dissipated, and the whole person kept getting younger under the terrifying power. In the end, he turned into a sturdy young man. Under Susanoo's control, the storm that could easily destroy the city, wrapped in torrential rain, turned into several giant water tornadoes and blew towards Suhai. It looks like he wants to completely destroy Suhai. Using the power of the sky in front of me is ridiculous. Looking at the mighty storm, Suhai showed a look of disdain on his face. Under the fusion and blessing of many powers, the power of the sky authority has already been reborn, and the power that Susanoo shows now is only the same as when Marque Vaban used the storm. Even the Marquis of Vaban couldn't compete with Suhai for control of the sky. How could Susanoo use the power of the sky to defeat Suhai now? Sure enough, when the three huge storms were about to touch Suhai, they miraculously stopped. No matter how Susanoo, who was standing in the storm, controlled them, these storms did not move at all. It was as if he had completely escaped Susanoo's control. Just when Susanoo was surprised, a bigger, and more unstoppable wave erupted from Suhai's body. In an instant, the entire sky that was left behind was covered. Originally, it was only covered with dark clouds, and there were continuous lightning and thunder in the rainstorm sky, and the wind was raging. When Susanoo used the power of the storm, the dark cloud only covered 1/3 of the centralmost area of the netherworld, but now the entire space is covered by the dark cloud. Facing such a change, Susanoo, who was floating in the sky, looked at Suhai in disbelief. At this moment, Susanoo has completely lost control of the sky. If he wants to compete with him, the god of storms, for the control of the sky, he must have a stronger authority in the sky. But it is so simple, enough to prove that Suhai's power in the sky is far above Susanoo, far more than Susanoo, the god of the storm. In the face of such a result, Susanoo, who was extremely confident in his stormy power, could not accept it at all. But Suhai didn't care about this. His palm dropped slightly, and a purple thunderbolt fell from the sky, pointing directly at Susanoo in midair. Under this thunder, Susanoo was directly shot down by the thunder and hit the ground heavily. Chapter 115. Under this terrifying thunder, the entire netherworld space showed signs of shattering, and cracks gradually appeared around it. Obviously, this kind of created space is not as stable as the real world after all, and it can be used as a place to live in seclusion. But in the end, he couldn't bear the power of the gods. "Little devil, I'm going to kill you." In the huge deep pit, Susanoo Zishan flashed a blue electric current, walked out of the deep pit, and said very angrily. At this time, Susanoo was very embarrassed, and his whole body was covered with burns and scalds. The most serious thing is that the entire right hand has been broken. It can be seen that under the attack just now, Susanoo instantly made the practice of abandoning the car to protect the handsome. At the cost of sacrificing an arm, he resisted the terrifying thunder, so that he was not completely destroyed by the blow just now. When Susanoo roared, the Amakusa cloud sword in Sekyuunena's hand came out of his hand and returned to Susanoo's hand in an instant. After holding the Amazuma cloud sword, Susanoo suddenly burst out with a vigorous fighting spirit. There is also a hint of sharpness belonging to the heroic god of steel on his body. Breath. Moreover, the damage he suffered just now will quickly recover as a result. It turned out that this day from the cloud sword is not an ordinary weapon, but the subordinate god of Susanoo, just like the pig and the sand monk summoned by Sun Wukong. More importantly, the Tiankong Yunjian was created from the body of the Orokai after Susanoo beheaded the Orokai. In other words, Susanoo is the embodiment of the heroic god of steel, which is equivalent to the authority of steel. At the moment of holding the Amazuma cloud sword, Susanoo regained the power that belongs to the god of war. Seeing this, Suhai did not have the slightest concern or intention to stop him, but instead showed a hint of interest. Suhai, who wants to improve his martial arts skills, is very interested in highly skilled enemies. After all, fighting against such enemies can quickly improve his martial arts skills, just like Lancelot a few days ago. Seeing this, Suhai did not control the thunder of wrath to continue to attack, but took out the sword of oath of victory from the space. The magic power under his feet was activated, and he approached Susanoo in an instant, and attacked with exquisite swordsmanship. During the attack, Suhai also released the true name of the sword of victory from time to time, releasing a huge golden torrent. With the current strength of Suhai, when using the sword of oath of victory, he can unblock his real name almost infinitely without any charge. "I'm so disappointed, are you really the hero god of steel? It seems that the long retreat and peace have made you forget the way of fighting." But after the fight for a while, there was a hint of disappointment on Suhai's face. Said very helplessly now. Because at the moment of the fight, Suhai discovered that the fighting skills of Susanoo, who has the power of the hero of steel, were very unfamiliar and clumsy. At the beginning, Suhai thought it was just an illusion, but with the continuous fight, Suhai has already determined that this is the truth. Looking back on the original work, it seems that this guy was also solved by the monkey god. Obviously, he hasn't fought for too long, and his comfortable life has made Susanoo's martial arts rusty. In the eyes of ordinary people, this may be nothing, but in front of an opponent of the same level or stronger than himself, if he is unfamiliar in an instant, the enemy will seize the opportunity. The same was true for Susanoo at this time. His body was covered with wounds cut by the sword of promised victory. It's so boring. Suhai, who didn't want to waste any more, didn't stay. In his hand, Fifeng 12 divine halls shot out one after another, and under the action of the supernatural powers, the attacks from all directions instantly covered all directions of Susanoo. With a roar, Susanoo fell from the air, and the Amazumi cloud sword in his hand also fell out of his hand, fell to the ground, and was inserted not far from Susanoo's. Seeing Susanoo who was dying on the ground, Suhai didn't do anything to kill him directly. Instead, it was tied up with the lock of the sky. After all, Suhai still needs it to unlock the seal of the last king. Come on, it's time for us to leave. Holding the bound Susanoo in one hand, and the Amazumi cloud sword drawn from the ground in the other, Suhai came to King Kyuuna and said slowly, 0, ask for flowers. At the same time, the urging mantra directly broke a space channel leading to the outside world. Rakshasa, King, can you take me away with you? However, at this moment, Princess Glassy, who was hiding in the distance to watch the battle, hurried out and said in a panic. At the same time, he looked up at the rapidly collapsing space around him. It turned out that in the battle just now, this space was first subjected to the destruction of the power of the sky. Later, he was attacked by the power of the Sword of Oath of Victory, and he couldn't hold on any more. If the glass jar princess stays here again, it will be annihilated by the spatial turbulence together with this space. There is no free lunch in the world, and if you want to get something, you have to pay the corresponding price. 0. I can save your life, but from now on, your life will belong to me. Looking at the glass-eyed princess in front of him, Suhai did not refuse, but said with great interest. After all, taking one more person to leave is just a small effort for me. What's the point of being able to harvest such a beauty? No one in this world wants to die for no reason, and Princess Glassy is no exception, so after thinking about Suhai's request for a while, he agrees directly. In this way, a group of 3 stepped into the space passage and left this world. And this huge netherworld space was completely shattered after the 3 of them left. This is what you want, I hope you won't let me down. After returning to the living room of the official history compilation committee, Suhai threw the Susanoo and Amakusa cloud sword in his hands to the god Sunivia. Said slowly. Looking at Susanoo, who looked like a dead dog, a hint of surprise flashed in Saya Gongzhen's eyes, who was standing beside him. Although Sayakami Uko had fantasized from the very beginning that Susanoo was not the opponent of Suhai, the strongest god killer. But as one of the 3 nobles in Japanese mythology, Saya Gongzheng guessed that it would not be easy for Suhai to capture Susanoo. But now it seems that Suhai is not only successful, but also very relaxed, and even the clothes and hair are not messy. 2. Chapter 116. Looking at Susanoo on the ground and Amazumi Yunjian, the god Sunivia was also surprised, although he knew that Suhai would not lie to himself. But now it is still very shocking to see a living steel hero god thrown at his feet. However, in addition to being surprised, god Sunivia did not hesitate at all, and directly summoned the Holy Grail. Susanoo and Amakusa Yunjian inhaled into the Holy Grail. After all, the combination of the 2 is the complete hero god of steel. A few days later, in a wasteland north of Neon, 4 people floated in the air, quietly watching everything below. I saw that in the very center of the wasteland, there was a long boulder standing up. If you look closely, you will find that this boulder resembles a huge blade. Husband, is this the place where Sanchi 0 is the seal of the last king you said? But why does the concubine feel ordinary? Did not sense the breath of any god of disobedience on this. In the mid-air above the boulder, one of the women in a white hanfu carefully observed the stone below. A trace of doubt and confusion flashed across his face, and he turned his head and asked the black-haired man next to him. Obviously this woman, it seems that this stone has nothing unusual except that it looks a bit strange and the body is relatively large. Yes or not, wait and try to find out. Facing the beautiful woman's words, the black-haired man said with a smile. Obviously, the black-haired man can't be 100% sure either. My dear friend, there is such a fun thing, you don't even tell me about this friend. The blonde man standing on the far left also spoke at this time. I saw that this man always had a smile on his face, like a sunny boy. I didn't inform you, didn't you run over by yourself? And if I remember correctly, we've met twice in total, and I don't remember when we became best friends. Facing the blonde man's familiar character and words, the black-haired man was obviously helpless. Needless to say, the group of four is clearly Suhai, Luo Shi, Salvatore Toni and the god Zunivia. It turned out that since the last time I captured Susanoo, I gathered all the conditions for resurrecting the last king. Suhai searched for the sealed place of the last king in the neon carpet style. After this period of time, the emperor paid off and finally found a place that was most likely to be the seal place. This is the sword-shaped stone in front of Suhai today. During this period, Luo Hao heard that Suhai was going to release the seal of the king of the last, and after the final battle with the king of the last. He also rushed over from Lushan Mountain in Daxia immediately. According to Luo Hao's original words, husband and wife should share blessings and share difficulties. As for Salvatore Redtani, I don't know where the news came from. After hearing that Suhai was going to unblock the king of the last, not only did not stop, but felt that the king of the last was a good opponent. He rushed over from southern Europe non-stop, and had to join the team in a shameless manner. For a pure martial arts pursuer like Salvatore Toni, a person who pursues the limit and has a firm belief. Suhai also appreciates it, plus Salvatore Toni didn't do too much, nor was he an enemy. Suhai really couldn't use force to drive this guy away, so he had no choice but to let this guy join in. Facing Suhai's straightforward words and helpless eyes, even Salvatore Toni, a cheeky guy, flashed a hint of embarrassment for a while. The smile on his face was slightly stiff. Okay, let's get started. However, Suhai doesn't care if the guy is embarrassed or not. After speaking in a bad mood, he turned around and said to the god Zunivia next to him. Indicates that she can try to unblock it. After receiving the order, the god Zunivia, who was a little impatient in his heart, also hurriedly landed from the air to the bottom of the giant stone tablet. Then he summoned the not-so-big Holy Grail, and I saw that the god Zunivia took out a handle from nowhere, and at first glance, it was not the 7 songs of ordinary quality. He cut his own palm and dripped his blood as the ancestor of the gods into the Holy Grail. Then at this moment, the Holy Grail burst out with majestic power, feeling this terrifying magic power. Aside from Suhai, Salvatore Toni and Luo Hao who were next to him frowned slightly, and there was a hint of solemnity on their faces. Because in the perception of the two, the magic power that the Holy Grail erupted was at least 10 times that of their own, or even more. In this way, under the control of the god Zunivia, the Holy Grail carries the terrifying magic power, Susanoo, the god of steel hero, and his own blood. He quickly moved towards the giant stone monument, and at the moment of contact, the Holy Grail gradually sank into the giant stone statue. After the Holy Grail completely entered the stone statue, a giant stone statue began to quickly devour the magic power in the Holy Grail. Facing such a situation, there was a hint of excitement on the face of God Zunivia, because she knew that this time she should have found the right one. Because it is impossible for ordinary things to swallow so much magic power, perhaps only the legendary Last King's Savior sword can do this. In less than a cup of tea time, whether it is Susanoo, the god of disobedience, the terrifying magic power, or the blood of the ancestor of the goddess, Gunavia, who carries the breath of the Earth Mother Goddess. All were swallowed up by this giant stone statue, and the Holy Grail was spit out. At this time, the Holy Grail looked like an ordinary golden cup. 0.2 In the body of the Holy Grail, I can't feel the breath of any power. But at this moment, everyone frowned, because after waiting for a few breaths, this giant stone statue swallowed such a huge force, and there was no response at all. Boom! Fortunately, just when everyone thought it was a mistake, a blood-colored light radiated from the divine sword of salvation and rose into the sky. At this moment, the whole world shook without exception, whether it was the sky, the sea, or the ground, as if there were earthquakes. All the volcanoes in the whole world suddenly became active at this moment, and they looked like they were ready to go. The hot lava will cover the whole world, and no one can escape. Chapter 117. Obviously, after each resurrection of the previous king of the last, he would first eliminate the 7 gods layers in the world. Then it triggers the eruption of magma underground, covering the surface, the ocean, and the whole world. Destroy the entire world, and then regenerate. In this way, the gods layer has been controlled to 7 people or less. Looks like we got it right. Facing the sky-high beam of light and the changes in the whole world, Suhai muttered to himself. There was a smile on his face, not that Suhai wanted the world to be destroyed. Suhai is not a bloodthirsty person, but Suhai has enough confidence in himself that he can definitely defeat the last king. As long as the last king is eliminated, the annihilation will not happen. With the rise of the towering beam of light, the huge stone on the ground quickly shrank in the light. As the beam of light dissipated, the entire huge stone was gone, and there was only a white-haired boy who was very much in line with Western aesthetics. He was holding a long silver sword in his hand, which was obviously the divine sword of salvation. And the identity of this white-haired boy, needless to say, naturally 03 is the last king. Has a new round started again? The last king slowly opened his eyes, feeling the breath of the world, and murmured in his mouth. There was a trace of tiredness and numbness in his eyes, and there was no joy in resurrection. On the contrary, it seems to be accustomed to such things, and seems to have been numb. No, you're not Arthur, you're not Arthur. Compared to the 3 Suhai in the sky, God Zunivia's face changed greatly at this time, as if something happened, something he couldn't accept. Looking at the resurrected last king, some despair and helplessness were repeated. Obviously, after seeing the last king in person, the god Zunivia has determined that the last king is not King Arthur. Naturally, it wasn't the person she was after. From the moment of his reincarnation, the god Zunivia held the belief of resurrecting King Arthur, and tried every means possible. Over the long years, various conditions have been collected. Now that the last king has finally been resurrected, he suddenly finds that the last king who has worked so hard to resurrect is not the King Arthur he imagined. How could this be acceptable to the god Zunivia? This breath? Enshrine our ancestors. It seems that you resurrected me. Although I don't want to do it, this is the rule of the gods, and I can't change it. Looking at god Zunivia standing in front of him, the king of the end felt a little and immediately discovered the true identity of god Zunivia. He also understood that it was god Zunivia who liberated him. After all, in the countless reincarnations, it was the god ancestor who helped him break the seal every time. Between the words, the king of the end even directly pierced the god Zunivia's chest with the divine sword of salvation in his hand, under a faint light. The divine sword of salvation directly devoured the god Zunivia, who had no intention of dodging and was in collapse. After devouring god Zunivia, the divine sword of salvation also burst into a terrifying breath, showing the power of this invincible blade. It turned out that in every reincarnation, the ancestor who broke the seal would be killed by the last king with the sword of salvation. Because the divine sword of salvation needs the entire life of a god ancestor to be watered and activate the due power. Because of the relationship that happened too quickly, the 3 of Suhai didn't have time to stop it. Looking at the directly swallowed god Zunivia, the 3 of them frowned slightly. It's not that the 3 pity god Zunivia, or pity. It's just that the king of the end did not hesitate to kill the person who unblocked himself, and he had a trace of shame. Although Luo Hao is domineering as a god slayer, he goes his own way. But there are also basic principles. Okay, 3, let's start. If you want to live and the world will not be destroyed, then, please use all your power and tricks to your heart's content. Reseal me, otherwise, everything in the world will return to chaos. However, this is for the last king who has long been used to it. There was not the slightest emotional fluctuation, but instead, he shook the divine sword of salvation that was thoroughly inspired by his handshake. Pointing to the 3 of Suhai in the sky. Husband, let the concubine teach this evil person a lesson. Fifeng 12 palms. Facing the provocation of the king of the end, Luo Hao said a word and then directly stepped forward and launched an attack. A terrifying martial art is displayed incisively and vividly. However, in the face of Luo Shi, who has extraordinary martial arts skills, the king in the end also did not fall into the slightest disadvantage. On the contrary, he was able to handle it with ease. It can be seen that the martial arts of the last king are not inferior to Roman at all, and even more terrifying. Even if no other power is used, martial arts alone can still have the upper hand against Luo Hao, who is known as the king of martial arts. But this is also normal. As an existence who does not know how many times he has reincarnated, and every time he fights with the 7 gods in the world, even if he doesn't understand anything at the beginning, under the catalysis of a powerful enemy, his martial arts may have already reached its peak. My dear friend, I will go first. Seeing the last king whose swordsmanship surpassed 370 groups, Salvatore Toni's eyes suddenly lit up, and he also took out the long sword from the wooden box. Rush up and fight with the last king. Facing the flanking attack of Luo Hao and Salvatore Toni, the king of the end, who fought back only with martial arts, finally seemed to be in a hurry. In this way, after another cup of tea, Luo Yang finally seized the opportunity to use the magical powers and instantly approached the king of the end. In one move, Gale Wushan directly hit the chest of the last king, knocking the last king into the air, and for a split second in the air, the last king lost control over his body. In the south of the War City, in the north of Guo, the wild dead can be eaten without being buried. For me, the black is called, and it is a Hao, the great power of the King Kong. Swear it here. I don't allow anything that I can't cut. And this sword is an invincible blade that can cut and cut through everything on the ground. Silver Arm the Ripper. Facing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Luo Hao and Salvatore Toni were both highly skilled in martial arts, so naturally they couldn't miss it. They all used their ability to press the bottom of the box, and in an instant, a giant golden palm fell from the sky, and a silver sword energy that seemed to cut everything broke out of the air. Chapter 118. However, just when these two attacks were about to hit the king of the end, a terrifying incantation that was more than 10 times stronger than Luo Hao and Salvatore Toni suddenly burst out from the body of the king of the last. Quantitative change caused qualitative change, and this terrifying power instantly destroyed the golden giant palm. Salvatore Toni's sword energy that could cut off almost everything was easily resisted by the king of the end with the sword of salvation. Even if the sword chi that can even slash the sky is not there, the divine sword of salvation leaves no traces. Under this terrifying storm, Luo Hao and Salvatore Toni received a strong impact, as if they were hit by a meteorite. It flew out quickly. Fortunately, Suhai, who had been staying in the sky at this time, also shot and immediately disappeared and appeared in the middle of the way, taking Luo Hao, who couldn't control himself. After removing this terrifying power, Luo Hao regained control over his body. As for Salvatore Toni, he was not so lucky. He flew out and crashed through a hill 2 kilometers away. It only stopped when it was embedded in the mountain of the second mountain. If it wasn't for the extremely abnormal physique of the god, perhaps this guy would have already lost his life in the terrifying impact and the collapsed mountain. However, although Salvatore Toni escaped the disaster with his strong physical fitness, his body also suffered a lot of shocks. For a while, I'm afraid I won't be able to breathe. You go to a distance to rest first. Just leave this guy to me to deal with. Looking at Luo Hao in his arms, Suhai said slowly. Obviously not going to wait any longer, the reason why Suhai didn't stop Luo Yang at the beginning. It was because Suhai knew in his heart that although Luo was a woman, she had unparalleled confidence in her own martial arts. Even if he opened his mouth to stop him, he might not be able to persuade him. Only by fighting in person can Luo Hao understand the horror of the king of the end. And with himself by his side, Suhai didn't worry about Luo Hao's danger at all. After all, he could rescue him at any time. Husband, be careful. This guy is scary and I can feel he has something to hide. Thinking back on the power that the king of the end burst out just now, Luo Yang still had lingering fears in his heart. This kind of crushing power, Luo has only felt it once in Suhai. And this time, the power that the last king erupted was stronger than the power that Suhai erupted when he fought with him. And by virtue of the martial artist's strong intuition, Luo Hao could feel that this was not the full strength of the king of the end. Don't worry, I know his power very well. I'm sure to defeat him, otherwise I wouldn't let him out. Suhai naturally knew what Luo Hao was worried about. Just as Luo Hao thought, the most powerful power of the King of the End was actually not used. Of course, Suhai knows all this. Seeing such a confident Suhai, Luo Hao obediently stayed away from the battlefield and quietly watched the battle on a mountain top several kilometers away. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. I can feel that you are different from the two of them. But is it really appropriate not to let the two of them attack me together? Although it is impossible to feel the true strength of Suhai, the last king who has experienced many battles has a keen sense that Suhai is not simple. It gave him a strong feeling different from ordinary shrine gods. As a destroyer, your words are too much. In the face of such wordy words, he doesn't look like the last king of a ruthless world destroyer. Suhai said directly. Immediately afterwards, the magic power in his body erupted, and a terrifying magic power that was several times greater than the last king erupted instantly. The King of the End, who had a calm face a second ago, also changed his face greatly under this sudden power. He quickly inserted the divine saber in his hand into the ground, thus resisting this wave of shocks. The last king who stabilized his figure had an incredible look in his eyes. To know that the magic power in his own body is 10 times that of a god. In other words, the magic power in Suhai's body is dozens or hundreds of times that of a god's layer. Although the energy in the body does not represent a person's true combat effectiveness. But there is no doubt that strength is the source of a strong person, and more strength means more things can be done. A terrifying mantra was on his body, and Suhai instantly disappeared in place. But when he appeared again, he was already in front of Wei Wei's last king. A punch broke through the air. Before the fist arrived, the punch came first. With a punch straight to the face of the oppressed King of the End was already deformed. In the face of such a rapid force, far exceeding his own attack, the King of the End also quickly raised the indestructible sword of salvation to resist in front of him. I want to use this to take on this attack. But unfortunately, at the moment when the fist and the blade collided, the King of the End knew that he was wrong. The sharp savior sword could not cut Suhai's flesh fist at all, but the terrifying power was transmitted to the body of the last king through the blade. Under this terrifying force, the King of the End was punched into the ground. It stopped after falling directly into the ground for hundreds of meters. It turns out that although the sword of salvation is extremely sharp, at the moment of the attack, Suhai also used all the powers of protection. Under the action of these powers, coupled with Suhai's original physique, it is more terrifying than the gods. That's why the scene of meat boxing hitting the sword of salvation unscathed, good zhaos, was created. Friends, boom. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha. It's really surprising, there is such a terrifying guy like you in this era, no wonder you dare to let me out. You may really be stronger than me, but unfortunately, as long as this world still exists, you can't kill me. In less than 2 breaths, the ground exploded again, and the last king who was knocked into the ground rose into the sky again holding the divine sword of salvation. The moment he came out, the injury on the face of the last king recovered, and the whole person also returned to the peak state. As if it wasn't him who was attacked by that kind of terror just now. GBW. Faced with such a situation, Suhai couldn't help but frown slightly. Judging from the touch of his right fist just now, Suhai was quite sure that he had hit the final King Chen. And has already hurt him. Chapter 119. It's just that for some unknown reason, the King of the End recovered all his injuries in a very short period of time. Suhai, who was puzzled but couldn't find the reason for the time being, didn't plan to worry too much. If you can't guess the reason, then use the facts to prove it. Under Suhai's thought, the surrounding ground suddenly vibrated rapidly, and a dense sound came from the sky. I saw an ivory pig with a height of several hundred meters on the ground, a dozen giant apes with a height of only 100 meters, and a dense army of locusts appeared in the sky. Obviously, these mythical beasts were taken from the god Suhai killed immediately, and now they have all turned into the guardian beasts of his own earth and sky. Since obtaining the Kabbalah tree of life and creating his own chaotic world in his body, Suhai has been able to flexibly use the power of the sky and the earth at the same time. It is no longer as difficult to control as before, and now, summoning these guardian beasts is just a matter of randomness. After these mythical beasts became Suhai's relatives, their power also increased with the increase of the power of Suhai, the master. Today, the power of each of these divine beasts is in no way inferior to that of an ordinary god of disobedience. 373. In the face of the attacks of many divine beasts, even the last king seemed very embarrassed for a while. In the eyes of the last king, a mythical beast may be nothing at all. But if there are too many ants, they can also kill the elephant. Moreover, in the eyes of the last king, the strength of these divine beasts is far stronger than that of ants. Facing the locust mythical beasts that are not afraid of death. And the ape mythical beast and the wild boar that fought the last king in the front. Although the last king relied on the terrifying strength far beyond the god's lair and the invincible and shattering divine sword of salvation in his hand, he killed one divine beast after another. But in the end, it was engulfed by the swarm of locusts like the sky, and after a while, the last king was swallowed up by the swarm of locusts, leaving only a sword of salvation quietly inserted on the ground. Facing the disappearing last king, Luo Hao on the top of the mountain in the distance and Salvatore Tony who had just climbed out of the mountain had a smile on their faces. I was a little surprised that Suhai was able to kill the king of the end so easily, and at the same time I was a little glad that the crisis was over. Obviously, in the eyes of the two of them, the king of the end has not even a trace of blood left now, and must have died. However, Suhai frowned, not at all relaxed. Because Suhai can be sure that the last king is definitely not dead, after all, this restless world has not stopped at all. Volcanoes around the world are still active, the smoke from the crater has filled the whole world, and countless volcanic ash has been scattered into various cities. The whole world seemed to be doomsday, all the people fled in panic, and the city traffic was congested. And the fact is also the case, in the gaze of Suhai, as well as the surprised eyes of Luo Hao and Salvatore Tony. The sword of salvation on the ground erupted with a strong and dazzling light. It was as if something had been created out of nothing. It had already been swallowed by thousands of locusts, and fell to the last king. He appeared in front of the three of them with a smile on his face. The king of the end held the divine sword of salvation in his hand, as if he had just appeared. Is that so? It's quite an invincible ability. Although he did not kill the last king, Suhai also understood through this time that the last king's injuries recovered instantly, and he could even be reborn infinitely. At the moment when the last king recovered just now, Suhai could feel the power of the earth, sky, ocean, and even the power of flowers, birds, fish and insects being absorbed by the sword of salvation. It is precisely because of this power that seems to be the origin of the world that, Adake, makes the last king reborn. At this moment, Suhai finally understood the meaning of the sentence "As long as the world exists, I will never lose and never die" when the king of the end appeared. It turns out that in ancient times, the gods not only gave the last king the weapon of the gods, but also gave the last king the curse of immortality. As long as the world is not destroyed, you will never die, the last king. Even if the world is destroyed, after the world is reborn, the last king will be revived. For such an ability, Suhai can only say that it is simply a bug. If it weren't for the fact that the world's rank was too low, the last king would be just like the saints of heaven in the wild world. Covenant Dafa. The resurrected last king, watching the group of divine beasts rushing up again, did not hesitate to use the huge magic power to activate the divine sword of salvation in his hand. One after another, extremely complex, extremely huge purple magic circles rose into the sky, covering the entire sky. If you look closely, you will find that this huge purple magic circle is composed of countless tiny magic circles, and in every small magic circle, there is this weapon that exudes a divine breath. Vishnu in Hindu mythology Gadeo, Norse mythology Gungnir spear, eternal spear, Thor's hammer shining with thunder, and victory sword exuding the brilliance of victory. Whether it is bows and arrows, spears or shields, there are everything, and every weapon is wrapped in flames, thunder, ice, and radiance. All kinds of powerful forces. Among these seemingly endless weapons, Suhai now sees Sun Wukong's golden cudgel.
The things used by ancient Huxia heroes are like the Fangtian Huaji used by Lu Buletin and the Gentian silver spear used by Zhao Yun. It turned out that the sword of salvation in the hands of the last king is actually a collection of weapons of the gods, which is why the sword of salvation is indestructible. After the weapons of all beings were summoned, endless weapons shot out from the magic circle, turned into a relentless storm, and shot down from the air. The huge locust mythical beasts were pierced by weapons with different handles. At the moment of penetration, these weapons exploded with their own power or lightning, or ice, or flames. Instantly destroyed the body of the beast. Almost in an instant, dozens of millions of locust mythical beasts were ruthlessly wiped out. The wild boars on the ground and more than a dozen more powerful ape mythical beasts also fell to the ground and turned into ashes after being hit by a few divine weapons. Chapter 120. Of course, the targets of these weapons also included Suhai, but they were all easily blocked by Suhai. But there are too many weapons for this attack, almost endless. Even if Suhai's strength is strong, it is impossible to keep a low profile like this, because there is always a time of exhaustion. You are indeed strong, but your strength always runs out. The weapons of the gods are so vast that they can never be exhausted. Exhausted. Looking at Suhai being attacked by the weapons of the gods, the king of the end spoke slowly. With his immortal body and never-ending attack, the king of the end has never failed. Even if he encounters one or two powerful enemies in a certain reincarnation, he can directly consume the opponent. Today's Suhai is indeed stronger than all previous enemies, but the king of the end never thought he would lose. Because from the very beginning, the last king was already invincible, at least in the heart of the last king. Since I can't kill you in this world, then I will kill you in another world. In the face of an enemy like the king of the end, the average god tester is really helpless. But unfortunately Suhai is not an ordinary god from the beginning to the end. Under the overwhelming weapon attack, Suhai's body exuded a burst of bright light, and the moment the light appeared, it seemed as if the surrounding time had stopped. The weapon that was originally like a hurricane was frozen in mid-air. Even the last king is no exception. Although the last king at this time is still conscious, he can perceive the surrounding situation, but could not move. I could only watch Suhai wandering around in the arms that filled the entire space, and every time he took a step, his body changed a little bit. When Suhai came before the last king, he had become a supreme being bathed in holy light, wearing a holy robe, wearing a holy crown, and holding a Bible in his hand. With the seventh step of Suhai, the last king of Suhai came to another world. Needless to say, this world is the inner world created by Suhai. Since he can't kill the last king in the outside world, Suhai can't kill the last king in the world he created. This is another world. World tree? Is that so? God Killer seems to be your superior. After coming to this world, the last king also regained control of his body. After discovering that he had lost contact with the real world, the king of the end was a little unsure of himself, but he was immediately certain that this was a real world. It is not a space that is not stable at all like Netherworld, because if it is in a space like Netherworld, strictly speaking, it is still in the original world. The last king can sense the existence of the world and has an immortal body. In today's place, the last king has lost his sense of the world. And looking at the incomparably huge Kabbalah tree of life in the center of the world, the king at the end also understood everything. Although the king of the end has never seen the real Kabbalah tree of life, the tree in the center of the world has all the characteristics in line with the legendary Kabbalah tree of life, which is the tree of the world. This also made the king of the end understand that he had lost the most powerful body of immortality. Now, in front of Suhai, there is no chance of winning. Holding the Bible high above, Suhai looked at the last king below without any hesitation. After pushing the Bible away, endless thunder and flames soaring into the sky instantly engulfed the king of the end. Under this terrifying power, the king of the end didn't even resist in the slightest, and with a look of relief on his face, he disappeared in the flames and thunder. Only a lonely savior sword was left floating in the air, and the next moment, the perfection-level divine ritual in Suhai's mind was activated instantly. Everything that belongs to the last king has been transformed into Suhai's power, even the sword of salvation floating in the air is no exception. With Suhai's thought, it flew into his hands in an instant. Suhai can say that he likes this sword of salvation very much. The growth of You Dead Woman, the sword of oath of victory, has actually been a little out of step with Suhai's progress. Now that there is the existence of the sword of salvation, it can be regarded as a handy weapon. 0. Ask for flowers. 0. Under Suhai's observation, the sword of salvation was somewhat similar in appearance to the sword of oath of victory. No wonder the gods Sunivia and Lancelot mistook the last king for King Arthur. Apparently it was guessed because of the sword of salvation observed in some ancient books. At the moment when the last king died, the real world finally changed. The sky, the earth, and the ocean no longer shook. The active volcanic magma also flowed back to the depths of the ground, and the whole world settled down again. The beasts no longer fled everywhere, and the people who fled everywhere hugged each other with joy, thanking God. Looks like my friend succeeded. Facing the changes in the world, Salvatore Toni, who has recovered many, said thoughtfully. Luo Hao, who was beside him, also showed a smile like a blooming flower, with a proud look on his face. While the two were happy, Suhai, who was holding the sword of salvation, also appeared in front of them. Quilian, let's go, it's time to go home. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Suhai said slowly. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand, and it was self-evident what he wanted to do. Facing the invitation of his beloved, Luo Hao naturally did not hesitate, and also stretched out his right hand. The two held together turned into a ray of light and went away into the distance. Only Salvatore Toni was left messy in the wind, very embarrassed. In desperation, Salvatore Toni could only shake his head with a wry smile, and turn to leave. Welcome to the return of King Victory. At the extreme flying speed, Suhai returned to the shrine with Luo Tao in less than a quarter of an hour. Erica and other women who sensed the change in the world were also waiting at the gate of the shrine early. Seeing Suhai landing, he quickly said happily. You are really an inestimable fellow. I didn't expect that the fellow created by the enemy of our mother goddess, was really killed by you. Seeing Suhai returning with the sword of salvation in hand, Athena, the god of disobedience, also said with some emotion. 2. Chapter 121. In Athena's heart, although Suhai's terrifying power far exceeds the combined power of all the gods. Maybe it is possible to defeat the last king, but at most it is to reseal the last king. I never thought that Suhai could successfully kill the last king who has an immortal body. In this way, the time has come to a month later. On this day, in Lushan, Daxia, the lanterns were decorated and it looked extremely festive. All the disciples of the holy sect of the 5 prisons were busy. The entire world, including the Council of Sages, the Japanese Imperial 3 clan, the Southern European Magic Alliance, the Northern European Magic Alliance, and other leaders of all mysterious organizations, all came here. As for why this happened, it was mainly to attend a wedding. Today, the wedding of the strongest man in the world. On the top of 380s in Mount Lu, Suhai appeared in everyone's field of vision wearing a red groom's costume. There is no doubt that one of the protagonists today is Suhai. Standing beside Suhai were Luo Yang, Athena, Sikyouna, Liliana, Luculazia Zola, Banlaguyuri, and other women. Without a doubt, today is their wedding to Suhai. Perhaps only Suhai has such a powerful deterrent in this world that all the mysterious forces in the world send their leaders here to congratulate. Since both Suhai and Luo Hao prefer the relationship between ancient Huxia weddings, this time they did not use the Western style, but the ancient Huxia weddings. Is it really a room that makes people feel a little nostalgic? In the world of Demon High School, in Suhai's bedroom, a black hole suddenly formed, and after the black hole disappeared, a figure stood in the room. Looking at everything familiar in the room, he said with some emotion. Unsurprisingly, this person is naturally Suhai. In the world of the God's Lair, after the wedding, Suhai and the daughters lived in seclusion in Mount Lu for several years. Seeing that the time was almost up, he also opened the space channel to return. And the world of the God's Lair was naturally frozen because of this. At this time, Suhai was still carrying a long item wrapped in burlap. This is the divine sword of salvation. Perhaps because this weapon is too special, Suhai can't put it away and can only carry it with him. Faced with such a situation, Suhai, just like the guy Salvatore Tony, packed it in a box and carried it with him. While feeling a little emotional, Suhai also heard the voices of Rias and others talking outside, opened the door, and walked out slowly. The moment they entered the living room, Rias, Asia, Akeno Heimjima and other women were talking about something. "Darling, why do you feel like you have become a little different after not seeing you for a while?" Perhaps out of a woman's intuition, Suhai wore the same clothes as when she left. But Rias also always felt that Suhai seemed to have undergone a drastic change. It was different before, but it was impossible to say exactly what was different. This is also normal. How could Rias know that in the short period of time, Suhai went to another world, and lived in that world for several years? Only Medusa, who has experienced world travel, looked at Suhai with a strange look in her eyes. However, although Medusa knew in her heart that Suhai might use what happened just now to go to another world, she planned to say something. After all, this kind of thing is too bizarre, the less people know about it, the better. Although the girls of Rias are trustworthy, it is better to be cautious. Maybe he has become more handsome. Facing the inquiring eyes of Akeno Heimjima, Rias, and others, Suhai joked very calmly. Successfully won the eyes of the women. "Darling, it's getting late, let's go to rest." After everyone sat and played around for a while, Rias looked at the time, stood up suddenly, and said very boldly, as if swearing an oath of sovereignty. Then he pulled Suhai directly back to the room, and as the two left, Akeno Heimjima's eyes flashed a playful look. If Rias saw Heimjima Akeno's expression, she would definitely be vigilant. Every time Heimjima Akeno shows this look, there will always be someone unlucky. Among these unfortunate people, the host of Rias is also a frequent visitor. "Darling, Mrs. Mother said she wanted a..." After coming to the middle of the room, Rias was obviously a little embarrassed and said shyly. Although it has happened several times, it can be seen that Rias is still a little bit unable to let go. This time, the reason for taking such initiative is to summon up great courage. Of course, there was also a credit to Rias' mother. Faced with such a situation, Suhai would not refuse, and if he refused, it would undoubtedly make Rias very embarrassed. It takes a lot of courage for a woman to say such a thing. But just as the two were about to turn off the lights, a small purple magic circle appeared on the door handle. When I got down, I only heard the sound of the door lock turning, and the originally locked door was opened directly. Looks like it's about time. Suhai, but it belongs to everyone, the minister wants to have it all alone. The moment the door opened, Heimjima Akeno walked in with a smile on his face. Looking at the two people who were standing in the room, who were almost ready, he said slowly, with a playful look in his eyes. And behind Heimjima Akeno, Aisha, Tachin Kitten, and even 0.2 Medusa followed. Facing this sudden situation, Suhai was still calm. Rias did hid in the quilt in a hurry. Although they were all women, it was still a little embarrassing for others to see this situation. That's it. The next morning, Suhai heard a loud noise. The moment he raised his eyes, he saw Rias' questioning gaze. "What's wrong?" Facing the questioning gazes of the five pairs, Suhai didn't have time to appreciate the scenery in front of him, and asked a little strangely, "Darling, can you explain to me what's going on? Who is this blonde foreign beauty?" Looking at Suhai with a puzzled face, Rias exuded a dangerous aura, and asked word by word. Chapter 122. At the same time, he stretched out his fingers and pointed to the position next to Suhai. "Senior, the color is..." Even the Tachin Kitten next to him couldn't help but speak. It turned out that next to Suhai, there was a beautiful blonde girl hugging Suhai's arm and sleeping peacefully. Most importantly, this blonde girl turned out to be naked. God Zunivia! Feeling the touch of his arm, Suhai also subconsciously turned his head to look. After seeing the blonde girl's face, he couldn't help but be surprised. It turned out that this blonde girl was the god Zunivia of the God's Lair world, but the god Zunivia should have been killed when the last king was resurrected. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he should still be in the world of God's Lairs. Without Suhai's consent,
it would be impossible to follow him into this world. God Zunivia. Darling, it seems that you really know this child. Can I trouble you to explain it? What's going on with this child? Why does it appear here in such a state? After seeing the surprised Suhai, Rias also confirmed that Suhai knew God 03 Zunivia. There was a faint trace of black air behind him, and he said dangerously, as if awakening, an unknown personality. Wang, are you awake? Perhaps because of the noise of the crowd, the god Zunivia slowly woke up in the murmur. First, she rubbed her eye circles very cutely, and then dispelled her drowsiness. Looking at Suhai next to him, he said with a fascination. And he hugged Suhai very skillfully, rubbing his head constantly. What's going on with Nivya? You shouldn't have been killed by the last king. Looking at the awakened god Zunivia, Suhai asked the doubts in his heart. The current god Zunivia seems to be very obsessed with Suhai, and naturally he did not hide the slightest, and quickly told what happened. It turned out that after being killed by the last king, the god Zunivia did not dissipate. Instead, it was swallowed by the divine sword of salvation and became the existence of the sword spirit. This is the root of activating the power of the sword of salvation. It's just that at that time, although god Zunivia was still conscious, he had been recovering in the divine sword of salvation due to the great loss. And this recovery took several years, until last night, god Zunivia completely recovered and was able to change into a human appearance. After listening to all this, Suhai can be considered to understand everything. It turns out that the sword of salvation is the god Zunivia, no wonder it can appear in this world. After all, the sword of salvation, as his current weapon, was brought back by Suhai. Darling, doesn't this child have a confused memory? What other world, what the last kings? Suhai understood, but Rias and the other girls became more and more confused. They even thought that the god Zunivia had lost his memory or lost his memory. He is talking nonsense, after all, other worlds are still too appalling. I was going to find a time to explain it to you later. Since that's the case, I'll tell you a few other interesting experiences today. With the current strength of Suhai, in this world, except for the infinite dragon god Orpheus, and the real red dragon god Emperor, who ranks among the world's top powerhouses, no one is Suhai's opponent. In fact, there is no need to be too cautious. Taking this opportunity, Suhai also briefly recounted the fact that he could travel through other worlds. Of course, Suhai didn't mention the existence of the system. After all, the system is the foundation of his life, if not someone he absolutely trusts and can control. It is impossible for Suhai to be exposed. Darling, aren't you sick? Why did you start talking nonsense? Facing Suhai's sincere and serious words, Rias was still very shocked even though she had believed it. With some affirmation, Akenoheimjima, Rias, and other women finally accepted this indisputable fact. But obviously, judging from their surprised expressions, it will take a while to digest and accept. But in addition to being surprised, Rias also had a look of relief on her face. Because of the rapid increase in Suhai's strength since he was young, the reason is found. Seeing Rias who was in surprise, Suhai didn't bother, ready to give them some time to digest it by themselves. As for Suhai, he just left home with the sword of salvation that god Zunivia transformed back and flew towards the distant sky. Is this the system that the biblical lowly god created? Half a day later, in a white world full of holy light, Suhai stood in front of a group of lights and muttered to himself. It does have that guy's breath on it, and I think it is indeed the handwriting of the Bible God. Facing Suhai's words, Drake also answered. It's just that there is a hint of solemnity in the words, obviously remembering the scene of being crushed when fighting with the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible, as one of the top 380 players in the world, is enough to compete with Beastmaster 666, Orpheus and others. Drake, who was one of the two heavenly dragons at the beginning, and the White Dragon Emperor acted recklessly on the battlefield of angels and demons, and were directly made into god-killing tools by the Bible god Lowly. Without the power to resist, Drake will naturally never forget such a situation. If Drake knew that the God of the Bible at that time, because of the seal of the Holy Beastmaster 666, he would be even more surprised. You guy came here suddenly,
do you want to take over this system and take over the position of that guy from the Bible God? If it were you, you would indeed have this strength. While speaking, Drake said with some guesswork. It turned out that after leaving home, Suhai quickly came to the heavenly realm, where the angels of the biblical forces live. Facing Drake's words, Suhai smiled and said nothing. Suhai was actually a person who was afraid of trouble, and naturally he didn't come to take over the position of the angel and the God of the Bible. Maybe he killed the God who didn't obey and had the same personal relationship. The moment Suhai returned to this world, he immediately sensed the call of this system. With his own purpose in mind, Suhai followed these summons to take a look. Chapter 123. Forget the position of the God of the Bible, I'm only interested in the rules and powers under my control. Facing Drider's doubts, Suhai spoke slowly. Then he reached out and touched the light group in front of him, and began to receive the rules. It turned out that the reason why Suhai came here, apart from being a little curious, was for the knowledge controlled by God in the Bible. The God of the Bible, as one of the strongest in the world, must have extraordinary knowledge. What Suhai lacks most now is all kinds of rules and knowledge. Only by constantly improving the power that he does not have, can Suhai be able to drive the Kabbalah tree of life in his body to grow rapidly and constantly improve his world. Only in this way can you quickly improve your cultivation. At the moment of contact with the celestial system, a huge amount of novel knowledge entered Suhai's mind. The celestial system is worthy of being a masterpiece of the gods in the Bible, which includes almost all the knowledge of the gods in the Bible, and even the methods of making gods, turning angels to create angels, and so on. Of course, there is also the understanding of God in the Bible about the rules of the world, the sky, and the earth, and so on. As a person's strength improves, the more he goes to the back, the more he needs to settle. For the top powerhouses, the amount of knowledge and the level of understanding of the rules often represent the strength or not. This familiar feeling. It's my Lord. My Lord did not fall, my Lord is back. Just when Suhai was madly absorbing the rules of the celestial system, the biblical gods comprehended, in another place in the celestial world. There are 4 12-winged angels sitting around, as if talking about something. One of them is the current angel leader Michael, and the other 3 are female angels. Obviously, it is the seraph of the same level as Michael, and the most powerful fighting force in the world today, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel. Among the 3 female angels, Gabriel, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the heaven, has a flawless figure and chest, and her beauty is comparable to that of the god of beauty. As the 4 blazing angels of today's world, they control the order of the entire heaven together. Nowadays, what people discuss is how to live peacefully with the demon fallen angel. When talking about the most critical moment, Michael, who has always been mature and steady, suddenly changed his face. Without warning, he stood up from his position and looked into the distance. While muttering to himself, his face was very complicated. At first I couldn't believe it, then I became very surprised and excited. The whole person rose directly into the sky, turned into a golden light, and went into the distance. What happened to Michael? That direction is the direction of the celestial system. Is there something wrong with the system? Seeing Michael, who was leaving in such a panic, a trace of doubt flashed on the faces of the 3 of Gabriel. After looking at each other, they also flapped their wings and chased after them. On the other hand, almost all the knowledge stored in the Suhai Bianzhong weather system was read through in one breath. Of course, this is only equivalent to copying. It also requires a lot of understanding. Only after mastering it, can you create corresponding rules in your own world through the Kabbalah tree of life in your body. Continue to improve your world and enhance your strength. But this time the harvest can also be said to be huge, because with the knowledge of the biblical gods, Suhai will save immeasurable time. It is equivalent to taking a shortcut without side effects. So is it coming soon? This speed is really beyond my expectations. The moment he received the knowledge, before Suhai had time to observe the world around him again, he felt that there were 4 relatively powerful breaths approaching quickly from the horizon. You don't have to think about it, you know that it must be Michael and the others, the 4 great blazing angels of the heaven. As the agent of the celestial system, although Michael cannot fully control the celestial system, he can also use the celestial system to do things that only God can do. There is also a little connection with the celestial system, so before coming here, Suhai had expected that as long as he touched the celestial system, Michael would definitely be able to sense it. I just didn't expect that Michael's movements were so fast, but it was only a matter of moments, and Michael had already rushed over. What Suhai didn't know was that since the fall of the biblical god, the whole heaven can be said to be in chaos. Although some order was reluctantly restored under the management of Michael, Gabriel, and others. Some core things cannot be completed after all, such as turning around and creating a new angel. Without the existence of God, the weather has been unable to reincarnate human beings into new angels and replenish the number of angels. Although Michael learned the set of demon flags and made a poker system belonging to the heavens, he could transform humans into angels in disguise, but it was a drop in the bucket after all. Now, Michael suddenly sensed the breath of God, whether it was the unparalleled faith in his heart, or for the entire heaven. Naturally, Michael was very excited and longed for the return of God. But all this, Suhai did not know, and did not want to care. So without hesitation, he activated his magical powers and disappeared in place. Although the speed of Michael and others was extremely fast, they only saw a blurred back from a distance, and they flashed by in front of their eyes. Then, Suhai, who was standing in front of the celestial system, disappeared. In the next instant, Michael and Gabriel came to the celestial system. Why? I'm Michael, my lord's most loyal soldier, why doesn't my lord want to see me? Michael, who stopped, stretched out his right hand, as if trying to grab something. Recalling the figure that flashed past a second ago, Michael was stunned in place, and kept repeating in his mouth. As if the belief in the heart was collapsing, a trace of black air emerged from the 12 golden wings. Michael, stop, you will fall to the sky like this. In the end, what happened? Although Raphael and Gabriel still haven't figured out the situation, but looking at Michael's current state, they quickly reminded DxD. They knew very well that if Michael was allowed to go on like this, then, I am afraid that Michael will fall into a fallen angel. If the leader of the celestial world degenerates into a fallen angel, one can imagine what terrible things will happen. Chapter 124. Under the reminder of Gabriel and others, Michael finally reacted and quickly controlled his emotions. Fortunately, in time, otherwise it may really be out of control. What happened to Michael? Your emotions are so excited that you almost fell to the sky. Looking at Michael, who had calmed down, Raphael, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but ask. Since Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel were a little slower, they didn't see Suhai's back when he left. So I don't know that just a second ago, there was still a figure standing in front of the heaven system. It's my lord is back. A trace of complexity flashed in his eyes, and Michael said without hesitation. Michael, did you feel wrong? My lord has long been in the last war. After hearing the words my lord, whether it was Raphael, Uriel, or Gabriel, the most beautiful woman in the heavens, their expressions changed greatly, and they said subconsciously. Obviously, the only person who can afford their master is the God of the Bible. But they are also very clear that in the war as early as 1,000 years ago, the God of the Bible has fallen because he first fought with Beastmaster 666 and then joined the battlefield. Although Gabriel and others do not want to admit it, this is an indisputable fact. You can't go wrong. 403, the heaven system was fully activated just now. Although the time is very short, this is something that only my Lord can do. That supreme aura can't be wrong, only the Lord who created us can have such a person. Although it's only for a moment, I have seen the figure of my Lord just now, but my Lord seems to be avoiding us on purpose and doesn't want to meet us. Obviously, based on the information fed back by the celestial realm system, as well as his own induction, Michael is very sure. The back that I saw just now must belong to the God of the Bible. Seeing that Michael was so sure of himself, Gabriel and the others were also very surprised. Because they know that Michael may be wrong, but the heaven system will not feel wrong. Today, even the heaven system has given clear feedback, which proves that what Michael said is right, and that God in the Bible is not dead. For a time, the expressions of the three of them were very complicated, and it was impossible to describe them in words. However, it can be seen that their hearts are very excited. No, although, Adake, I don't know why my lord doesn't want to see us. But I can't let my lord go on like this anymore. Gabriel would trouble you to go down to the realm to find my lord in person. At that moment just now, although I didn't see my lord's current appearance clearly, I also saw the back. It was a mortal school uniform, so I speculate that my lord should be disguised as a student now. God was originally capable of changing myriad forms, so Michael was not surprised or doubted at all that God in the Bible had a new form. Recalling the capricious character of the Bible God today, although Michael didn't want to go against the will of the Bible God, he couldn't let the Bible God be this wayward anymore, at least that's what Michael thought. It can be seen that, as the assistant of the God lowly in the Bible, Michael really worked very hard. After all, every God is willful. For such a mission, Gabriel naturally did not hesitate at all, and even felt very honored. He nodded quickly and agreed with Michael's decision. Originally, Raphael and Uriel, who were next to him, also wanted to go together. After all, getting back to the God of the Bible was the most important thing for the heavens. However, it was rejected by Michael in the end. First, because the world still needs someone to sit in. If the 4 blazing angels leave 3 at once, the heaven will inevitably be empty. The second is that the 3 blazing angels are dispatched together, which is too conspicuous, and will inevitably attract the attention of some interested people from other forces. After making the final decision, Gabriel also left the heaven through the portal and went to the human world. "Darling, where have you been? Why did you come back now? It's time to eat." On the other side, in the hall of Suhai's house, as soon as Suhai, who was wearing a leopard king student uniform, entered the hall, Rias stood up from the sofa and asked in confusion. In the previous half-day, Rias had apparently looked for Suhai, but couldn't find it, which is why she had this question. "Go to heaven for a circle." Facing Rias' question and the doubtful eyes of the girls next to Himejima Akeno, Suhai didn't hide the slightest bit, and said with a smile on his face. It seems that the heaven to him is just a place where he can enter and exit at any time. But unfortunately, Rias and other women didn't believe Suhai's words at all, and just gave Suhai an angry look. Suhai is extremely powerful now, Rias and others know it. But they don't know how strong it is, and they are only guessing. At most it can reach the level of the devil. But even a strong demon king cannot enter or leave the heaven at will. Therefore, they naturally did not believe Suhai's light words. Only Medusa, who was next to him, never spoke, and never doubted the authenticity of Suhai's words. After all, for Suhai's real strength now, perhaps only she who is closely connected with Suhai can clearly sense it. In this regard, Suhai just smiled and did not explain too much. He went back to the sofa and sat down, and had a peaceful meal with Rias and the other girls. However, what Rias and Suhai and others don't know is that while they are eating. However, there are some interesting people who come to Dog King Town in various ways. If Suhai had seen these people with his own eyes, he would have found that among these people there were fallen angels, demons, and church believers. It can be said that people from the 3 major forces of the Bible system have gathered together. After eating, everyone went to rest one after another. However, after learning last night's lesson, Rias and Himejima Akeno and other women made a pact, that is, each of them takes turns to have Suhai for 1 day. While Rias was the minister, Suhai's fiancé had 2 days alone. It should have been 3 days, but at a critical time, God Zunivia also jumped out to occupy a place. Today's God Zunivia can be said to have completely relied on Suhai and regarded Suhai as the existence of King Arthur. So there are exactly 6 people, a total of 7 days, 1 reincarnation a week. Chapter 125. Early the next morning, after everyone got up, they headed towards Kawang Academy. After all, Sunday is over, and today is the day to start school. Kana. Along the way, the group chatted and laughed. It's just that when she came to the school gate, Rias looked at the person in front of her and called out in confusion. It turned out that at the school gate, there were already 2 girls in the uniform of the Leopard King Academy waiting. It was Shito-sana, the younger sister of the current demon king Seraphil Leviathan, and her queen, Mora Chunyi. He is also the president and vice president of the student council. Looking at the expressions of the two, it was obvious that they were waiting for Suhai and others to arrive. To be more precise, he should be waiting for Rias to arrive. Two very interesting guests have come to see you and me. I think you need to meet, let's talk as we walk. Shido-sana, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Rias coming, and glanced at Suhai, who was surrounded by all the girls, without a trace, and said bluntly. A glimmer of envy flashed in his eyes. This was not because Ji Kuokang was interested in Suhai, nor was he jealous of Rias. It's just a simple feeling, and I wish Rias to get rid of the family marriage and find the person she likes. After all, this is something that almost no demon noble can escape. Even if she is the sister of the demon king, she may accept the same fate as Rias in the future. I just don't know if Ji Kuang-na could meet someone like Suhai at that time and help her out of this fate. However, although he felt emotion in his heart, Ji Kuokangna did not show it, after he finished speaking. Then he and Rias walked side by side toward the Mysticism Research Club. It can be seen that Rias and Shitukana have a very good relationship. After all, the identity and family background are the same, and they have lived together in the same place for so long. Is that so? Looks like you've agreed. On the way, Rias also learned about the identities and purposes of the two visitors after Shitukangwana's explanation. After frowning slightly, he asked back. After all, the identities of these two comers are a bit too special for demons. From the perspective of the ultimate goal, it is also very beneficial to us demons. So I didn't say no. Ji Kuokangna didn't hide it in the slightest, and nodded directly and affirmed. In this way, in the process of talking, everyone quickly came to the old dormitory building of the Mysticism Research Association. At the door of the old dormitory building, two figures were standing. I saw these two people wrapping their entire bodies in a priest's uniform, and at first glance they were members of the church congregation. No wonder Rias frowned slightly after hearing the identities of these two people. After all, for the devil, the church congregation has always been a hostile existence. Okay, then I won't interfere with your choice, you can talk about it yourself. Seeing that the purpose of his introduction had been achieved, Ji Kuokangna did not stay too much, and after saying a word, he left with Zhen Luo Chunji. When he turned to leave, he glanced at Suhaya without a trace. I probably understand your purpose, but let's talk about the specific things slowly. Although the other party is a member of the church congregation, but now, after all, he is visiting as a guest. As a demon noble, Rias naturally would not forget the courtesy of hospitality, but she opened the door very decently, and walked in with two people who could not tell whether it was a man or a woman. After entering the living room and sitting down, the two took off the hoods on their heads and put down the weapons in their hands wrapped in white cloth. Showing his appearance, he saw two beautiful girls in black tight-fitting combat uniforms under the white priest uniform. One has short blue hair, and the other has a pale yellow double ponytail. Needless to say, these two were Xinwoya Quarta and Wisteria Irina, who were the holy sword holders of the church congregation. The purpose of their visit this time is to destroy the holy sword that was stolen by the traitors and forged from the fragments of the sword of the king. What? Kirk Ball. That's a fallen angel Cotter. Even if the two of you come to the church congregation, aren't you afraid that the two of you will die without a place to be buried? At the same time, another purpose is to eliminate the mastermind this time, the fallen angel officer Kirk Ball, who is a 10-winged fallen angel. 0. Ask for flowers 0. After hearing the news, Rias was very surprised. Obviously, when we were on the road just now, due to time constraints, Ji Kuokangna only gave a brief introduction and did not elaborate. Hearing this news now, Rias is naturally very surprised. Because in Rias's knowledge, a powerful enemy like Kirk Ball is simply not something that the new generation of demons who have not yet grown up can deal with. In the face of such a powerful enemy, the church congregation had only sent 2 holy sword suitors. It's no different from dying. This doesn't need your demons to care, we naturally have our own cards. 0. You demons just need to allow us to act in your territory and promise not to interfere in our battles.
Although I'm not willing to compromise with the demons, to be honest, we don't have the energy to deal with new enemies now. And before we came, we had a mortal mentality, even if we died, we must destroy the holy sword and never let it fall into the hands of evil people. Obviously, Wisteria Irina and Wisteria still have some awareness of Kirkball's power, but the degree of awareness is far from enough. Although he knew that he was not an opponent, he had the ridiculous idea that he could die together. But this is also normal. For a powerful enemy, without an accurate understanding, this kind of ridiculous self-righteousness often occurs. Seeing that the two were so stubborn, Rias took a look at Suhai, but she didn't refuse. It didn't affect her anyway, so she promised not to do sneak attacks from behind. Seeing this, Wisteria Irina and Zenovia also showed satisfied smiles, picked up the holy sword next to them again, and prepared to stand up and leave. You are the human fiancé of Rias Gemin Ri. As the holder of the Sword of Oath of Victory, the reincarnation of human heroes, who often join forces with demons, is simply a fallen human. However, the moment she stood up, Zenovia suddenly paused, looked aside with her own eyes. Suhai, who had been very leisurely from beginning to end, said bluntly. 2. Chapter 126. Facing Zenovia's words, whether it was Rias, Heimjima Akeno, Tachin Kitten, or Asia, they all frowned slightly, and looked at Zenovia a little unkindly. To a certain extent, Zenovia's words were very rude. There is no absolute good or absolute evil in this world. I have my own criteria for judging good and evil. For you today, demons may be evil beings, or they may be your enemies. But for me, they are all people I care about and need to protect. For the ignorant words of a pious girl, Suhai didn't care about her as much as she did, but spoke slowly. Not much explanation. There was no sign of anger. After all, the two only have different positions, and Zenovia is not the enemy of 420 Suhai. As long as it's not an enemy, Suhai is very patient. Faced with such an answer, Zenovia took a deep look at Suhai, bowed slightly, and left with Wisteria Irina apologetically. It wasn't that Zenovia's mind was changed by a simple sentence, but it was just out of politeness that she apologized for the a bit too much she said just now. Minister, is this really okay? Seeing the backs of the two girls leaving, Heimjima Akeno came to Rias and asked slowly. I don't know if Heimjima Akeno was referring to the matter of sitting on the sidelines, or the matter of promising Zenovia to move freely in this town. Or maybe both. Now is a tense time, and it is not appropriate to play against the Holy Church. And the Holy Sword is an extremely dangerous existence for us demons. If they can destroy it, it will be a very lucky thing. Facing Heimjima Akeno's question, Rias spoke slowly. It's just that her expression was not as relaxed as she expressed in her words, and there was a trace of worry on her face. Apparently, Rias also held a bit of luck in her heart, feeling that Zenovia and the two might really be able to destroy the holy sword from the hands of Kirkball, the ten-winged fallen angel. I say you're taking Kirkball too simplistic, a little. Although Kirkball is nothing in front of a real powerhouse, he is at least a quasi-demon king level fallen angel. You don't really think that two holy sword adapters can have any chance in Kirkball's hands with the holy sword. Although this sentence may be a bit cruel, it's a fact. It's rude to say that even if you still have Kang Na, plus the two just now. There is no chance at all. The Demon King level powerhouse and the upper level are an insurmountable gap. Suhai next to him also heard a bit of luck in Rias' mouth, and spoke slowly in order not to let Rias suffer in the future. And if I'm not wrong, that guy Kirkball's target should be Rias and Shitasana, the two of you. After all, that guy has so many places to go, but he has to come to this town. Moreover, Kirkball is a well-known fighter among the fallen angels. If he kills the sisters of the two demon kings, it will definitely cause two conflicts. War of the forces of the other side. In order to prepare Rias mentally, Suhai continued to remind her. Suhai, who has read the original book, naturally knows the real purpose of this guy Kirkball. The reason why he stole the holy sword is to lead the angels to this town. Then kill Rias and Shitasana, the sisters of the two demon kings, in order to trigger the battle between angels, demons, and fallen angels. Perhaps it was the discovery of Kirkball's conspiracy that Michael only sent 2 holy sword suitors, and no real powerhouses in the heavenly realm participated in the battle. At that time, even if something happens, the heavens will not be involved. After all, they are only 2 holy swords, and they are simply not strong enough to kill Rias and Shitukana. It can be said that Wisteria Irina and Zeno are just 2 poor children. Rias, I think it's better to inform the Demon King. Hearing Suhai's explanation, everyone present suddenly realized, and their expressions changed suddenly. Some worried about Rias' safety. Himejima Aquino hurriedly said 0. Now inform my brother, it may be too late. And facing Himejima Aquino's words, Rias hesitated for a while. As someone who has always wanted to be independent, Rias does not like to rely on her brother, who is a demon king, and the power of her family. And time is also a problem. Don't worry. I just let you know the real situation, so I won't be too passive. You are all my people. With me, that guy in Kirkball can't hurt you. Just when Rias was a little hesitant, Suhai's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Until this moment, everyone remembered that there was an unfathomable Suhai. The so-called authorities are fans, and the bystanders are clear. At that moment just now, the group forgot about Suhai's existence. Now, after hearing Suhai's confident words, Rias and other women are instantly relieved. After all, Suhai has never let them down. Suhai-kun may protect me at that time, and everything is left to you. Perhaps it was the relationship that felt that the crisis was lifted, and Akeno Himejima returned to her usual state of being a little sick and came to Suhai's side. In front of the women, he seemed very ambiguous. For a while, the girls also relaxed and returned to their normal 0.2 appearance. It can be seen that everyone present has a lot of trust in Suhai. 10 minutes later, the group left the Mysticism Research Association and walked towards the academy. Although there was a small situation, they still had to live a normal life. Oh devout believer! Wait a minute! As the sun went down, on the way home from school, Suhai led the girls to talk and laugh as they walked towards home. However, when they came to a pedestrian street, they heard 2 very familiar voices. Looking up, I saw Wisteria Irina and Zenovia, who had met in the morning, were begging for alms. As members of the church congregation, this kind of behavior is actually not outrageous. The most unacceptable thing for Suhai himself is that the 2 daughters of Zenovia are holding a golden bowl. Chapter 127. Are these 2 idiots? Looking at the behavior of these 2 people, even Tachin Kitten, who usually speaks little, couldn't help but complain. Not to mention Rias and the others, they all showed a trace of speechless expressions, looking at the 2 daughters of Wisteria Irina, who were unaware. Rias, you probably still have a lot of chess pieces, right? Suhai looked at the scene not far away with a smile, and suddenly asked Rias next to him. Faced with this sudden question, Rias was a little puzzled for a while. Why did Suhai suddenly ask such a question? But she nodded slightly. After all, Rias' family members are indeed much worse now. Darling, do you mean? While nodding, Rias looked at Suhai's meaningful smile and at the 2 daughters of Wisteria Irina and Zenovia who were not far away, and a bold guess emerged in her heart. Surprised, he said subconsciously. Don't you think the 2 of them are very suitable to be your knights? Seeing Rias who was so surprised, Suhai reminded meaningfully. After saying this, Rias' eyes also flashed a different kind of light, and she felt more and more feasible. The gazes of Wisteria Irina and Zenovia in the distance also became subtle. In terms of talent, Wisteria Irina's 2 daughters are both holy swords applicators, possessing the existence of holy swords. There is no doubt that they are enough to be Rias's family. And from the current situation, the 2 women have undoubtedly been abandoned by the 2 dispensable chess pieces on the single floor of the church congregation. As long as this crisis is over, the 2 will definitely understand all this. At that time, if Rias speaks again and accepts the 2 as dependents, there is a great possibility of success. Come on, go up and see. Seeing the subtle change in Rias's expression, Suhai also showed a smile, turned to look at the girls, and while speaking, took the lead towards the place where Wisteria Irina and the 2 were.
Seeing this, Rias and Himejima Akeno and other women naturally followed. When he came to Wisteria Irina and the two, Suhai took out a 500 yen bill and put it into the golden bowl. Faithful believers, the Lord will bless you. Looking at the banknotes in the bowl, the two daughters of Wisteria Irina, who had been bowing their heads, were instantly elated, and seemed to give a very pious blessing. Almost burst into tears. Apparently due to bowing his head, he did not see Suhai and others who gave the money. It's you. Damn it, heretics, are you here to see our jokes? After the devout prayer, the two women raised their heads. Seeing Suhai, Rias, and the others standing in front of him, his face immediately turned ugly. He said with a humiliated look on his face. They wanted to return the money in the bowl to Suhai, but the hunger in their stomachs reminded them that they had not eaten for 3 days. For a while, faith and the instinct of physical hunger were fighting in their hearts, causing Wisteria Irina and Zenovia to look at the 500 yen in the bowl and look very tangled. It's like making a big decision. If you want a big meal, come with us. We are just going home for dinner and don't mind 2 extra pairs of tableware. Suhai didn't care about the tangled expressions of the two, but spoke directly. After he finished speaking, he didn't stop too much, turned his head and glanced at the girls behind him, and then continued to walk forward. The steps are very leisurely. Zenovia, are we really going? Looking at Suhai and his party who left without looking back, with the word big meal echoing in their minds, Irina Wisteria subconsciously swallowed her saliva, looking a little guilty, and asked Zenovia who was beside her. This is also to defeat the enemy of our Lord, and the Lord will surely forgive us. Amen. Listening to Wisteria Irina's words, Zenovia instinctively wanted to refuse, but the churning sound from her stomach stimulated her nerves and she was not allowed to do so. After praying once, the two walked up to them. It's just that his head droops slightly, obviously a little embarrassed. As a member of the Holy Church, they actually accepted the invitation from the devil and the alms from the devil, which was against their beliefs. Feeling the two following behind, whether it was Suhai, Himejima Akeno, or Rias, they all showed a confident smile. It's so delicious, woo woo woo. Suhai-kun, you are such a good person. Although you are demons, the Lord will surely bless you. Half an hour later, at Suhai's home, Wisteria Irina and Zenovia were sitting at the dining table, eating all kinds of food on the dining table. While eating, he said vaguely, I don't know if I'm crying or laughing. Anyway, I'm very excited to kill even, as if people in the famine years suddenly encountered a table of delicious food. With the strength of the two of them, it is really strange to be starving like this. If it is someone else, just grabbing some money from gangsters or bad profiteers is enough to have a full meal. Only these old-fashioned believers will not do this. It's no wonder that in the original book, the cute Aisha was dubbed the church trio by all the audience. Little master, have you already stretched your claws to the wandering girls at the Western Church Gala? Medusa, who was sitting around the table, looked at Wisteria Irina's exaggerated behavior, and asked Suhai next to her. Obviously, Medusa felt the identity of Wisteria and Irina. After all, the aura of faith and the way they dressed could not deceive anyone. It's a long story, I'll explain it to you later. Let's eat first. Facing the confused Medusa, Suhai spoke slowly. Although Medusa makes enough food, if you don't eat it again, maybe there really isn't any more. After all, there are 2 hungry girls who are devouring everything like crazy. Thank you for hospitality. Although you are demons, you are good people. After returning, we will certainly tell of your favor in the presence of the Lord. At the door of the villa, Wisteria Irina and Zenovia spoke with contentment and energy while holding their slightly raised abdomens. Obviously, the two of them are also pure existences, and a meal will change the view in their hearts. Apparently ready to leave. It's already dark, otherwise Irina and Zenovia will stay here with darling, we have extra rooms. However, Rias, who intends to take the two as her family, how could she give up this opportunity for close contact? So I deliberately glanced at the darkened sky outside and issued an invitation. Chapter 128. Anyway, you don't have a place to live when you go out now, do you? The night wind in Wangzhen is very cold. Facing Rias's invitation again, Wisteria, Irina and Zenobia instinctively wanted to refuse. However, before the words could be said, Rias, who was shining with wisdom in her eyes, spoke again and choked the fate of the two of them. Excuse me. X2. Facing Rias's eyes that seemed to read people's hearts, Wisteria, Irina and Zenobia were suddenly speechless, lowered their heads subconsciously, and responded a little dejectedly. Just like that, Wisteria, Irina and Zenobia stayed in the villa. During this process, Wisteria, Irina always felt that they were living in a dream. As members of the church congregation, they never thought that they would live under the same roof as the devil. However, as they got along closely, the two also found that Rias and Himejima Akeno were not as evil as they had imagined, but were very understanding and easy to get along with. Just like two big sisters. For the two of them, living in this house, in addition to seeing or hearing things that are not suitable for children, it is undoubtedly much better to endure the wind and rain outside. In the next few days, the group of people in the villa all went out early and returned late. Suhai, Rias, and the others are naturally going to school, while Wisteria, Irina and Zenobia are naturally going to the town to find traces of Kirkball and the Holy Sword. Such a peaceful and fulfilling life, 5 days are fleeting at first sight. Looks like our guests have arrived. Are you going to stay at home, or come and see it with me? After returning home from school that day, sitting in the hall, the leisurely Suhai suddenly sensed an unusual energy and entered the town. It is worth mentioning that the breath of Wisteria, Irina and Zenobia is also around this energy. Obviously, the source of this energy is Kirkball, the cotter of the fallen angel. From the position of the two sides, they should have already fought. Listening to Suhai's words, Rias and others also understood that Kirkball appeared, and nodded without hesitation, indicating that they would go together. Obviously, they believed from start to finish that Suhai could protect them. Alright, since that's the case, let's go together and participate in some high-level battles, which will also be of great help to your improvement. With enough confidence to protect Rias and the others, Suhai naturally did not hesitate at all, and directly led everyone in the direction of the energy. If he hesitated any longer, the two girls, Wisteria, Irina and Zenobia, might really be in danger. As they approached the battle site, Suhai and his party heard the roar of the battle. He also subconsciously accelerated his pace. After a while, they arrived at the place where the battle took place, and saw that the area within 1 kilometer had been destroyed, the houses collapsed in disbelief, and there were many potholes on the ground. There was a middle-aged man floating in the sky, with 10 black wings like a crow behind him. There was a hint of madness on his face. Obviously, this is the fallen angel Cotter Kirkball who has deliberately planned to make the angels, fallen angels, and demons fight. On the ground, Wisteria, Irina and Zenobia were fighting a perverted priest who also held a holy sword and had a distorted face. Not far away, there was an old man dressed in a church party dress. Although he had a kind smile on his face, there was a hint of disgusting feeling in his smile. It seems very fake. Needless to say, this guy was an outlier priest who was expelled by the church congregation and experimented with the use of artificial holy swords. He is also the creator of Yudokiba's source of pain. Fortunately, the market estimates are not present now, otherwise, they will definitely rush up and cut this guy into 8 pieces. With this familiar hair color, it seems that you are Sazak's sister. It's worth waiting for so long, and finally an interesting guy came. Although that guy Michael didn't know what to do, he only sent 2 holy sword users, but as long as he kills you, the Demon King's sister, here, he can provoke a new war. Kirkball, who stayed in the sky, looked at Suhai's group who had just arrived, and instantly recognized Rias' identity from Rias's unique hair color. There was a look of interest on his face. After all, this guy's targets were Rias and Shido Kana from the beginning. While Kirkball speaks, the battle between Wisteria, Irina and Zenobia is drawing to a close. Although both of them have a holy sword in their hands, it is a pity that their opponents are holding a brand new holy sword that is a fusion of 4 holy swords. In terms of ability and strength, they must far surpass the holy swords in their hands. So it has been suppressed for a while. If it continues like this,
I am afraid that the boss of Kirkball will have been defeated without contact. At this time, Zenovia's face was also very tangled. Although she still had a trump card, that is, Durando, the king of the holy sword at the top of the holy sword, but this holy sword, today's Zenovia is not very good. Good handling. If you use it against the enemy in front of you, you won't have the chance to use it when facing Kirkball. Fortunately, at this time, Rias gave a wink to Heimjima Akeno who was next to him, and Heimjima Akina understood and brought the Tachin kitten, okay, to join the battle to help Wisteria Irina and G. Novia. With the addition of the high-level demon Heimjima Akeno, the scene was instantly reversed. The perverted priest finally died under the yellow thunder of Heimjima Akeno, and was broken down into debris by the powerful electric current. As for the holy sword in his hand, it was naturally recovered by Wisteria Irina and Zenovia. During this process, the perverted priest also asked for help from Kirkball in the sky, but unfortunately Kirkball ignored it at all, looking at all the boats with a smile on his face. Obviously, this perverted priest is just a dispensable pawn in his eyes, and he doesn't care about the holy sword and holy sword at all. His purpose from beginning to end is to draw out the important members of the angels and the demons, and then kill them as the fuse for the war. Chapter 129. Cockball save me. As for the culprit of the holy sword user plan of the outlier priest of the Holy Church, he was also cut into 2 pieces by the holy sword in the hands of Wisteria Irina in the cries of fear. It was not until the moment of his death that the outlier priest understood that in the eyes of people like Kirkball, he was just a pawn that would be discarded everywhere when he was used up. It's your turn next, Kirkball. You've fallen, traitor to our lord. After dealing with the 2 priests, Zenovia also took out the holy sword Durando that had been hidden for a long time, pointed it at Kirkball in the sky, and said with a very solemn expression. Obviously, Zenovia fully understands that this guy is a powerful enemy she has never met before. I really don't know what Michael was thinking, but he only sent you 2 mother-in-law aunts here. Are you underestimating me? Come on together. In this case, I should be able to warm up and prepare for the upcoming war. However, it was clear that Kirkball did not put the holy sword Duran in his eyes, or rather did not put Zenovia in his eyes. If it is an enemy of the same realm, holding the holy sword Duran, Kirkball will naturally be very careful. After all, the holy sword is the nemesis of fallen angels and demons. In the face of such an arrogant Kirkball, Zenovia did not hesitate at all. Holding the holy sword Duran and Wisteria Irina in her hands, they soared into the air from left to right, towards Kirkball in mid-air. Launched an attack. It's just that Duran and the king's sword, which were supposed to be invincible, were easily picked up by Kirkball with 2 fingers, and directly sent Wisteria Irina and Zenoa out of the sky. The bodies of the 2 broke through the obstacles of the air again and again in the process of flying upside down. If they hit the ground, they might be seriously injured. It is enough to see the strength of Kirkball. In the face of such a situation, Rias also launched an attack with her family members, Tachin Kitten, and Rias quickly caught Wisteria Irina and Zenovia in mid-air, preventing them from being heavy. Fell to the ground. Asia quickly treated Wisteria Irina and Zenovia with the smile of the Virgin. And Heimjima Akeno just spread the wings of the demon and the fallen angel, flew into the air, and attacked Kirkball with thunder and lightning. In an instant, a huge yellow magic circle appeared in front of Heimjima Akeno, and a large number of yellow thunders spewed out of it, slashing towards Kirkball in the distance. It's a pity that facing this powerful thunder that can break mountains and rivers, Kirkball just interfered with the wings behind him, and he easily blocked all the thunder with his wings. Not the slightest dodging and not taking the slightest damage. Obviously, for an enemy of this level, if the attack does not reach a certain level, it cannot cause damage at all. At this time, all the injuries of Wisteria Irina and Zenovia were recovered due to the divine weapon of the Virgin's smile. For a while, everyone except Suhai and Medusa next to him joined the battle to siege Kirkball. Suhai intentionally wanted Rias and others to experience the battle, so he didn't take action, and stopped Medusa from taking action. Only those who have experienced constant battles can grow rapidly. If she and Medusa shot, Rias and other women would have no chance to intervene.
so Suhai was just watching from the sidelines. Under the mutual cooperation of the tacit understanding, the women can be considered to have exerted their due strength as a team, making the burst of attack power far beyond the level of one person. Unfortunately, that's all. Adake, Kirkball in midair never moved his position from beginning to end, and he didn't even counter-attack too much. Obviously, Kirkball did not feel threatened by the attack of the girls, and always had a playful mentality. Faced with such a situation, Suhai secretly decided that after this time, it was time to train the girls. After all, there are times when he is not there, and if Rias and the others encounter an enemy at that time, they will have to deal with it on their own. So a strong power is necessary. Okay, enough to play. You will be wiped out in this blow. It is the honor of your life to be the beginning of the holy war. After bouncing off everyone's attacks again, Kirkball finally decided to make a real move, looking at Rias and the others below. Kirkball said directly and loudly. At the same time, a huge light gun with a length of more than 10 meters was condensed in his hand, and he threw it towards Rias and others on the ground without hesitation. Faced with such an attack, Rias and Himejima Akeno immediately summoned a defensive magic circle in the air, but unfortunately more than a dozen defensive magic circles were penetrated by this light gun in an instant. Facing such a situation, Wisteria Irina and Zeno looked a little desperate. They can clearly feel that this light gun contains great power. If it erupted, the entire Kawang town would be destroyed in an instant. And they, who were at the center of the explosion, were naturally no exception, and they would instantly vanish in the endless brilliance. But just as they were about to close their eyes and wait for death to come, the huge light gun was about to hit them. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them, stretched out an index finger, and touched the front end of the light gun, blocking the forward force of the light gun very easily. The slender index finger and the huge light gun formed a sharp contrast. Facing this sudden scene, Wisteria Irina and Zenovia both looked very shocked. They never imagined that Suhai's strength would be so terrifying, with just one finger being able to take on an attack that would destroy them in an instant. There was only Rias and other women who had trusted Suhai from beginning to end, and there was no big surprise. With a smile on her face, she showed very admiring eyes, looking at Suhai's stalwart figure in the air. The cooperation is not bad, but unfortunately the strength is still a little weak after all. But it doesn't matter, after today, I will give you special training, which should be able to make an earth-shaking change in your strength. Suhai, who was in the air, first casually deflected the huge light gun, then turned to face Rias and other girls on the ground and said with a smile. Chapter 130. Are you the rumored human son-in-law of the Gremory family, the user of the Sword of Victory of the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation? Being able to take this blow from me is a bit of a skill. I just don't know if I can get interested. Apparently Kirkball also knows Suhai's identity. After all, a few months ago, the news of Suhai being the current Red Dragon Emperor and the reincarnation of King Arthur spread all over the major forces. I'm sorry, just because you are not worthy of being my opponent. Then have someone else play with you. Writer, I'll leave this guy to you. Suhai is really not very interested in the current Kirkball. After all, an enemy of this level, Suhai could solve in an instant. Is the little master still the same as calling people? But there's no way anyone can make you my master. I haven't touched it for a long time. Facing Suhai's words, Medusa was very happy. After all, Medusa hasn't fought an enemy for a long time. Now that there is a fairly good opponent, Medusa naturally wants to move her muscles and bones. I saw Medusa untied her blindfold before speaking, revealing a pair of purple and enchanting eyes. There was also his own noble phantasm in his hand, which looked like an iron chain with 2 7 heads attached, which was actually the reins of the cavalry used to summon the phantom beasts. After everything was done, Medusa's feet moved slightly, and the extreme speed instantly exceeded the maximum speed that everyone's eyes could capture. Aside from Suhai, even Kirkball in the sky didn't catch Medusa at all. Among all attributes, Medusa's speed is undoubtedly the best. Almost in the blink of an eye, Medusa with 2 daggers appeared behind Kirkball in the sky. The dagger in his hand stabbed towards Kirkbore's back without hesitation. As an assassin, he appeared behind the enemy unknowingly and gave a fatal blow. Naturally, Medusa was best at it. Feeling the movement behind him, Kirkball turned around in surprise, and the huge wings wrapped around his body for protection. It's a pity that this time, his proud wings did not bounce off the attack like the previous few times. Instead, there was a burst of severe pain, and I saw that the dagger in Medusa's hand pierced the black wings without any surprise. Immediately afterwards, Medusa kicked Kirkball with both feet, causing Kirkball to fall directly from the air and fall heavily to the ground. For a moment, the dust flew, and a not too small pit appeared on the ground, and Kirkball was just lying in the pit, with blood still flowing from his wings. Although such an injury can only be regarded as a skin injury to Kirkball, it looks very embarrassed, which undoubtedly angered Kirkball. "Which, you angered me." During the battle, Kirkball also discovered the identity of the witch Medusa, which is normal. Medusa is neither an angel, nor a fallen angel, nor a demon. Identity is self-evident. In a moment of anger, the scars on Kirkball's wings had recovered, and the wings that flapped once again rose into the air. The counter-attack launched towards Medusa. For a while, the two turned into a black aurora and a purple aurora, colliding non-stop in the air. Although there is not much to be a little better in terms of speed, Kirkball can become the cotter of the fallen angels, and his strength should not be underestimated. For a while, the two were also fighting back and forth. "Death to me!" After colliding with them again and retreating, Kirkball condensed two sharp light guns in both hands, and without hesitation, threw them towards Medusa not far in front of him. The light gun condensed to the extreme quickly cut through the space and flew towards Medusa, and the speed was even higher than that of the giant light gun that Kirkball sent out at the beginning. Petrochemical magic eye. Faced with such an attack, even Rias and Akeno Heimjima, who were watching the battle on the ground, could not help but feel nervous for Medusa. Almost in the blink of an eye, these two light guns arrived in front of Medusa, and it was obviously too late to avoid them now. But just when Kirkball thought his attack was about to succeed, Medusa's purple pupils condensed slightly, and a strange force radiated from it. "Zero, ask for flowers 0. The next moment, everyone was surprised to find that the light gun with full attack power was stopped in mid-air, in front of Medusa. And starting from the gunlight, it quickly lost its luster and turned grey, like a stone carving. Almost in one breath, the two sharp light guns were all petrified, fell from the air, and fell to the ground into rubble. Petrified demon eye? Facing this sudden change, Kirkball's face suddenly became solemn, and he said subconsciously, "In this world, the magic eye is a very rare ability. And the petrified magic eye is also the most superior existence among all the magic eyes. It's normal for Kirkball to be surprised. 0. In fact, the most surprised are the girls like Rias. They never thought that they would get along with them day and night, chatting and laughing, and Medusa, who usually does not show off the mountains and waters, would be such a powerful existence. After resolving Kirkball's attack, Medusa once again locked Kirkball with her petrified magic eye. Under the action of the top-level petrified magic eye, Kirkball's wings were gradually covered with a layer of grey horny, and it quickly spread toward the whole body. Feeling the change in the wings, Kirkball was terrified, but also quickly burst out a huge magic power, resisting the spread of petrification. Under the huge magic power, the degree of petrification is gradually decreasing, and it will not be long before Kirkball can completely get rid of petrification. Bellerophon. But for such a situation, Medusa has long expected. From beginning to end, Medusa never thought that the petrified magic eye could solve Kirkball. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Medusa decisively liberated her noble phantasm, and a Pegasus with white wings was instantly summoned by Medusa. The moment she got on the Pegasus, Medusa immediately controlled Pegasus, carrying an unparalleled impact, and flew towards Kirkball. Almost instantly, it attacked Kirkball. Pegasus' head hit Kirkball's abdomen, and after flying for a distance in the air, it slammed into the ground. 2. Chapter 131. Today's Medusa has already reached the level of the devil with the improvement of Suhai's strength, and now has the blessing of Tianma. It can be said that the strength far exceeds that of Kirkball. Under the liberation of the noble phantasm, Kirkball was directly shot into the depths of more than 100 meters, and then flew out of the ground, broke out of the ground, and flew high into the sky. After flying to a height of several hundred meters, Kirkball has now been greatly injured, and now he can't make any response at all, and can only let gravity fall vertically from the air. Feeling the pain from all over the body, Kirkball looked down in despair. Although Kirkball likes war and thinks that war can bring him fun, it does not mean that he is not afraid of death. On the contrary, this guy is a 930 existence who is extremely afraid of death. In the three-way battle between angels, demons, and fallen angels, he escaped because of fear. The reason why he likes war is just to enjoy the pleasure of slaughtering the weak and controlling the lives of the weak. Now, he has become a weak person, a piece of fish on the chopping block. In the face of death, the fear has already spread all over Kirkball's body. However, Medusa on the ground did not care about this, and was ready to attack Kirkball in mid-air. In the next instant, it turned into a ray of light dragging a long tail post, and drew a graceful arc in the air, heading towards Kirkball. If nothing else, Kirkball would never be able to withstand this blow again. Halved. But just as Medusa's attack was about to hit Kirkball, a mechanical voice came from the air. Immediately afterwards, a humanoid creature wearing white armor with a beam of light behind it instantly knocked over the barrier created by Kang Na and the others. Not only did he help Kirkball dodge the attack at the last minute, but he also reduced Medusa's power with a mysterious force. Makes Medusa's attack this time to reduce exponentially. Faced with such a situation, Medusa frowned slightly, but instead of attacking again, she rode her Pegasus back to Suhai's side. Not much clearly felt that there was a mysterious force acting on him just now, reducing the power of his attack quickly. The white guy, it's you. Needless to say, this new guy is naturally the White Dragon Emperor Valley Lucifer of this generation, and is also a member of the Troubled Group. Facing the arrival of his opponent, Suhai's hand also appeared on the hand of Chiriuati, and Drake's voice sounded in the gauntlet. Red guy, did you really wake up too? I heard that you have found a good host this time. It just so happens that Wally is also the strongest host in my history. This time, the victory between us definitely belongs to me. The blood of the Demon King was flowing in Wally's body. Originally, demons couldn't use the God Killer, but Wally had half human blood. Due to such a special reason, Wally successfully obtained the light wings of the White Dragon Emperor, one of the gods, and became the White Dragon Emperor of this generation. The blood of the Demon King itself can bring extremely strong power to the Force, and with the light wings of the White Dragon Emperor, the White Dragon Emperor Albi Nguebo. This guy said that Wally is the strongest existence in the White Dragon Emperor in all dynasties. No problem at all. The white guy, is it? It just so happens that I also have absolute confidence in my partner. My partner is definitely the strongest existence among the Along Emperors of all dynasties, and there is no controversy. Thanks to him, I have seen a lot of situations that you can never see. You and I are just frogs in the bottom of a well, and we will never know how big this bright world is. And my partner can definitely lead me to become the strongest and invincible. After following Suhai to appreciate the scenery of different worlds, Drake's vision has long been incomparably broad. Now, when I meet my former opponent, I feel a sense of superiority in my heart. Couldn't resist some of Sundara's show-off. Obviously, the two guys, the White Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, actually had a good relationship. That is, no one obeys anyone, and always wants to defeat the other party. This is also a way to have fun in endless life and kill time. Facing Drake's proud words, the White Dragon Emperor Albi Nguiber fell silent for a while. Having been an opponent for so long, the White Dragon Emperor Albi Nguiber naturally knew Drake very well. Drake would be so proud. Of course it wasn't because he lost it for no reason, there must be something he didn't know that made Drake so proud. Are you the Along Emperor of this generation? I've heard of your existence, and I heard that you still have the Sword of Oath of Victory in your hand. Originally, I had two companions who also wanted to meet you, but now it's a little troublesome to meet. Although I really want to fight with you now, it's a pity that Asakel gave me the task to bring him back. As for the battle between us, let's save it for the next time. When the White Dragon Emperor Albion Guiber was silent, he held Kirkball's Wally in one hand, looked at Suhai below in midair and said slowly. Obviously, Wally is not a peaceful existence. According to his own wishes, he would prefer to fight Suhai now. However, he had to do the things that Azazel had arranged, so naturally he couldn't do both. The moment he finished speaking, without waiting for Suhai's response, he took the Kirkball in his hand and turned into a streamer, rising into the sky, ready to go out through the barrier gap created when he entered. Facing Wally and Kirkball who wanted to leave, Wisteria Irina, Rias and other women were ready to take action and leave them behind. After all, if Kirkball escapes, there may be some unnecessary troubles. However, Suhai was obviously faster than them, just when Wally exited the barrier and was about to go out in the next instant. A smiling figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a not too big hand covered his face. Before Wally could react, he felt a sharp pain on his face, a huge force acted on him, and instantly flew down toward the ground at a faster speed. Chapter 132. In the process, he lost the power of Wally in control of his body, and naturally he also lost the Kirkball in his hand. But this is also normal. You must know that Wally is now in a forbidden state, wearing the White Dragon Emperor's armor, diving dividing scale mail. His own strength has been greatly increased, but even so, he has not reacted at all. And under the impact of this force, the armor on Wally's face was shattered, turning into countless tiny pieces and falling to the ground. Having, divide. Fortunately, Wally in midair quickly activated the effect of having the power of the White Dragon Emperor's light wings while flying backwards, quickly reducing this terrifying power, and then blessed himself with the power. Only then did he avoid hitting the ground, and he controlled his body shape at low altitude. Come when you want, and leave when you want. It's too casual. You can go, but this guy Kirkball has to stay. 03. In the sky, looking at Wally with a half-faced and dignified expression, Suhai smiled and said very relaxedly. At this time, Wally's heart can be said to be very shocked. I was in a state of ban, but I couldn't catch Suhai's attack in normal state. In the cognition of this world, the power of human beings is limited. If human beings want to obtain extraordinary power, they must use external forces, such as artifacts, such as god-killing tools or reincarnation into other races. However, judging from the situation just now, Suhai did not use the power of the Along Emperor's cage, but had such terrifying strength, which was obviously an incredible thing in Wally's eyes. Wally, be careful, just like the red guy said, this guy is not easy. Albi Nguebo, who was lodging in the White Dragon Emperor's wings of light, also reminded at the right time. Because at that moment, even he didn't catch how Suhai appeared. Without knowing the strength of his opponent, Wally also became vigilant for a while, and after recovering the incomplete armor on his face, he stared vigilantly at Suhai in the sky. However, this did not prevent Wisteria Irina and Zenovia from imposing sanctions on Kirkball. My lord's traitor, you've fallen from heaven, go and repent to my lord. Holding up the holy sword in their hands, Duran and the king's sword, Wisteria Irina and Zeno did not hesitate to head towards Kirkball, who fell heavily on the ground. After all, the order they received was to get rid of Kirkball, retrieve the lost king's sword, and even destroy the king's sword when necessary. God? Ridiculous. It seems that the two of you don't know yet, but this is normal. After all, that guy Michael kept it a secret. The dead camel was bigger than a horse. Although Kirkball was seriously injured and could not even fly, it was still not something that Wisteria Irina and Zenovia could kill. Kirkball just moved his hands and easily talked about the attack of the two. At the same time, he was very puzzled about the existence of God. As if he knew some big secret. What do you mean? Facing Kirkball, whose expression was so strange and his words were firm. A bad premonition emerged in Zenovia's heart, and she asked subconsciously. Bible God, your lord has died. In the last battle between angels, fallen angels, and demons, I perished with the former demon king. Facing the questioning of Wisteria Irina and Zenohoa, Kirkball's face showed a perverted smile, and he raised his hands to the sky and said loudly.
As if the death of the biblical God was something to be praised for. Impossible! You heretic, how dare you disrespect my lord, I even prayed today and got my lord's response. Kirkball's words were undoubtedly a blockbuster, knocking into everyone's hearts. In addition to Suhai, Wally, Drake, and the White Dragon Emperor Albion Weber, who already knew the truth. Rias and others all showed their shocked expressions. The God of the Bible is the creator of the Bible power in this world. In a sense, whether it is a fallen angel, an angel, or a demon, they are all created by the God of the Bible. Therefore, for all the three parties, the God of the Bible is the most noble and special existence. Although fallen angels and demons no longer believe in the God of the Bible, this does not prevent them from respecting the power and status of the God of the Bible in their hearts. It's so naive, you got the memories you got, but it was Michael who gave the response instead of God. However, Michael's strength is far less than that of the God of the Bible, and it cannot cover all people at all. This is why only people with strong enough beliefs will receive a response. And the smile of the Holy Mother in the hand of the Holy Maiden is the best proof that it can heal the wounds of demons and even fallen angels. This is the result of the disorder of the rules after the death of the God of the Bible. I think that Guy Michael 153 excommunicated this saint out of fear of being discovered. Perhaps he was enjoying the stunned, shocked, and angry expressions of the people around him. Kirkball seemed a little crazy and showy, and told everything he knew. At the end, he even pointed to Aisha, who had the smile of the Sacred Virgin. In fact, Kirkball is a fact, the smile of the Virgin is just a divine tool, and it does not reach the level of the God-destroying tool. When the God lowly in the Bible existed, demons were not even qualified to use artifacts, let alone receive treatment from artifacts. It is precisely because of the fall of the gods that there is no restriction of the rules. Only the smile of the Virgin of the divine artifact can exert the terrifying effect of treating all the injuries of fallen angels and even demons. Facing the words like a thunderbolt, Wisteria, Irina, Zenobia, and Aisha fell to the ground as if the sky had collapsed. The holy sword also fell from his hand. Facing this cruel reality, the three felt their beliefs collapsed, as if the world had been destroyed. There is no doubt that the three of them are believers in the gods of the Bible, and they have all reached the level of fanatics. It is an iron fact that Aisha today, even if she turns into a demon, can still pray. Chapter 133. The eyes of the three of them dimmed. Kirkball was naturally even more complacent when he saw the reactions of Wisteria, Irina, and the three of them. Really? Are you that sure that I'm dead? But at this moment, Suhai's familiar voice came from the sky. Looking at Aisha, who was about to collapse on the ground, and the three daughters of Wisteria, Irina, a hint of helplessness flashed in Suhai's eyes. If this continues, these three little girls will inevitably collapse. This is not a good thing, so Suhai said decisively. Facing Suhai's words, except for the collapsed Wisteria, Irina, and the three daughters, everyone subconsciously looked at the sky, where Suhai was. I saw Suhai stepping on the void and walking slowly step by step. While walking, a path paved by holy light appeared at Suhai's feet. Suhai's body also burst into an extremely pure light, illuminating the entire space. For demons, the purer the light, the more poisonous it is. However, Rias and the others felt warmth in this extremely pure light, and felt that their body and mind were warmed up. As if this light can contain everything, even the darkness is no exception. As Suhai stepped out step by step, Suhai's image gradually changed. The robe, the Bible, and the holy crown gradually appeared on Suhai's body. This breath. You are not dead? Impossible. You cannot be. Obviously it has fallen, what I saw with my own eyes. Facing Suhai, who was walking slowly, Kirkball's face was full of wonder, and his eyes were full of shock. His reason told him that the biblical God had fallen and could not reappear. But this supreme, all-encompassing light in front of her was incomparably but truly telling her that the person in front of her who was slowly walking towards her was the supreme divine mansion. Feeling this familiar and warm light, the eyes of Wisteria, Irina, Aisha, and Zenobia gradually reappeared. Following his instinct, he folded his hands and looked towards Suhai in the sky. At this moment, Suhai has become a belief in their hearts. Darling! Senior! To say who is in the most complicated mood right now, perhaps it is none other than Rias. There is nothing in this world that makes a female demon even more shocked when she suddenly finds out that her lover is actually a god. Therefore, whether it was Rias, Akenoheimjima, or Kitten Tachin, they all looked at Suhai in midair with a kind smile on his face. This feeling. This guy Albion isn't really a biblical god, is he? Although he already had a hunch in his heart, Wally couldn't believe it after all. So I questioned Albion, who is the White Dragon Emperor. After all, the White Dragon Emperor once saw the existence of the God of the Bible with his own eyes. Although the appearance is different, but this kind of breath can't be wrong. Even if this guy is not a biblical god, he has the personality of a biblical god. Faced with Wally's question, Albion answered without hesitation. There was a bit of gnashing of teeth in the words. After all, it was the Bible God who killed him and made it into a god-killing tool. Red guy, is this what you mean by a different situation? You really found an incredible guy this time. While speaking, Albion also thought secretly in his heart. I haven't forgotten what Drake said at the beginning. Don't kill me in my life, I can still be your warrior. Although Suhai seems to be walking slowly, he is actually very fast. In just a few steps, Suhai came to Kirkball on the ground. Looking at the sea so close at hand, Kirkball was full of fear. Even the warmth brought by the holy light could not give him the slightest sense of security. Thinking back on the unrivaled strength of the Bible God, Kirkbobenner was filled with fear and begged for mercy. God. He can include all things, and he can also give up all things. For me, you are not worthy of being my warrior or even my servant. So please leave it to ashes. Seeing Kirkball showing his true colors out of fear, Suhai did not show the slightest pity, but said with a smile. It's just that the gentle smile combined with such words has become the cruelest fact. Under Kirkball's desperate eyes, Suhai raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger. With a slight tap on Kirkball's head, along with a golden ripple, Kirkball's body turned into a light spot from top to bottom and dissipated with the wind. In the moment just now, Suhai transformed Kirkball's body into light, that is, light dissipated. What about you, friend? Do you want to stay with him, or just leave? After dismissing Kirkball, the fallen angel's cotter lightly, Suhai turned his head to look at Wally in midair, and asked very plainly. This is actually Suhai's last choice for Wally. Suhai is not a person who kills indiscriminately, but if he is an enemy, he will never be soft-hearted. Wally's answer determines Suhai's attitude towards him. If Wally continues to stay and wants to attack, then he is the enemy. Don't worry, I have self-knowledge. Although it's not good to go back like this, there is no way out. After all, I'm not your opponent yet. But I won't admit defeat, one day I will challenge you again. Wally is not an idiot, on the contrary, he can become the leader of one of the two major forces of the troubled group. Wally is very smart, knowing that he is not an opponent. Wally is naturally impossible to court death. Speaking directly, Wally flapped his wings and rushed out of the barrier again, leaving this breath. It's my lord. Michael is right, my lord did not fall. My lord, wait for me, your most loyal servant, I will find you soon. When Wally was leaving, in a forest in another country, an angel with a ring of light on his head and 10 pairs of pure white wings behind him, with a peerless beauty, suddenly raised his head to look in the direction of Wang Zhen, Chuang. He looked very excited. While speaking, he quickly flapped his wings and flew in the direction he sensed. Obviously, this person is Gabriel, the most beautiful woman in the heaven who came down from the heaven. Chapter 134. As one of the strongest angels in the world today, Gabriel acutely felt Suhai's unique aura at that moment. Do gods like to tease people so much? On the other hand, after Wally left, things came to an end. Kirkball's execution was a perfect ending, but at this time, Rias and other women could not relax. You guys, don't think too much. I'm not the biblical lowly god I used to be, although I do have her person now. It can be regarded as replacing her existence in this world, but that's all. I am definitely not. Looking at Rias and the others with helpless faces, Suhai naturally knew very well what they were thinking. So he opened his mouth to explain. As Suhai said,
because of God's personality, Suhai can indeed take over the celestial system of the biblical gods and support the operation of the entire celestial world. But Suhai is not the biblical god he once was. But obviously, Rias, Tachin Kitten and other women couldn't understand it, and they looked helpless and rolled their eyes. I think what Suhai said is nonsense, there is no difference at all between the two. But fortunately, their ability to accept is very strong. At the beginning, when Suhai suddenly added the identity of the Red Dragon Emperor and the reincarnation of King Arthur, although they were surprised, they quickly accepted these two identities. Now suddenly there is a god identity, although it feels very absurd and incredible. But they can also accept it. After all, in their hearts, Suhai is Suhai, someone who is extremely important to them, and it has nothing to do with Suhai's identity. Aisha, Sauce, and the two of you, how long are you going to occupy, darling? It's just that on the way back, Rias seemed a little helpless, and couldn't help but grit her teeth. I saw Aisha, Wisteria Irina, and Zenovia all hanging on Suhai's body. A look like receiving a bath of holy light, very pious and enjoyment. Apparently, the three girls really regarded Suhai as the lord of their beliefs. It seems that as long as you get close to Suhai, you are equivalent to getting close to the God of the Bible. It is their dream scene to be in such close contact with the existence of their belief, Audad, and they will naturally not miss such an opportunity now. So that's what happened on the way back. Minister, the Lord belongs to everyone, you can't own it alone. But obviously, Rias' words didn't have the slightest deterrent effect. Even Aisha, who was usually very obedient, held Suhai's right hand tightly and retorted. As for Wisteria Irina and Zenovia, they nodded in agreement. And while nodding, he couldn't help rubbing against Suhai's body. Faced with such a situation, Rias also felt regretful and joined the team competing for Suhai directly. Faced with such a situation, Suhai was surrounded by girls for a while, because following Rias was Haimjima Akeno and Tachin Kitten. For a while, the road was full of laughter, and Suhai and his party headed towards home amid such playfulness. It seems that the girls have gradually forgotten Suhai's new identity and returned to the original state of life. In this way, the time soon came to the next day. Darling, is this the training camp you said? In a golden space, Suhai stood at the forefront, while Rias, Haimjima Akeno, Tachin Kitten, Wisteria Irina, and other women stood in a row quietly in front of Suhai. Last night, maybe I knew that I was abandoned by the church congregation, or maybe I wanted to stay by the side of Suhai, the god of faith. Wisteria Irina and Zenovia became Rias' servants without any surprise. Zenovia naturally became Rias' knight just like in the original book. Wisteria Irina became Rias's soldier, and after spending 5 soldier pieces, Rias successfully reincarnated Wisteria Irina into her own family. Looking at the surrounding golden space, Rias and the other women were still a little curious about the unknown. After all, they were still in the living room of the villa a second ago. Suhai just snapped his fingers lightly, and the group came to this special space without warning. This kind of teleportation method is not like teleportation magic at all. Rias and other women are naturally more curious about such a magical technique. That's it. You can train here in the daytime in the future. I will tailor the training method according to your own situation, which should be able to quickly improve your strength and bring out your potential. After all, the strength of the girls was still a little low. Suhai wanted to improve the strength of Rias and others, and naturally he would not delay, so after a night's rest, he told everyone the plan and brought them into the room. Into this space. Rias, the power of destruction inherited from your family itself is a very powerful force. But unfortunately you can't control and use it well, so what you need to do next is to constantly cultivate the power of destruction, improve control and power. For this reason, I have chosen an opponent for you. As long as you can use the power of destruction to destroy it, then you will be considered a teacher. Suhai took the lead to look at Rias, who was in the lead, and said slowly. At the same time, in a roar, an ape mythical beast with a height of more than 10 meters was summoned. Obviously, this ape mythical beast is Rias' next opponent, or sandbag. As the divine beast of the ape god, it has some characteristics that King Kong is not bad. On this ape divine beast, Rias can use the power of destruction to the fullest. As long as Rias can control the power of destruction and destroy the ape mythical beast, then the strength will definitely rise to a considerable height. Looking at the body standing quietly in the distance, the huge ape mythical beast, Rias frowned slightly, and Rias could clearly feel the terrifying strength of this ape mythical beast. Judging from the sense of momentum, it was even higher than yesterday's Kirk ball. As for Junao, after arranging for Rias, Suhai turned his gaze to Himejima Akeno next to him. Said slowly. In this way, under the explanation, all the girls started their own training tour. In this space is very huge, it can be said that it is almost boundless, although the movements produced by each of them during training are very large, they will not affect the other party. Chapter 135. Seeing the girls fighting against wolves, apes, and locusts, Suhai, who was floating in the sky, nodded in relief. In this way, the time soon came a month later. How do you feel? In the golden space, Suhai came to Himejima Akeno on the edge of the Sea of Thunder and asked with a smile. It's not bad, it's a pity that it never reaches this level of thunder. If my thunder had such power. Looking at Suhai coming to him, Himejima Akeno stopped the movements in his hands, and while speaking, he created a magic circle and released a yellow thunder that hit the ground in front of him. It can be seen that compared with a month ago, the thunder released by Himejima Akeno has more than doubled. It's a pity that this yellow thunder can't be compared with the blue thunder that is ubiquitous in the thunder sea in front of her. It can be seen from the dent on the ground that the blow just now was obviously a thunder and lightning of the same size. However, the power of a small thunder in the Sea of Thunder was far greater than the lightning magic that Himejima Zane cast. This is actually a matter of course, this lay high in the space is a bit more general, but it is actually a part of Suhai's omnipotence in the sky. Although it is far less powerful than Suhai's full power, the level of power is naturally not to be underestimated. After showing his progress, Akeno Himejima looked at the thunder in the Sea of Thunder in front of him with a little yearning, thanks to the thunder in the Sea of Thunder. Only through this month's feelings and visualizations, Himejima Akeno was able to raise the thunder that he displayed to such a level. Unfortunately, no matter how imitated it is still far behind. Himejima Akeno could feel that there is a unique power in these thunders, which cannot be imitated by others. This is also the place where Akeno Himejima feels regretful. If you can take care of the thunder power thoroughly, your own strength will definitely be raised to a very considerable height. Seeing Himejima Akeno in this state, Suhai had a smile in his eyes, without the slightest surprise. In fact, this month's training is just the most basic. Suhai is not so simple that with such a short period of time, through regular training, the strength of the girls can be greatly improved. Suhai is very clear that even with his own guidance and the assistance of various resources, in a short period of time, the improvement of the girls is limited. If you want the strength of the girls to undergo earth-shaking changes, some unconventional means of improvement must be used. And these, Suhai has already planned. Like it? These thunderbolts were originally prepared for you. Looking at Akeno Himejima in front of him, Suhai said suddenly. With a smile of interest on his face. Suhai-kun, I can't control such power. After hearing Suhai's words, Himejima Akeno was slightly stunned, then resumed his usual smile and said slowly. However, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes, because Akeno Himejima knew Suhai very well. Knowing that the man in front of them can always bring them a different surprise. Therefore, there is still a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Seeing Himejima Akeno who looked up slightly at him, Suhai didn't hesitate, and took a step forward under Himejima Akeno's stunned eyes. He took Himejima Akeno into his arms and lowered his head to kiss him. At this moment, Himejima Akeno looked a little stunned, and did not expect such a plot at all. Fortunately, Akeno Himejima doesn't hate Suhai. After all, they have already slept together, so why would they care? So let Suhai do it. This is. Just when Himejima Akeno thought that Suhai was just wanting to kiss her, she suddenly felt a familiar and majestic force entering her body from Suhai's body. And at this moment, the method of using this power also appeared in Himejima Akeno's mind. Facing such a situation, Himejima Akeno looked very surprised, her eyes widened, and she looked at Suhai who was close at hand.
This is one of my abilities, and I can pass on my power to others through protection. 0. Ask for flowers. It's just that the method of protection requires direct transmission from the body. This is part of my thunder power. If you can comprehend the true meaning of this power in your future cultivation or battle, and turn the rules into your own, your strength should be no worse than a Demon King level powerhouse. After the boy's protection was finished, Suhai let go of Akeno Heimjima in his arms. It turned out that the reason why Suhai did this just now was that he wanted to use part of the power of his sky power to protect Heimjima Akeno through the ability of the boy's blessing. Allows Heimjima Akeno to use the power of Suhai in the future. Only by personal experience, Heimjima Akena can comprehend the rules of thunder and grow better. I thought Suhai-kun did this deliberately to take advantage of others, but it was to protect his power. But facing Suhai's explanation, Heimjima Akeno showed a playful smile, stared at Suhai tightly, and said. Heimjima Akeno, who had his eyes closed, seemed to be able to see Suhai's heart, which made Suhai feel a little guilty for a while. After all, in the process just now, if Suhai said that he had no heart and no selfishness, he would be joking. You must know that among the girls, in a sense, Akeno Heimjima's figure is more stalwart than Rias. With such a beautiful woman in her arms, how could there be no other ideas? Cough, cough. Zunai, please familiarize yourself with this power first, and then I will go to other places to see. Due to the thickness of Suhai's face, Rao seemed a little overwhelmed for a while, and quickly found an excuse to turn around and leave, heading in the direction of the other movement. What? Is he really a good, strong, and gentle man? Lias seems to have no choice but to hold you back. Seeing Suhai leaving, Akeno Heimjima covered half of his face with his right hand and said morbidly. It was as if he was watching his beloved prey. 4. Chapter 136. After leaving the place where Akeno Heimjima was, Suhai soon found Rias, Wisteria Irina, and Zenovia. At this time, Wisteria Irina and Zenovia were fighting a vicious wolf, and not far from them, Elsa was waiting to heal their injuries and return to their peak state. Suhai-kun, Senior. The moment they saw Suhai, the three of them walked up to Suhai in unison and shouted. Not bad, it seems that you have all made great progress. But that's not enough, are you willing to be reincarnated as angels? Looking at the three girls in front of him, Suhai said without hesitation. Apparently, Suhai was going to turn the trio into angels to boost their power. Although the 620 people are now turned into demons by Rias because of the relationship of the demon wives, it is reasonable to say that demons and angels have the same level of physique. However, depending on the caster of the turn, the power obtained by the reincarnated person is also different. Today's Rias is naturally not comparable to Suhai, so if Suhai reincarnates the three girls into angels, the strength of the three will be greatly improved. If it is said that God has just killed 4 and failed to obey, and God has obtained the power of God who has not obeyed, it is still somewhat difficult to reincarnate a person into an angel. But since returning to this world, Suhai gained all the knowledge of the biblical gods in the celestial system, everything has changed. After this period of absorption, Suhai has almost finished digesting all the knowledge, which naturally includes the power to transform believers into angels. Moreover, even if the three girls become angels, they can still become Rias's retinue, which Suhai can do now. After all, in the final analysis, both demons and angels are the products created by God in the Bible. Angel. Can we really? The three daughters of Wisteria Irina in front of them, even after being abandoned by the church congregation, still believe in the God of the Bible. Undoubtedly, he is the most faithful believer, so naturally he always hopes to be reincarnated as an angel and go to heaven to get close contact with the brilliance of the God of the Bible. Therefore, reincarnation as an angel is also the existence that they have been longing for in their hearts. Now that Suhai can fulfill their wish, he is naturally very excited and confirms it again and again. Of course, when did I lie to you? Looking at the three daughters of Wisteria Irina, who had a hint of excitement in their eyes, some anticipation and some fear. Suhai said slowly while reaching out and stroking Elsa's head. Then what do we need to do? After getting a positive answer again, the three of them couldn't wait, so they asked directly. You don't have to do anything, just stand where you are. Instructing the three girls to stand in place, a familiar Bible appeared in Suhai's hand. Of course, this time there was no holy robe or holy crown. Because this matter is just a reincarnated angel, there is no need to spend a lot of time. At the moment when the Bible appeared in Suhai's hands, three pure, brilliant and warm rays of light shone on Aisha, Wisteria Irina, and Zenobia respectively. And from all parts of the body into the body of the three women, drilled into every cell. Under the action of this ray of light, the three girls only felt that they were instantly wrapped in an extremely gentle and broad embrace. The whole person seems to be in the endless brilliance of heaven. In the next instant, the three girls slowly floated from the ground into the air under the action of this burst of light. As more and more rays of light were absorbed, the aura of the three girls became stronger and more holy. After a cup of tea, Aisha opened her eyes first and woke up from the holy light. At this moment, 6 pairs of snow-white wings appeared behind Elsa, replacing her demon wings. Apparently, Aisha had turned around successfully and became a seraph. Even in the celestial world, it belongs to the power of the middle class. After a long time, Wisteria Irina and Zenobia also opened their eyes and spread the 8-winged angel wings behind them. In this reincarnation process, although the energy consumed is provided by Suhai, how much it can absorb depends on the aptitude of the reincarnated person. Although Aisha can become a church saint, her aptitude is top among mortals. But Wisteria Irina and Zenobia, as holy sword adapters, are obviously more talented than Aisha. Therefore, the energy absorbed by Wisteria Irina and Zenobia is obviously more, which leads to the final reincarnation of Elsa as a seraph, and the two of them are reincarnated into an 8-winged angel. How do you feel? Looking at the three girls who flapped their wings and slowly descended from the sky, Suhai put away the Bible in his hand and asked with a smile. In fact, Suhai has already felt it, and now, there is a huge energy hidden in the body of the three of them. Not under Rias and Heimjima Akeno at all. Just how much potential can be exerted depends on their usual exercise and usage. And what surprised Suhai the most was that he could clearly feel that there was a subtle connection between the three girls and himself. In the body of the three girls, there is something that is a bit like energy but not like energy at all times, and it is introduced into his body through this connection. If Suhai is my guess wrong, it should be pure power of faith. Obviously, the three girls have now become the angels directly under Suhai. It feels really good and I've gotten a lot stronger. And 0.4 and I feel like we're getting closer to the Lord. The three girls who landed in front of Suhai replied happily while looking at the wings behind them. For this subtle connection, the three women are actually the clearest person. Under this connection, even with their eyes closed, the three women seem to be able to feel the existence of Suhai. As if Suhai is watching over them all the time, this is the happiest thing for them, like the arms of the Lord. After all, for the three girls today, Suhai is undoubtedly their God, the Lord of their beliefs. Just because of the close relationship, Suhai, the God, in their hearts, has less of a sense of unfamiliarity, and more of a sense of touch. Chapter 137. This is. Perhaps attracted by the light of the reincarnation of the three girls, Rias, Kitten Tachin, Akeno Heimjima and other girls came to the side at some point. Looking at the three Wisteria Irina who spread the angel wings behind them, they looked a little stunned. Obviously, Rias never thought that a demon could turn into an angel. Now, this scene in front of her once again exceeded her cognition. Fortunately, there are too many big facts that have happened this time, and things that can shock everyone are not once or twice. After Suhai's explanation, Rias and the other girls understood what happened and accepted it in their hearts. It is also something to celebrate and rejoice that Elsa, Wisteria Irina, and Zenobia have the opportunity to increase their strength. You don't need to be too confused. Little master, an interesting guest is looking for you and Rias. After finally explaining it clearly and letting the later Rias accept the reality, a door to the outside world suddenly opened. Medusa walked in from this portal and spoke slowly in front of Suhai. Apparently there are guests outside looking for Suhai. Suhai and Rias, who were in 03, looked at each other, although there was a hint of doubt in their eyes, who would be looking for them both at this time. But there was not too much entanglement, and they walked out through the preset portal hand in hand. After coming to the living room and seeing the red-haired young man, the two suddenly realized. It turned out that this person was none other than Rias' brother, Sazax, one of the demon kings of the demon world. "Brother, why are you here?" After seeing the face of the visitor, Rias was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and asked. In Rias' heart, her brother as the demon king always has unfinished business, and she is the busy person who has the least time in the family. Now that he suddenly came to the mortal world to find himself, there must be something important. After all, if you just want to see your sister, you can let yourself go home. Today, I mainly came to see Suhai-kun, and there are a lot of things I want to confirm. Secondly, I also want to see how you are doing in the room. Sazax, who turned around, first glanced at Suhai without a trace. Then he lowered his head and said to Rias in front of him. Obviously this time Sazax suddenly came to the mortal world, the main purpose is to meet Suhai. That's it. Then talk to darling. I'll make you tea. Rias is also an extremely smart being, and she understood the purpose of her brother in an instant. He turned his head and glanced at Suhai, saw that Suhai nodded and said that there was no problem, and then turned around very obediently to make black tea. It seems that you have a very good relationship, so I can feel at ease as a brother. Rias's little action naturally fell into Sazax's eyes completely. Seeing Rias leaving, Sazax said to Suhai with a hint of relief on his face. In addition to being a demon king, Sazax is also a good brother in a sense. It's natural to be very happy to see that his sister and Suhai's relationship is so close. Trouble, you, the demon king of the demon realm, came to me in person, you think it's a very important matter? Facing Sazax's words, Suhai didn't hide anything, and nodded slightly. Then he and Sazax sat on the sofa in the living room and asked first. In fact, Suhai also roughly guessed some of Sazax's intentions. It must be related to the relationship between the fallen angels, and demons today. Among the leaders in charge of angels, fallen angels, and demons today, whether it is Michael, or the governor of the fallen angels, Asakel, or Sazax, they are all people who have experienced the last three-way war. Clearly understand how cruel the scene will be once the war breaks out. And now the three forces have suffered great losses in the last war, and can no longer withstand a new round of jihad. Therefore, the high-level officials of the three parties are trying their best to facilitate the tripartite peace talks and sign a peace treaty. Now has reached a critical moment, but the appearance of Suhai has broken this delicate balance. If it is just a simple Along Emperor or a reincarnated King Arthur, it is not enough to affect the decision of the three parties. But Sazax learned from Rias that Suhai is a biblical god, and if it is a biblical god, this identity is enough to affect the current balance. Although in the last Great War, Sazax saw with his own eyes the fall of the biblical god. But the power of God is not something they can speculate at all, and Sazax is not sure that the last fall of the biblical god was the real fall. Are you really my lord? In fact, as Suhai guessed, Sazax directly asked the answer that he most wanted to know as soon as he opened his mouth. His eyes were fixed on Suhai, with a hint of urgency, a hint of hesitation and a hint of complexity. If you're talking about that biblical 907 lowly god from the last war, I'm not her. But I do inherit her position now, and I can control everything she can do. Strictly speaking, I should be regarded as her godhead successor. Looking at Sazax with a hint of urgency, Suhai said with a very relaxed expression. Really? Heir to the throne, it seems that the charm of my sister is really beyond imagination, and she can actually get the love of the heir of my lord. After getting a definite answer, Sazax also had a wry smile on his face while he was relieved. Although Suhai is indeed not the original biblical god, but today's Suhai inherits everything from the biblical god, and is no different from the real god at all. The sudden appearance of such a heavyweight existence is bound to refresh the views of the three parties. In this lake, which was not very calm, endless waves swayed. Especially the angels. In fact, when he came, Sazax had already guessed in his heart that Suhai should not be the real god of the Bible.
Just lucky enough to get the broken godhead of the biblical god or something. I never thought that Suhaya would inherit so thoroughly, completely control everything of the God of the Bible, and can do everything that the God of the Bible can do. Chapter 138. You won't come here just to find out my identity. I guess you have something else to do. Looking at Saix with a very complicated face in front of him, Suhai spoke very calmly. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you, there are indeed other things. Next week, angels, demons, and fallen angels are going to hold a gathering to sign a permanent peace agreement. And the location was chosen in the human world. After all, the human world does not belong to the territory of any demon, fallen angel, or angel. It can be accepted by both parties. And the exact location was chosen in this Dog King town. I wanted to hear your thoughts on the current situation, and I also wanted you to attend next week's party. Facing Suhai's question, Saix recovered his senses and said slowly. Apparently, from the very beginning, Saix was trying to find out what Suhai said. In this way, even if Suhai is the main battle party, he can have a good mental preparation, so that he will not be too passive at that time. I have no interest in war. I think life is good now. As for the gathering of the three-party forces, I will participate in it when the time comes, but only as a bystander, and these trivial matters are left to you professionals. Suhai naturally understood the intention of Saix's move, and it was nothing more than wanting to be a witness. If Suhai used the status of the biblical god as the witness of the tripartite peace talks, then the contract is more binding. After getting his satisfactory answer, Saix nodded slightly. As a demon who has lived for a long time, Saix can clearly see that Suhai is indeed a person who does not like to fight. In this way, Saix immediately returned to the demon realm through the teleportation array after a night of rest. It can be seen that it is in a hurry. After all, there are still many trivial matters in the demon world that need to be handled by the demon king Saix. As for Suhai and his party, they just lived a life of school and home. Get up in the morning to go to school, and after returning, the girls will enter the space for training. This classmate, can you tell me how the students will go? 3 days passed in a flash. This day was in the middle of the school. Suhai just walked into the school gate, ready to go to the classroom. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from behind. Magical girl? After turning around, Suhai found a black-haired girl wearing a pink magical girl costume standing in front of him with a magic wand. The most strange thing about Suhai is that on the girl's head, there is a bright 5-star treasure chest. To know the appearance of the 5-star treasure chest, every one of them appears in an unusual character, and the strength of the border is definitely not weak. So at this moment, Suhai guessed the identity of the girl in front of him. You guessed it right. It's magical girl Seraph. Facing the magical girl, Suhai blurted out. The black-haired girl's eyes lit up for a while, and she seemed very happy, waving the magic wand in her hand, blinked her eyes, and turned around in a circle, making a very cute posture. And he admitted it cutely. Apparently happy with Suhai's own affirmation of the outfit. Seraph? So the demon king Leviathan, the elder sister of Sana. After hearing the name of Seraphule, Suhai also fully understood that the person in front of him was Seraphule Sidi, one of the 4 major demon kings in the demon world today, who was also the recipient of Kana's sister. For a while, his heart was relieved, why there was a 5-star treasure chest on his head. As one of the most powerful people in the demon world today, it is not surprising to have a 5-star treasure chest. However, how to obtain this treasure chest is a difficult problem. Because of the condition for opening this treasure chest, as always, it was difficult, that is, stroking the head of the demon king girl in front of her. Although Suhai can do it if she is forced, but at that time, the demon king girl in front of her will turn her face even in the middle of the second. Although it is possible to suppress it at that time, it will inevitably hurt the harmony. This classmate, you can't wear fancy clothes to enter the campus during school. This, and this have to be replaced. There were thousands of thoughts in his heart, and after changing his thoughts slightly, Suhai deliberately pretended not to know him. Taking the demon king girl in front of her as a student who entered the campus in a fancy dress, she pointed to the magic wand in the demon king girl's hand. the pink nurse hat on her head, and the clothes that exposed her belly. During this period, Suhai also stroked the Demon King girl's head and stroked the Demon King girl's hair lightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I got this 5-star treasure chest. You can't do it, this is a magical girl suit. It is a must for a magical girl and cannot be replaced. And I'm not a student of this school. At this moment, Seraph's face suddenly became serious, and his eyes were fixed on Suhai, looking a little wary. Just when Suhai thought her actions were exposed, Seraph found herself taking the opportunity to touch her head. Seraph hugged the magic wand in his hand and refused with a vigilant expression. Obviously, this outfit was something that this Demon King girl was very concerned about. Isn't it a student of this school? Then you're here to find someone, right? If the student council is concerned, I know I'll take you there. While having a bit of a laugh in his heart, Suhai said, I'm going to take Seraph, the Demon King girl, to the student council. After all, I have obtained a 5-star treasure chest from someone, so I should help out with such a small favor. In this way, under the leadership of Suhai, the two walked side by side toward the student union. In the process of walking, Suhai will also use his peripheral vision to observe the Demon King girl next to him. It is indeed rare for such a powerful person to maintain a childlike innocence. It can only be said that Seraph is perhaps the most special existence among the 4 demon lords. In less than a cup of tea, the two came to the door of the student union. Looking at the closed door, Suhai reached out and knocked gently twice. After hearing footsteps coming from the house, he stopped knocking on the wooden door. Chapter 139. Suhai-kun. Needless to say, the one who opened the door was Shidokana, the president of the student council. After seeing that the person standing at the door was Suhai, a strangeness flashed in his eyes, obviously wondering what was Suhai looking for. Kana sauce. Looking at the girl with the same black hair in front of her, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, Suhai smiled slightly, showing good intentions and preparing to speak. But at this moment, a very excited girl's voice sounded from behind Suhai. Immediately afterwards, a figure jumped out from behind Suhai and threw himself on Kanaji. Keep rubbing on Shidokana's body. President. Facing this act like an attack, Ji Kuang-na's family members, that is, the members of the student council, became vigilant and subconsciously shouted. Some even wanted to step forward and pull Seraph away. Sister, why are you here? But at this moment, Ji Chu-kana, who was hugged, said helplessly. There was a hint of difference in the words. Elder sister. Could this person be the elder sister of the president? Isn't that the Demon King of the demon world today? After hearing the name given to this magical girl by the president of the house, Shidokana's family members in the student council all showed their different eyes. In their minds, the Demon Kings of the demon world are all very powerful beings. Accompanied by strong strength, they are generally very dignified and mature. But the girl in front of her looks like a middle school girl who likes cosplay. There is no majesty at all as a demon king. Facing the strange eyes of his family members, Ji Kuokang looked even more embarrassed. You must know that when Ji Kuokang was usually, he tried his best to create a more dignified image in the minds of his family members. Seeing this scene now, it is inevitable that I am a little uncomfortable. That's why Shidokana doesn't like to trouble him, the Demon King's sister. It's not that Ji Kuokang doesn't like his sister, the Demon King, but Ji Kuokang likes it very much. For some reason of shame, Ji Kuangna didn't like others to see this hidden side of him. Especially now, under Suhai's interested eyes, Ji Kuokang is even more ashamed. Really, sister, why didn't you tell me when you came? He quickly broke free of Seraph from his body, and asked in a distressed voice. Obviously trying to change the subject. Woo 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 woo. Could it be that Kang Na-chan already hates my sister? Obviously people like Kang Na-sauce so much. Facing Ji Kuokang's seemingly serious question, Seraph suddenly started crying like a simple little girl. Of course there were no tears, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was all intentional. However, this is enough to brighten the eyes of everyone. A powerful demon king, who can perform like this, has already surpassed the 3 views of ordinary people. Faced with such a situation, Ji Kuokang was also unable to resist, and quickly expressed that he liked it. This made Seraph stop, and a smug expression appeared on his face. From childhood to adulthood, Seraph has always used this trick to deal with Ji Kuokang, and he has never failed in 100 trials. Thanks to him, he brought me to find Sana-chan, otherwise the Demon King girl Seraph would get lost in the school. At this time, Seraph did not forget to turn around and pointed at Suhai and said slowly. Thank you Suhai-kun, my sister is a little troublesome, this time thanks to you. Facing his sister's words, Ji Kuokang opened his mouth to thank him again and became more solemn this time. With just the right etiquette, at first glance, she looks like a young lady from a nobleman. It's nothing, it's just a little effort. I think Sister Ling is a very interesting person. Odaf, if I can have such a sister, I think it will be a very happy thing. Of course, it's the same to have a younger sister like you. In this regard, Suhai hastily said that it doesn't matter, after all, as Suhai himself said, it's just a little effort. Moreover, Suhai also obtained a precious 5-star golden egg on Seraph, no matter how you look at it, he earned it with his own blood. After speaking, Suhai also said goodbye and turned to leave. Suhai. Seeing the back of Suhai leaving, Seraph did fall into silence, with a hint of doubt on his face. Because when she heard this name, Seraph always felt a little familiar, and she seemed to have heard it somewhere, but she couldn't remember it. After thinking for a while, to no avail. Seraph also gave up. Through the corridor and stairs, Suhai quickly returned to his classroom. Seeing Rias and Akeno Himejima sitting in front of and beside him, Suhai nodded slightly. Then he sat down in his seat. After a while, the very mature female teacher walked into the classroom and started a new round of lectures today. But unfortunately, Suhai didn't have time to enjoy such a different scenery. At this time, Suhai immersed all his mind in the system space. The system opens the 5-star golden egg. Looking at the 5-star golden egg shining with starlight in the system space, Suhai gave the order without hesitation while looking forward to it. Although he has opened the 5-star golden egg several times, Suhai looks a little excited and nervous every time he starts. After all, every 5-star golden egg may give out a very powerful reward, which can improve one's strength. Congratulations to the host for opening the 5-star golden egg and obtaining the sovereignty of the sun, Leo, Hako Garden. As the golden egg broke, a golden light group emerged in the system space. Then it merged into Suhai's body. At this moment, Suhai felt that a huge amount of information had emerged in his mind, and his body had undergone subtle changes. After receiving the message, Suhai had a perfect smile on his face. What this 5-star golden egg has opened is undoubtedly a huge harvest for today's Suhai, and it is of great help to his own strength. You must know that even in the multiverse of Heikanuwa, there are only 24 solar sovereigns in the 12th house of the zodiac and the 12th and 12th of the equator. It can be said that it is a very noble and powerful existence. Chapter 140. And every sun sovereign can summon a powerful star beast, and this Leo sun sovereign can make the 4th incarnation of Avatara, who reflects all weapons in the world regardless of God's creation of stars, lodge himself in his own body. Get yourself the power to rebound all weapons. As long as it is an attack that relies on weapons, it cannot cause damage to the owner of the Leo sun sovereignty. Feeling the change in his body, Suhai nodded in satisfaction, and then exited the system space. At this moment, Akeno Himejima and Rias, who were sitting in front of Suhai and on the right, both subconsciously looked at Suhai with their out-of-the-way vision. It always feels as though something has changed subtly in Suhai at this moment, but what exactly, can't say. In 2 days, it will be time for fallen angels, and our demons to sign a peace treaty. Hopefully nothing goes wrong by then. As the sun went down, time soon came to school in the afternoon. On the way home, Suhai walked side by side with the girls and seemed very close. Rias, who was hugging Suhai's right hand, counted the time, and suddenly said with some emotion. Obviously, there are only 2 days left before the signing of the peace treaty that Sazax said. This is a very important matter for the demon world. As a member of the demon world, Rias is naturally very concerned. In this regard, although Suhai knew the result of this time, he just smiled and didn't say much. In fact, now whether it is an angel, a fallen angel or a demon, except for a very small number of belligerents, all of them do not want to fight again. After all, in the last Millennium War, all three parties suffered heavy losses. Among them, the demon side experienced the infighting of the old Demon King and the new Demon King one after another after experiencing the melee of the three forces. It can be said that the infighting has ended, and it has only been settled for hundreds of years. The high-level forces of each side do not want to fight, so as long as nothing too important happens, it is almost a sure thing for the three parties to sign a peace treaty. At the same time as he understood, Suhai just took a step, but suddenly stopped, looked up at the sky far away outside Wangzhen, and looked thoughtful. In Suhai's induction, there is an extremely fast-flying object, which is rapidly moving towards his direction. If nothing else, the target of this unknown creature is himself. "Darling, what's wrong?" Looking at Suhai, who suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. Rias also looked in that direction, but unfortunately this unknown creature is still a long way from where everyone is. With Ria's current cultivation base, she couldn't sense the existence of the other party at all, so she asked with some doubts. Next to Haimjima Akeno and Tachin Kitten looked at Suhai with their own eyes, waiting for the answer. Instead, Aisha, Wisteria Irina, and Zenovia looked into the distance thoughtfully and sensed something unusual. It's not that the three girls of Aisha today have surpassed Rias and Akeno Haimjima in terms of strength. Although, Aisha, Wisteria Irina and Zenovia became Seraph and Octopus with the help of Suhai. But this huge potential still needs to be continuously developed by the three girls. Now, the strength that the three girls can exert is similar to that of Rias. Asia, who is not very good at fighting, is not Rias' opponent at all if she really wants to fight. The reason why the three of them could feel the aura coming from afar was just because the aura was very familiar, as if they were related to the three girls. "You go back first. It seems that a very interesting guest has come. It should be looking for me. I will meet you. I don't know if the person here is an enemy or a friend." In the face of a situation where a fight might break out, Suhai didn't want to choose Kawang Town as the venue for the battle. After all, it was where he and the girls lived. So after tilting his head and saying a word to Rias and the other girls, he turned into a thunderbolt, shot up into the sky, and headed towards the target outside Kawang Town. When the girls saw this, although a hint of helplessness flashed in their eyes, they still walked in the direction of home very well behaved. 0 Ask for flowers. As for worrying about Suhai's safety, the girls had nothing to worry about. Since they knew the identity of Suhai's god, they also clearly understood the power that Suhai possessed and stood at the forefront of the world. There may not be many in the world that can compete with Suhai. On the other side, after Suhai left Kawang Town, he soon came to the sky 1 kilometer away from Kawang Town, waiting quietly for the arrival of the target. Sure enough, within a few breaths, a voice with a speed far exceeding the speed of sound came to Suhai quickly. Apparently, the other party also sensed the presence of Suhai, so they stopped when they were less than 100 meters away. "Angel?" Looking at this person with 12 wings and a sacred halo that belongs to an angel on his head, it seems that all the beauties in the world are gathered. Suhai was stunned for a while, and said subconsciously. Suhai really didn't expect that it was an angel, and it was a 12-winged angel. There are only 4 angels of this level, even in today's heaven. After excluding Michael, the male angel, there are only 3 left. There is no doubt that the female angel in front of her is one of the remaining 3. "Lord, is it really you? Gabriel misses you." Just when Suhai was thinking, this female angel made an action. While looking very excited, there was also a very pious face on his face. He flew directly over and fell into Suhai's arms in an instant. He seemed to be crying with joy. It turned out that Gabriel remembered Suhai's breath since the power that Suhai used a few days ago, and through these few days, he has been chasing down to Kawang Town. Although the appearance is completely different from 1,000 years ago, Gabriel can clearly feel the breath of Suhai belonging to the Supreme God, combined with the familiar power of a few days ago. Without the slightest hesitation, she instantly recognized Suhai in front of her as her master. 5s.
Chapter 141. Sister, I think you may have mistaken someone. I'm not the god you used to be. In the face of this behavior of throwing his arms around, Suhai enjoyed the softness in his arms, but he still spoke. Suhai can be sure that the female angel in front of her clearly recognizes herself as a former biblical god. No, you are my lord. Gabriel will not admit mistakes, please return to heaven with my lord and me. I need you, Michael, Uriel and Raphael need you, the whole heaven and the world need you. But unfortunately, Gabriel has already determined that Suhai is the god of the Bible. How could he deny his perception just because of Suhai's few words? For that kind of supreme, all-encompassing light, in Gabriel's memory, only the former god of the Bible can emit such a dazzling light in the entire 193 world. God has no normal state, so Gabriel and others never knew God by appearance, but by feeling. Now, Gabriel's feeling is very certain feedback to Gabriel. Suhai in front of him is undoubtedly the god of the Bible. Alas, as you please. Your name is Gabriel, right? I won't go back to heaven, isn't Michael taking care of it pretty well now? Just let him take care of it. Looking at Gabriel, whose eyes were so firm and did not give in at all. Suhai knew that it was impossible for him to explain it clearly, so he simply let Gabriel's own thoughts and did not intend to explain. It's just that the heaven, Suhai, is impossible to go to now. Although the heaven is very beautiful, it is also a good living environment. Unfortunately, it is too monotonous for Suhai. The whole world is only one color. Since this is the case, then please allow my lord to allow Gabriel to follow you and serve you. Seeing that Suhai was unwilling to return to the heavenly realm, a look of difficulty flashed across Gabriel's face. In the end, looking at Suhai in front of him, he spoke firmly as if he had made a huge decision. For Gabriel, Suhai is a god that has been lost and found, and no matter what Gabriel says, it is impossible for Suhai to leave his sight. You must know that when the god of the Bible fell, the exhibition of the four great angels, including Gabriel, almost fell to the sky, if they hadn't finally controlled themselves and concealed the news of the fall of the god of the Bible. Then the heaven does not know how many angels will fall. It's up to you, as long as you like it. In the face of Gabriel's request, Suhai couldn't refuse. After all, Gabriel in front of him didn't have the slightest malice towards him. And suddenly there is the number one beauty in the heavens, and even the number one beauty in the world following him. Suhai really can't find a reason to refuse. After saying that, Suhai turned and flew slowly towards home. When Gabriel saw this, he also quickly followed with the joy of his request being approved. He hugged Suhai's right hand tightly, with an obsessed look on his face, as if he was afraid that Suhai would disappear in front of his eyes. The eyes are full of dependence and fanaticism. Looking at such eyes, Suhai once again understood what kind of existence the God of the Bible was in the eyes of these angels. There is also some understanding why Michael concealed the news of the fall of the gods in the Bible, because once this news is leaked, not only the heaven, but even the entire human world may become a fallen paradise. If it is said that whoever has the most believers in this world, then there is no doubt that it is the God of the Bible, and the whole world's believers in the God of the Bible account for 70% of the total believers. All other gods combined are not as many as the biblical gods. From this terrifying data, we can see what position the biblical gods have in this world as the gods people believe in. Lord, here is the breath of the devil. After a while, Suhai brought Gabriel to the door of his villa. Looking at the door in front of him, before Suhai opened the door and walked in, Gabriel next to him frowned slightly and said. Obviously, with Gabriel's strength, he could clearly feel the aura of Rias and other women in this villa. Although the three parties have now decided to sign a peace treaty, they are not good enough to completely trust each other. This is my home on earth, and everyone here is my family. There was a wary look in Gabriel's eyes, but Suhai just smiled, then pushed open the door and walked in. In the process of entering the room, he did not forget to open his mouth to remind Gabriel next to him. Darling, Suhai-kun, Senior, welcome back. The moment they entered the room, Rias and the other women spoke very warmly like wives waiting for their husbands to come home. Darling, this beauty is.
It's just that the smiling girls immediately saw Gabriel, who was following Suhai. Because now Bilgia has put away the angel's wings and brilliance, Rias and others did not recognize Gabriel's identity for the first time. He just felt that Gabriel in front of him gave him a sense of danger. At the same time, in the face of Gabriel's stunning beauty and bewitching figure, he was simply a combination of angel and devil, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This is Gabriel of the heavens, and he may live here with us for some time to come. They are all my wives, you should get along well in the future. Looking at the confused girls, Suhai naturally introduced each other. When Gabriel introduced Rias and other women at 0.5, Suhai paused for a moment, but still slowly revealed the identity of his wife. Although Suhai has not officially established a relationship with Himjima Akeno and Aisha, in fact, everyone knows that they have already been frank with each other, and the last step is only a matter of time. Demon? My lord's lover. Facing such a situation, Gabriel's expression also seemed very entangled for a while, looking at Rias and Himjima Akeno and other women in front of him, with a complex look in his eyes. Master Gabriel. However, in contrast to Gabriel's momentary indecisive reaction, Aisha, Wisteria Irina and Zenobia came to Gabriel with excited expressions, and said with some admiration. Chapter 142. In the entire celestial world, if there is a word about who Asia, Wisteria Irina and Zenobia admire the most, it must be the God of the Bible. In addition to the God of the Bible, there are naturally the four angels including Gabriel. As a woman, in the hearts of the three women, Gabriel's status may be higher than Michael, the archangel who is the head of the four angels. Now, seeing for the first time someone who has always existed in their beliefs, it is natural to be very excited. This pure breath? Are you angels? And it's not an ordinary angel. It seems that your talents are extremely high. But in the heaven, why haven't I seen you? When Elsa and the three girls observed Gabriel, Gabriel also noticed the existence of Wisteria Irina. As one of the four archangels in the heavens, he was naturally very familiar with the breath of angels, so he immediately realized that the three daughters of Aisha were angels. It's just that Gabriel is a little puzzled. As one of the four archangels in the heaven, it is not said that all the angels in the heaven are familiar with Gabriel. But at least everyone has an impression, but looking at Wisteria Irina, Aisha and Zenobia in front of him, Gabriel can be very sure that he has never seen the existence of the three in heaven. And judging from the aura on the three of them, it was not something that ordinary angels could possess, which proved that the three girls were at least four-winged angels. Even in the heavenly world, angels of this level belong to the elite, and they are not so widespread that they can be seen everywhere, so in any case, if the three of them are from the heavenly world, Gabriel should have met them. Lord Gabriel, we are not angels in the heavens, we are. Facing Gabriel's inquiries and doubts, Aisha's three daughters naturally had nothing to hide, and told everything that happened. Facing the narration of Wisteria Irina's three daughters, Gabriel immediately understood that all this was Suhai's means. At this moment, Gabriel's gaze towards Suhai became firmer, and he was more certain that Suhai was the God of the Bible. After all, in this world, the only person who has the ability to create angels is the God of the Bible. Not to mention this kind of high-level angel with 6 wings and 8 love levels. In this way, Suhai has one more person living in this villa for a long time. Lord, please allow me to send the news of finding you back to the heaven. After all, Michael, Uriel, and Raphael are very concerned about your existence and are looking forward to your return. Sitting on the sofa in the hall, Gabriel, who had just finished eating, suddenly asked. Gabriel's purpose in leaving heaven was to find Suhai. Now that I have found it, I naturally hope to quickly transmit this good news back to the heaven. Although Suhai doesn't want to go back to heaven now, at least the news that God in the Bible is still alive is very important, which can make Michael, Raphael, and others feel completely relieved. As long as the God of the Bible still exists, in this world, whether it is other gods, fallen angels, or demons, it is impossible to destroy the heavens. You can talk to them if you want. But if they don't have anything important, don't bother me. I think life is very interesting now, and I don't want to go back to heaven for the time being. As for the management of the heavens, leave it to Michael for the time being. Over the past few hundred years, hasn't Michael managed it in an orderly manner? By the way, this is also handed over to Michael, it will help the operation of the entire heaven. For Gabriel's request, Suhai, you didn't stop. After all, even if Gabriel doesn't pass the news back today, if time passes for too long, Michael and the others will naturally search for Gabriel in the lower bounds, and they will be exposed at that time. Rather than being found at that time, it is better to have everything sorted out now. While speaking, Suhai also condensed a ball of light in the palm of his hand, gently holding it, making the ball of light slowly float in front of Gabriel. My lord, this is... Feeling this unusual light group in front of him, Gabriel showed a puzzled expression on his face, and seemed to ask a little strangely. Some doubts, what exactly does this group do? This is a rule I customized. Putting it in the heaven system will allow the heaven system to operate autonomously. Although it's not at the point where I can personally control it, it's not much worse. With the help of this thing, the prayers of all believers can be answered, and the excellent human beings in the lower realm can also be transformed into angels through the weather system, adding new energy to the heavenly realm. It turned out that this light group is equivalent to a computer program, which can help the celestial system to operate on its own. Let the entire heaven run in an orderly manner. In fact, the entire celestial system is the masterpiece of God's life in the Bible, and all the rules in it are complete. This is also the reason why Michael can use a small part of the power of the heaven system. Unfortunately, Michael's strength is still a little weak after all, and his understanding of the rules is too little. Therefore, it is impossible to exert too much power of the heaven system. 227. However, after having this light group, it is different. This light group can act like a patch. In the celestial system, the celestial system operates on its own. Michael only needs to issue an order, and the heaven system can respond accordingly. Many thanks, my lord, I will send this thing back to the heaven and hand it over to Michael. I will let them come and get it in person. When he understood the effect of this light group, Gabriel's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked very excited. After all, the heaven system cannot function normally, such as the most troublesome thing in today's world, because the heaven is different from demons and fallen angels. The camps of demons and fallen angels can reproduce on their own by marrying and having children, supplementing their new strength. But the heavens are not. In the past, they used the heaven system to reincarnate outstanding human beings as angels to supplement the new energy. But since the fall of the gods of the Bible and the paralysis of the celestial system, it has been impossible to reincarnate excellent human beings into angels. Although Michael created a playing card system by imitating the Mackay chess system, it is also possible to transform some human beings into angels by searching for relatives, but it will be a drop in the bucket after all. The weather is still facing a lack of successor strength, and it is gradually heading towards extinction, but it has only been extended for some time. Chapter 143. After accepting the light group in front of him, Gabriel immediately opened the channel of the heaven and sent the news back. In fact, Gabriel can completely send things back to the heaven, and then come back again. It's just that now I have finally found Suhai, a biblical god. Although I know in my heart that Suhai can't leave again, Gabriel is still reluctant to leave Suhai's surroundings. In this way, the time soon came to the next morning. Since today was Sunday, Suhai and his party did not go to the academy. Instead, they stayed at home, and all the women in the entire hall were divided into 3 small groups. The demon party represented by Rias, the angel party represented by Gabriel, and Medusa. Although the 3 parties are not malicious, and the relationship can be regarded as very harmonious, but due to various reasons such as identity, there is an indescribable difference after all. Although they only have Suhai in their hearts. At this time, in the entire room, Gabriel was leading the 3 daughters of Aisha, Wisteria Irina, and Zenovia to pray every day. Rias and Heimjima Akeno were sitting on the sofa in the hall, sipping black tea leisurely. As for Suhai, he is playing gamepad with Tachin Kitten. The whole atmosphere is very peaceful and harmonious. But at this time, a strange wave covered the entire town. At this moment,
under the action of this wave of fluctuations, ordinary people and people with special powers were separated. As if it was a special space created, it isolates ordinary people in another space. At the same time, two huge beams of light descended from the sky and landed in Kawang town. In the beam of light, there are two female angels slowly descending. It is worth mentioning that behind them are 12 wings. Obviously, for the existence of the same level of Gabriel, the identities of these two people are self-evident, and they are obviously Raphael and Uriel among the 4 angels. It has to be said that there is no ugly angel. Raphael and Uriel, who are one of the 4 great angels, are a little worse than Gabriel, the angel known as the most beautiful angel in the heavens. But in fact, they also have their own styles, and there is not much comparability. I saw the two people slowly descending from the air. One was very mature and seductive, just like a seductive big sister next door. The other is a cute type, but exudes a bit of heroic spirit that does not allow men to be men, but it has a contrasting sense of visual impact. My lord, Raphael and Uriel are here. With such a big movement, Gabriel naturally sensed the breath of the two, with a smile on his face, looked at Suhai and said, "I have to say that Michael really cares about Suhai today, he just came to get one thing, and there are 2 of the highest combat power in the heaven." "Oh, is it Raphael and Uriel?" In addition to the previous Gabriel, the heaven actually dispatched these 3 guys. It seems that the news is true. On the other side, in a game hall in Kawang town, a middle-aged man in a black kimono with a sliver of blonde hair on his head also looked up at the sky not far away, and muttered to himself. This guy was not excluded, obviously not an ordinary human being. There was a trace of shock in the middle-aged man's eyes at this time. It was not because of Raphael and Uriel, but only a piece of news was confirmed in the man's heart, a very shocking news. "Since we're here, let's go out and see." Facing Gabriel's words, Suhai, who had just unlocked a game, also stood up and let go of the Tachin kitten sitting in his arms. He spoke slowly. Then he led the way towards the outside of the villa, and a group of people floated to the top of the villa under the leadership of Suhaidu, watching Raphael and Uriel slowly descending from the beam of light. In fact, the reason why Raphael and Uriel made such a big commotion was because they directly opened the connection between the heaven and Kawang town. In this way, although the target can be quickly approached to the location, there is a lot of movement. Although Raphael and Uriel can also fly from the heaven to the human world through the regular passage like Gabriel did at the beginning, it will take a few days to do so. These few days, for creatures like them, although it is only a drop in the ocean, but now they are in a hurry, they can't wait for these seemingly short days. "Master, Uriel misses you." After the 2 of them descended into the air and the beam of light disappeared, Wu Lai, who looked very cute, turned into a streamer and fell on Suhai's body. Said looking very excited. "And the temperament is full of coquettishness. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Facing Uriel's behavior, Raphael, who had arrived in the next step, opened his mouth to stop him. It's just that judging from the envious look on Raphael's face, it's obvious that he has some duplicity. Obviously, the 12-winged angel with a mature appearance like a gentle elder sister is Raphael. As for hugging Suhai and reluctant to let go, it was Uriel who looked cute. Rias, it seems that we have another strong competitor. In the face of such a situation, the girls next to Tachin Kitten and Rias also stared at Uriel, with a look of alertness in their eyes. Haimjima Akeno whispered directly in Rias's ear. There was a hint of a faint smile on his face, as if he had met Lise or something interesting. Ugh! Hearing Haimjima Akeno's words, he looked at the scene in front of him. Rias sighed helplessly. In fact, until now, Rias always felt like she was dreaming. Rias still has some things that haven't recovered. She really didn't expect that. She just wanted to find someone she didn't hate to get rid of the family marriage. Unexpectedly, he found the legendary god. In this way, after a while, Uriel calmed down slightly and left Suhai's embrace, but he still held Suhai's right hand and refused to let go. Even after entering the villa, Uriel sat down next to Suhai. Faced with such a situation, Rias had no choice but to sit down on the other side of Suhai. It was the final oath. Chapter 144. Raphael, Uriel, Michael didn't come. In the hall of the villa, Gabriel looked at Uriel and Raphael next to him and said with some doubts. At this time, Gabriel's heart seemed very different. Among the four angels, Michael's respect and devotion to the God of the Bible was no less than that of any angel in the heaven. Logically speaking, now that the God of the Bible has been found, that is, the existence of Suhai, it was impossible for Michael not to come together. I almost forgot. Originally, Michael was going to come together, but there is a little thing about the three-party forces that needs to be dealt with temporarily, and I can't get away from it. He specially asked the two of us to tell the master, and as long as it is finished, he will come over immediately. Facing Gabriel's question, Raphael seemed to suddenly remember something, turned to look at Suhai and said. Uriel, who had been sitting next to Suhai, stuck out his tongue in embarrassment. Raphael and Uriel obviously forgot about such an important event because they were too excited to see Suhai. If it wasn't for Gabriel's sudden mention of Michael, they might not have thought about it for a while. Stand up. For such a situation, Suhai naturally didn't mind 257 at all, but felt that it would be better if Michael didn't come. After all, enough people have come. If it is suitable for female angels such as Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, at least it is pleasing to the eye and some benefits. Michael, a male angel, looked at himself with such a fanatical gaze that Suhai felt his scalp tingle just thinking about it. In this way, in the next time, Raphael and Uriel did not leave directly with things, but stayed temporarily. The two said that they had not listened to the Lord's teaching for so long, and now they have finally seen the Lord of their faith again. It is natural to listen closely for a while. So the two planned to live for a few days before going back with their belongings. Looking at the pleading eyes and pious expressions of the two, Suhai naturally couldn't refuse, and there was no need to refuse. Anyway, there were many rooms in this villa. There is one more Gabriel, and I don't care about two more. Raphael and Wu stayed for 2 days, and it was not until the night of the second day that the two of them said that they must return to heaven the next morning, Adaf. After all, the heaven still needs to be managed, and it is also a very important thing to improve the weather system as soon as possible. At night, everyone was also in the hall, heading towards their respective rooms, obviously preparing to rest. After all, tomorrow is the time for the three parties to negotiate and sign the agreement. Since Suhai promised Sazakes, he naturally had to do what he said and go. Back in his room, Suhai was about to turn off the light and go to sleep, but at this moment, there was a sudden sound of unlocking the door that was originally locked. The next moment, the closed door was opened a crack. In the dark night, Suhai saw a familiar figure dodging into the room. Raphael. You are. It turned out that it was none other than Raphael who was leaving early tomorrow morning. And most importantly, Raphael was naked at this time. Lord, I really like you so much, I like you 100 times, 1,000 times more than before. At this time, Raphael's state was obviously a little different from usual, his eyes were full of madness, and there was a trace of abnormal flushing on his face. He said with a morbid look in his mouth. Between the words, Raphael walked quickly towards Suhai. It's self-evident what you want to do. In fact, Raphael had already made this decision the moment he saw Suhai and felt Suhai's gaze. For Raphael, the former Bible God was undoubtedly her devout existence, but it was a pity that the Bible God at that time also cared about their angels. But the gods of the Bible are gods after all, and it is not that a human being lacks emotions and desires, so there is no human emotion in his eyes. This also led to Raphael not being able to find the response he wanted in the former biblical God. But the moment he saw Suhai, Raphael was surprised to find that the Suhai today is completely different from the original Bible God. Because at that moment, Suhai looked at him with amazement, admiration, and even possessive desire to realize that it belongs to human beings. This was the emotional response Raphael had ever wanted from the God of the Bible, and it was the response he never got. Now that Suhai has got the response he deserves, Raphael will naturally pass up this opportunity. Thinking of leaving tomorrow, Raphael made this decision. Have you really made up your mind? There's no going back.
Seeing Raphael in this state, Suhai calmed down after a short time, and asked with interest. In fact, in the past few days of getting along, Suhai also keenly noticed the hidden crazy emotion in Raphael's eyes. After all, Suhai's power is no joke. Facing Suhai's repeated inquiries, Raphael did not speak, but responded with practical actions. Feeling the softness in his arms, facing the firm Raphael, Suhai no longer hesitates. Lord, come back to heaven to see me when you have time. All the angels in heaven are waiting for the return of the Lord. The next morning, in mid-air, after Raphael and Ugai had listed things, they waved goodbye to Suhai and slowly lifted off into the sky toward the heavens in the beam of light. In the process of ascending, Uriel continued to speak. As for Raphael, he looked happy the whole time, as if he was thinking about something. In response, Suhai naturally smiled and nodded. The two people in the beam of light seemed to rise very slowly, but in fact, they were thousands of meters away in an instant. So in just a few breaths, Raphael and Uriel disappeared into the beam of light and returned to the heaven. When the beam of light disappeared, the surrounding environment returned to its usual colorful appearance. Suhai naturally walked back towards the villa with Rias and other girls behind him. Prepare to pack up and head towards Kawang Academy. Although the academy has a long vacation now, who asked for an important meeting to be held in the academy today. Chapter 145. Darling, you happy, right? You got it this time. However, on the way back, Suhai suddenly felt a tingling pain in his waist, and Rias' resentful voice came from his ears. I didn't know when. Rias, who was only standing beside her, suddenly stretched out her right hand, pinched the softest piece of Suhai's room, and rotated 180 degrees. And said with a somewhat resentful look and tone. Obviously, what happened to Suhai and Raphael last night was not hidden from Rias, but it was normal, and the people present were not ordinary people. The perception ability is far beyond that of ordinary people, and the noise that Suhai and Raphael made last night was indeed not small. Faced with such a situation, Suhai had no choice but to dodge his eyes a little, showing a wry smile. At the same time, the voluntary response to be made due to the body's emergency mechanism was withdrawn to prevent Rias from being bounced back by this body's voluntary defense force. With today's Suhai's strength, ordinary attacks can't hurt Suhai at all, and the body will respond autonomously to external attacks. If you don't control it, it will hurt Rias, it will be bad. Seeing Suhai with a wry smile and a trace of pain between her brows, Rias finally let go of her hand, sighed helplessly, and then said nothing. After all, this kind of thing is not once or twice. Rias also has some habits. And in the demon world, the stronger the person, the more wives they tend to have. After all, this is also to contribute to the development of the demon world. Only strong beings can breed powerful offspring, making the demon world continue to grow stronger. Therefore, Rias was actually mentally prepared for the current situation. It's just that when things come to an end, seeing the person you love is shared by other people, there are some small emotions after all. On the other side, Raphael and Uriel, who passed through the beam of light, also appeared in the heavenly world shrouded in holy light. Raphael, how is the master's love? Isn't it fun? At the moment of appearance, Yulp looked a little big man, showing a hint of interest, and asked Raphael next to him. A very gossip, Rias and others could hear what happened last night. Uriel, the 12-wing level archangel in the heaven, is far more powerful than the others, so naturally it is impossible without any aware. Yuri. Are you asking for a beating? Facing such blatant question from Uriel, Rao was Raphael, who was usually very mature and calm. Recalling what happened last night for a while, he also seemed a little blushing and shy, and while his eyes were a little dodgy, he directly stretched out his hands. He grabbed Uriel's unusually tender cheeks, and while pulling hard to both sides, he said in exasperation. He was obviously trying to hide his inner panic. After being satisfied, he flapped his wings and flew towards the distance quickly. Yuri, who was standing there, kept rubbing his reddish cheeks. On the other side, in the Human Cut King Academy, the relatively wide academy at this time was enveloped by a huge barrier. In the entire sky of the enchantment, there are many angels, fallen angels, and demons, staring at each other in three directions. In the center of these three party soldiers, this is the most central teaching building of the college. Obviously, all the people for the tripartite talks are here now, and the talks are ready to start. It was just a little accident. In a conference room in the teaching building, there was a long conference table. At this conference table, there are not only the current demon king Sazax, the representative of the demon world, but also the demon king girl Seraphel whom Suhai met a few days ago. The representative of the heavens is Michael, and the representative of the fallen angels is the current governor of the fallen angels, Azazel. There were also several unexpected visitors, one of whom had a red dot between his brows, a short hair, a pair of flat glasses, a string of huge beads around his neck, and a blue monk robe. The face is sharp and angular, and it looks very capable. It should be a strong Buddhist. On the lower left of this person, this is a guy with a scepter in his hand and wearing a large robe. There is only a skeleton left in the clothes, but there is a red light in the eye socket. Behind this guy, there are two skeleton soldiers standing. As for the last person on the lower right, his whole body exudes a scorching aura, as if he is a walking blazing sun, with a very arrogant look on his face and a look of disdain. These three people, along with Michael and others occupying half of the long table, looked at each other as if they were waiting for something. Moreover, Michael, Sazax, Asakel and others all had a dignified look in their eyes, especially when they looked at the Buddhist guy on the main seat in front of him. Of course, the other two are also full of vigilance, because these three guys are not easy to mess with. Among the people present, except for Sazax, the hidden transcendents, none of them were the opponents of these three guys. Even if Sazax showed all his strength, he could only contain one of them at most, and he couldn't be the strongest one. It turned out that the guy sitting on the main seat was the supreme ruler of Mount Sumeru for the 33 days, the god of heaven. As for the lower left, the guy who looks like a skeleton is Hades, the Greek god of the underworld. The other one is not simple. Aten, the god of the sun in Egyptian mythology, is a terrifying guy in charge of the power of the sun. These three guys are all powerful enough to be ranked in the top 10 in the world, and each of them is a very terrifying existence, especially Zishan, as the supreme ruler of the 33 days of Mount Sumeru, his strength is far from the other. Above the two. If the world's top 10 is another level beyond the power of the devil, then Zishan can be assigned to the world's top 5 in this level. This is enough to prove that Zishan and the other two guys are not on the same level, which is why he can sit on the main seat, and the other two proud guys dare not say anything more. Because in this cruel world, strength is everything. 5s. Chapter 146. Why haven't you come yet? The news of the comeback of that guy from the Bible God, wouldn't it be that you guys deliberately made it out to bluff people? After all, that guy disappeared hundreds of years ago, and he came back long ago. I don't believe he will wait until now. Hades, who was burning with red flames in his eyes, held the scepter in his handshake, his eyes swept over the faces of Michael, Sazax, and the others, and then said casually, obviously waiting impatiently. If you want me to tell me, it's useless even if that guy comes back. What is the world's strongest player and the infinite dragon god? How would you be dragged to death by a few useless guys? I don't think there is any need to wait. The meeting will start directly. As long as you agree to give up 90% of your beliefs and let the other forces spread our beliefs, everything will be easy to say. Aten, who exists as the sun god in Egyptian mythology, also spoke after Hades' words. It turns out that these three guys came here today for two purposes. One is to determine whether the God of the Bible has really returned, and the other is to gain faith in the huge biblical theology. The biblical God occupies nearly 2/3 of the world's beliefs, and it can be said that it is the most widely spread theology in the world. Whether a God is powerful or not, a large part of the factor is the number of believers. In the past few hundred years, due to the disappearance of the biblical gods, the major gods have gradually covered the believers of the biblical gods, which has also allowed them to taste the sweetness. But now they are suddenly told the Bible that God has returned. How could they possibly accept this? As a powerful god in the god system, he is undoubtedly a very conceited existence.
There is no reason to let out the meat that has already reached the mouth. That's why they chose such a day to represent their respective gods to come here. The reason is that the angels, fallen angels, and demons do not want to be completely united. If the three forces are still fighting with each other, then the pantheon represented by the people of Hades can continue to unscrupulously occupy the beliefs of the biblical pantheon. Even when it's time to do something, you can deal with the angels, fallen angels, and demons one by one, and it won't take much effort. But once the three parties unite, any of the gods will pay a high price if they want to destroy the power of the Bible. This is what they hope to see. After all, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Of course, it is not only their three gods, but also other gods who are watching the fire from the other side. Facing the aggressiveness of Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, a trace of anger flashed on the faces of Zishan, Seraph, and others. Lord Hades, Lord Athena, although you are all noble gods, please pay attention to your words and deeds. My lord is the supreme being. If you are so rude, then the heavens will regard you as enemies. Michael spoke directly. His tone was very firm, and his face was also very serious. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Michael was really angry, and what he said was serious. For Michael, the god of nerve is the only existence and the supreme existence. It is his belief in everything, and it is unacceptable for anyone who dares to disrespect the God of the Bible. In fact, if it wasn't for the sudden visit of three guys, Hades, Zishan, and Athena, the sun god, Michael should not be sitting here now, but be with someone by Suhai's side, listening to God's teachings. At least that's what Michael thought. All because of the relationship between these three guys, Michael was not able to go to see Suhai with Raphael and Uriel. Boy, is it just you? It's almost as if that guy from the God of the Bible came and told me that you're not qualified. Facing the angry Michael, the red flame in Hades' eyes, just like his emotions, suddenly became exuberant. The golden light on the sun god Athena also became more and more dazzling. At this moment, a momentum that went straight to the sky broke out from the sun god Athena and Hades. This huge momentum not only affected the sky outside, but also shocked the three parties of fallen angels, and demons outside. As for the goal of this momentum, that is, Michael felt that his body was unusually heavy, as if there was a huge mountain range pressing on him, and it was very difficult to move. Faced with such a situation, Zishan, Seraph, and Azazel burst out with their own aura, helping Michael resist. Although in the past, the three parties were constantly fighting, but that was also their own internal affairs. Now, encountering foreign enemies is naturally a common enemy. In a 4-on-2 situation, they were barely evenly matched, and Michael also regained his freedom, but it could be seen that Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, did not use their full strength. Because when the two sides were fighting against each other, the auras of Hades and Ant-sun god were still rising. With the passage of time, Zishan and others were obviously gradually at a disadvantage. If this continued, the four of them would definitely be suppressed. At least the momentum has been lost. Sitting in the main seat, Zishan just smiled, watching all this with great interest, without the slightest intention to stop it. Obviously, the three of them had already discussed it when they came. If the God of the Bible is truly resurrected as rumored, that's all. If this news is really just a rumor, the trio is going to use this opportunity to put pressure on the entire biblical pantheon to succumb. It just so happens that the heads of the three forces of angels, fallen angels, and demons are all together now. Facing such a situation, Zishan knew that he could no longer hide, and while a firm look flashed on his face, he was ready to unlock his hidden power of transcendence. What's the matter? Is it so lively? But at this moment, the one who closed the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Accompanied by a joking voice and scattered footsteps, a group of people walked in from the outside. The leader is Suhai with a smile on his face, and the left and right sides are naturally Gabriel, Rias, Heimjima Akeno, and Wisteria Irina. Chapter 147. Facing Suhai's arrival, Zishan, Hades and the sun god Athena naturally frowned. All of them showed a trace of bad eyes, and looked at Suhai, who opened the door and walked in. After all, at such an important juncture,
Suhai suddenly disrupted their behavior, something a proud god would not tolerate. Compared to Zishan and the others, Sazax, Asakel, Michael and the others naturally showed a smile. Although Michael had never met Suhai, I understood everything in my heart after seeing Gabriel next to Suhai. He also vaguely guessed Suhai's identity. There was a hint of excitement and ecstasy in his eyes, because Suhai's figure was very similar to the flashing back that Michael saw in the heaven that day. Your most faithful servant, Michael, sees my lord. At the same time of ecstasy in his heart, Michael did not forget the etiquette that an angel should have towards his master. 03 hurriedly stood up from his seat, bent over to Suhai and said. As for Azazel, Sazax, and the demon king girl Seraph who were next to them, they also stood up from their positions and nodded respectfully. After all, on such occasions, Suhai's identity is different, and now Suhai is God's identity, representing the entire biblical force. Although Suhai is his brother-in-law, Sazax did not fall into the proper etiquette. At this moment, the demon king girl Seraphil saw Suhai again, and her eyes were full of surprise. She really did not expect that the boy who led her to the student council a few days ago was actually a god in today's world. Looking at Seraph who was a little surprised, Suhai blinked his eyes kindly. Faced with such a situation, Seraph naturally seemed a little flustered and avoided his eyes. Boy, who are you? How dare you break into this place? Although he had already guessed the identity of Suhai faintly in his heart, Zishan did not believe it at all. After all, Suhai and the former god Loli in the Bible were two people, and Suhai did not have any aura that belonged to a strong man at all. Just like an ordinary person. So Hades asked in his voice as if coming from the abyss of Hades. The other two also showed bad looks. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't want to fight against the Bible forces, these three guys would have started a long time ago. I am half the master here, and you are one from Egypt, one from Greece, and one from Mount Sumeru. Running all the way, entered my territory without the consent of my master, and asked who I am. Looks like none of you three are polite guys. Facing Hades' questioning, Suhai pulled away from the crowd and walked to the long table. He sat on the throne that Michael, Sazax, and others had prepared for themselves in advance. Facing Zishan from afar, after glanced at the faces of Zishan, Hades, and the sun god Athena, he said casually. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. At the same time, Suhai looked at the head of the sun god Athena with his own eyes without a trace, because under Suhai's eyes, this guy had a golden 5-star golden egg on his head. It is a pity that Hades and the more powerful Emperor Zishan do not have golden eggs on their heads. Suhai has never figured out the system's golden egg refresh mechanism. If it is random, but generally only the strong have the existence of golden eggs. If it is said that the more powerful people refresh the higher the level of golden eggs, there are many strong people who do not have golden eggs. But Suhai is also content, it is also a very good thing that these three guys can brush a golden egg. What's more, this golden egg is still 5-star, for this kind of benefits that come to your door, there is no difference between Suhai and people sitting at home and rewarding from heaven. It seems that you are the new generation of Bible gods in their mouths. I just don't know how it compares to the guy I used to be. Having said that, even if the three of Zishan wanted to pretend to be confused, they couldn't keep it up. Since the depth of Suhai could not be seen, during the speech, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, released their imposing manners one after another. It swept towards Suhai, and it was clear that both of them had used their full strength this time. Moreover, even Emperor Zishan, who had been on the sidelines before, was not idle, and also joined the team of Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the god of the sun. My lord! Feeling this turbulent, like a real momentum, Michael and Gabriel's faces changed greatly, and they subconsciously wanted to step forward to help. But it was stopped by Suhai's very dull look. Facing this momentum that could destroy everything around him in an instant, Suhai seemed very indifferent, raised his right hand slightly, stretched out his index finger, and pointed forward a little. At the position of the fingertips, there was a little invisible light. When the 263 momentums arrived, the moment of contact, the huge momentum was instantly swallowed by this light spot. The entire depressing air returned to its normal state again, as if the city had fallen into a calm city after a devastating typhoon. Impossible. Faced with such a situation, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the god of the sun, changed their faces one after another, and their eyes were filled with incredible expressions. Even Zishan, whose face was very arrogant from beginning to end, and Zishan collapsed in front of him without changing his expression, frowned slightly. The hand supporting his chin tightened unconsciously. Before the three started, they had already prepared in their hearts, and guessed that Suhaya was not easy, otherwise it would be impossible to make the two archangels of heaven, Michael and Gabriel, allegiance. It just never occurred to me that the means Suhaya is showing now would be so terrifying. In that spot of light just now, Zishan, Hades, and Athena, the sun god, all felt the power possessed by the gods of the Bible. It was an extreme light, a brilliance that could not be described in words. Moreover, in addition to this, the three of them also felt some different things, but they were indescribable, and there was an indescribable feeling. Chapter 148. This is not to blame for the three of them. After all, Suhaya today is not the god of the Bible, although now Suhaya has inherited everything of the god of the Bible, including the rules and power that the god of the Bible has comprehended. But after all, there is a huge difference between the two. It's not rude to come and go. You gave me such a big gift. If you don't return the gift, it would be too impersonal. For the 5-star golden egg on the head of the sun god Athena, Suhaya is bound to get it. Zheng Zhou couldn't find an excuse, so he took action on this guy, and now the three of them suddenly tried to test themselves, which undoubtedly gave Suhaya an excellent excuse. As soon as Suhaya finished speaking, a golden light quickly spread around, and in the blink of an eye, it swept across the bodies of everyone in the room. In this dazzling light, when everyone opened their eyes again, they found that they had come to a boundless, golden space. In this space, there are all kinds of peculiar scenes, the sea of swords completely covered by golden giant swords. Covered by dark clouds at the moment, the dark space of lightning and thunder. There is no life, and the Jedi constantly exudes the aura of death all around. And above the head of this space, there is an incomparably huge scorching sun. At this moment, Zishan, Hades, and Athena, the sun god, all looked around in a strange way. At this moment, the hearts of the three of them were filled with a trace of solemnity, because they could clearly feel that this was not an ordinary space. They feel the breath of rules in this space. Needless to say, this space is actually created by Suhaya using the rules he has comprehended, and everything in this space is transformed by Suhaya's rules. If fighting in this space, Suhaya will have an absolute advantage. After all, Suhaya is the master of this space and the master of this space. On the contrary, the girls like Rias, Aisha, and Irina Wisteria seemed relatively calm. After all, it was not the first time they had seen this space, because they usually practiced in this space. To say who knows and is familiar with this space the most, apart from Suhaya, the creator, maybe Rias, Himejima Akeno and other women. Don't say I don't give you a chance. As long as the three of you get out of this space, then you can live. Otherwise, stay forever. Looking at the three Zishan who had just recovered, Suhaya burst into a surging momentum at this moment, and said majestic like a judge. And in the process of talking, he slowly floated towards the sky, looking down at Zishan, Hades the Hades, and Athena, the sun god. Arrogant. X2. Facing Suhaya's repeated and repeated challenges to his own majesty, Hades, the Hades, and Ajayaldan, the sun god, couldn't help it, and now the two of them have secretly tried to break through. This space, returning to the real world, is not a simple matter. It takes a lot of time and it is impossible to leave this quirky space without addressing the Suhaya in front of you. So after the two looked at each other, without the slightest hesitation, they jumped into the air and attacked Suhaya in the sky. I saw that in the process of flying, the sun god Athena appeared on the body of the sun with the true fire of the extreme sun, obviously using the power of the sun god. Today's sun god Athena seems to be a small sun, and the temperature only emitted is the same as the temperature on the surface of the sun. At this terrifying temperature, the corpses of ordinary people who have been burnt just as they approached would be lost. As for Hades, the king of the underworld, there are countless strange black chi around him, and Suhai is very familiar with this power. Because once Suhai Athena felt it. This is a very evil power of death, but the difference is that the power of death used by Athena is very pure, while the power of death used by Hades, the travelogue Hades, is indeed more evil and mottled. Obviously, in this pure force of death, other things are mixed. The son of the sky. Facing the two people who were approaching him quickly, Suhai didn't mean to dodge at all, but slowly opened his mouth and spat out a few words. Looking at Hades, the underworld king, and Athena, the sun god, very casually, in the next instant, Akenoheimjima, Gabriel, and others on the ground below looked up one after another, looking at the sky in shock. Because at the top of this golden sky, there is a huge scorching sun that is rapidly descending. The speed was far beyond everyone's imagination. As the scorching sun approached, the incomparably huge size brought unparalleled visual impact to everyone. The targets of this round of scorching sun are naturally Hades, and Athena, the sun god. Athena, what are you doing, fellow? Are you going to attack me too? At this time, feeling the scorching heat coming from the top of his head, Hades looked up and saw the scorching sun in the sky that had locked him in. While a little angry, he hurriedly asked Athena, the sun god next to him. In the heart of Hades, the king of the underworld, the only person in this space who can use the power of the sun to summon this round of brilliant sun is the sun god Athena next to him. After all, there is a specialization in the art industry, and the rules of each god are different, even Zishan, who is much stronger than the sun god Athena. Although it is possible to defeat Tai, Lao Wanghao, sun god Athena, it is impossible to summon this round of scorching sun. This was not an attack from me. Although I don't know how he did it, it must be the guy in front of him who did it. Don't hold back, resist it with all your strength. I can feel the power of the sun controlled by this guy, I'm afraid it's even better than me. Facing the wrath of Hades, the king of the underworld, Athena, the sun god, was also very chaotic. He could not have imagined that the most powerful force of Suhai as the biblical god should be the rule of creation and light. Why do you have the same sun authority as yourself, or even a more terrifying sun authority? However, although my heart is full of doubts. But the sun god Athena knew that now was not the time to think about it. Facing the terrifying power contained in this round of scorching sun, as the sun god Athena, he knew better than anyone else. Chapter 149. Facing the reminder from the sun god Athena, Hades, the king of the underworld, also reacted, looking a little horrified at Suhai not far in front of him. If at this time, he still didn't understand that this round of scorching sun was summoned by Suhai, then he would be too stupid. Facing the attack that came in the blink of an eye, Hades and Athena the sun god didn't have time to think. At this moment, all of his strength erupted directly, and he first blocked the attack in front of him. The Fujian sun god Athena transformed into a sun in an instant, but this round of scorching sun was obviously much smaller than the one that quickly descended in the sky. As for Hades, the Hades next to him, the whole person was wrapped in a huge skull made up of the aura of death. At the same time, countless servants of death were summoned, and they flew towards the scorching sun in the sky. Obviously, he wanted to weaken the power of the scorching sun by relying on countless cannon fodder. As the ruler of Hades, the Hades, had the power to manipulate messengers. At the same time, he is also a guy who likes to study death. Hades with the power of death can create countless servants of death, and these servants completely obey Hades' orders. In fact, Hades is the most afraid of this round of scorching sun. As a god of the underworld, the power of the sky and the power of the sun are his natural nemesis. If he couldn't resist this round of scorching sun, Hades would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. At this moment, under the full force of the two gods who surpassed the level of demon kings and entered the top 10 ranks in the world, the entire sky was incomparably spectacular. Therefore, hundreds of millions of death servants were summoned by Hades from the realm of death, turned into a black sky, and rushed towards the scorching sun in the sky without fear of death. Among these servants of death, there are the lowest level skeleton soldiers, powerful human heroes, the dead, elves, bone dragons and other strange creatures in various fantasies. Obviously, these were made by Hades, and looking at the servants of death who were quickly annihilated by the scorching sun, Hades also had a look of pain on his face. You must know that these dead servants are all created and accumulated by Hades in the endless years. These dead armies are also a very important part of Hades' strength. If all of them are eliminated, Hades' strength will inevitably be damaged, and it will take a lot of time to recreate and replenish. But at this time, Hades couldn't take care of that much, because the closer this round of scorching sun was, the more Hades could feel the threat of death. Fortunately, with the filling and consumption of countless dead servants, the round that Suhai summoned was also visibly reduced by a large circle, and its power was obviously reduced a lot. In Hades' heart, although the loss was huge, it was all worth it. It is far better to let these servants of death die than to die on their own. On the other side, the sun god Athena is still accumulating power, and the abilities he speaks are gradually increasing, and the power is gradually increasing. Obviously waiting for the best time to accumulate enough power for the final blow. And the fact is also true, just after the scorching sun in the sky was about to touch, the sun god Athena rose into the sky, and 2 rounds of scorching sun collided instantly. At the moment of the impact, the sun god Athena felt a force of the sun stronger than himself, eroding his body. Fortunately, as the sun god, she has enough resistance. Although there is a burning sensation and pain in her body, she does not flinch in the slightest. She gritted her teeth and broke out again. The hidden strength in her body barely resisted. The scorching sun continued to descend. Fortunately, the sun summoned by Suhai has been consumed by Hades before, and Hades did not stop when the sun god Athena launched an attack. In addition to continuing to summon the servants of death like the tide to launch death attacks, it also condensed the power of death that ordinary people could touch and turn into black chains, binding the blazing sun summoned by Suhai on the in midair. Help the sun god Athena to share the power of the scorching sun. Although the power of death was continuously consumed at the moment of contact with the scorching sun, Hades had no intention of stopping, and constantly urged the power in his body to replenish. Under the full efforts of Hades and the sun god Athena, the scorching sun summoned by Suhai was finally exhausted, and the instant the 2 rounds of scorching sun burst, countless real sun fires scattered from the sky. It fell to the ground. Fortunately, this world was transformed by Suhai's rules, which was far more stable than the ordinary world. Otherwise, under the action of the true fire of the sun, the entire ground may be burned through. Some scattered real fires of the sun also scattered to the place where Akenoheimjima, Rias, and others were standing. Fortunately, Michael, Baraga, Sazakes and others worked together to hold up a strong enough protective cover to block the true fire of the sun falling from the sky. Otherwise, with the current strength of Heimjima Akeno and the others, they would not be able to resist the power of the sun's true fire, not even a handful of them. After the light dissipated, the battle situation in the sky also reappeared in the eyes of everyone. I saw that Suhai was still smiling, standing in the void very casually, without any change. The situation of Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, were indeed very bad. Hades' huge robes were tattered, revealing the huge bones hidden in them. If you look closely, you will find that this huge skeletal body has more or less burn marks. As for the sun god Athena on the other side, although he has a strong enough antibody to the power of the sun, the situation is not optimistic. While the clothes were tattered, there were burn marks on his body, and even sweat appeared on his face. This was unprecedented for Athena, the sun god. After all, he is the most powerful source of heat in the world, how could he sweat because of the heat? It can be seen that the consumption of Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, are not small. At the moment when the scorching sun exploded just now, the sun god Athena consumed almost half of the divine power in his body. Hades, the king of the underworld, was not much better, and the servants of death that he had accumulated over the years were all wiped out at that instant. It can be said that the efforts of tens of thousands of years have all been in vain. Chapter 150. However, although the two looked very embarrassed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Because at least this powerful blow was resisted by them, and it didn't disappear. As long as they were alive, they could make up for everything they lost, at least that's what they thought in their hearts. Cough, Did you resist? It's still a bit of a skill, then take a look at this. Looking at Hades and the sun god Athena, who were slightly panting in the sky, Suhai's face showed a hint of surprise, but in his heart, he felt that it was reasonable. After all, Hades, and Athena, the sun god, are the powerhouses that can be included in the top 10 ranks in the world. Since the top 10 is only a rank, it does not refer to the 10 strongest people in the world. But it is also enough to prove that the strength of these two guys is far greater than that of ordinary Demon King level powerhouses. Although Suhai Shohei's blow just now didn't release water, it was just a random blow under normal conditions. If such an attack can't be taken, these two so-called world's top 10 powerhouses are too weak. As soon as Suhai finished speaking, the entire golden sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. The space that was originally very calm, suddenly torrential rain, in the pouring rain, was also mixed with a strong storm. The most shocking thing is that countless sturdy thunders continue to roll in the clouds. In an instant, there were countless thunderbolts that broke through the clouds, weaving a blue grid in the sky. The harsh sound entered the space, everyone's ears. Just relying on this deafening sound of war, one can feel the terror of these thunder powers. With the continuous brewing of thunder, it finally reached a critical point after a short period of time. With Suhai's right hand slowly waving down, a terrifying thunderbolt shot straight into the sky, breaking through the black clouds and turning into blue electric shocks falling from the sky, directly attacking Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, in mid-air. For a time, the sun god Athena and Hades, the god of the underworld, became a terrifying minefield. Even on the ground, Himejima Akeno, Rias, and Michael, who were more than 10 kilometers away, subconsciously took a few steps back. In this dense thunder and lightning, although Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the god of the sun, had the intention to dodge, there would be 10, 100, or even 1,000 thunderbolts that would strike the two of them. In the face of such a situation, they have no way to hide at all, and can only choose to bite the bullet and resist these attacks head-on. I saw that at this moment, the sun god Athena and Hades, the king of the underworld, worked together to hold up a black and white protective shield, briefly resisting the thunder that came from all directions. However, this is obviously not a long-term solution. Under such an attack, every thunderbolt will crack the protective cover. Although they were both quickly repaired by Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, the divine power in their bodies was quickly repaired, but if they continued to be passive like this, they would only end up buried in the sea of thunder. Damn it! It's time to fight hard. If we continue like this, we will be killed by this guy. So don't hold back, summon all your monsters, and hold back that guy from the Bible God. Create a chance for me, as long as you can hold on to a cup of tea, I can still fight for this old life. In the protective cover, while the sun god Athena continued to input the solar power to the protective cover, he turned his head and said to Hades, the Hades who was also delivering the power of death. Apparently, both of these guys still have whole cards from the bottom of the box that haven't been used. These trump cards are the most powerful heritage of a god, and they are only used when encountering a strong enemy or desperately trying. And now there is no doubt that the sun god Athena and Hades have obviously reached the time of life and death. If they don't use it now, maybe there will be no chance in the next moment. Okay, it's time for me to give you a cup of tea. But be quick, this guy's methods may be even more outrageous than the former Bible god, and he must have other abilities. Facing the words of the sun god Athena, why didn't Hades, the king of the underworld, think like this? Sometimes, the more powerful people are, the more afraid of death. After all, after death, their powerful strength and their own will be turned into nothingness. 0. Ask for flowers. Until this moment, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, have basically confirmed that the Suhai in front of him may be the original Bible god. After all, there are not many people in this world who can have such terrifying power. And it is still an enhanced version, at least the former biblical god did not have the ability to control the sky to summon the blazing sun, which is clearly the authority of the sun god and the god of the sky. However, at this time, Hades, and the sun god were not allowed to think too much. Come out, my servants.
While maintaining the protective cover, after the two made a division of labor, Hades waved the scepter in his hand to summon again. Suddenly, several huge magic circles appeared in the sky. Hoo hoo hoo! Accompanied by terrifying roars, several very ferocious-looking and extremely terrifying heads protruded from these magic circles. Immediately afterwards, the entire bodies of these summoned creatures appeared in this space through the magic circle. This is a dragon. Looking at the four terrifying creatures that suddenly appeared in the sky, Michael, Rias, Gabriel, and others who were watching the battle in the distance said subconsciously. It turned out that Hades, the king of the underworld, summoned four terrifying dragon creatures through the magic circle. Samael, Apep, Nidhogg, Radon, shred him for me. Looking at the four terrifying dragons that were successfully summoned around him, Hades, the king of Pluto, showed a confident smile on his face again, waving the scepter in his hand, pointing to Suhai in the sky. The order to attack the four dragons was given. It turned out that these four dragon creatures were all terrifying evil dragons in the legend, including the dragon eater Samuel, who was a fallen angel in the upper part and a dragon in the lower part. A slender three-eyed snake dragon with a total length of more than 100 meters that can release black water that devours and corrodes all substances, the original dark dragon Apep. Full of greed, the alien dead dragon who controls the ultimate ice power, Nidhogg. 5s. Chapter 151. Good at enchantment barriers and defensive seals, the dragon of wood with a huge emerald tree on top of his head, the protective dragon of the treasure tree, La Dong. All of these dragon creatures were once evil dragons that were enough to compete with the Dragon King. It is worth mentioning that the four evil dragons were killed and the sealed ones were sealed. It shouldn't appear again, and now he has been summoned by Hades, the king of the underworld. It is thought that Hades, the king of the underworld, recreated these four guys through special means. But these are not important anymore. With the order of Hades, the king of the underworld, these four terrifying evil dragons rose against the sky. Under the protection of dozens or hundreds of layers of defensive barrier cast by Long La Dong, the protective seal of the treasure tree, he rushed towards Suhai in the sky, fearless of death. Without the slightest evasion or defense, he let Wandeo Thunder 273 bombard him continuously, and quickly charged towards Suhai in the sky. During the flight, he opened his mouth wide open, and looked at Suhai, who was getting clearer and closer in his field of vision. Clearly trying to tear the enemy Suhai to shreds and swallow it in one bite. The legendary evil dragon. It seems this is your trump card. However, even surrounded by four evil dragons, Suhai still had no worries, not even a frown. Instead, he became more interested. While muttering to himself, Suhai stretched out his hand, and in the distant sky, there was a deafening sound of a sword. In the next instant, a golden holy sword cut through the space and turned into a skyline, attacking from afar. In the process, he instantly penetrated the body of Long La Dong, the protective seal of the treasure tree, and then fell into the hands of Suhai. Under this sharp sword, the protective barrier that Long La Dong, the protector of the treasure tree, was proud of, was as crisp as a thin piece of paper, and was easily pierced without the slightest suspense. Fortunately, Long La Dong, the protector of the treasure tree, had a very large body. Although blood surged in the moment when he was pierced by the sharp sword, he recovered quickly under the powerful vitality. Needless to say, the sword that was summoned by Suhai was the sword of salvation. It seems that the vitality is very tenacious to be able to recover. Then fight until you can't recover. Holding the divine sword of salvation in his hand, Suhai also discovered that Long La Dong, the protector of Basehu, had recovered in a very short period of time. Although a little surprising, it has not reached the level of surprise. I saw Suhai raised the sharp sword in his hand towards the sky, and in the next instant, a terrifying magic circle rose into the sky from the tip of the sword of salvation. I saw this purple magic array light beam, all formed by the superposition of magic arrays, and the volume of the magic array increased as it went to the sky, and it was completely in the shape of a top. A mandala-style magic circle at the top covered the entire sky. And at the same time as this magic circle was formed, countless weapons protruded from the small magic circle, and finally filled the entire sky.
There is no doubt that these are the weapons of the gods, and the sword of salvation appears to be just a sword. In fact, it is a combination of divine weapons. Holding this weapon is equivalent to possessing the weapons of the gods. This is impossible. How can this guy have the gods? Faced with such a sudden change, let alone Michael, Gabriel, and others. Even Hades, the king of the underworld, Athena, the sun god, and Emperor Zishan, who had been watching the battle from a distance, showed incredible expressions. With their vision, they naturally recognized the origin of these weapons in the magic circle in an instant. It is precisely because of this that they are so surprised. After all, every weapon of a god is the most important part of a god. But this guy Suhai has the weapons of countless gods. This is just a joke. And what made Zishan most uneasy was that in a certain corner of the magic circle, he actually saw his weapon, the Vajra, in it. And judging from the aura contained in it, although it is slightly different from the one in his own hands, the divine aura on the weapon is real. If he hadn't been able to sense the existence of the Vajra in his body, Zishan would have thought that the Vajra in the sky was his weapon. Facing the surprise of the enemy, Suhai would not give them time to relax. After summoning the weapon of the gods, he launched an attack without hesitation. In an instant, the weapons of the gods were like raindrops, catapulting down from the magic circle in the sky, turning into dense attacks. The four evil dragons around Suhai, as well as Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god in the distance, shot straight away. During these attacks, the four evil dragons clearly felt the threat of death, and roared subconsciously. At the same time, they launched attacks on these weapons, opening their mouths to spit out extreme ice, liquids that can corrode even the earth, powerful enchantments, and other attacks. It's a pity that this is useless. The sense of danger that the evil dragon feels is correct, because the weapons that attack these evil dragons are all the weapons of the gods with the attributes of slaughtering dragons, and they have a natural restraint effect on the dragon family. After all, there are so many gods in the sky, and there are not a few gods who have the supply of dragon slaying. Their weapons are naturally the best weapon against the dragon race. Therefore, almost at the same time as they resisted, the attacks of these evil dragons were instantly smashed, and their bodies were also tied into ant honeycombs. It fell heavily from the sky and fell to the ground, rolling up a 0.5 piece of dust. Under the action of the dragon-slaying power, the powerful life force of the dragon clan was useless. Seeing to be out of breath, more air in less. On the other hand, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, were not having a good time. Originally, when Hades, the king of Hades, launched his attack, Athena, the sun god, was accumulating strength and preparing for the final blow. In the heart of the sun god Athena, as long as Hades can fight for a cup of tea for himself, he will be able to complete the most terrifying blow. But now less than half a cup of tea, Hades' whole card was easily defeated, and the two were also in crisis. Fortunately, Hades, has been helping the sun god Athena to resist the weapons of the gods flying down from the surrounding, allowing the sun god Athena to reluctantly continue to accumulate power. Chapter 152. But Hades, obviously won't last long. Under this almost endless rain of weapons, Hades has been pierced by two sharp swords. If this goes on, his indestructible bone, I am afraid it will also become bone scum. Damn it! Give me death, Corona! But at this moment, the sun god Athena, who had been standing in the same place and accumulated strength in his body, suddenly burst into a roar. With a hint of rage in his eyes, he looked towards Suhai in the sky. Immediately afterwards, 12 huge scorching suns fell from the sky one after another. And the target of these 12 suns is naturally Suhai. Obviously, this is the strongest blow that the sun god Athena has accumulated all the power in his body, and it is also his strongest trump card. As the originating sun god in Egyptian mythology, the sun god Athena has the power to control the sun. At this moment, he summoned all the 12-hour sun. Prepare to deliver the most fatal blow to this mighty enemy, Suhai. In the face of such a situation 03, Hades also showed a smile on his face, secretly relieved. If we only talk about destructive power, the power of the sun god is definitely the most powerful group among all the gods. Hades, the king of the underworld, can be very sure that even Zishan cannot take over the sun god Athena directly. One attack. Therefore, in the heart of Hades, the king of Hades, he believed that under these 12 suns, even if Suhaya would not die, at least he would be seriously injured. But what happened next moment shocked their jaws. Stop! Facing the 12 huge scorching suns in a string in the sky, Suhaya didn't do anything earth-shattering. He just stretched out his right hand, facing the sun in the sky, and while holding it tightly, he slowly spit it out from his mouth. A word. In the next instant, the 12 rapidly descending scorching suns were frozen in the air, and there was no movement at all. Impossible. Faced with such a situation, the sun god Athena seemed to have seen a ghost on his face, and his face was full of disbelief. He looked at Suhaya in horror, and at the same time, with a bit of luck, he kept trying to urge these suns to continue to descend. But all this was in vain. No matter how the sun god Athena called, the 12 suns did not give him any response. Obviously, these 12 suns have been out of his control. It no longer belongs to him, the sun god. In the face of all this, let alone the sun god Athena, the driver of the sun, even Hades and Zishan couldn't believe it at all. Since ancient times, no one, not even a god, has ever taken control of the sun from the sun god. This is simply unheard of. If you take this matter and talk to other gods, then these gods will respond with idiot-like eyes. In fact, if it is outside, Suhaya can't do this kind of thing. At most it can summon the same sun, or even stronger and more suns to counteract and counterattack. But it is absolutely impossible to usurp the power of the sun from the hands of the sun god, but it is an exception in this dimension. Because this space is made by Suhaya's own rules, everything in this space is controlled by Suhaya. Although the power used to summon the 12 suns belongs to Athena, the sun god, the mirror image of the sun in the sky belongs to Suhaya. In the final analysis, the source energy of these 12 suns all come from the giant sun in the sky, tracing back to the source. It belongs to Suhaya after all. With this level of relationship, it is not too difficult to usurp the control of these 12 suns from the hands of the sun god Athena. That's a good shot. I don't like the sun too close to me, after all, it's a little hot. I think you two should enjoy it yourself. Looking at the shocked Hades and the sun god Athena, Suhaya didn't give them time to react. After waving his hand, he continued to push the 12 suns in the sky and set them down quickly. However, this time the target has changed. The targets of these 12 sun attacks have become Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the god of the sun. In the face of such a situation, Hades, and Athena, the sun god, who were resisting the torrential rain, were already exhausted. Facing the upcoming 12 rounds of the sun, they were full of despair. They knew that, in their prime, they might have saved their lives in the face of such an attack. But in the current state, if you are hit by these 12 rounds of scorching sun, you will definitely die without a place to be buried. However, just when the two were desperate, a thunderbolt light shot from the ground in the distance suddenly passed by the two of them, roaring into the sky. Instantly pierced through the 12 rounds of scorching sun in the sky, and then the huge thunder force exploded, and the violent thunder and lightning caused all the 12 suns to burst open, turning into endless skyfire and falling from the sky. In the face of this overwhelming skyfire, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, suffered a lot, but they also escaped the catastrophe and at least saved their lives. 277. If you have to forgive people and forgive them, everyone is a god, why should you kill them all? If you look carefully, you will find that the center of the thunder light is a Vajra. As a weapon of Emperor Zishan, the Vajra was obviously sent by Emperor Zishan. The fact is also true, I saw that Zishan, who was standing on the ground, suddenly came to the face of Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the god of the sun. Looking at Suhaya in the sky, he said slowly. At that time, the Vajra radiating thunder light also returned to Zishan's hands, and it radiated countless thunder and lightning like crazy snakes, covering all around. It became a powerful protective cover, resisting the torrential rain of divine soldiers that fell from the sky and never stopped. It is worth mentioning that Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, also took off Hungfu and were sheltered by this lightning protection cover. Thanks to this, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, finally had a chance to breathe. "Hey, can you finally sit still?" Suhaya was not surprised by Zishan's move. After all, these three guys were a team from start to finish. Suhaya would be really surprised if Zishan didn't make a move. Chapter 153. You're only reasoning with me now. I think you've lived too long, and you've forgotten even the most fundamental things. In this world, only great strength is the eternal truth. From the time you chose to come here, you should have thought of the current situation. Don't use so much nonsense, let's see the real chapter. If you can defeat me, or escape from my hands, that's what you can do. If you don't have this ability, you should stay, and you don't have to think about going back. In the face of Zishan's words, Suhaya looked disdainful and looked dismissive. This guy, Zishan, didn't come out early or late, but it was only at this time that he came out to persuade him. It is nothing more than that through the battle just now, I found that I am not sure that I can defeat the Suhaya in front of me. So I thought about being reasonable. It's a pity, Suhaya is not a person to be messed with. He wants to back down when he finds he can't beat him. There is no such thing in this world. Besides, Suhaya is bound to win the 5-star golden egg on the head of the sun god Athena, so today the sun god Athena must die here no matter what. Looks like there's nothing to talk about. You're right, since that's the case, let's speak with strength. Facing such a tough Suhaya, Zishan is not a good-tempered person. As the supreme god of Mount Sumeru, Zishan enjoys the highest treatment wherever he goes. Now it's hard to pull down his face, but Suhaya doesn't give any face at all. It's no wonder that Emperor Zishan's character can bear it. Therefore, although he was a little afraid of Suhaya's strength in his heart, Zishan chose to shoot without hesitation. At this moment, a strong golden energy erupted from Zishan's body, as if one after another incomparably powerful fighting chi was entangled around Zishan's body. It also extended to the Vajra pestle in Zishan's hand, which was already full of thunder and lightning Vajra. Coupled with the blessing of this terrifying force, it seemed even more severe. Under the influence of this power, Zishan's extremely powerful body seems to have received the ultimate blessing. Various physical qualities have been greatly improved. Holding King Kong's pestle in his hand, he quickly attacked Suhaya in midair. Under the observation of the people next to him, Zishan seemed to be traveling through space and disappeared directly in place. When he appeared again, he was already behind Suhaya. Holding the Vajra in his hand high, accompanied by terrifying thunder and lightning and golden fighting spirit, he did not hesitate to hit the deadliest spot on Suhaya's head. Obviously, this guy Zishan is also a ruthless character. Emperor Zishan understood very well that being kind to the enemy was the same as being cruel to himself. Facing Suhaya who couldn't dodge, Zishan's eyes flashed with a look of nothing but this, apparently thinking that Suhaya didn't react because he didn't have time to dodge. Although there is a suspicion of a sneak attack, it still makes Zishan feel that he has overestimated Suhaya's strength. At the same time, a smile appeared, because Zishan had absolute confidence in his divine weapon, the Vajra. After all, the Vajra was definitely ranked among the weapons of all gods. In addition to possessing inextinguishable attributes, quality comparable to the mainland, extreme attack power, and the destructive power of the original thunder. Now it has also blessed the power of the gods and fighting spirits that Zishan is proud of. Zishan believed that even the world's top-ranked powerhouse would not dare to take this blow with his body. How is this possible? But the next moment, the smile on Zishan's face froze, because the moment the Vajra slammed heavily on Suhaya's head. The feeling of physical cutting did not come, but there was a deafening sound of metal hitting. At the same time, Zishan also felt a terrifying rebound from his right hand holding the Vajra. If it wasn't for this moment, Zishan consciously clenched the Vajra. Under this force, the Vajra may have been thrown out of hand. The violent grudge and the destructive thunder almost destroyed everything around it, creating a vacuum area. But after the Vajra hit the Tianling Gai, one of the most vulnerable parts of Suhaya's body, it did not cause any damage, not even puncturing the skin. Everyone around, including Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, almost dropped their jaws. This scene was beyond their understanding in their long years. In their knowledge, in the whole world, apart from the top-ranked true red dragon god emperor, infinite dragon god, and the former beastmaster 666, who were already extremely powerful, no one dared to endure Zishan King Kong like this. Pestle attack. Not to mention that after catching a full blow, he was still unscathed. Oh, is your attack over? It's my turn then. Feeling a ticklish feeling on his head, Suhai turned to look at Zishan, smiled and said slowly. In fact, it is just as Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, thought. According to common sense, even the world's #1 powerhouse Infinity Dragon God Orpheus and the true Red Dragon God Emperor will inevitably be damaged if they take the blow of Emperor Zishan. And the reason why Suhai could not change his face, for the money, and took the blow unscathed was because Emperor Zishan trusted his weapon, the Vajra. Today's Suhai has the constellation Leo, the sovereign of the sun. With the constellation Leo residing in the body, Suhai can be immune to all weapons attacked by gods, stars, etc. and rebound. At this moment, Suhai also recognized the bug of the sun's sovereignty once again. No wonder that when Shiro-Asha had all the sovereignty of the sun, he was able to become a double-digit existence. I am happy in my heart, and I feel that I am very lucky to be able to open such an existence in the 5-star golden egg. Suhai attacked without hesitation, and in the next instant, Suhai's body radiated golden light. Almost in the blink of an eye, it became the posture of God, with a holy robe, a holy crown on his head, and a Bible in his hand. The momentum on his body also skyrocketed. Chapter 154. As Suhai flipped through the Bible in his hand, the next moment, the coquettish red lotus karmic fire emerged from the ground. It turned into a sea of fire and enveloped the space around the four of them. Facing the appearance of the red lotus karmic fire, Emperor Zishan, Hades and the sun god Athena also immediately recognized the existence of the red lotus karmic fire. While frowning slightly, he hurriedly vacated the air to avoid contaminating the red lotus karmic fire. After all, if they can cultivate to their realm, all of them have survived in various battles. How could it not be contaminated with the lives of living beings and the existence of karma? However, as long as the karma is in the body, when facing the red lotus karmic fire, these karma are the best fuel for the red lotus karmic fire. And this is not over yet. The originally silent sky is surging again, and countless thunders fall from the sky, either purple, blue, or black. Although the colors and shapes are different, without exception, these thunders contain extremely violent power. And behind Suhai, a large number of mythical beasts appeared, including hundreds of millions of locusts. The wolf pack was led by a giant wolf with a body size of over 100 meters, and a dozen ape mythical beasts with the same size. For a time, whether it is the sky or the ground, it seems that there is no place for Hades, the king of the underworld, Athena, the sun god, and Zishan. Following Suhai, who was bathed in the holy light, he smiled and waved his hand gently. The thunder, the sea of fire and the herd of beasts were originally calm. They all roared. For a time, Emperor Zishan, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, were all attacked. Zishan was continuously bombarded by countless thunderbolts. Under the fast attack speed and the numerous thunderbolts, Zishan could only use the Vajra in his hand to resist with difficulty. As for Hades, he was surrounded by countless fire dragons transformed by red lotus karmic fire. At this time, Hades could be said to be miserable. The robes on his body have long since been burnt out, revealing the bare bones. Under the intense high temperature of the red lotus karmic fire, the bones have already appeared pulverized. If among the three people, who is most afraid of the red lotus karmic fire, then Hades, the king of the underworld, Adaf, is none other than Hades. As the controller of the Greek Hades, the Hades, had the most karma, after all, he was in charge of death. On the other side, Athena, the sun god, was besieged by a herd of beasts. The situation of the sun god Athena is not much better than that of Hades, the Hades. Facing the dense locust devouring, the sun god Athena could only burst out the little solar power left in his body, hoping to destroy the locusts that were biting him in an instant. But whenever he bursts out with the light of the sun, this force will be swallowed up by the wolves next to him, as if these wolves and divine beasts exist just to devour divine power. In fact, this is normal. These wolves have been endowed with the power to devour the sun, and they are born to restrain the gods who have the authority of the sun. Even in his heyday, the sun god Athena needed to be extra careful when facing these wolves, let alone now. In this way, when the strength is damaged and the weakness is restrained, Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, after insisting on a cup of tea, they could not hold on because their divine power was exhausted. Hades, the king of the underworld, was burnt all over his body by the red lotus karma that came frantically, and his indestructible skeleton body disappeared with the burning of karma. And Athena, the sun god in the sky, was eventually swallowed up by the wolves and locusts, and was devoured almost in an instant, leaving no bones behind. Facing the fall of Hades, the king of the underworld, and Athena, the sun god, in the sky, Emperor Zishan, who had a vajra on his head, also lost his mind for a moment. And it was this moment of loss that was instantly captured by the endless thunder in the sky. Countless thunders condensed in an instant, turned into a chaotic thunder, and fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they came to the top of Zishan's head, ready to give this enemy the most fatal blow. Feeling the crisis coming from the top of his head, Zishan's whole body enlarged his pores, and while cursing secretly in his heart, he hurriedly used all his strength to blow the vajra pestle above his head. A violent thunder force also erupted, trying to resist this thunder attack. It's a pity, even in terms of the size of the thunder force that Zishan urged the vajra to burst out was obviously smaller by a whole circle. Moreover, under the continuous attack of chaos divine thunder, it is still shrinking, so although Zishan resisted the attack for a short time, he will inevitably suffer the thunder's divine punishment. And at this moment, a smiling voice suddenly appeared behind Zishan. With the sharp sword in his hand, he stabbed at Zishan without hesitation. Under such circumstances, Zishan had no time to react at all, and there was no way to react. Almost in an instant, he was pierced through his chest by this sharp sword, and the golden blood flowed out along with the sharp sword and sprinkled onto the earth in this space. Undoubtedly, the one who suddenly appeared behind Tasha was Suhai. Under the divine sword of salvation, Zishan was proud of his powerful body, which was strong enough to withstand the attacks of ordinary divine weapons. There was almost no obstacle, and he was directly stabbed in the opposite direction by the sharp savior. In the face of this sudden and heavy injury, Zishan groaned, and the vajra pestle above his head had no power supply, and was instantly bleak. It fell towards the ground, and Zishan was also swallowed up by the chaos divine thunder, and in the roar, he was directly electrolyzed. Not even a clump of flesh, not a single cell was left. As expected of an old guy who has lived for so many years? There are really some tricks. However, just when Suhai thought that Zishan was dead, the pestle of King Kong that fell on the ground suddenly broke through the space, passed into it, and disappeared. Faced with such a situation, Suhai didn't have time to react. One is because I didn't expect it, and the other is because the action of the vajra is really fast. Faced with such a situation, Suhai instantly understood that Zishan was not dead, and escaped successfully with the help of his own weapon, the vajra. Faced with such a situation, Suhai also sighed with emotion that these gods have been flexible for such a long time, and they do have their own uniqueness. Chapter 155. Not only Zishan, but Hades, the underworld king, should still be alive, because Suhai only felt the power of the sun god Athena after the initiation of the reincarnation ceremony at the perfect level in his mind. There is no authority that belongs to Hades, the underworld king, and under the influence of this reincarnation ritual, as long as it is a god, then it is killed by Suhai. Suhai can gain the power of each other, so although Suhai is not sure how Hades escaped, the only certainty is that Hades should not die. After all, Suhai did not feel the power of Hades, the king of the underworld. However, although he ran 2 times, Suhai was not too disappointed. After all, the original purpose was achieved. At this time,
there was already a 5-star golden egg in the system space, which was quietly circling. There is no doubt that this 5-star golden egg is the one on the head of the sun god Aten. Moreover, the power of the sun belonging to the sun god Aten was also incorporated into Suhai's body through the function of the reincarnation ritual. Makes Suhai's sky power once again enhanced. Damn it! If it hadn't left a ray of remnant soul early, this time it would have been really planted. In fact, as Suhai guessed, Hades, the Hades, did not die. In a gloomy underworld space in Greece, a seemingly inconspicuous skeleton soldier suddenly ignited a bewitching ghost in his eyes. And the thin bones changed rapidly, and eventually turned into a very burly skeleton. If Suhai saw this scene, he would find that this skeleton was exactly the same as Hades, the Hades. There is no doubt that this guy is Hades, the king of the underworld who escaped. Hades, the recovered Hades, felt a little weak and said with lingering fears. It turned out that this was a whole card left by Hades, the king of the underworld, who divided his remnant soul into many parts and merged them into some undead creatures in the underworld. If there is an accident in one's own body, then these remnants can be revived to become another body, although it will be weak for a long time, but it also achieves a different kind of immortality. As long as the entire underworld is destroyed, Hades, the king of the underworld, can achieve almost unlimited resurrection. In fact, these gods more or less have some means of life-saving. If it wasn't for the special space created by Suhai, the sun god Aten would not have fallen. It is entirely possible to use the power of the sun to escape the catastrophe. It is a pity that although the space created by Suhai has a sun, this sun belongs to Suhai. Even if the sun god Aten has the power to escape and resurrect, it is impossible to use it. Because in the authority of the sun god Aten couldn't compete with Suhai at all. System, use the 5-star golden egg. Of course, none of this is something Suhai wants to manage these days. What Suhai cares most about now is what new abilities this 5-star golden egg can bring to him. So Suhai, who stayed in the sky, gave orders to the system in his mind while observing the 5-star golden egg in the system space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Kangbing of the beast monster princess. With the shattering of the 5-star golden egg, Suhai seemed to see a hole dark blue with many white ice crystals on the surface. The hole was like a mermaid, but a huge unknown creature with a pair of wings behind it merged into his body. At this moment, Suhai felt a new life in his body, with an extremely cold breath. Oh! True ancestor beast! It's pretty good too. For this reward, Suhai was quite satisfied, because after seeing the appearance of this unknown creature vaguely and hearing his name, Suhai also guessed the origin of this unknown creature. Kangbing of the demon girl is the number 12 beast of the 4th true ancestor of vampires, the strongest in the world, in the blood-devouring world. Mastering the ice that has broken through absolute zero, it can release a large-scale freezing attack, reaching the point where the ocean is frozen in an instant. If it is used to the extreme, time and space may not be able to freeze. As the last beast of the 4th primogenitor, Kangbing of the demon princess is undoubtedly the most powerful and most potential existence among them. The system opens the properties panel. Feeling that his breath increased again, Suhai subconsciously spoke to the system in his mind. System, open the properties panel. Feeling the feeling of another surge of power, Suhai quickly ordered to the system in his mind. Name, Suhai, God Killer, Demon King. Strength, 4-digit high level. Ability, God's Gift, Sky Power, Earth Power, Genesis Power, Blue Ice of the Demon Girl. Items, Kabbalah Tree of Life, Sun Sovereign Leo, Salvation Sword, Heaven's Lock, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand, Oath Sword of Victory. Heroic Spirit, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. Although Suhai still has not reached the level of 4-digit perfection, but after absorbing the knowledge of the gods of the Bible, obtaining the Sun Sovereign Leo and absorbing the Sun God Aten, his strength has actually increased several times compared to when he just returned. However, even if the 4-digit breakthrough is a small realm, it is the difference between heaven and earth, so even if the strength has increased so much, Suhai's realm still hasn't broken through, and Suhai still doesn't feel where the bottleneck is. Obviously, the 4-digit high level has not reached the limit. Let's go, continue the meeting. He exhaled softly, calming down his inner emotions. Suhai slowly fell from the sky and landed in front of Gabriel, Rias, and others and said slowly. At the same time, this one space was cancelled. In the next instant, everyone returned to the familiar office. The only difference from before is that there are 3 less uninvited guys in the office today. It made the atmosphere of the whole conference room much better. Faced with such a situation, Michael, Sazakes, Asakel, and others looked at Suhai with even more different eyes. After all, there are some things that are completely different from hearing with your ears and seeing with your eyes. Fortunately, after being affirmed by Suhai, Michael and others began to sign the peace agreement under the witness of Suhai, a god. 5s. Chapter 156. Damn it! I didn't expect that the 3 terrifying guys from Mount Sumeru, Hell of Greece, and India would be involved at this critical time. On the other side, when Michael, Sazakes, Asakel, and others were talking. In a corner of Kawang town, there are several figures standing. If Suhai was standing next to him, he would find that one of them was the current White Dragon Emperor, Vali. Beside Vali, stood 3 demons, 2 men, and 1 woman. The one who complained was the female demon who was scantily clad, wearing a pink spectacles, holding a staff in his hand, with a proud figure and hot skin. The name is Cordelia Leviathan, the descendant of the former demon king Leviathan. As for the other 2 demons, one is Cruzir Asmid, the post-330 generation of the first demon king Asmid, and the other is Sharubabi, another descendant of the former demon king Zebu. Zeb. Obviously, including Vali, the 10 people present were descendants of the old demon king, the former main battle faction. It is clear from their words that they have plans for this peace conference. However, due to the arrival of Hades, the god of the underworld, and the god of the sun, Aten, the event ended in desperation. But this is normal, even if the 4 of them go together and use all their strength, at most they can hold back one of Hades or the sun god. And likely to lose lives, let alone 3. Under such circumstances that they knew they were going to die, it was naturally impossible for the 4 of Valley to take risks, so they terminated the plan that should have been carried out at this meeting in advance. No way, their arrival is too sudden, and our current strength is not enough to compete with these top-ranked powerhouses in the world. Only to find another chance. Facing Cordelia's words, Vali also seemed a little helpless. In the end, the 4 people standing in the dark looked at the conference room in the center, then reluctantly walked away and left. However, judging from the hatred of the descendants of the old demon kings like Cordelia for the current new demon king, there will definitely be a next action. They will obviously hide, waiting for the opportunity to seize an opportunity, and they will do it without hesitation. Of course, these are all for later. On the other side, in the conference room, without the interruption of Zishan and Hades, and under the gaze of Suhai, the supreme god, the angels, fallen angels, and demons formally signed a peace armistice agreement. It was a perfect ending to this meeting. My lord, please follow your subordinates. With the end of the meeting, the 3 parties also left one after another. In the corridor outside the conference room, Michael stood in front of Suhai and said very religiously. Obviously, at this time, Michael had already identified Suhai as their biblical god, although with the help of Suhai, the celestial system has been able to function normally, and the celestial crisis has been resolved. But Michael still hopes that Suhai can return with him to the heavenly realm, where the identity of a supreme god reigns in the whole heavenly realm. Forget it. Nowadays, the lower realm is quite interesting. Although the heavenly realm is good, it is a bit boring after all. And isn't it good for you to manage the heavens? But obviously, the answer given by Suhai was refusal. It is a good place to go to places like heaven. But if Suhai lives in such an environment for a long time, Suhai is also a little uncomfortable, and the environment of Sister Tien is not a good place for demons such as Tachan Kitten, Heimjima Athena, and Rias. Living in the heavens, although life and death will not be eliminated, but being shrouded in holy light all the time, Rias and others will eventually feel very uncomfortable as demons. Seeing Suhai with such a firm expression, Michael's heart flashed a hint of helplessness, and in the end he could only agree. At the same time,
he stated that he would be waiting for Suhai's return in the heaven at any time, and he also led the angels in the sky to return to the heaven. In addition, now that Suhai has Gabriel by his side, Michael has nothing to worry about. Anyway, Suhai can be contacted through Gabriel at any time. Let's go, we're going home soon. Looking at Michael who was leaving, Suhai turned to look at Gabriel, Rias, and other women behind him, and then walked back home with them. By the time I got home, the sky had gradually dimmed, and the day had gone by like this. After dinner at night, Suhai went back to the room alone, and did not go to the rooms of Rias, Haimjima Akeno and other girls today. Because 2 months have passed, and it is time to travel through other worlds. Crack. However, just as Suhai picked up the sword of salvation in the corner of the room and was about to cross, the door of the room was suddenly opened. As Suhai looked in the direction of the door with a doubtful look, he saw Gabriel, who was wearing only a light gauze pajamas, walked in and locked the door with his backhand. Gabriel, you are. Seeing the looming overtime practice, and the incomparably proud body, Suhai subconsciously swallowed and asked. Master, you can't be partial. Only for Raphael, I also want to feel the deepest and most intimate love of the Master. Facing the questioning Suhai, Gabriel really did not have the slightest nonsense, while speaking. Walked towards Suhai. Immediately afterwards, he hugged Suhai directly, raised his head and kissed him. Feeling the sudden warmth, Suhai responded immediately. All of a sudden, an alternative war broke out in the 0.5 room. System, go through. Until late at night, Suhai stood by the bed looking at Gabriel who was sleeping on the bed, and slowly said to the system in his mind. Following Suhai's order, a black hole swallowed Suhai in an instant, and Suhai disappeared into the room in the blink of an eye. With the disappearance of Suhai, the world of this one world seems to be frozen. Interesting? Such a harsh environment, it seems to be an interesting world. In another world, Suhai emerged from a black hole and stepped on the pitch-black ground like mud. Suhai looked up at everything around him and said with interest. Apparently, through initial observations, Suhai developed a keen interest in this new world. Chapter 157. Because through preliminary observations, Suhai found that the world has come to the point of being destroyed, in Suhai's perception. There is no place suitable for human habitation within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and no human existence is perceived. There was no sun or moon in the sky, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded in aurora, appearing a little dark and blood red. The sky was still falling like snow, and judging by Suhai's contact, it was an energy. For powerful individuals, this power helps in practice. But for the weak, this kind of power is like poison. If you touch it with your hands, it will definitely burn because the thin body can't resist it. However, the amount of energy can be increased to such a degree that, initially, it is even higher than the energy concentration of Demon High School and God Killer World. Obviously, this is not an easy world either. In addition to being interested, Suhai also intends to explore the face of this world and see what kind of world he has come to. After all, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will be safe in 100 battles. Only by understanding the structure of this world can Suhai be able to sort out his thoughts 03 and use the resources of this world to quickly improve his strength. With Suhai's decision, he doesn't intend to stand still and wait. Instead, it rose into the air and flew slowly at a low altitude. During the flight, while exploring the ground and surrounding conditions, I hope to find some living creatures. Learn from the mouths of these creatures the basic situation of this world. Is it here? Spaceship debris? A combination of fantasy power and technology? It's getting more and more interesting. Under Suhai's powerful perception ability, he finally found the existence of vital signs. When Suhai came to the place in his perception, what appeared in front of him was an unusually large wreckage of a spaceship. It is full of technology, and Suhai is still on the wreckage of the spaceship, sensing the existence of the magic circle. Obviously, in addition to having a powerful fantasy power system, this world also has a certain technology side power. Fifeng 12 Divine Palms. In addition to his emotions, Suhai did not forget the purpose of his coming here. Directly slapped it with a palm, and under the action of the power in the body, a golden phoenix shot out from the front of the hand hall. While circling, they flew towards the ruins of the spaceship ahead. Under the powerful power of the phoenix, the ruins of the spaceship that stood on the ground with a length of 1,000 meters were directly lifted up. It fell thousands of meters away, causing the ground to shake. It wasn't Suhai joking, but in Suhai's perception, that one vital sign was hidden under the ruins of the ship. That's why Suhai made such a move. And the fact is also true, as the spaceship was thrown away, the huge deep pit hidden under the spaceship also appeared. The creature with huge vital signs was also revealed in Suhai's eyes, and when he saw the face of this creature clearly, a trace of disappointment flashed in Suhai's eyes. I saw a huge worm like an earthworm, stretched out its huge body, opened its mouth and launched an attack on Suhai, an uninvited guest. Although it is indeed a living object, this worm monster obviously does not speak, nor does it have too much intelligence. It was impossible for Suhai to ask anything useful from such a creature's mouth. In addition to Suhai's disappointment, this snake monster with a diameter of more than tens of meters and a body length of 1,000 meters has already come to Suhai with a big mouth. Faced with such a situation, Suhai unhurriedly walked out of the sword of salvation in his hand. With a flash of sword light, the huge body of the earthworm monster was frozen in the air. After Suhai slowly withdrew the divine sword of salvation, turned and left leisurely in the other direction, the huge body was split in half from the middle. Along with green blood, as well as countless pieces of internal organs fell to the ground. Hungry. This strong and unfamiliar atmosphere is a bit like a human being, but a bit like the old man who created me. It's really interesting. However, Suhai, who turned to leave, did not know that in the sky thousands of kilometers away, there was an angel girl who sensed the breath that burst out when he started. A morbid smile appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself with interest. Obviously, he was very interested in Suhai, and then he glanced in the direction where Suhai was and disappeared in place in an instant. If Suhai is here, you will find that this angel girl uses a very clever space force. On the other hand, after leaving the ruins of the ship, Suhai found new creatures. Unfortunately, after all, it is a bit unsatisfactory. Is there not a single intelligent creature that can speak? At this moment, Suhai is standing in a forest, but although it is a forest, every branch of these trees exudes a metallic luster, and there is no leaf on each tree. The forest is not only dark, but also bare. Around Suhai, there are more than 330 creatures that are several meters long, look like wolves, but walk upright. These wolf-shaped creatures, with blood-red eyes and a tyrannical aura, apparently regarded Suhai as food, and prepared to eat it and eat it. Ho ho ho! Following a burst of roars, these dozen or so monsters, equivalent to the strength of the highest-ranking demons, immediately rose into the air, waving the sharp claws of both hands. He attacked Suhai, who was standing at the center. However, the instant the dozen or so monsters rose into the air, before they could land on the ground, they were directly struck by the thunder that fell from the sky. Under the unparalleled destructive power of the thunder, the proud bodies of these monsters instantly exuded bursts of fleshy fragrance. Exuding a burst of heat, it fell from the air to the ground. Then there was no response. Obviously, under such a thunderous attack, the strength of these monsters could not be resisted at all, and at the moment of being struck by the thunder and lightning, they were already dead. Manipulating lightning? Really interesting ability. Can you tell me why you, a weak human being, have such great power? Looking at the monster lying around him, who was already dead and could no longer die, Suhai wanted to turn around and leave. Chapter 158. But at this moment, a certain space behind Suhai was suddenly broken open, and a figure appeared in the air. Angel? Facing the sudden voice behind him, Suhai subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction the voice came from. What caught my eye was an angel girl with long rainbow-colored hair, a geometric pattern on her head, a pair of pure white wings behind her, a faint radiance all over her body, and her hair swaying in the wind. Although this angel girl has only one pair of wings, Suhai can sense that the hidden power in this girl's body is not even less than that of Gabriel, Raphael, and others. And Suhai always has a feeling that this angel girl seems to have seen somewhere,
but maybe because your memory is too far away, you can't remember it when you think about it. Little girl, can you tell me your name? As the saying goes, if you step through the iron shoes, there is nowhere to look, and it takes all your effort to get it. Now, the guy who can talk came to the door himself. Suhai not only didn't feel any trouble, but showed a smile. It's really unacceptable. It's just the last human race, the weakest human being. After seeing sequence 6, as a flugel, I am so calm, it seems that you are really interesting. It would be fun if your head was my new trophy. Looking at Suhai standing in front of him, so calm and calm. This angel girl had a displeased expression on her face, and a dangerous light appeared in her eyes, which seemed a little morbid and cruel. After all, in this angel girl's memory, the human beings in this world are the weakest beings. All those humans in the past would avoid this angel girl. When facing this angel girl, they all fled. Today, a living human being standing in front of him seems so calm, making this very conceited angel girl a little unhappy. Special human, remember my name Jibril, and you will be honored to be another of my collections. This angel girl has a natural contempt for the creatures of lower races, and now she has been provoked by a human being. The angel girl who planned to do it will naturally not hesitate at all. Before speaking, he was ready to attack. Sequence race? Human race? Flugel? Jibril? Is that so? Is it this world? That's a very suitable world for me. After hearing these familiar names, Suhai finally found information about the world from the depths of his memory. It turned out to be the anime world called Game Life that Suhai had seen in his previous life. There are a total of 16 races in this world. The first-ranked gods are all the way to the lowest-ranked human races. Among them, the 6th-ranked and above are the upper-ranked races, and the 7th-ranked and lower are the middle and lower ranks. The upper races are vastly different from other races. In terms of strength, one is heaven and the other is earth. And the angel girl named Jibril in front of her was obviously the 6th-ranked flugel. And it is also a very bloody character in the original book. As the last flugel created by God, Jibril was created with the concept of trying the weapon of God, and on a single individual, it is far stronger than other single flugel. Some have killed the race sequence alone, and among the giants above themselves, the dragon spirit species and even the fantasy species have the record. As for the human beings in this world, there are not many left, and the human beings who survived the aftermath of the battles of various superior races have almost all hid in some very secret corners. Live cautiously. Just when Suhai suddenly realized, Jibril's hand had already appeared a weapon shaped like a scythe of the god of death. At the same time, using the space transfer ability, Tianyi instantly appeared behind Suhai, and without hesitation, he waved the sword in his hand and slashed towards Suhai's neck. Apparently, he wanted to chop off Suhai's head and keep it as a collection. This girl is a very bloody existence. Every time she fights with the enemy, she encounters an opponent she recognizes. After she kills the opponent, she will completely preserve the opponent's head as her collection. It's really a morbid angel girl. It is a pity, however, that Suhai, who has the Sun Sovereign Leo Star Beast in his body, can't cause any damage to Suhai even if the full-strength blow of Zishan King Kong's pestle. Not to mention the scythe in Jibril's hand? So, the mirror knife in Jibril's hand was carrying huge force and hit Suhai's neck. In Jibril's imagination, the scene of the head flying and blood splattering did not appear. Instead, there was a sound of gold and stone colliding, and after the sharp scythe hit Suhai's seemingly fragile neck, the powerful aftermath overturned the surrounding ground. Apart from that, Suhai didn't take any damage, but Jibril, who launched the attack, was blown away by a powerful force. Impossible, why is your body so strong? After flying several kilometers, Jibril stabilized her figure and reappeared in front of Suhai. Jibril's expression at this time was extremely complicated, and her face was full of disbelief. You must know that Jibril's attack just now had used 50% of her full power. With Jibril's powerful strength, she only needs to use 5% of her strength to cut the entire sea. Therefore, the blow just now, not to mention the fragile neck of a human being, even the entire continent should be cut open. But with such a strong opinion, Suhai didn't have anything to do. Instead, he who launched the attack was bounced back and flew backwards. This was something Jibril had never encountered before, and even in a battle with a powerful dragon spirit, such a thing would never happen. After all, it is impossible for the physique that the dragon spirits are proud of to be unscathed by this blow. It seems that there is no friendly exchange. No way, let's talk about it in another way. Suhai shook his head helplessly at Jibril's sudden attack. Suhai wouldn't want to start out if he could, but now, it's his own choice. Chapter 159. Between the words, Suhai also broke through the space and instantly appeared behind Jibril. The fist carrying the powerful power instantly swung it towards Jibril's back. Feeling the sound of breaking the air coming from behind, Jibril's face changed greatly, and the elf corridor in her body quickly activated, and instantly used the power of Tianzi to break through the space to dodge. But unfortunately, under the cover of Suhai's powerful consciousness, everything around is under Suhai's control. As long as it does not exceed the range covered by divine consciousness, Suhai can sense any turbulence around him at the first time. And this also includes space fluctuations, so although Jibril's sky-shifting ability is abnormal, the speed of activation may be higher than Suhai's magical powers. As for the distance of transmission, it is far more than the magic power. After all, the supernatural power can only reach the place where her eyes can reach, and Jibril's sky shift can only be moved at will. As long as Jibril is willing to instantly reach the other side of the world, there is no problem. Unfortunately, even so, as long as it is space ability, there will eventually be 343 space fluctuations. So the moment Jibril appeared, Suhai quickly sensed where Jibril chose to appear. Dodged again and came to Jibril's back, and the fist that had not hit before continued to swing out. And this time, Jibril, who had just appeared, didn't have time to move again, when Jibril turned around and prepared to resist with a surprised look on her face. Suhai's fist had hit Jibril's chest hard, and under such a huge force, Jibril instantly fell from the sky to the ground. It penetrated the thick surface and was buried in the ground hundreds of meters deep. What? It's great, you're really funny, it's the first time this feeling. I must keep your head as one of my funniest collectibles. In the ruins, along with a sound, the collapsed earth and rocks exploded, and Jibril flew directly out of the waste rock pile. It could be seen that Jibril was not seriously injured under the attack of the blow just now. Instead, she embraced the place where she was hit, and seemed to be enjoying herself. There was an unnatural blush on her cheeks, but Jibril was an angel girl who looked very pure, with a slightly trembling personality. Large defensive magic. Seeing Jibril appearing unharmed in front of him, Suhai spoke slowly. There was a look of interest on his face. It turned out that Jibril used the elf corridor in her body to activate Zhijian's fourth protection at the moment when she was hit in the chest just now. So it resisted Suhai's attack without taking any damage. As the highest level sealing magic of the forest elves, the fourth blessing of Long Yuan can be resisted even by the general attacks of the gods if thousands of warlocks cast it together. And Jibril, as a freak who can use all the languages of 16 races, successfully learned this magic when destroying the capital of the elves. And borrowing the huge elf corridor in her body, the effect of using it will definitely not be worse than the effect of 1,000 ordinary forest elves at the same time. Ah, you found out. Those guys hiding in the forest did research an interesting thing. Zhu Yuan, the fourth protection, was developed by those ridiculous guys to resist the attack of the gods, although it is still far from being able to defend against the attack of the old man. But it has to be said that at certain critical, odd times, it does have a powerful effect. Facing Suhai, who was muttering to herself, Jibril spoke slowly. Obviously, Jibril thought that the power that Suhai showed just now was all of Suhai's power. So until this moment, Jibril didn't even think that she might not be Suhai's opponent. Not only did they not attack or escape immediately, but instead regarded Suhai as an interesting prey and admired everything about Suhai. But this is normal. The reason why Jibril has such self-confidence is naturally based on her strength. Jibril, as an existence that even the god of war who created her cannot understand, is far more powerful than the average Flugel. Apart from the strongest gods, there is no other race that can claim to be able to win Jibril one-on-one. Mr. Funny Human, don't die.
Sky Strike. After answering, Jibril rose into the air, spreading the pair of pure white wings behind her. One after another, huge magic circles fell from the sky, covering the entire scarlet sky. At this moment, Jibril launched the strongest attack of the Flugel Sky Strike. A violent beam of light descended from the very center of the magic circle, like a punishment from the Supreme God. Although the endless radiance is warm, it is also full of death and destruction. And this blow Jibril obviously used all her strength, because after this blow, Jibril's whole body quickly shrank, turning into a 6 or 7-year-old little loli. Jibril is known as a sidekick of the Flugel because of her gregarious personality and her tendency to lose her senses in battle. He made some crazy actions, such as estimating the consumption of power now, emptied the power in his body at once, paid a price that could not be recovered within 5 years, and strengthened the power of this blow. Although 5 years may be a short time for an angel girl who has lived for more than 5,000 years, these are enough to show that this angel girl is a very individual existence. Jibril, who kept flapping her wings in the air and trying to fly steadily, gave a morbid smile as she watched Suhai, who was about to be hit. On his childish face, there was an expression that did not match his age. At this moment, Jibril was exhausted by the power in her body. Apparently, even a simple flight was exhausting. Come out, Kang Bing of the Demon Princess. Facing this attack from the sky, Suhai did not panic. Although the power of this blow was huge, it was not enough to make Suhai feel dangerous. Chapter 160. I saw Suhai speak very plainly. Immediately afterwards, a huge pale blue figure appeared behind Suhai. There is no doubt that it is the Kang Bing of the true ancestor favored beast demon lady who can freeze everything. With the appearance of this true ancestor beast, a very loud and sharp sound quickly spread out. Under Suhai's control, Kang Bing, the enchantress, spit out extreme ice and turned into an ice storm that rose into the sky. In an instant, it collided with the sky strike that fell from the sky. At the moment when the two attacks collided, terrifying energy ripples quickly spread around. Countless rocks, trees, and ground surfaces around were eroded by extreme ice and scorching rays of light. Fantasy? How is that possible? Facing the sudden appearance of Kang Bing, Jibril said with a very surprised look. The surprised expression coupled with her very petite body and slightly childish face made her look very cute. Obviously, Kang Bing of the Bewitching Princess is a fantasy creature. In a strict sense, it belongs to the fantasy species in this world. You must know that in this world, the fantasy species is second only to the existence of the first god species in the sequence. Not only is it powerful, it is very rare, but it is also very good at hiding. Even the gods cannot find the existence of the fantasy species. However, such a creature suddenly appeared in front of her, and Jibril was naturally very surprised. But this is just the beginning, and even more surprises are yet to come. Under Jibril's surprised expression, as the power in Suhai's body unfolded, the strength of the enchanting blue ice became stronger and stronger. Descending from the sky, it was a very terrifying, devastating blow from the sky. Under the continuous scouring of the ice storm, it was gradually frozen. In the end, the entire attack was frozen by extreme ice, and even the magic circle as the origin was no exception. Under the cover of the storm, it turned into an umbrella-shaped ice. Huge ice stands in the sky, under the starlight, it looks very coquettish. It's just that this splendid and magnificent scene is fleeting, because in the next instant, this huge ice shatters and turns into countless small pieces of ice that fall from the sky. After these almost permanent ice fell to the ground, a huge ice Jedi was formed. I said, Miss Angel, where are you going? In the face of such a situation, Suhai also took back the blue ice of the enchantress, and instantly appeared behind Jibril, reaching out and grabbing the wings on Jibril's back, which had become very small due to its shrinking size. While lifting Jibril's whole body, she said with great interest. It turned out that Jibril realized something was wrong after her attack was completely frozen. He hurriedly turned around and prepared to run away. After all, Jibril could be said to have no power at all. Except for weak ordinary humans, anyone from any other race could easily kill Jibril. It's just that Jibril obviously thinks too much. Suhai controls everything around her from beginning to end,
so how could Jibril escape? The moment Jibril turned around, Suhai didn't notice Jibril's little gesture. Damn it, let me go. Pervert, pervert. Perhaps because of her smaller body, Jibril's whole personality became a little childish. When he was caught by Suhai, he kept dancing and complaining in his mouth. He couldn't tell that he was still a girl with a trembling character just a moment ago. Are you interested in being my subordinate? Facing Jibril who looked like this, Suhai first let go of his right hand, and then said something for no reason. Although Suhai can do it completely, he can easily kill Jibril in front of him. But instead of killing the angel girl, Suhai thought it would be more fun to keep her by her side. After all, if there is such a person by my side, I will not be lonely even in the other world. Follow you? Do you mean to want me to leave my race and the old man who created me? It's not impossible, but I don't think so. Looking at Suhai who suddenly let go, Jibril also seemed a little puzzled, but after hearing what Suhai said next, she was relieved. 0, ask for flowers 0. At this moment, Jibril's eyes showed a hint of freshness and interest. But there is still no immediate answer. Instead, he asked back. Obviously Jibril is weighing the pros and cons. Jibril is a master who can't rest. For the fun in her heart, Jibril will choose to follow more interesting people. In fact, at this time, Jibril's heart already had some intentions, but Jibril looked a little reckless, but she was the smartest being among the Flugel. In the face of such a major choice, it is naturally impossible to rashly agree. Don't you want to defeat the god who created you? Just follow me, and I can help you realize this dream. And you have no choice. If you refuse, in order to have one less enemy in the future, I will destroy you without hesitation. Looking at Jibril's interested eyes, Suhai naturally knew that this angel lowly was already tempted. So I just said it directly. It's like adding a fire. Cough, beat the old man. This is indeed an offer that one cannot refuse. Jibril was a little surprised when she heard that Suhai regarded the god of war who created her as an enemy, and a frantic look appeared on her face. In the end, without hesitation, he agreed to Suhai's proposal. To defeat or even kill the god of war is actually the common wish of Jibril and the god of war. Jibril hopes that she can defeat the god of war, and the god of war is also very lonely because she is too invincible. She hopes that someone can defeat, or even defeat herself, so that she can taste the taste of failure. It was because of this that Jibril was created by the god of war. Jibril, as the last external body created by the god of war, was originally born as a god-killing weapon. Jibril has had a mission since its birth, that is to defeat or even kill the god of war. It is a pity that the god of war, as the strongest existence among the gods, is also the strongest existence in this world. Jibril is far stronger than the average Flugel, but after all, she is not the opponent of the god of war. 5s. Chapter 161. Then Master, please take care of me in the future. Obviously, Jibril was very interested in the conditions Suhai proposed. In addition, Jibril always likes the strong and admires those who are stronger than herself. Now Suhai has shown his unparalleled strength and easily defeated himself. In Jibril's eyes, Suhai is no longer an ordinary human being, but a strong man worthy of his admiration. Faced with such a situation, Suhai nodded in satisfaction. If your current situation recovers naturally, it seems that it will take some time. However, I am afraid that the battle will come soon, but there is not so much time to reply to you. If that's the case, I'll give you an answer. For Jibril's answer, Suhai's 343 was actually not too surprised. Jibril is such an angel after all. It's just that Jibril's power is completely exhausted now, such a small body and weak power obviously cannot bring any help to Jibril. Hearing that Suhai wanted to help Mo regain her strength, Jibril also had a moment of doubt. After all, Jibril had such a situation before, but each time it took a long time to recover automatically. Apart from creating her own god of war, there is no one who can make Jibril recover quickly. Just when Jibril was puzzled, Suhai suddenly came to Jibril and lowered her head to kiss Jibril's lips. This sudden change made Jibril's eyes widen subconsciously, and her young body immediately wanted to retreat. Although Jibril looks like a trembling existence,
as an angel, she is essentially pure. But at this moment, Jibril felt a warm power flowing from Suhai's body and entered her body. This power is like the warm embrace given by the earth and the sky, nourishing every part of the body. Jibril could clearly feel that under the action of this power, the energy that had been used up in her body was gradually recovering. Faced with such a situation, Jibril also understood Suhai's intention, and instead of backing away, she responded. Under the continuous action of this power, Jibril's body gradually shone with a dazzling light. In this light, Jibril's body is constantly getting bigger. In less than a cup of tea, Jibril regained her original appearance, and the energy in her body was unprecedentedly abundant. Thank you, Master. This is someone's first kiss, and the Master is responsible. Feeling the familiar body and the unprecedented power in her body, Jibril's face flashed with joy. He seemed a little sarcastic. But in this seemingly relaxed expression, there is a trace of surprise and shock that no one knows about. Jibril can be said to be very surprised by Suhai's endless means. At this moment, Jibril even felt a little bold. If it was Suhai, maybe she could really defeat the god of war who created her. Master, shall we go directly to the old man of the god of war? In addition to being surprised, Jibril looked at the endless sky again, as if looking through the space to see the god of war hidden in another space. Don't worry, we don't have absolute certainty yet. You should be very clear that the god of war is not simple. As the strongest existence in this world, although I don't think I will lose to him, I have no absolute certainty of winning either. I have to do some preparations before meeting him. Judging from Suhai's own guess, god of war, as the strongest man in this world, is definitely not simple, perhaps even higher than himself. Suhai didn't want to go to the god of war right now if he wasn't fully prepared. So next, Suhai is going to look for other sequence races, to unite all the racial forces and deal with the god of war together. The reason why the god of war can become the strongest existence is that he also killed many other gods with him and devoured the gods of these gods. Marrow related. It is precisely because of this that the gods of faith of many races have died in the hands of the gods of war. If they have the opportunity, these races will definitely fight against the gods of war without hesitation, and avenge their gods of faith and creation. Second, in this process, you can find more golden eggs and improve your strength. According to the refresh mechanism of golden eggs, all the golden eggs in this world should be refreshed on the powerhouses of the upper races. It was as if Jibril in front of her had a 5-star golden egg on top of her head. Through the kiss just now, Suhai also got the 5-star golden egg on Jibril's head. If there are more golden eggs of this level, Suhai's strength will definitely have a big increase. Master, if you want to find people of other superior races, I may be able to help Master find them. Looking at Suhai, who is not impulsive, does not have any conceit, but is very cautious and calm. A look of satisfaction flashed in Jibril's eyes. As a divine weapon created by the god of war, Jibril is one of the people in this world who knows the strength of the god of war the most. Judging from the strength shown by Suhai, although it is very powerful, it is not inferior to the general gods in this world, but if the opponent is the god of war, there is obviously a big gap. After all, there are not a few gods swallowed by the god of war. Although Jibril also guessed at 0.5 that Suhai must have hidden strength, but if Suhai is just a brave person, Jibril does not think that Suhai can defeat god of war. Although Jibril looks a little perverted, she is a wise being. Jibril also didn't want her master to be a fool. Facing Jibril's words, a look of surprise flashed across Suhai's face, and he didn't expect an unexpected harvest. After Jibril's explanation, Suhai also understood that Jibril actually knew the existence of the elves. It turned out that a few days ago, Jibril infiltrated the alien space belonging to the elves and destroyed the capital of the elves. Until a few hours ago, Jibril was chasing the elf race who had fled because they were all destroyed. Chapter 162. Among this group of elves, the leader is a 6-layer magician named Filnir-Balan, who can cast 6 kinds of magic at the same time. She is the most powerful representative of the Mori spirit family. Jibril chases them because she thinks Filnir-Balan will be a very interesting opponent. But later, because I noticed the interesting atmosphere of Suhai, I felt that Suhai was more interesting,
so I gave up that side and looked for Suhai instead. Hence the present scene. On the other side, in an area that looked very desolate, a group of creatures like the legendary elves were rushing fast. There are about 100 people. It is worth mentioning that these 100 people are all young and beautiful elf women. During the process of escaping, this group of people turned to look at the sky behind them from time to time, as if they were escaping. What is normal? The leader is a 15-year-old girl with delicate long ears, soft and fluffy blonde hair, and big breasts that far exceed her appearance. Patriarch Phil, the extra individual of the Tianyi race, doesn't seem to have followed. Looks like we should be safe. It turned out that this leading blonde girl is the leader of the current forest spirit, that is, the genius girl Phil Nirbalan, who can cast 6 kinds of magic at the same time. Don't be careless, I know everyone is tired, but for the sake of safety, we must get out of here quickly. You can rest only after you get to an absolutely safe place, that guy's character won't let it go. Facing the words of the elf girl next to him, Fair Nirbalan with blonde hair said solemnly. Although Phil Nirba is the most powerful magician among the elves today, the most talented genius. But after all, he is too young, only 52 years old, and has not grown up at all. According to the age of the elves, they are not even adults. How can it be possible to defeat Jibril, who has lived for more than 5,000 years? This is also something that can't be helped. Although the rank of the forest elves is higher than that of the Flugel, it has been swallowed since the defeat of the god of the forest and the god of war. The strength of the entire elf clan has dropped significantly, because in that battle, the powerful magicians of the older generation have all fallen. Although there are some talented people in the new generation, it is a pity that Phil Nirbalan is too young and has not grown up yet. Otherwise, although Jibril is powerful, it is impossible for him to destroy the entire kingdom of the elves alone, and even chase the entire elves to flee. Facing the words of the head of her own family, this elf girl also remembered the scene when the capital was destroyed. She relaxed for a while and became serious again, and subconsciously accelerated her pace. I got you. But at this moment, a familiar girl's voice suddenly sounded in the ears of Fair Nirbalan and the others. Facing this familiar voice like a dream demon, Phil Nirbalan stopped one after another and became alert in the direction from which the voice came. The faces of these elf girls had serious and dignified expressions. In the next instant, an angel appeared in front of them, and there was no doubt that this person was Jibril. And then, naturally, Suhai. Facing the two people who suddenly appeared, everyone's eyes were fixed on Jibril, and it was obvious that Phil Nirbalan and the others did not notice Suhai's extraordinariness. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to hunt down, it's the master who wants to see you. Seeing the extremely nervous elf and his party, Jibril said with a very relaxed expression. Jibril moved her position to the side between her words, making Suhai behind her appear in everyone's eyes. Master? A human. You guy actually betrayed the god of war Artixo and called a human master. In fact, from the very beginning, Phil Nirbalan and others discovered the existence of Suhai, but because Suhai hid his breath very well. In the eyes of Phil Nirbalan and others, Suhai is a very ordinary human being. Although the girls were a little puzzled, why an ordinary human would stand by Jibril's side, but they didn't think much about it. But now Jibril called Suhai the master, Phil Nirbalan and others were naturally very surprised and puzzled. After all, in this world, human beings are undoubtedly ants-like existences. Betray. It seems that you don't know the old man at all. This is what the old man wants to see. Now you are left with only one choice, and that is surrender. In Phil Nirbalan's heart, Jibril's behavior as an individual created by the god of war is simply a betrayal. But Phil Nirbalan didn't understand at all what the god of war was thinking. The reason why Jibril was created was because the god of war was too invincible to feel any interest at all. So wanting to create a powerful enemy by herself, everything Jibril did was actually what the god of war wanted to see. But Jibril didn't want to explain too much. Submit. Facing Jibril's request, Phil Nirbalan fell silent for a while. Although she didn't want the entire race to be ruined by her own hands, Phil Nirbalan didn't want to submit to a human being.
Want to avenge your forest god? As long as you submit to me, you will have this opportunity in the near future. Looking at Filnir Balan, who was hesitant, Suhai came to the front of a group of elves and said slowly, "Vengeance? Do you want to destroy the god of war? Impossible, even the god of the forest who created us is not an opponent of the god of war, let alone you, a weak human." After hearing the word revenge, Filnirba and all the elf girls behind her looked at Suhai with an unbelievable face. As the god of their faith, the god of the forest is very clear in their hearts that the god of war is the culprit who killed the god of the forest. Now that Suhai says he wants revenge, the opponent is naturally the god of war. Chapter 163. Instead of worrying about whether I can defeat the god of war, it's better to worry about your current situation. In fact, you don't have a chance to choose, do you? Isn't it better to gamble on the future than to bury the young lives of yourself and your tribe here? Give me your answer. Facing Filnir Balan, who doubted his own strength, Suhai was not angry at all, and had no intention of explaining. After all, such a thing as strength is still believing. No matter how hype Suhai is talking about these days, Filnir Balan may not necessarily believe himself. So Suhai is a little more realistic. After all, Filnir Balan has no choice at all these days. Do we have a choice? Facing Suhai's questioning again, Filnir Balan turned his head and glanced at the more than 100 people behind him. Seeing the people staring at him intently, Filnir Balan finally said helplessly. There was a wry smile on his face that couldn't be described in words. Also, as Suhai said, Filnir Balan had no choice at all from the start. Even though Filnir Balan is not afraid of death, he is the leader of the elves today. Filnir Balan couldn't just think about himself, but also for the people behind him. It must also be considered for the continuation of the entire elves. So in the end, although he was very helpless, Filnir Balan finally chose to lead his people to surrender to Suhai. In Filnir Balan's heart, he also comforted himself. After all, Suhai was not an ordinary human if he could subdue Jibril. Very good, you made a very wise choice. In the future you will definitely be proud of your choices. Facing Filnir Balan's final choice, Suhai also nodded slightly and said unceremoniously. Facing Suhai, who was so confident, Filnir Balan just smiled and didn't say anything. This is not the place to talk, let's talk about it in another place. In this regard, Suhai did not care, but opened a channel to his inner world. After all, the surrounding environment is too desolate, it is not suitable for the elves to live in. Moreover, if Filnir Balan and others recreate a space suitable for their own living, it will take a relatively long period of time. Suhai didn't want to waste time like this, so he decided to help more than 100 people like the elves find a place to live in their own world. It's nice that the Suhai inner world is developing now, although basically everything the real world has. But life in the true sense has not yet evolved. So Suhai, although your world is very huge, the mountains and rivers are magnificent, colorful, and full of aura. However, it has always lacked a little breath of life. Letting the owner of the elves enter the inner world to live in, not only can it speed up the evolution of the world, but also solve the problem of living in the elves. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. This is. After crossing the portal, Filnir Balan and his party came to a chaotic space. Everyone looked at the wonderful world below, which was wrapped by a bubble, and suddenly asked very strangely. Obviously, some were surprised by the situation in front of him. This is a world I created. Although it is still in the stage of evolution and development, it is huge enough. It should be a very easy thing to find a suitable environment for your survival, reproduction, and development. Facing the stunned Filnir Balan, Suhai said very calmly. Create the world. After hearing that this world was created by Suhai, everyone, including Filnir Balan and Jibril, were very surprised. After all, the creation of the world is something that even ordinary gods cannot do at all. Until this moment, Filnir Balan, you finally understand a little bit why Suhai dares to let out mad words to defeat the god of war. From now on, you will live in this forest. Facing the surprise of all the women, Suhai seemed to be used to it and didn't care too much. Directly led the group into the world quickly, and as they got closer, Phil Nearballen looked at the rapidly enlarged world in his eyes, and once again deeply realized the hugeness of this world. The heart was deeply shocked again, because Phil Nearballen and others even suspected that this world was bigger than the real world. Whether it is mountains, rivers, or flowers and trees, they all seem so real. Half an hour later, Suhai brought a group of people to the edge of an endless forest and spoke slowly. As a group of elves living in the forest, such an environment is undoubtedly the most suitable for them. And for his own people, Suhai has never been stingy, so when choosing, he also deliberately chose this forest that is less than a few dozen kilometers from the most central Kabbalah tree of life. The breath emanating from the Kabbalah tree of life has a great effect on the growth of Phil Nearballen and others. Thank you, sir. Phil Nearballen naturally felt the difference here, and sincerely thanked him. Okay, let's all adapt to the new environment. To this, Suhai nodded slightly, okay Zhao, and made a response. Then after a few more words of exhortation, he turned and left. But this time Suhai did not leave this world directly, but dodged to the top of the Kabbalah tree of life, observing everything on the continent below. System, use 2 5-star golden eggs. My heart is full of pride and emotion at the same time. Suhai also spoke directly to the system in his mind. It turned out that the 5-star golden egg that Suhai obtained on Jibril has never been used, and later obtained another one from Phil Nearballen. So in addition, there are already 2 5-star gold floating in the system space. Before, there was no time and opportunity. Now that it is finally free, Suhai can't wait any longer. So it seems that I can't wait to see what these 2 5-star golden eggs can produce. Chapter 164. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Tianzu. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4th protection with long-standing skills, 108 Heavy Warlock Chant. With the shattering of the 2 5-star golden eggs in the system space, corresponding information also appeared in Suhai's mind. For these 3 awards, Suhai is also very satisfied. The former was obviously drawn from Jibril's body, while the latter was naturally obtained from Phil Nearballen's body. Tianyi has an extreme space transferability, and the long-term 4th protection can be regarded as a very powerful defensive magic. As for the 108 level warlock singing, it is actually equivalent to a talent. It can be said to be a very abnormal ability to allow the owner to cast 108 kinds of magic at the same time. To know that Phil Nearballen can only cast 6 kinds of magic at the same time, he is already a genius level character from the elves. And the general forest elves can only cast 2 at the same time. In this way, more than 10 days have passed in a flash. During these 10 days, Suhai only went out for a small amount of time to hang out. Most of the time is spent in this space, planning what to do next. And Phil Nearballen even took 350 of his own clansmen, and he was completely settled down. In the huge forest, a suitable location was chosen and dozens of tree houses were built. A huge camp was built with magic. It must be said that the elves are a natural race that lives in the forest, and the camp they built did not damage the forest environment in the slightest, but made full use of everything around them and integrated into the forest. You guys should know a lot about this world. Do you have any suggestions for what you want to say next? In a tree house, Suhai, Phil Nearballen, and Jibril sat around a table. Suhai glanced at the angel girl and the elf girl beside him and asked slowly. Although Suhai already has a general idea and plan for what to do next. But Suhai was a newcomer after all, and he was far less clear than Phil Nearballen and Jibril who were natives. So you still need to hear what they have to say. Master, I think the power of the dragon spirit, Adaf, may be able to fight for it. Hearing Suhai's words, Jibril spoke directly. Obviously, Jibril also felt that if she wanted to deal with the Flugel and the god of war, she needed all possible efforts, all the forces that could be drawn. Dragon essence? It is indeed a group worth attracting. Facing Jibril's words, Suhai also nodded slightly. He said subconsciously. As the 4th-ranked existence in the series, the dragon essence can be said to be the most powerful existence among all the sequence races in the combat of a single individual strength. The strongest of the 3 dragon kings of the dragon spirit species, and Dragon Hattie Leaf, can even compete with the god of war. Although he failed and died in the battle for the strongest title thousands of years ago, this undoubtedly shows the strength of the dragon family. It is precisely because of this that the dragon spirit, the god of war, and the flugel are inherently hostile beings. If handled properly, the power of the dragon spirit seed should be a very good existence. The ex machina may also be able to fight for it, but they are a bit of their own way, which may not be very good. The moment Jibril finished speaking, Phil Nirbalan added. Today, among the 16 sequence races in this world, in addition to the forest spirit, the Fluttershy, the dragon spirit, the almost extinct giant species, and the fantasy species and elves that are hidden so deeply that they can hardly be found. If that race is the most famous and the most powerful, then it is undoubtedly the aircraft. Although the Ex Machina only ranked 10th among the 16 sequence races, it was only because the gods who created them were deprived of their spiritual essence by the god of war, which led to the decline of the entire race sequence. If the strength of the race alone does not count the gods behind it, the Ex Machinas are the only existences other than Flugel that have killed gods during the war. Under the group, the Ex Machina's strength can be said to be quite terrifying. Even the dragon spirit and the Flugel don't want to become an opponent with the Ex Machina. Because during the battle, you simply don't know when you will be analyzed and when your abilities will become the opponent's means of attacking you. In this way, after some discussion, the three Suhai decided to try their best to win over the dragon spirit and the Ex Machina. As for other races, if they can win over, they will win, and if they cannot win, they will not force it. As long as there is the power of the dragon essence or the Ex Machina, after dragging the entire Flugel. The rest is all up to Suhai. After all, Suhai didn't want to be disturbed by some naive little angels when he was fighting the god of war. After having a plan, Suhai did not wait too much, and left his world with Jibril directly. As for Phil Nirbalan, he just stayed in this world and took care of everything. Fortunately, the Flugel had been chasing and killing the dragon spirits, so Jibril probably knew where the dragons were hiding. So under Jibril's lead, Suhai wasn't a blind search. Looks like we've come to the right place. This year, I searched for 2 or 3 places without the slightest gain. When I came to the 4th place, Suhai finally found an unexpected surprise. Although it is far away, but now Suhai's eyesight, standing in the sky, Suhai is still keen to find that there is a white dragon dozing in a valley in the distance. Among the dragon essence races, there are these 3 dragon kings and Dragon Hattie Leaf, Dragon Aaron Leaf, and Kong Long Legend Leaf. All the rest are from Zheolong. The strongest End Dragon Hattie Lifer does not exist as a subordinate dragon, and it is precisely because of this that without his subordinates to share his strength, End Dragon Hattie Lifer will be the most powerful among the 3 dragon kings. Of Dragon Aaron Leaf's subordinate dragons are all black dragons, and Kong Long Laken Leaf's subordinate dragons are all white dragons. Therefore, the entire Dragon Essence clan today is almost entirely composed of black dragons and white dragons. Other unexpected births, other dragon species that do not belong to the 2 dragon kings, although not absent, are very rare after all. Chapter 165. Obviously, this white dragon is a subordinate dragon belonging to Kong Long Rajan Lifer. After seeing the target found, Suhai no longer hesitated, and flew directly towards the white dragon with Jibril. After approaching, Suhai also clearly felt the huge body of this white western dragon. Every scale and every inch of muscle is full of strength, even from the outside, you can clearly feel a heavy feeling blowing towards your face. A human, a Flugel. It's a strange combination. As Suhai approached, the white dragon who had been dozing off also opened his eyes. Apparently, they sensed the arrival of the 2 of Suhai, and after realizing their identities, they looked very different for a while. Said in a dull voice. This giant dragon's gaze towards Jibril was not friendly, which was normal. After all, the Flugels were collectively killing dragons' fine seeds. In addition, the strongest dragon among the dragon spirits also died in the hands of the god of war, so it is said that both the Flugel and the dragon spirit have always been hostile opposing existences. It's just that the white dragon didn't act the moment he saw Jibril, it was already very rational. Stupid man, don't be so vigilant. I didn't come to fight you today, but my master wants to find you. Looking at the white dragon with a vigilant look on his face, Jibril naturally understood the reason. Said bluntly. Stated the purpose of coming. Owner. You, an angel, actually betrayed the god of war and chose a human as the master. It seems that this little brother is not an ordinary person. Facing Jibril's words, Bai Long was even more surprised, and subconsciously turned his attention to Suhai. As for the existence of each angel of the flugel, it can be said that the dragon spirit as the enemy is the most clear. Although each angel looks very beautiful, but also very proud. He simply looked down on the existence of inferior races, and as the last existence of the sequence race, human beings were undoubtedly the inferior among inferiors. Today, an angel has betrayed his creator god, the god of war, and chose a human as his new master. There is no doubt that this human is definitely not as simple as an ordinary person. I don't know what this little human brother has to do with me. Because you are so interesting and able to subdue an angel, if possible, I am willing to help. Obviously, the white dragon in front of him is very interested in Suhai. I want to meet Dragon Aaron Leaf and Kong Long Leekin Leaf. I think you, as the subordinate dragon of conscious dragon Leekin Ref, should know where they are. In the face of such a direct white dragon, Suhai is naturally not a hypocritical person, so he did not hesitate to express his purpose. It can be seen that the guy in front of him is a straightforward dragon, and Suhai doesn't like to be roundabout with such an existence. You, a human, actually want to see these two adults. You must know that these two adults are not just anyone in our race can meet. I can't do this without a good reason. After hearing that Suhai wanted to see Yanlong Aaron Leaf and Konglong Legend Leaf, this white dragon was also rare and became serious. Obviously, the status of Dragon Aaron Leaf and Konglong Legend Leaf in the dragon family is supreme. I think they will be interested. After all, this is a heavenly opportunity to get that guy off the throne. In the face of Bai Long's rejection, Suhai did not lose the slightest, but showed a smile instead. Because from Bai Long's tone, Suhai knew that his goal today was to find the right one, and the white dragon in front of him could indeed take him to see Wolong Aaron Leaf and Kong Long Lijan Leaf. Knowing that there is hope, Suhai gives a real reason, looking directly at the sky while speaking. As for the supreme guy in Suhai's mouth, there is no one else in this world except the god of war. Little brother, you are really a person who can surprise others. 0. Ask for flowers. However, I don't think you have this ability. You can also meet Lords Wolong Aaron Leaf and Konglong Legend Leaf. But you must defeat me, prove that you have enough strength, and prove that what you say is not empty talk and arrogance. The strength of the god of war is not a vain reputation, even if all the dragons of the entire dragon spirit species are all up together, it is not an opponent of the god of war. In front of him, Suhai, a seemingly ordinary human, threatened to destroy the god of war and reshape the order of the world. How could Bai Long easily believe it? After all, no matter what world you are in, after all, you need to speak with strength. Although Bai Long's first impression of Suhai is not bad, it is impossible to trust a person just because of his appearance. 0. Dragons have always respected their strength, and the strong can be recognized and respected by others. You are not my opponent. Looking at the white dragon who was eager to try, Suhai naturally knew what the white dragon in front of him wanted to do. In his heart, he said sincerely while feeling that the dragon race was warlike. In the entire dragon spirit species, perhaps there are only two beings standing at the top of the race, Dragon Aaron Leaf and Conscious Dragon Laken Leaf, who can arouse Suhai's interest. The white dragon in front of him may be regarded as a relatively powerful existence in this world. In the entire flugel, except Jibril, other angels must need more than one angel to deal with this white dragon. But unfortunately, Bai Long is still too weak in Suhai after all. You are the most arrogant human being I have ever seen. I don't know if the opponent has to fight before. I hope you don't die. After all, you are the most interesting human being I have ever seen. Facing such a confident Suhai, Bai Long also seemed a little angry for a while. After all, as a dragon essence, no matter where you go, you are a powerful individual. Now, being looked down upon by a human being, how could Bai Long bear it? Speaking directly, without flapping the huge wings behind him,
he charged towards Suhai with the storm. 5s. Chapter 166. Facing the attack of the white dragon, Suhai seemed very indifferent, without any other movement, just slowly raised his right hand, opened his palm, and blocked in front of him. Facing Suhai's behavior, Bai Long was taken aback for a moment, then a trace of anger flashed on his face. He subconsciously accelerated his flying speed and strength. In Bai Long's eyes, Suhai's behavior is undoubtedly a kind of contempt for himself. As a dragon of the dragon spirit, each dragon is extremely confident in its own strength. Bai Long is no exception. Today, his most proud strength has been despised and provoked by others, so he naturally needs to defend his dignity. Compared to White Dragon's surprise and anger, Jibril, who had been standing not far behind Suhai, seemed very indifferent from beginning to end. 363. She even stared at Suhai in front of her with some fanatical eyes. From the first meeting and fighting until now, Jibril has refreshed the power Suhai showed in her mind time and time again. At this time, Jibril knew in her heart that Suhai might not have shown her full strength yet, but even the part she showed had far surpassed all sequence races. Above the ordinary gods, perhaps only the power of the god of war can compete with it. And the fact is the same, the white dragon flapped its wings gently, carrying two huge tornadoes, and along with the body of the white dragon, it attacked Suhai. Countless dirt, trees, sand, and gravel were swept up, mixed in the hurricane. However, what happened in the next instant made Bai Long look a little stunned. Because the blow with all his strength was full of confidence, he was able to crush the enemy in front of him in an instant. It was torn into countless pieces, but when it came into contact with that seemingly fragile white palm, whether it was a body full of power or a hurricane carrying a strong wind blade that could instantly tear the earth apart. They were blocked and made a harsh sound, but they couldn't shake this hand. However, Bai Long was surprised, but Suhai didn't hesitate at all. With a slight movement, a shocking force emanated from his palm, instantly shattering the hurricane. The huge body of the white dragon also flew out under this force, and the white dragon in midair had not had time to unload this force and regain control of the body. Suhai had come to the top of the white dragon again, and that right hand grabbed the horn of the white dragon directly. Bai Long's huge body was lifted up effortlessly by Suhai, and with the rapid shaking of his right hand, Bai Long's body turned into afterimages, and even formed a strong storm. In this high-speed rotation, Suhai directly pushed the white dragon's body toward the ground, and the huge body hit the ground at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound transmission. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the surrounding ground quickly collapsed in this huge shock wave. When the smoke dissipated, the white dragon was already lying in a huge deep pit, and a large number of underground springs spewed out, submerging half of the white dragon's body. At this time, one of the horns of the white dragon was broken, the left wing was broken, and irregular shapes appeared in many parts of the body. Obviously, under this series of attacks, Bai Long has been seriously injured. If it is an ordinary creature, after suffering such a serious injury, it is impossible to stand up again without long-term recovery or treatment. However, after taking a breath, Bai Long immediately got up. And in the process, Bai Long's injuries are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken dragon horns were filled in the blink of an eye, and new wings grew to replace the broken one. As for the wounds and fractures on the body, they recovered in an instant. In less than a breath of time, the white dragon disease, which had been seriously injured, had recovered as before, as if it had regressed to the state before the injury. It's terrifying. Obviously he is a human, but he has the power of a god, which really opened my eyes. In terms of strength, I really can't compare to you, but if you want to beat me, it is impossible for you alone. In the white dragon's eyes that have been restored to their original state, there is still a surprise that has not dissipated. Looking up at Suhai in the sky, he said with some emotion. From the confrontation just now, Bai Long has deeply realized that if he compares strength, he can't be Suhai's opponent at all. However, Bai Long did not think that he would lose, because a strong physique was only a part of the power of the dragon spirit species. A powerful recovery. Looking at the white dragon that was restored to its original state in an instant, a thoughtful look flashed across Suhai's face, but there was not much surprise. Because on the way here, Jibril has already introduced that dragon spirits have powerful recovery abilities. In the course of each battle, if the flugel wanted to kill a dragon spirit, multiple members are required to continuously attack, and only after the damage caused by these attacks exceeds the limit of the individual recovery of the dragon spirit species, can a dragon spirit species be killed. This is also the reason why the dragon spirit species is called the strongest individual. Dragon Howl. Facing Suhai, who seemed to be lost in thought in the sky, Bai Long's face once again showed a hint of pride. And opened the dragon's mouth, along with the formation of a magic circle, the breath of the dragon turned into a beam of light with extremely strong destructive power soaring into the sky. And the target of this beam of destruction is naturally Suhai in mid-air. As the most powerful attack method of the dragon spirit species, the dragon whistle can gather the spirit power in every cell of the 0.5 body in an instant, and burst out instantly through the mouth, causing a sharp destructive blow. The dragon roar from an ordinary dragon essence individual is enough to compete with the sky strikes of several or even a dozen flugels. However, the white dragon's attack speed is extremely fast. But under the transfer of space ability, Suhai still evaded this attack by traveling through space. And instantly approached the white dragon, appearing on the right side of the white dragon's head. Without hesitation, at the position of Bailong's temple, he punched heavily. Once again, the entire head of the white dragon was smashed into the ground, followed by a burst of sharp destructive power, like a torrential attack. Each attack punched into the flesh, and the flesh flew. Chapter 167. It's just that no matter how Suhai attacks, no matter how many injuries appear on Bai Long's body, they will recover in an instant at the end of the attack. Even if every attack is enough to cause serious injury, after being attacked, the breath of the white dragon has weakened significantly. But even so, the white dragon was able to recover immediately. And not only physical recovery, but also his own strength and breath will return to the peak state. It's useless, no matter how powerful you are, you're still only one person, you can't defeat me. After one round of attacks, Bai Long stood up again, looked at Suhai not far in front of him and said slowly. His tone was full of confidence, and it was clear that Bai Long knew that he could not defeat Suhai in front of him. But Bai Long also has enough confidence to remain invincible. Anything like going back in time. I guess the reason why you can return to the peak state in an instant should be the universal power similar to time rewind, allowing your body to return to the past, 03 or the future when there is no injury. Seeing such a confident white dragon, Suhai also had a thoughtful look on his face when he stopped. Now always saw something in the process of fighting just now, with a look of interest on his face, and said slowly. During the battle just now, Suhai discovered that no matter what kind of injury the white dragon suffered, it would instantly become uninjured. Faced with such a situation, Suhai is actually a little bit different. After all, no matter how powerful the healing ability is, there is a recovery process when treating wounds. The difference is that it is faster and slower. The divine artifact in Aisha's hand, the smile, also has a powerful healing ability. As long as it is not dead, even if there is only one breath left, it can be recovered in a short time. Even such a powerful artifact has an obvious recovery process. So Suhai also guessed that the power used by the white dragon in front of him was not a healing ability at all. On the contrary, it is similar to time retrospective, that is, by closing the timeline, let your body return to the time when it was not injured. Only in this way can we explain the reason why Bai Long can omit the treatment process and directly return to the peak state. Have you found out? Human powerhouse, you are really interesting. Apart from our own people and today's god of war, you are the first guy to discover our true abilities. But even if you are clear, it will not have any effect. You should be clear that even if you continue to fight and suffer more damage, I can recover at any time, and I cannot fail. Facing Suhai's words, Bai Long was stunned for a moment. There was a look of surprise in his eyes, and he really didn't expect that the deeply hidden ability of his dragon essence was discovered by this guy in front of him after a short fight. It turned out that the reason why the white dragon was able to recover instantly, as Suhai guessed, was indeed through the ending of the timeline. Let the uninjured self in the past or the future return to yourself. In this way, you can achieve the effect of restoring the peak state in an instant. Yes. This ability does have merit, but unfortunately it is not an invincible existence. Otherwise, it is impossible for you to be suppressed by Tianyi. If I guess correctly, the timeline you can end is limited. Often the more powerful the ability, the more powerful the consumption and limitation. The ability to end the timeline is indeed abnormal, and it can be regarded as a powerful bug. But Suhai can be sure that the timeline that the white dragon in front of him can end is limited. Definitely not over too long a time span. This is also the reason why a single flugel can't defeat the dragon spirit. However, as long as a dozen angels work together, they can defeat or even kill them. Because as long as the damage that kills the white dragon can be displayed, it will last for a long time. As long as this time exceeds the length of time that the individual dragon spirit species can span, so that the dragon spirit species has been in a state of death or injury during this time, then the dragon spirit species can be defeated or even killed. Thinking about it, in the past, the reason why Flugel was able to kill individual dragons by siege was to use the advantages of digital display to carry out continuous attacks. Originally, Suhai saw the essence of his recovery ability, and Bai Long was already surprised enough. However, Suhai has now pointed out the shortcomings of his own abilities that are not shortcomings. For a while, Bai Long's expression of surprise couldn't be added. The look in Suhai's eyes finally changed. This sun has a high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees, which can instantly destroy your proud body, and as long as I don't revoke it, it can exist forever. If you get hit by it, you should understand the consequences. Facing Bai Long's surprise, Suhai didn't want to worry about it. Now that you know how to defeat your opponent. Suhai also had no intention of continuing to test, and moved his fingers. A sun that was burning with raging flames, illuminating the entire world of 363, broke through the gloomy sky, and appeared 1,000 meters above the head of the white dragon. Even at a distance of 1,000 meters, Bai Long could still feel the scorching heat. It's you who won. If you are willing to admit defeat, I can help you convey it, but Wulong Aaron Leaf and Kong Long Legend Leaf would like to see you? That's up to them. Although there is no sun or moon in this world, the white dragon can still feel the terrifying power contained in this sun. Bai Long knew very well that if he was hit by this thing, he would have absolutely no chance of surviving. So at this moment, Bai Long deeply realized that he had lost. After all, although the dragon essence species is a multidimensional life form, Theory 3 exists in the past, the future, and the present at multiple points in time. But the white dragon is just a more common dragon of the dragon spirit species. The timeline that can be stopped can only reach the future and the past 5 minutes. If the attack of the sun can last for 5 minutes, the white dragon will be burned to ashes. The power contained in this sun, if Suhai is not destroyed, is no different from a small sun. Burning for a longer period of time will also be very easy. Chapter 168. If it is really hit by this sun, the time for Bai Long to receive lethal damage will definitely exceed the limit he can bear. At that time, even if the ability is used to end the timeline, the white dragon will still die. After all, under this kind of continuous lethal injury, the white dragon will be in a state of death, whether in the past or in the future. Facing Bai Long's answer, Suhai also showed a smile on his face. After looking up at the sky, the sun that had been descending, slowly ascended into the sky as if time had flown backwards, and finally disappeared above everyone's heads. Looking at this moment, Jibril, who had been standing beside her and had been fighting, showed an unexpected smile on her face. Jibril, who had absolute confidence in Suhai's strength, naturally had already guessed the result from the beginning of the battle. So in the face of Bai Long's surrender and admit defeat, there is no accident. After feeling the hot energy source above his head disappear, the breath of death that had been hanging in his heart finally dissipated. At this moment, Bai Long finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although dragons are naturally proud, they are not afraid of death. But that is also when defending his dignity and fighting the enemy to the death, such a meaningless death like today, Bai Long naturally does not want to lose his life. Keep up with I, don't get left behind. At the same time as he breathed a sigh of relief, the white dragon also waved his huge wings again. Carrying two huge air currents, it rose directly into the air. After looking up at Suhai and Jibril and saying a word, they turned around and shot into the sky, heading into the distance. Obviously, Bai Long wants to take Suhai to the secret realm where the dragon spirits live according to the agreement. In this world, due to the non-stop wars between various races, the world that was originally extremely suitable for survival has become the cruel environment it is today. Therefore, in addition to the extremely weak, the last human race in the series, other races have their own secret realms, just like the forest of elves that have been destroyed by the elves. These secret realms are created by each race using their own energy, and in these secret realms, it is very suitable for the survival of each race. Seeing the white dragon quickly leaving, Suhai naturally did not hesitate at all. After turning his head to glance at Jibril behind him, he immediately followed. In this way, one dragon, one person, and one angel turned into 3 laser beams, quickly piercing the sky. 3 aurora of different colors were formed, and the speed was extremely fast. After a while, Bai Long, who had been leading the way, finally stopped. Apparently it has reached its destination. Brother, I'm sorry. If there is no permission from Lord Aaron Leaf, for the dragon, and Lord Laken Leaf, for the dragon, no one can lead people from other series of races into it, so I have to go first and have to please register for an adult ticket. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Bai Long, who stopped, turned his head to look at Suhai and said slowly. In response, Suhai naturally nodded and said nothing. These Suhais have long been expected, and it would be really strange if a race's base camp could allow outsiders to enter at will. Facing Suhai's understanding, a rather embarrassed look appeared on Bai Long's face. As a member of the dragon essence, the white dragon's character is naturally very forthright. The two of them had an agreement in advance, but now Bai Long is a little euphemistic when he does things. This made the straightforward Bai Long feel a little embarrassed. However, this emotion did not affect the white dragon. After watching Suhai nod in agreement, the white dragon flapped its wings again and flew forward. This time, however, it was different from before. The white dragon did not go far, only to see waves suddenly appear in the originally empty space, as if a turbulent water surface directly swallowed the huge body of the white dragon. Obviously, this is the entrance to the dragon essence mysterious realm, and the white dragon has already entered the mysterious realm. Master, this little dragon is really troublesome. Anyway, the entrance to the secret realm has been found now. I think we should just go in there. With the master's strength, we won't be afraid. They will not agree at that time. Looking at the disappearing white dragon, Jibril's face flashed a frantic look, looking at Suhai next to him, and said with some anticipation. In a sense, Jibril is a completely problem girl, a person who is full of pursuit of fun. In short, a little bellicose. In Jibril's heart, attacking the base camp of the dragon spirits is definitely a very interesting thing. We are here to find people to cooperate, not to fight. Looking at Jibril with a beautiful face and a delicate face next to her, Suhai flicked Jibril's forehead in a funny way, and said slowly. Naturally, Suhai also has absolute confidence that he can defeat all the dragon spirits in this secret realm, including Dragon Aaron Leaf and Kong Long Legend Leaf. But if Suhai really broke in with Jibril, the two sides would inevitably fight, and the dragon spirits would definitely suffer casualties. With the temperament of the dragon essence, even if he knows that he is lost, he will be in a state of immortality. Such a result is not what Suhai wants to see, and Suhai is not a murderer. Facing Suhai's answer, Jibril just stretched out her hand, good Wang Hao, and touched her forehead when she was touched. There was no surprise on her face, it was obvious that Jibril had already guessed that Suhai would give such an answer. I have to say that although Jibril looks a little crazy, as an angel who has lived for more than 4,000 years, Jibril already has a deep understanding of a person's character. Rich cognition and sharp eyes can make Jibril quickly understand everyone's character, which naturally includes Suhai. Brother, please come with me. The two adults are also very interested in you. After Suhai and Jibril stood silently in midair for a while, the space in front of them finally appeared familiar ripples again. A huge white head poked out of it.
He opened his mouth and said to Suhai. Needless to say, this is the white dragon who has gone and returned. Chapter 169. Seeing this, Suhai and Jibril looked at each other, then stepped into the void and walked towards the space in front of Lianyi. When I came into contact with this lotus, my eyes were in a trance. When I regained my vision again, I came to a colorful world. Suhai can clearly feel that the aura of this space far exceeds that of the outside world. As far as the eye can see, there are all kinds of huge creatures, and from time to time, groups of dragon spirits fly by in the sky, carrying storms one after another. There are also many flowers and trees that Suhai has never seen before. Come with me, brother. For all this, Bai Long is obviously used to it. So there is no surprise, and I don't care about everything around me. Instead, after taking a look at Suhai and Jibril, they flew towards the giant tree in the center. Judging from the current situation, the huge tree in the center is obviously the place where the two dragon leaders, Wulong Aaron Leaf and Konglong Legend Leaf, live. Sure enough, as the distance got closer, Suhai also noticed something unusual about the tree. In addition to being very huge, this tree 370 can be said to gather 2/3 of the world's energy. All the energy in the entire space seems to be provided by this tree. And under the leaves, between the trunks of the trees, there is a very huge palace. Judging from the appearance of the palace, it is similar to the ancient Daxia palace. The whole is red, but it is obvious that both the material and the shape are far from ordinary palaces and can be compared. The two adults are inside, and then you can go and buy yourself. The white dragon came to the front of the palace and did not continue to enter. Instead, he stopped and turned to look at Suhai and Jibril. In the entire dragon spirit species, if there is no important thing, ordinary members cannot enter and leave this palace at will. In this regard, Suhai did not hesitate, and directly flew towards the gate of this palace with Jibril behind him. As if sensing the arrival of the guests, the door to the palace opened automatically, allowing Suhai and Jibril to enter. Are you that funny human? Obviously he is alone, but he is accompanied by Jibril, an extra individual of the Flugel. It really surprised us a little. Sure enough, after Suhai and Jibril came to the depths of the palace, there was a voice of interest in their ears. Two figures also appeared on the high platform in front of him, but Suhai was a little surprised by these two figures and the voices that came from them. Before entering this palace, Suhai had already imagined the images of Dragon Aaron Leaf and Konglong Legend Leaf in his mind. According to the image of the white dragon, Suhai guessed that there should be two larger dragons appearing in front of him. After all, for the dragon race, the body is the most important part of strength. But everything in front of him overturned Suhai's guess. From this voice, it is obviously a lowly's voice. Moreover, the two figures standing on the high platform are indeed a lowly who is only 12 or 13 years old, and a plump and charming person. It can be said that the style is very opposite. Although it looks like an ordinary lowly and a young woman, Suhai clearly feels the huge power hidden inside a woman. Far more than the previous white dragon and Jibril next to him. Needless to say, the lowly and the young woman in front of them are obviously Yanlong Aaron Leaf and Konglong Legend Leaf. It's just who is who? It's unknown. We dragon essence species, Odaf, can change their form, but most of the dragons are already used to the dragon body. And we're more used to the body we have today. Perhaps seeing a strange flash in Suhai's eyes, the young woman who didn't speak at first showed a smile on her face, and explained in a very easygoing and gentle manner. At the same time, he also made a simple self-introduction. It turned out that the lowly who first spoke was Yanlong Aaron Leaf, and she was naturally Konglong Legend Leaf. Faced with such an explanation, Suhai suddenly realized. Every strong person in this world can destroy the sky and destroy the earth, and can transform into a human form. What's so surprising? Suhai came back to his senses, but instead, his eyes were fixed on the heads of one big girl, one small girl and two girls in front of him. Because there must be a 5-star golden egg on the heads of Wulong Aaron Leaf and Konglong Legend Leaf. This is also one of the purposes of Suhai's search for various races. Now it seems that, as Suhai guessed at the beginning, in this world, on the heads of the strong people of each sequence race,
there is a great concept, which refreshes the existence of golden eggs. I heard that you want to deal with the god of war. Do you think you, or the little angel next to you, can fight the god of war? You don't know the horror of the god of war guy at all. Obviously, it's not the difference in appearance, but even the personality of the two is diametrically opposite. Compared with Kong Long, Wolong's temper is obviously hotter. From the very beginning, Wolong and Kong Long learned of Suhai's purpose from Bei Long. Wolong, who knew the strength of the god of war, did not think that Suhai could have the strength to compete with the god of war, and Kong Long, who was next to him, did not stop him, but quietly watched Suhai waiting for an answer. The most powerful final dragon of the dragon spirit species died in the hands of the gods, so both Wolong and Kong Long deeply understood the terrifying power possessed by the god of war. However, judging from their willingness to meet Suhai, Wolong and Kong Long both have hatred for the god of war. He is not willing to let go of any consciousness, defeat the god of war, and avenge his compatriots. Seeing the reactions of Wolong and Kong Long in front of him, Suhai also understood this, knowing that both of them had the idea of defeating the god of war in their hearts. But if you want to pull the two into the alliance, you must show enough strength and show that you have enough strength to compete with the god of war. So at this moment, Suhai didn't hesitate at all, and the terrifying power in his body burst out like an overwhelming force. Chapter 170. This is. How is it possible? A human being has such a terrifying coercion. The first to accept this terrifying coercion, the ones who oppressed were the nearest little lowly and Oni-san Kong Long. Under the influence of this coercion, the two of them unknowingly burst out the strength in their bodies to resist. But even so, the two of them still bent down under this overwhelming, devastating pressure. The whole person couldn't help but take 2 steps back, gritted their teeth and supported them bitterly. He spoke subconsciously, his eyes filled with surprise, and he stared at Suhai who was standing still, smiling and motionless from beginning to end. And this terrifying coercion is not only spread to Wolong and Kong Long in front of him, the powerful coercion spreads rapidly in the form of ripples, covering the entire huge palace in the blink of an eye, and with the palace as the center, it covers the entire secret realm. Under the influence of this coercion, the dragon spirits in the entire secret realm can fly freely in the sky or walk on the ground. All were affected by this coercion, and countless dragon essences fell from the sky and fell heavily on the ground. Although he fell from the height of 1,000 meters with his hard body, he did not suffer any damage. But under the influence of this coercion, all the dragon essence species were all oppressed on the ground. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't get rid of the shackles of this pressure, and you don't even have the strength to stand up. Fortunately, this huge coercion came and went quickly. After Suhai saw that his goal had been achieved, he quietly withdrew his terrifying aura. All the dragon spirits in the entire secret realm, including Wolong and Kong Long, took a deep breath, and at this moment, they felt their whole body relax. Wolong and Kong Long, who regained control of their bodies, were surprised to find that there were a few drops of cold sweat on their faces, something that had never happened in thousands of years. After all, with the powerful body of the dragon clan, there is no such thing as tiredness. Now, the reason why he sweats is just a spontaneous reaction of his body when he felt the extreme danger at that moment. In addition to the dragon and Xiaolong in the palace, the dragon spirits who fell on the ground in the whole secret realm felt their bodies restored to their original state, and looked at the direction of the palace in horror. Most of the dragon spirits have a trace of panic and doubt in their eyes. Panic is because of the body's instinctive reaction, the fear of danger. The doubt is that in the entire secret realm, who can burst out such a powerful force? Among all the dragon spirits, only Suhai had fought, and Suhai and the white dragon brought in by Jibril looked at the direction of the palace with a thoughtful expression. Don't be nervous, I don't have any ill will towards the dragon spirits. The reason for this is just to show my strength and to prove that I have the power to cooperate. As I said at the beginning, you don't need to deal with it for the time being, just leave it to me. I just hope that I won't be disturbed by other people when I fight the god of war, so you just need to hold back the flugel under the god of war. Looking at Yanlong and Konglong who regained control of their bodies, but looked vigilant, Suhai said with a smile. It's just that this smile is in the eyes of Yanlong and Konglong, far from the initial affinity. The god of war is also the enemy of our dragon spirits. If there is a chance to destroy the god of war, we will naturally be very happy to see it. It's just that cooperating with a strong person like you is tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger for our dragon essence. For the existence of our entire dragon essence, we have a condition, and I hope your excellency will agree. Strength is the best bargaining chip. After seeing Suhai's terrifying strength, Yanlong and Konglong completely believed that Suhai really had the strength to compete with the god of war. It's just that cooperating with powerful people is also a very risky thing. A little carelessness may cause the entire dragon spirit species to be lost forever. As the only two remaining dragon kings of the dragon essence species, Wolong and Konglong naturally have to consider their own races. So the two looked at each other, and after a secret exchange, Konglong said slowly, "0, ask for flowers." Apparently, he wanted to make a contract-like thing to ensure that after the incident, Suhai would not cross the river and demolish the bridge, and in turn deal with the dragon spirits. "Let's talk about it, as long as I can, I'm not a mean person." Suhai naturally understood the concerns of Yanlong and Konglong. After all, the two sides have known each other for a short period of time, and they do not know each other's character. In his own words, Suhai may be a little more cautious than Wolong and Konglong. "I hope that your excellency will be able to unite with the two of us and have a marriage." It's just like for a moment, the condition that Konglong said made Suhai a little surprised. 0. It turned out that after 3 years in the case of Wolong and Konglong, the condition that was decided was that Suhai needed to combine with him. However, after a brief accident, Suhai's heart was relieved. As far as the dragon spirits themselves are concerned, they worship the strong, and for a strong person like Suhai, any contract may not have the slightest binding force. The leaders of the two dragon spirits, Wolong and Konglong, became Suhai's most intimate existence, which was undoubtedly the best restraint. At that time, no matter what, it is impossible for Suhai to turn around and deal with the dragon spirits. While his heart was relieved, Suhai carefully looked at Wolong and Konglong in front of him. He did not refuse and nodded slightly, agreeing with the two women's decision. After all, Suhai didn't suffer in the slightest in this kind of thing. Instead, he got two peerless beauties with different styles for no reason. The most important thing was that Yanlong and Konglong actually possessed these two women as well. Even for the existence of these two 5-star golden eggs, Suhai would nod in agreement. After seeing Suhai nodding in agreement, Wolong and Konglong were also slightly relieved. In fact, in their hearts, they are also very happy to unite with Suhai to deal with the god of war. It's just for the sake of the entire race. If there is no surefire way, neither Wolong nor Konglong will agree to it at will, the union of people who are far stronger than themselves. 5s. Chapter 171. Sir, this is the place of residence prepared for you. Lord Yanlong and Lord Konglong have already instructed. Of course, if you have any needs, you can ask at any time, and we will try our best to meet them. In this way, after half an hour, Suhai and Jibril, led by a humanoid dragon in a maid costume, came to the gate of another palace. It turned out that half an hour ago, Suhai agreed to the terms of Wolong and Konglong. Yanlong and Konglong felt no hesitation, and set the time for the marriage to be 5 days later. After all, it takes time to make some preparations, and it is natural for Suhai and Jibril to live in this mysterious realm of dragon spirits. Obviously, this gorgeous palace in front of me is the resting place prepared for Suhai's Sanchi 0 by the two daughters Long and Konglong. Master, it seems that you have deceived two beauties again this time. And a dragon girl. Standing at the gate of the palace, watching the leaving dragon maid. Jibril suddenly turned her head to look at Suhai next to her and said. There was a teasing look on his face, and he also seemed very appetizing. Obviously, Jibril was still a little helpless at this time. Since Jibril decided to follow Suhai, Jibril has decided that Suhai is her new master. A few days ago, Suhai took in Phil near Balan, a elf girl, because she took in the elves, and Jibril already had some regrets. Now it's just a trip to the secret realm of the dragon spirit species,
and Suhai has obtained a lowly dragon girl, Wolong, and a Onisan dragon girl, Konglong. Although Jibril knew in her heart that these were unchangeable facts, it was inevitable that she would feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, in the face of such a situation, Suhai already has a lot of experience, otherwise it would not be possible for him to be like a duck to water in the world of Demon High School. But what Jibril didn't know was that in other worlds, there were more women by Suhai's side. If Jibril understood this, she might immediately enter a morbid mode. In this way, the two of them settled down in this palace, and the 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. And this day also reached the day when Suhai agreed to hold a wedding ceremony with Wolong and Konglong. Now the whole secret realm of the dragon spirits is full of lanterns and beams of joy. Wolong and Konglong obviously attached great importance to this wedding. Before the ceremony, they also came to ask Suhai's preference. Therefore, the form of this wedding is very similar to that of ancient Huxia weddings. With a large number of dragon essences, standing on the ground, facing the sky, opened their huge mouths and spit out flames dozens of meters high as the magic circle appeared. It turned into countless fireworks in mid-air, fell from the sky, and gradually dissipated in the air, forming a splendid scene like fireworks. Suhai, who was wearing a red groom's costume, came with Wolong and Konglong who were wearing bridal costumes from left to right, and walked towards the huge palace above the towering giant tree in the center of the secret realm. A very splendid flame magic flashed across the sky, which was a blessing for the three of Suhai. The three of Suhai's footsteps seemed to be slow, but in fact, each step crossed the distance of dozens of steps of ordinary people, so the three of them quickly entered the palace. In this palace, all the powerful dragon spirits are in it, turned into human figures, standing on both sides of the hall. There are probably dozens of people. And at the front end on the left, Jibril also stood there quietly. In this way, after holding all the proper ceremonies, Suhai, Long, and Konglong were sent directly into the prepared bridal chamber. It's just that Suhai didn't realize that when he turned around and left with Wolong and Konglong, Jibril was staring at the back of their leaving. And there is a strange look in his eyes. Suhai must be very familiar with this expression if he sees it. Because this is not the first time Jibril has shown such an expression, whenever Jibril shows such an expression, it proves that Jibril has some weird ideas again. The Great Lord. In the deepest part of the entire palace, it was originally the place where Wolong and Konglong usually lived, but now it has become a wedding room. At this time, in the entire room, there were only Suhai, Wolong, and Konglong, a man and 2 women. Looking at the 2 people sitting in front of him, wearing a hijab, one tall and the other short. Suhai also smiled, stretched out his hands, and gently removed the hijab from Wolong and Konglong's heads. For Suhai, there is nothing but the pursuit of higher levels of power and never-ending pinnacles. The purpose of existence is to protect the people around him, and now, Suhai is very clear that he needs to protect 2 more people. That is Wolong and Konglong in front of him. From now on, Suhai will never let anyone hurt these 2 people in front of him. A few hours later, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and Suhai turned around and found Jibril. Facing Jibril's arrival, Suhai just wanted to ask, but Jibril didn't give Suhai the chance to speak. Dodged directly, came to the front of Suhai in an instant, and came to the side of Suhai. In the face of such a sudden situation, Suhai was also a little surprised for a while, but soon Suhai couldn't control it, and the person who delivered it to the door naturally did not let it go. It wasn't until the next morning that Suhai woke up leisurely and looked at Konglong, Yanlong, and Jibril on the 0.5 side. Suhai smiled knowingly, then stood up cautiously and walked outside. After passing through the long corridor, Suhai soon came to the gate of the palace. He jumped to the top of the towering giant tree, and the whole person was half lying on a huge leaf, overlooking the entire secret realm, everything. After taking a deep breath of fresh air, Suhai settled his mind in the system space. At this time, in the system space, there are 2 golden eggs shining with 5 stars, spinning quietly. Needless to say, these 2 5-star golden eggs are Suhai's unexpected harvest. Now that the conditions for obtaining them have been completed, Suhai naturally also got these 2 5-star golden eggs. Chapter 172. System,
use 2 5-star golden eggs. Looking at the 2 5-star golden eggs in the system space, Suhai, who was sitting at the top of the tree, did not hesitate at all, and directly issued an order to the system in his mind. With the sound of eggshells cracking, the 2 golden eggs burst into dazzling light in the system space. As the light continued to shrink and dim, 2 fist-sized light clusters finally appeared in the system space, replacing the 2 5-star golden eggs that originally existed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to span multiple times, the Lock of the Sky, Hakuba Enhanced Edition. Among the 2 light groups, one has the form of a young giant dragon, and the other is wrapped in a golden chain curled together. Obviously, one of them is the ability of the dragon essence to close the timeline. This ability can be said to be very powerful, and the strength of each user is different, and the effect is also different. Ordinary dragon spirits can close their own future or within 5 minutes in the past, while more powerful dragon spirits like Wulong and Konglong can only span this time to several hours. As for Suhai, although he hasn't tried and can't accurately calculate how many timelines he can cross, in terms of strength, it must be much longer than Wulong and Konglong. As for another bonus, Suhai looks very familiar just from the outside. It was the heavenly lock that he had obtained. The heavenly lock was a great help to Suhai when he was relatively weak at the beginning. Whether it was killing the sun god Apollo in the wrong world or killing many godless gods in the god tester world, they gave Suhai indelible help. It can be said that Suhai has a huge growth on the road's assistance. However, with the continuous improvement of strength, the former emperor has been unable to keep up with the improvement of Suhai's strength. After all, the enemies that Suhai faces are getting stronger and stronger, and the chain of heaven will rarely come in handy. However, after receiving the information about the Lock of the Sky, the enhanced version of Hakunuwa, Suhai had a smile on his face. Because this heavenly lock is far stronger than the previous one, as long as the other party is a god, if the accompanying divinity is strong enough, even a 3-digit existence will be bound by this heavenly lock. Therefore, this heavenly lock is a very practical weapon for Suhai today. In addition to being happy in his heart, Suhai chose to receive it without hesitation, and integrated the ability to span multiple times into his body. After doing all this, Suhai also summoned the Lock of the Sky that he once had, placed the 2 locks of the sky in front of him, and compared them carefully. While watching, Suhai secretly sighed at the power of the system. If you look at it from the outside, there is almost no difference between the 2 heavenly locks. However, the aura emanating from it is a completely different existence. Just as Suhai secretly sighed in his heart, when he was about to take back the 2 heavenly locks, the heavenly lock, Hakuba Enhanced Edition, suddenly waved a golden chain and wrapped around the other heavenly lock in Suhai's left palm. Under Suhai's somewhat stunned gaze, it gradually merged or devoured and finally turned into a single line. The body shape did not change in the slightest. If there is any change, it is that the breadth has increased slightly. Obviously, in the case of the same species and the same origin, the powerful one of the heavenly chains, driven by instinct, devoured the weak one to enhance its own strength. This is a kind of pursuit of spiritual things for life transition, the most instinctive response. For such a situation, Suhai quickly understood. Suhai didn't do anything to stop it. After all, in a sense, Suhai was very happy to see this happen. Owner. Looking at the only sky lock left in his hand, Suhai can be said to be very satisfied, after taking it back to the system space. Suhai clapped his hands, ready to stand up and leave the top of the tree. But at this moment, the voices of Wulong and Jibril were heard. At the same time, in the direction from which the voice came, Wulong, Konglong and Jibril also appeared in front of Suhai. Obviously, the 3 girls are not ordinary characters, the powerful dragon spirit and the legendary mythical creature angel. Although they were very tired last night, they recovered very quickly. After waking up, the 3 girls quickly got up and found Suhai. Come and sit together. Looking at the 3 girls in front of him, Suhai, who was about to leave, also stopped standing up and waved to the 3 girls in front of him. Said with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the 3 girls naturally came to Suhai's side quickly and sat down. Sir, our next plan is to
While watching the whole secret landscape, Kong Long also asked Suhai next to him. After getting along for the past few days, Suhai also gradually got to know the characters of Yanlong 373 and Kong Long. Kong Long, who is Oni-san, is obviously much more mature and stable, and naturally has more things to consider. After Kong Long's reminder, Wolong and Jibril also looked at Suhai with their own eyes, quietly waiting for an answer. Obviously, in the hearts of the three girls, today's Suhai has now become their backbone. Don't worry, although I don't think I will lose, but since the god of war can become the most powerful existence in this world, it must be a very powerful opponent. We don't know him well, and we are still making some preparations. It's not too late to make a move after everything is safe. However, for a better union, all of you dragon spirits will move into my small world to live. Suhai actually doesn't know much about God of War's strength and trump cards, although Suhai can guess that God of War has never reached the level of triple digits. But it must be an existence standing at the top of the 4-digit number. In the face of such an enemy, it is absolutely impossible to take it lightly. Suhai is not in a hurry. Naturally, he needs to do more preparations. Draw all the allies you can draw together. And in the process, maybe you can find more golden eggs, so as to improve your strength. Why not do it? Chapter 173. Since this is your husband's decision, then we naturally support it. I'm going to get them ready to pack up and get ready to move. Faced with Suhai's decision, Yan Long and Kong Long nodded and agreed without thinking. In fact, the group had already discussed this matter a few days ago. It's just that it took a few days to prepare for the wedding. Now that everything is done, it is time to prepare. To deal with a formidable opponent like the God of War, one cannot be sloppy in the slightest. It is necessary to gather all the forces together and dispatch them in a unified manner. Wolong and Kong Long are not ignorant people, they know this well. Between the words, Yan Long and Kong Long stood up and prepared to inform the other dragon spirits. No, it's too troublesome to pack up. Since you are going to move, you can even transfer this secret realm together. After all, you have always been in this secret realm. If your life suddenly changes, you may not be used to it. However, Suhai looked at the two who were about to leave, but suddenly stopped. This. Together with the entire secret realm, do you want to? After a short period of doubt, Wolong and Kong Long also had a bold guess in their hearts, and they looked at Suhai next to him in a stunned manner. Because Suhai's words are very obvious, that is, he wants to move this secret realm into the world inside his body. It must be known that this secret realm of the dragon essence species is not a complete world, but after countless years of expansion and continuous improvement, the area has reached a very considerable level. Being able to move such a big secret realm is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Only Jibril stood by, always smiling, never doubting Suhai's ability. After all, after seeing the huge world created in Suhai's body, in Jibril's heart, Suhai has already become an omnipotent god. Even if some people say that Suhai is the god who created the world, Jibril will still have no idea. Believe without doubt. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Perhaps he felt Yan Long Yulong's surprise and a hint of suspicion. Suhai didn't explain too much, and after speaking lightly, the whole person rose into the air. Constantly flying towards the sky, he quickly penetrated the secret realm and came to the void space outside the secret realm. Standing in the dark space crack, Suhai looked at the secret realm that looked like a huge bubble not far below him. Without the slightest hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and slowly grabbed it downward. With such a seemingly slow movement of Suhai, a huge palm also appeared in the void. The entire palm seems to be composed of endless rays of light, and while the rays of light are emitted, the lines on the palm are also clearly visible. The secret realm that was originally huge is no longer so majestic under this giant hand. As the raised hands slowly folded together, the huge mystical bubble was directly grasped in the palm of the hand. Grabbed directly from the void. At the same time, the entire secret realm shook violently, and all the dragon spirits in the entire secret realm felt this unprecedented situation. All of a sudden, they looked up at the sky and looked at the giant hand that covered the sky and the sun outside the secret realm. All of a sudden, there was a lot of discussion, and even more, they thought it was an attack from an unknown enemy. They all let out roars, wanting to rise into the sky and face this unknown crisis. Fortunately, at this time, the two dragon kings, Yan Long and Kong Long, who were also caught in surprise, took the lead in reacting, and hurriedly called on all the dragon spirits to stop everyone's unwise behavior. Controlling this giant hand, Suhai opened the door of space and entered his own world in an instant. In an area next to the Kabbalah Tree of Life, which is the most central part of the world, a piece of land was found, and the entire secret realm of the dragon spirit species was integrated into it. The place where the dragon spirits live is just opposite to the forest spirits. Looking at the new environment around them, all the dragon spirits flap their wings and observe everything around them in the sky. Flying freely, he is obviously very satisfied with this new environment. Master, are they dragon spirits? At the same time that Suhai finished all this, Phil Nirbalan also brought two elf species girls to Suhai's side and asked in surprise. Apparently he recognized the identities of Wolong and Kong Long in midair, and at the same time as he asked, a smile appeared on Phil Nirbalan's face. Because she knows the current situation, Suhai's goal is obviously achieved. With the addition of the powerful sequence race, the dragon spirit, Phil Nirbalan feels that his side's odds of winning have been greatly improved. In this regard, Suhai naturally nodded slightly, affirming Phil Nirbalan's thoughts. Just like that, Suhai stayed in his own world for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, Suhai did nothing but play and play with Yan Long, Kong Long, Phil Nirbalan, and Jibril. It can be regarded as enjoying the blessings of Chi people, and this can be regarded as the life of salted fish in the busy journey. After playing enough, on this day Suhai once again took Jibril out of his own world and came back to the light of the outside world. Ready to continue the journey to find and contain other series of races, Suhai was originally prepared for the three daughters of Long, Kong Long, and Phil Nirbalan. However, in the end, considering that there are still many things to deal with in the dragon spirit and the elves, Suhai only came out with Jibril. Mistress, where are we going next? In the barren sky, Jibril and Suhai appeared in midair following a ripple of space. Glancing at the boundless, lifeless red earth, Jibril asked Suhai next to her. Obviously looking for the next target to go to. In the face of Jibril's inquiry, in fact, Suhai has no specific direction now. Although there are several target sequence races in his mind, the more embarrassing point is that Suhai does not know where these races live. Chapter 174. But this didn't stop Suhai. After glancing at the surrounding sky, Suhai chose a direction that he had not been before, and set off to fly over. Anyway, there is no accurate purpose now, and it is not bad to wander around this world and slowly look for it. While flying, Suhai can chat with Jibril next to him to relieve boredom, and when he is bored, he can stop to play and play. Or do something that loves men and women. So it was quieter along the way, but Suhai didn't feel bored at all. This kind of time quickly passed for several days, but after the 8th day, Suhai and his party finally had an unexpected harvest. I saw Suhai, who was flying fast in the sky, suddenly stopped, as if he had found something, and looked at the ground below with some interest. Faced with such a situation, Jibril stopped immediately even though she didn't sense anything, and followed Suhai's line of sight and looked down. In addition to a barren piece of land, there is also this huge uplift, which looks like a huge mountain range. And in the middle of the mountain range, there is a cave that looks like a ravine. It was this cave that Suhai's eyes were undoubtedly locked on. Master, is there anything strange here? After using her powerful perception ability to scan the entire mountain range several times, Jibril still didn't find the slightest, so she asked her doubts. I can't tell for the time being, let's go in and have a look, I think there should be a good surprise. Facing Jibril's question, Suhai couldn't give an accurate answer for a while. In fact, Suhai also had a little doubt in his heart at this time, because Suhai really felt that there was a relatively powerful and deeply hidden energy reaction in the central area of this mountain. But what surprised Suhai was that there was no sign of vital signs in the entire bare mountain range, which proved that there was no life in this mountain range, which was obviously unreasonable. For a while, Hai had no choice but to think that there should be some kind of object with powerful energy in this mountain. But until I see it, it's all hard to say. Without the slightest hesitation, Hai landed quickly from the air and landed Jibril to the entrance of the cave without error. Then walked towards the inside of the cave, and the entrance of the cave gradually became smaller as it went deeper. It is worth mentioning that, on the walls of the entire cave, every place is inlaid with crystals of various colors, emitting a light that is not dazzling, illuminating the entire passage. Even if it was a dark environment, it wouldn't have any effect on Jibril and Hai today. But the existence of these navi has been proved in disguise. This is not a naturally formed cave, after all these crystals are deliberately embedded in the entire passage. This is the Ex Machina. After Hai and Jibril came to the end of the passage, a not huge platform appeared in front of them, and there was a figure in the center of the platform, Jibril said subconsciously when she looked at the figure. What appeared in front of the two of them was a human girl whose appearance was about 10 years old. He has long black hair, snow-white skin, and ruby-like eyes. If there is no machinery that can be seen everywhere, and two pipelines like tails. She's just a beautiful human girl. Ex Machina? It was a pleasant surprise. In fact, when Jibril spoke, Hai had already discovered that the Ex Machina girl in front of her was the heroine in the original novel. It is also the most special existence in the entire Ex Machina, the only parser among the Ex Machinas, and exists in pursuit of evolving the human heart. At the same time, it is also very powerful in combat capability, and its powerful computing power can almost replicate the power of all sequence races. Of course, it is generally less than 100%. Looking at the platform in front of him, the Ex Machina girl in the center with her eyes tightly closed and in the standby state, Hai raised her footsteps again and walked towards the sleeping Ex Machina girl. Hai naturally wanted to wake up the Ex Machina girl in front of her. After all, it was sent to her for nothing, so how could there be any reason not to? However, the moment Hai stepped into the platform, countless luminous patterns appeared on the entire platform and the surrounding walls. In the end, they converged on the Ex Machina girl at the center. Perceptual enchantment. Interesting. Looking at these glowing patterns, Hai instantly recognized that this was a magical perception barrier unique to elves, but now it was used to protect an Ex Machina girl. Obviously, this was deliberately set by the Ex Machina girl before she fell asleep, so that when someone came, she could use this perception barrier to wake herself up. It has to be said that the Ex Machina is a very unique existence among the 16 sequence races. This race of Ex Machina does not possess its own power like other races. However, plagiarism or duplication is very powerful. As long as the cards of other races have been seen once, the Ex Machina can copy, and become their own through powerful computing power. Although an Ex Machina cannot exert 100% of its power when it is used, the copied power can never exceed the original user, but when a large number of Ex Machinas are used together, they can exert far more power than the opponent. The power of. This is also the reason why even the upper races such as the Flugel and the Dragon Spirit are reluctant to provoke the Ex Machina. Hai's purpose was to wake up the Ex Machina girl in front of her. Now, this Ex Machina girl can wake up spontaneously, and Hai will naturally not stop it. This saved himself a lot of effort, so Hai simply stood there and waited quietly. Sure enough, it was only a few breaths of time, and the Ex Machina girl who had fallen into a deep sleep with her eyes closed finally made some subtle movements. The eyes slowly opened, and all the parts of the whole body started to operate quickly. Chapter 175. The moment she opened her eyes, the Ex Machina girl did not speak, but looked at Hai in astonishment. After a pause, Hai and Jibril's slightly stunned gazes stepped forward and hugged Hai. Turning his head to the side, he put his cheek against the position of Hai's heart, and quietly listened to the strong beating of Hai's heart. Is this the sound of a heartbeat? Can you let me follow you? Obviously, this Ex Machina girl saw that Hai was facing the person she was looking for. After confirming, he said without hesitation. Obviously, the Ex Machina girl in front of her thought that she should only follow Hai, a human being.
You can gradually get the heart you pursue through observation and simulation. It is a pity that the concept of heart, whether in a broad or narrow sense, they are all human beings, or a very important part of thousands of living beings. As a mechanical life, wanting to obtain the existence of a heart is not much different from creating a creature out of nothing. There is no doubt that this is a very difficult thing. Even ordinary gods may not be able to create life, although this ex machina girl is a very advanced intelligent life. But if he wants to obtain the heart that belongs to a living being alone, without the help of a higher level of power, relying on him, it is obviously impossible for him to do it alone. By my side? It's not impossible. Just can I know your name? Suhai somewhat understands the strange behavior of the ex machina girl in front of her, and the ex machina is also one of the goals of her trip. Suhai naturally had no reason to refuse. Name. We have no names, only numbers. Mine is JC207PR4F57F9. Perhaps the concept of name is a little vague, and each ex machina only has a number that belongs to it, and there is no name, such a thing exists. Therefore, the ex machina girl in front of her said in a very cute voice after a pause for a second. I have to say that this ex machina girl's young and delicate body, coupled with her deliberately pretending to be domineering, is actually very weak. Looks very cute and cute. You can't do it without a name. Since you want to follow me in the future, then I will give you a name. From now on you will be called by. In Suhai's mind, a certain girl from 1,000 years later in this world came to mind, and for a while, she would take the same name for the ex machina girl in front of her. The ex machina girl in front of her, or the current Shiro, couldn't help but tilt her head and muttered to herself after hearing the name that belonged to her. Although the ex machina girl at this time was somewhat confused, a wave that had never fluctuated before appeared in her body. This unprecedented feeling made Bai even more certain that he would be able to achieve his goals by following the person in front of him. Xiao Bai, can you contact your peers now? After walking out of the cave, Suhai subconsciously opened his mouth while walking, looking at Bai who was next to him and asked. If he could draw all the ex machinas to his side, it would be a happy thing for Suhai. Now that he has Bai, an ex machina girl by his side, it is undoubtedly a good breakthrough, and Suhai is naturally unwilling to give up. However, facing Suhai's gaze, Bai shook his head slightly and said no. After the ex machina girl's explanation, Suhai and Jibril also understood the reason. It turned out to be the only analytic body in the ex machina. After the decisions of all ex machina individuals, it is now an independent existence. You must know that the ex machina has this unique feature, that is, all the individuals are actually connected together, which can be said to be a huge whole. In order to study the existence of the concept of heart, Bai has been separated from the huge totality, and he cannot reconnect with the totality until it is completed. Because once connected, it proves that the journey of pursuing heart is over. 0. Ask for flowers. Suhai did not insist on this either. And just like that, it wasn't long before Suhai embarked on a new journey. It's just that this time behind Suhai, in addition to Jibril, an angel girl, there is another ex machina girl. In the database in Bai's mind, there is the data of the Tianyi's ability to move, so Bai can also use his powerful computing power to use the pseudo skyshift. In the presence of only one ex machina, Shiro, perhaps the timing of activation or the distance would be a little worse than when Jibril used it. But to deal with the situation at hand, it is completely sufficient, allowing Shiro to keep up with Jibril and Suhai with ease. This is human. After another 2 or 3 days of flying in a group of 3, Suhai finally met new life. In the high sky, Suhai keenly discovered that there are several life forms on the ground. From the appearance point of view, there is no doubt that they are male human beings. However, the situation of these 5 humans is not optimistic now, and they are fleeing wildly on the huge plain. And behind them, is a huge earthworm monster, chasing frantically. Devoured together with the ground, a huge gap spread rapidly towards the 5 fleeing people. Quite simply, these 5 humans have been targeted by this huge creature. Although these 5 people are fleeing desperately, it is only a matter of time before they are caught up. Jibril. In the face of such a situation,
Suhai is naturally a human being, so it is impossible for Suhai to die. So calling Jibril's name directly, the meaning she wants to express is self-evident. Leave it to me, Master. As Jibril, who has the SS attribute, naturally, for such a thing, no one will refuse. Instinctively, Jibril is also very happy to deal with such an existence. So after getting Suhai's order, without hesitation, he flapped the wings behind him and charged down. 5s. Chapter 176. Yuan, Ari, you go first, I'll lead this monster away. Among the humans fleeing frantically on the ground, a boy with silver hair and a pair of goggles fled at the same time. Said to the surrounding companions. This boy with a cold face is the leader of this group of people. By observing the fast approaching monsters behind him, the teenager named Rick Dora knew that if this continued, none would escape. Instead, it is better to attract this monster by yourself and create a chance for others to escape. No, you are the leader of all our survivors today, you can't have an accident. Let me go. However, as soon as the boy's voice fell, he was unanimously refuted by the remaining 4. Not to mention 377, although human beings in this world are very weak, but in this desperate situation, there is a kind of fire spirit that is not afraid of death for the sake of racial reproduction and inheritance. Facing the opposition of the 4 people around him, Rikdara, as the leader of the human survivors, is the most intelligent existence in the entire human race. Until now is not the time for quarrels, and sacrifices must be made to let one person steer the monster away. However, just as Rick Dora was about to say something, he slammed into the sound when the monster behind him excavated the ground, and the surging vibration suddenly stopped. Facing this sudden change, the 5 people turned their heads subconsciously. This is the flugel. As the eyes of the 5 people shifted, an unforgettable scene appeared in their field of vision. I saw an angel girl inciting the pure white angel wings, staying quietly in the air, and there was a magic circle in her hand that did not completely dissipate. But the earthworm monster that had been chasing them had already stiffened in place, and the entire front half of the body had disappeared without a trace. The place where it was broken was still bubbling hot, and the first half of this earthworm monster's body was obviously destroyed by a single blow. After a brief stunned look, both Rick Dora and the other 4 stared at Jibril in midair. There was no joy in the rest of his life, but a look of despair and unwillingness on his face. Because they already recognized Jibril's identity. Facing the pursuit of the earthworm monster before, Rick Dora and his party were able to help others escape safely by sacrificing 1 or 2 people. Now, in front of Jibril, the upper race flugel, they have absolutely no chance of escaping successfully. This is also the reason why they didn't turn around and escape immediately, but stayed where they were. Because they know that, for weak humans, anyone from any superior race can kill them effortlessly. Which one to kill first? It's really confusing. At this moment, looking at the desperate Rick Dora of 5 people, Jibril's old troubles were committed again, and she deliberately showed a morbid expression and said word by word. At the same time, he also looked back and forth on Rick Dora 5 with his eyes full of scrutiny. As if looking for prey to hunt. It's over. Damn it. This guy. In the face of this situation where there is no chance of winning and can only wait for death to come, Rick Dora and the others are very complicated in their hearts. Some people even recalled their relatives in the survivor base. For Rick Dora 5, when they chose to search for supplies, they were ready to die. At this moment, in the face of death, although he is very unwilling, even a little scared. But it is not unacceptable, and they are always at ease. After all, it is the people in the human survivor base. In the cruel environment of this world, there are not many human beings who have survived, and only a little more than half of them are males. Besides the young and old males, there are very few people who can afford to go out to search for living materials. If the 5 of them were wiped out today, it would be impossible to select more men from the entire survivor base to collect survival materials. Without material supplements, then, waiting for the fate of the survivors, there is only death. Jibril. But just when the 5 Rick Dora were desperate and thought that humanity was over, Suhai brought Ziobai to Jibril's side, facing Jibril's bad taste. Although Suhai didn't blame the plan, he still stretched out the index finger of his right hand and flicked it on Gibril's forehead, shaking his head helplessly. "Master, people are just joking with them." Although she didn't feel the slightest pain, Gibril rubbed her forehead cooperatively and responded with a bit of grievance. "This is another ex machina." Facing the sudden appearance of Suhai and Xiaobai, the four except Rick Dora seemed even more desperate, and at the same time, they also felt a little numb. Because the characteristics of Xiaobai's body could not be more obvious, there is no doubt that they belong to the machine type. A flugel has been able to kill them in the blink of an eye, and now there is another ex machina. Only Rick Dora observed something different. Not only did he not completely despair, but looked at Suhai in large numbers, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. "Excuse me, are you human?" Anyway, he was already in a desperate situation of death, but Rick Dora didn't have the slightest concern at this time. Suddenly taking 2 steps forward, looking up at Suhai in mid-air, he asked something that even he didn't quite believe. As an ordinary human being, Rick Dora is undoubtedly a very talented existence. With an IQ far exceeding 0.5 of ordinary human beings, Rick Dora not only clearly remembered the characteristics of the 16 sequence races, but also learned Goblin, Mori, Goblin, Demon, Orc, and other languages of different races. Language. Through observation, Rick Dora keenly found that Suhai was very much in line with the characteristics of a human in terms of appearance and language. In addition, not every human being is unable to cultivate. Although human beings with the will to cultivate are very rare, in the era when human beings were very prosperous, they belonged to the existence of 1 in 100,000. But under the huge base, there were also many cultivators in the once prosperous human beings. It's just that in the cruel century war, human beings are almost extinct, and the inheritance of cultivation has been cut off, and there are almost no people who can be qualified. Chapter 177. Essentially so. In the face of Rick Dora's question, and a surprised expression, Suhai slowly landed from the air and came to Rick Dora and other 5 people. Answered in the affirmative. After getting this answer, in addition to surprise, the faces of Rick Dora and others also showed the joy of the rest of their lives. "Brother Suhai, ahead is the secret base of our lives." In this way, after an hour, Suhai and his party, led by Rick Dora and others, came to a huge canyon. I saw Rick Dora pointing at the bottom of the canyon, a cave that looked very inconspicuous, and said slowly. Obviously, Rick Dora now has complete trust in Suhai's kind. In fact, at the beginning, with Rick Dora's wisdom and vigilance, it is generally not so easy to trust others. However, the identity of Suhai Human 03 gives enough advantages. After all, in this world, only clansmen are the only trustworthy existences. And Rick Dora also understands that Suhai has absolutely no need to lie to them. After all, Rick Dora can clearly see whether it is the existence of the ex machina, Xiaobai, or the existence of Gibril, the flugel. They are all dominated by Suhai. With 2 such powerful men, there is absolutely no need to beat around the bush if you want to do something. Along the way, Suhai also expressed his desire to challenge the god of war to completely change the world. Also invite Rick Dora and the rest of the human survivors to join. In fact, today's human survivors do not have the slightest power at all. The reason why Suhai sent the invitation was just to give them a better living environment from the standpoint of being human. Facing Suhai's idea of challenging the god of war, the other 4 except Rick Dora looked at Suhai with crazy eyes. Obviously, I feel that Suhai is seeking death. After all, although they are ordinary human beings, they also understand that the god of war is the ruler of this world and the most powerful god in this world. It is impossible to be defeated at all. Otherwise, the god of war will not be able to control the entire world from a high place. However, Rick Dora had a different idea in his heart. After looking at it, Xiaobai and Gibril who were standing behind Suhai did not hesitate to join. For the rest, although I was a little surprised that Rick Dora would agree to join, in the end, he chose to trust Rick Dora. After all, Rick Dora, the leader of today's human beings, has never let them down. In fact, Rick Dora is not really sure that Suhai can defeat God of War, but Rick Dora thinks this is a chance worth taking.
Suhai is definitely a strong person in Rick Dora's heart, otherwise it would be impossible to conquer Xiaobai and Jibril. From Rick Dora's point of view, Suhai definitely has some merit or aspect over God of War. Otherwise, Jibril, the Flugel, as a life created by the God of War, would not be able to leave the God of War and return to Suhai. Facing the direction that Rick Dora pointed to, Suhai nodded slightly. In Suhai's perception, there is indeed a life form in this body. After scanning it, there were probably more than 100 appearances. In the face of such a situation, Suhai could not help but secretly lament the cruelty of the melee of various races in the past. At the beginning, among all the races, there were the largest number of human beings, and now there may only be more than 100 left. As they approached, an extremely hidden iron gate appeared in front of the group. Rick Dora came to the door and knocked on the door 7 times with a very special pattern. Now it's just a cipher, a signal that it's safe to open the door. And the fact is the same. After a while, the iron door was opened from the inside. A petite and slender, with bright hair and blue eyes, shining with the brilliance of life. Wearing goggles, a gem is always hanging on her waist, her face is always full of smiles, and a girl who is always a little sloppy, sticks her head out. This young girl is Rick Dora's titular sister, Clone Dora. Rick. After Clooney Dora found out that it was Rick Dora who was standing at the door, she also showed a happy expression on her face. Angel. However, as her gaze shifted back, Clone Dora Rick discovered the existence of Xiaobai and Jibril. There was a hint of fear on Clooney Dora's face. After all, the images of angels fighting other races and affecting humans were still vivid in my mind. In Colony Dora's heart, as long as it is a creature of other races, it is an extremely dangerous existence. And the Fluttershy is the most representative of them. It's a bit complicated for Clooney, I'll talk to you slowly later. But don't worry, they are not enemies. Fortunately, at this time, Rick Dora quickly explained. In the face of Rick Dora's words, although Colonel Dora was a little hesitant, she calmed down. Of Rick Dora's character, Clooney Dora naturally knows best. In this way, Rick Dora walked in with Suhai and others while he was talking. As he went deeper and deeper into the survivor's base, Rick Dora slowly told Clooney Dora the cause and the process. After listening to all the stories, Colonel Dora understood everything. Surprised to find that Xiaobai and Jibril are followers of Suhai. Suhai is an uncompromising human powerhouse, and has to bring himself and others to a better environment to live. Although Clooney Dora accepted the information, she did not recover for a while. He has been in a state of utter shock. Fortunately, Clooney Dora's ability to accept is relatively strong, and she soon accepted this reality. Under Rick Dora's suggestion, all the surviving humans were gathered in the entire survivor base in the early stage. Rick, Big Brother Suhai, and 143 of us, all arrived. After half an hour, Clooney Dora gathered everyone together. Chapter 178. Seeing that most of the survivors in front of him were old, weak, and sick, Suhai didn't have too many surprises. After all, he had already guessed everything when he came back. With a slight movement of Suhai's thoughts, a space passage was opened in front of everyone. And signaled to Colony Dora and others to enter this space passage. It's just that Clooney Dora looked at the 1 meter wide, 2 meter high, very dark portal in front of her. However, there was a slight hesitation, and he subconsciously turned his gaze to Rick Dora. There was a hint of questioning in his eyes. Although Clooney Dora has learned from Rick Dora's mouth, Suhai is also a human, not a human being of other sequence races, nor an enemy of human survivors. But in such a short period of time, it was impossible for Clooney Dora to trust Suhai easily. The survivors who can survive in such an era have experienced hardships and have very strong vigilance. Until Rick Dora, the current leader of the human survivors, nodded solemnly, Colonel Dora took the lead and led all the human beings into this space channel in turn. In this way, after a while, all the human survivors entered the world inside Suhai's body through the space tunnel. Faced with such a situation, Suhai also dodged and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had returned to the world inside his own body. Clooney Dora and others who came to this world first were already stunned, standing there and looking at everything in front of them in shock.
This world may be nothing to Suhai, after all, it is a very familiar existence. But for people like Clone Dora, even the air is so wonderful. Today, the outside world has long been unsuitable for human survival. If humans want to go out, they need to wrap themselves tightly to avoid contact with certain substances in the air, thus being corroded by the energy in the air. But in this world there is not only fresh air, but also endless greenery, all of which exude a breath of vitality. At the same time, the dragon spirits and elves who were busy building their own homes were constantly flying in the sky, which was also a scene that Crony Dora and others had never seen before. From now on, this is where you live. Except for the Kabbalah tree of life in the center, you can find a suitable home anywhere else as your future home. If you need any help, you can talk to me, or talk to other people here, and they will all help. Looking at the astonished Clony Dora and the others in front of him, Suhai smiled slightly, not too different. After all, facing such an environment, even Ziobai, who was an ex machina, was surprised for a moment. And what about the nominally ordinary survivors like Clone Dora? The first to react was Rick Dora. As a human being full of wisdom, Rick Dora has a calmness far beyond his peers. Therefore, he was the first to recover from the surprise, after confirming that everything in front of him was real. Rick Dora looked at Suhai in front of him with an unprecedented smile on his face. Because from the moment he came in, Rick Dora deeply realized the vastness of this world, which is no smaller than the real world outside. Rick Dora is very clear that the existence that can create such a world is definitely a powerhouse at the same level as God of War. With such an existence as Suhai, Rick Dora is full of confidence in his plan to deal with the God of War next. Finally, I feel that overthrowing the God of War and recasting the world is no longer a distant dream. After explaining everything, Suhai took Ziobai and Jibril and turned to leave, preparing to go to the place where the forest spirit and the dragon spirit were located, and have a look at the current situation of the two parties. As for the settlement of the survivors such as Colony Dora, Suhai was not worried at all. As for the tenacity of human beings, Suhai can be said to be very clear, as long as there is a suitable living environment, human beings can develop completely. Husband times 2. After a while, Suhai took in the Kabbalah tree of life in the center, and saw the oncoming two daughters Walong and Konglong. Apparently, the second daughter felt Suhai's presence at the moment Suhai entered the world, so she deliberately waited for Suhai to come. The moment they saw Suhai, the second women's league called out in surprise. At the same time, the whole person flew over and quickly plunged into Suhai's arms. Obviously, after this period of separation, both girls miss Suhai very much. It turned out that when Suhai left the inner world, Suhai wanted to promote the rapid development of the elves and dragons, and the evolution of the world as soon as possible. So speeding up the flow of time in this world, although Suhai seems to have only spent more than 10 days outside, it has actually been decades in this world. This is one of the reasons why the second daughter is so happy to see Suhai. How is the girl doing now? In the face of the two girls who suddenly rushed over, Suhai's reaction was also very fast, and he quickly opened his arms to catch it. While feeling the softness in his arms, Suhai also asked with a smile. And this question, Suhai was also a little surprised, because the development of the forest elves and dragon elves has far exceeded Suhai's expectations. In this perfect world where resources are needed, good Zhao Zhao, the forest spirit and the dragon spirit species are developing at the fastest speed and without end. But in just a few decades, the number of dragon spirits has increased by January 3rd, and the number of forest spirits is even more incredible, and the number of personnel has almost tripled. And under the leadership of Phil Nirbalan, the genius girl of the elves also researched the Zeroth permanent protection of the void on the basis of the Zeroth protection of the void. This brand new Void Dima permanent protection can combine the power of all the elves, and at the same time cast the Void Zero blessing. As the number of people increases, the power of Void Zero's permanent protection will increase. In theory, there is no upper limit. In other words, as long as there are enough forest elves who can cast the Zeroth protection of the void, they can even resist the attacks of powerhouses far exceeding their own strength. Chapter 179. Master, anyway,
according to the news we got, as long as we pass through this demon forest, we can reach the territory of the orc race. Under the sky emitting a bewitching red light, a young human boy stood quietly on the edge of a black forest. Beside him, there was an angel girl and a purple-haired girl with a few mechanical parts on her body. Obviously, these two are Suhai, Jibril, and Ziobai who have come back to the outside. After living in their own world for a few days, the surviving humans chose a place to settle down. Suhai, Jibril, and Ziobai returned to the outside world. This time, Suhai's target was the orc race in the very center of the forest in front of him. Let's go in. Faced with such a situation, Suhai didn't hesitate at all, turned his head and glanced at Xiaobai and Jibril next to him. He lifted his foot and stepped into this forest that seemed to be shrouded in endless darkness, full of black deadwood, without a trace of vitality. When Jibril and Xiaobai saw this, they didn't hesitate at all, and hurriedly followed. The three of them are not ordinary people. Although they did not use the means of flying or shuttle between 377, but even this seemingly slow walking, the speed far exceeds the normal running speed of ordinary people. It didn't take long for the three of them to go deep into the forest for several kilometers, constantly approaching the center of the forest. Roar! But at this moment, Suhai, who was walking at the front, seemed to sense something and stopped suddenly. His eyes glanced around, and there was a hint of interest on his face. In the next moment, Ziobai and Jibril, who was an angel, also felt something and did the same thing. With a roar like a beast, the three of them felt something approaching quickly. And the fact is also true, in the place where the three people are less than a few meters, more than a dozen beasts with a body over 4 or 5 meters, showing their bodies from behind the dead trees. Showing off his sharp teeth and claws, his scarlet beast pupils had a ferocious gaze, apparently taking the three of Suhai as prey. Judging from the situation of these monsters, it is obvious that there is no rationality, otherwise, it would be impossible not to feel the powerful aura emanating from the three of Suhai. Now the behavior of these beasts is no different from death. Obviously, it is because they have no reason, so they are driven by the desires in their hearts. Is it a monster? I didn't expect that there is a monster here, but it's just a few miscellaneous soldiers. Master, let me solve it. It turned out that these were not ordinary beasts, but members of the sequence race intentional demon species. Seeing these monsters, Jibril was actually a little surprised, because as early as in the previous war, the creator of the monsters, the god of this race, had been defeated and swallowed by the god of war. And the demon species was also in that war, and the place where they lived was almost completely destroyed. Jibril had also participated in that battle, and knew that almost all the demon species at that time were wiped out. Jibril even thought that there should be no demons in this world, and she didn't expect to meet again here. However, judging from the current situation, the demon species is indeed almost extinct. These are just miscellaneous soldiers who escaped by luck. In Jibril's mind, these weak beings don't need Suhai's shot at all. Brother Suhai Xiaobai can also help. The moment Jibril finished speaking, Xiaobai said not to be outdone. It is worth mentioning that, after getting along for a while, Xiaobai's name for Suhai has also become Suhai brother. Moreover, Xiaobai has been clamoring to have a baby with Suhai, saying that in this way, he can find the answer that human beings have hearts. This made Suhai a little dumbfounded. Although Suhai didn't know what was going on, Xiaobai suddenly had such an idea. But Suhai vaguely felt that the reason why Xiaobai possessed these strange knowledge was definitely related to Filnir Balin, a forest elf. During these few days in the inner world, Xiaobai often played with Filnir Balin. Filnir Balin, as the leader of the entire forest, usually seems to be a very mature and stable girl. But Suhai is very clear, Filnir Balin is actually a natural black character. Suhai naturally had no problem with the idea that the two girls wanted to solve it. However, Suhai didn't have time to say anything. The surrounding monsters couldn't wait for a long time. After all, delicious food was right in front of them. For these monsters who had been hungry for some time, there was no resistance at all. What's more, there is a voice in the instinct of these monsters that tells them that if they can devour the three guys in front of them,
then they will definitely reach a new height. Driven by instinct, the dozen or so demons launched attacks in unison, with their powerful limbs acting on the ground and leaping into the air. He opened his bloody mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and lunged towards Suhai. But at this moment, the whole world seemed to freeze, and a white mist suddenly appeared in the originally dark space. The surrounding space was shrouded, and the dozen or so demons that were still alive in the sky stood still in midair as if they had been immobilized. The extreme ice instantly covered the bodies of these monsters, freezing them into ice sculptures one after another. As expected of the fairy controlled by the master? Although it is not the first time I have seen it, this kind of power that seems to be able to freeze everything, even space and time, is still so shocking. At this time, Jibril did not pay attention to the scene of being frozen into an ice sculpture in midair, but turned to look at Suhai next to her and said with a smile. I don't know when, a huge phantom has appeared behind Suhai. There is no doubt that this phantom is Kang Bing, Suhai's beast monster. The reason why these 12 demons were frozen in an instant was also because of the power of this beast. On the contrary, Xiaobai seemed very calm from the beginning to the end, because to Xiaobai, no one else was important, only Suhai was the one who needed to observe. Chapter 180. In this way, the group of 3 continued to set foot on the road to the middle of the forest, and with Suhai's departure, these demons that were frozen into ice sculptures also shattered. In the end, it turned into countless tiny ice crystals and fell to the ground. Obviously, the dead can no longer die. In this way, on the way, Suhai and his party encountered some low-level demons who wanted to devour them. Unfortunately, without exception, each demon was inexplicably wiped out before they could get close to the 3 of them. Or turned into ice crystals, or burned by the red lotus karmic fire that emerged from the body, although it was a different attack, but without exception, these demons did not, they just survived. Obviously, these belong to Suhai's handwriting. These monsters are not at all threatening to Suhai, but as a different scenery on a boring trip, it is still good. As the 3 of them went deeper, the environment in front of them gradually changed. It was a dark, bare forest. The trees with life gradually appeared. The further you go inside, the more green leaves on the trees, and the more lush the trees grow. The strangest thing is that after the 3 of them reached the emerald green area, they never met a single demon species again. Obviously, someone killed all the demons in this area, or drove them to the periphery. Stop, who are you? This is the territory of our orc race, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. In the green forest, after walking for a while, Suhai and his party finally came to the most central area. They were also a little surprised by the scenery in front of them. Surrounded by dense forests, a city full of European style with a city wall dozens of meters high appeared in front of the 3 of them. Moreover, at the entrance of the city, there are still 2 young orcs guarding. One has wolf ears and wolf tail, and the other has a very strong body with a round brown animal ear. Judging from the observation, it should be the werewolf family and the capable human family, which are the branches of the orc race. Don't get me wrong, we have a deal to discuss with your chief. So please let me know. Facing the 2 goalkeepers in front of him, Suhai didn't want to take action against them if it wasn't necessary. After all, the purpose of Suhai's visit was to cooperate with the orcs, and it was not a good idea to injure the others' subordinates before they met. Our leader can't see outsiders, you should go back wherever you came from. It's a pity that although Suhai wants a peaceful solution, it's a pity that the 2 guys in front of him are obviously not very friendly. Master, leave it to me. Faced with this situation, before Suhai had time to make a decision, Jibril spoke bluntly. There was a hint of danger in his eyes, and he looked at the 2 newborn calves in front of him who were not afraid of tigers. In Jibril's heart, Suhai, the master, was undoubtedly the supreme being. Now it's just 2 slightly stronger swarms of ants that dare to offend Suhai. It was really an act of courting death. According to Jibril's character, the 2 had already been sentenced to death in her heart. Yes, but do it lightly and don't hurt their lives. We're not here to kill, after all. At this point, Suhai also understands that he will definitely not be able to enter the city with just one mouth. That being the case, it would be good for Jibril to make a fuss. As long as he is serious, he will not only be able to enter the city smoothly, but he may also be able to attract the leader of the beast race. After getting Suhai's consent, Jibril's face finally showed a morbid smile, and she had to move towards the two orcs guarding the door. In the process of walking, Jibril unfolded her angel wings again. It turned out that when she was walking on the ground, Jibril usually folded her wings. Wing? You're a flugel. Seeing Jibril's changes, the two orcs guarding the door were also surprised. As a member of the orc race, although both of them are very young in age, they have not participated in previous wars. 0. Ask for flowers 0. But I have also heard from the older generation in the race that they know what kind of existence Tianyazai is. For a while, both of them became tense, took a defensive stance, and at the same time took out a signal flare, which was successfully placed in the sky. Jibril didn't stop what the two did. After all, Jibril's purpose was to attract the attention of everyone in the city. Where are you looking? Just as the young werewolf boy and the capable man showed their sharp claws and fangs and were ready to fight, Jibril, who was in front of them, suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already behind them. How is that possible? What a speed! 0. Blood. Feeling the sound coming from behind, it sounds very pleasant to outsiders, but to the two people in the field, it is like a devil whispering in their ears. The two dodged subconsciously, and at the same time turned around and waved their claws. But unfortunately, both of them seemed too weak and childish in front of Jibril, both in terms of speed and strength. Before the two of them touched Jibril, they were blown away by the wave of spirit power that erupted from Jibril's body. Flying upside down in midair, the two orc youths with blank heads also understood that in their current state, they could not be Jibril's opponents at all. So he used his whole card without hesitation, and in an instant, countless scarlet patterns spread all over the two of them. It looks like a terrifying blood vessel, and it is obviously a kind of secret technique of augmentation. And the fact is also true, Bloodbat is the innate ability of every orc race, and it is also the most secret and powerful trump card. When used, it can greatly increase the all-round strength of each orc species, but unfortunately the side effects are too great. Therefore, blood damage is almost a double-edged sword. Until the moment of crisis, it is a last resort. Orcs generally do not use this ability. 5s. Chapter 181. The blood-red lines are all over the body, and the two orc races who have entered the blood-bad state have been greatly strengthened as a whole. At this moment, the physical quality has been improved several times, and the whole person disappeared in place in an instant, leaving only a trampled pit on the ground. And the sound of two air bursts. Obviously, the speed of these two people has exceeded the speed of sound, reaching a level that is invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people. For their own state, the two of them, who had enough confidence, without the slightest hesitation, launched a counter-attack directly. They headed towards Jibril not far in front of him, and the moment they disappeared, the two of them came to Jibril's left and right sides at the same time. He swung out the claws in his hand at an extremely fast speed. But unfortunately, the speed and power they were proud of, 380s, was still a little too small in Jibril's eyes. What? How is it possible? The moment they waved their sharp claws, not only did they easily take over their attack with their hands, but they did not suffer any damage, even the skin on their hands was not cut. Just when the two wanted to retreat first, dodged away and made other plans. The two found out that a huge force was coming from their hands, and it was not something they could resist at all. Under the action of this force, the two flew out at a faster speed, hitting the city wall heavily, causing the entire wall to vibrate. This sudden impact made them instantly lose their ability to fight, and they also retreated from the bloody state. The side effects of using this ability and the damage to the body all exploded at this moment. Even though they possessed a strong body far beyond that of ordinary people, the two still lost their ability to fight. Stop, who are you? Why do you want to strengthen the territory of our orc race? Just when Suhaya was about to take Ziobai and Jibril over the two guys lying on the ground and enter the city, a somewhat cute and crisp voice came from a distance, and then, a group of people rushed over. The leader was a little lowly who was less than 1.5 meters tall, wearing a dress similar to a neon kimono. With a pair of blue fox ears on his head and a fox tail of the same color behind him, he is obviously a half-orc. Behind him, on the left stood an old man who also had fox ears and tail characteristics, and on the right was a tiger orc. They were followed by 2 teams of wolves and tiger orcs. Looking at the 2 injured clansmen, the leading little loli was obviously a little angry, and came to the door to watch Suhai and the others ask questions. Angel? Ex machina? Human? It's an odd combination. Compared with this young loli, the old fox family on the right is obviously more sophisticated. In an instant, I recognized which sequence race the 3 Suhai belonged to through their physical features. At the same time I understood, I also had more doubts in my heart. After all, in his opinion, it is impossible for the 3 races of angels, ex machina, and humans to live together peacefully, let alone gather together like this, and still look like they are mainly human. The 4 soldiers quickly lifted the 2 people who fell to the ground, and checked the injuries, and found that apart from the sequelae, they were relieved after only 2 broken ribs. With the powerful physique of the orc race, as long as it is not a fatal injury and irreversible wounds, they can recover quickly. But even if the people who knew him were not hurt too much, all the orcs present were still watching Suhai and the 3 of them warily. Because no one present knew the purpose of the Suhai trio who came suddenly were friends or foes. Don't worry, we are not enemies. The reason why we are here is just to make a mutually beneficial transaction with your orcs. Seeing the group of people coming, Suhai also told Jibril to stop and returned to his back. After all, his purpose has been achieved. I saw Suhai opened his mouth to look at the orc little loli who was less than 10 meters away from him, and said slowly, "Deal? The old man doesn't think there is anything worth trading between your excellency and our orc race." Facing Suhai's words, the little loli who was in the lead didn't speak, but the old man standing next to him spoke first. Obviously, the old man was very alert and didn't want to have too much interaction with Suhai. "How do you know if you haven't talked about it? Since the deal is fair, it proves to be beneficial to both parties, this is not a place to talk, it is better to find a suitable place in the city to talk slowly. When the time comes, it's not too late to agree or disagree." Facing the old man's words, Suhai was not disappointed in the slightest. From the beginning to the end, Suhai didn't think that he could conquer the whole orc race with just a few words, so there was no surprise. Instead, he continued speaking with a flat face. "Please, Your Excellency." But obviously, the old man's heart was too vigilant, and he didn't intend to let Suhai enter the city, let alone make a deal. "Grandpa, it's a guest from afar. We block guests at the door, not the way to entertain guests. Why don't you listen to what he said about the deal? It's not too late to decide." But at this moment, the little loli who was standing in the front and leading the way spoke up. Interrupted the words of the old man next to him. Obviously, the courage of this little loli is obviously much higher than that of the white-haired old man next to him. And there is also a slight interest in 0.5 for what Suhai calls a trade. "Since you said so, Yugzhu, then do as you said. Anyway, you are the patriarch now, and I am old man." It turned out that this leading little loli was named Hatsu Igzhu, who possessed the most powerful talent among the orcs, a rare individual who could permanently activate the blood secret technique, and was also the patriarch of the orcs today. The old man next to him was Hatsus Igzhu's grandfather and the patriarch of the previous generation. Seeing his granddaughter agree, the old man thought for a moment, and then he didn't say anything. After all, he also hopes that his granddaughter, who is now the patriarch, can stand alone and lead the orc race to prosperity. After all, she was about to come to an end, and Hatsus Igzhu could not rely on herself forever. Chapter 182. And this old man is very aware of the power that Jibril, an angel, possesses. If Suhai is really an enemy, the power of the current orcs alone will not be able to resist the attack of Jibril, this angel. What's more, behind Suhai stood Xiao Bai, an ex machina. Hatsus Yugzhu is obviously also very interested in the purpose of the 3 Suhai's arrival. I was also a little curious in my heart. After all, Hatsus Igzhu was chosen as the chief of the beast race due to her special physique since she was born. It is precisely because of this that Hatsus Isuki, who is still in the growing stage, cannot leave the city of the beast race at all. The purpose is to allow Hatsus Isuki to grow up in a safe environment. Therefore, Hatsus Yugzu is very interested in the outside world. Now that the three of Suhai come from outside, Hatsus Yugzu naturally also has a strong interest in the arrival of the three of Suhai. After getting the consent of his grandfather 03, Hatsus Snow finally followed his own heart and prepared to let the three of Suhai enter the city. Although many orcs who followed Hatsus Ioki felt that it was inappropriate to do so, they naturally did not dare to say anything after seeing that Hatsus Ioki, the patriarch and the old patriarch, had agreed. In this way, under the leadership of Hatsus Isuki, Suhai-san followed Hatsus Isuki across the city gate and entered the city. At the moment of entering the city, the basic buildings of the whole city also entered the eyes of Suhai. Every building in the city is basically European style and looks very elegant. However, some buildings are obviously not built by ordinary human beings. Who is that guy? To be able to walk with the patriarch. Looks like a human. Wouldn't it be the patriarch who took it back? Walking on the stone-paved street, there are many ordinary orc people on both sides of the street, occupying the streets on both sides. Seeing Suhai walking side by side with Hatsus Igzu, they all guessed. Clearly, there is a lot of interest in the origins of this stranger, Suhai. But none of this is a question Suhai needs to answer. This is our meeting room, which is made of special ore, which is secret and safe enough. After a while, the group came to the most central place in the city. And found a meeting room in the castle. In this case, I'm not talking nonsense anymore, I hope. In this conference room, there was a long table. Suhai was not polite, and took Ziobai and Jibril directly to the other end of the table. And Menor Kyugzya was sitting at the other end with her grandfather and several important people of the orc race. Although Hatsus Yugzya is still young, sitting in front of Suhai, she still pretends to be very calm and majestic. It's just that this obviously doesn't match her lowly appearance, which makes Suhai feel very cute instead of feeling the slightest majesty. While looking at the lovely Hatsus Igzu, Suhai didn't say nonsense and directly stated his intentions. He told that he had to deal with the god of war, and hoped that the orcs could join in. Impossible. You're just a human being, it's just whimsical. You don't know the horror of the god of war at all. Although you have angels and ex machina by your side, they are nothing in the eyes of the god of war. Don't say it's a god of war, even the flugel he created can easily destroy you. Facing Suhai's bold speech, Hatsus Yugzya didn't even have time to speak. Hatsus Yugzya's grandfather, who was the old patriarch of the orc race. He appeared very excited and stood up from his position, and refused without hesitation. Looking at Suhai at the same time, he said excitedly. It seems that Suhai is out of control and crazy. Although Hatsus Yugzya didn't know how Suhai got the followers of Ziobai and Jibril to his grandfather, in his heart Suhai was still just a fragile human being, and it was impossible to compare with the upper sequence race. Not to mention challenging the god of war standing at the top of the world. Not to mention Hatsus Yugzya's grandfather. Even Hatsus Yugzya's eyes widened at this moment, looking at Suhai in surprise. Although Hatsus Yugzya is still relatively young, she has heard of the horror of the god of war since she was a child, and she also understands what kind of existence the god of war is. Now I heard someone want to challenge the god of war and pull the undefeated existence of the god of war down from the altar. This is undoubtedly a very shocking thing. Sure enough, isn't verbal persuasion alone enough? Seeing the reaction of Hatsus Igzu and the others, Suhai sighed with a smile and said helplessly. In fact, as early as the beginning, Suhai had already anticipated the current situation. In this world, each race is constantly fighting, which has also led to each race being very cautious. If there is no absolute certainty, for the survival and continuation of its own race, no race is willing to take risks. What do you want to do? Perhaps he felt the helplessness in Suhai's mouth and the breath of wanting to do something. In the entire conference room, all the orcs immediately alerted 380 meters and made a counterattack at any time. The few orcs next to Hatsus Yugzya protected Hatsus Yugzya in the middle. Facing the reactions of these people, Jibril was smiling from beginning to end. and did not take these orcs in the slightest. As for Xiaobai, he didn't react at all, just sat quietly beside Suhai. As if only Suhai was in his eyes, and everything outside was none of his business. Don't be nervous, if I want to do it, you have no chance to resist. Because you are too weak. By this time, Suhai knew that if they didn't show enough strength, these orcs wouldn't accept their existence at all. So while talking, Suhai's right index finger was also on the table and tapped lightly. And it was this gentle touch, like a drop of water dripping into the calm lake, but with endless ripples. These continuous drops turned into a terrifying pressure that expanded outwards in the air, and instantly spread to all the orcs opposite Suhai. Except for Hatsus Ioki, whom Suhai deliberately took care of, all the other orcs, including Hatsus Ioki's grandfather, were all crushed to the ground under this terrifying pressure. Chapter 183. Under this terrifying pressure, all the orcs in the room only felt that every cell in their body was under enormous pressure. Couldn't move at all. Grandfather. Looking at the grandpa who suddenly lay on the ground, unable to move, with a painful expression on his face. Hatsus Yugzyu also showed a worried look and said subconsciously. At the same time, I want to help him up. It's a pity that it doesn't have any effect at all, even if Xiao Yugzyu entered a bloody state at the beginning. With her strength alone, she was still too insignificant in front of Suhai. Impossible, how could you, a human being, have such a powerful force? Faced with such a situation, Hatsus Ioki's grandfather was both surprised and frightened. Surprisingly, Suhai, who is only a human, possesses such unfathomable power that he directly suppresses them with just one finger. What they were afraid of was that they finally realized clearly what kind of terrifying existence Suhai, who seemed harmless to humans and animals, was in front of them. Originally, Xiaobai and Jibril were no longer what the orcs said they could deal with, but now the power that Suhai has shown is even more unfathomable. If the three of Suhai want to destroy the entire orcs, things will come to an end. Easy thing to do. My lord, with such a powerful strength, you don't need my help at all. And our orc race is only a median race, and it is also one of the weakest median races, and it is impossible to be an opponent of the god of war. It was only at this moment that Hatsus Ioki's grandfather realized that he was not qualified to be on an equal footing with the person in front of him. The tone also became humble in an instant. It wasn't that Hatsus Ixyu's grandfather bullied the weak and feared the tough. This is the main theme of this world, the strong live and the weak die. This world is a very cruel world, and only powerful races can survive and live a stable life. In the face of people who are stronger than themselves, weak people can only retreat, pray and avoid. You take yourself too seriously. The god of war certainly belongs to the master. What you have to do is to hold back my former kind of flugel. Facing the old man's words, Suhai didn't speak. Jibril had already explained in place of Suhai, and her words were full of disdain. Now I feel that Hatsus Isuki's grandfather thinks highly of him too much. Contain flying wings. If there are only one or two such few people, we may be able to do it, but in the face of the entire upper-level race like the flugel. Usse. After hearing that he was not facing the god of war, but the flugel created by the god of war, Grandpa Hatsus Ioki no longer had the slightest joy on his face. Because for the entire orc race, whether it is the powerful god of war or the flugel created by the god of war, for them, there is not much difference. Because even the flugel, as long as there are more than one existence, can easily destroy the entire orc race. It is also a matter of 10 deaths and no life to let them contain the entire flugel. Faced with such a situation, Suhai did not intend to talk too much nonsense. Sometimes what he saw with his own eyes was far more convincing than what he heard. I saw that Suhai directly opened the space channel, and then took Hatsus Ixyu and the old man, crossed the space door and entered the small world. This is... How is that possible? Are these all dragons and forest elves? Hatsus Ixyu and the old man only felt a daze in front of them. When they regained their eyesight, they had come to another world they had never seen before. Suhai was standing in front of him, while Hatsus Ioki and the old man were standing a foot behind him. The most important thing is that the three of them were floating in the air, and when they found themselves staying in the air, the old man had a look of fear on his face, fearing that he would fall from the sky. However, after finding that he was held up by an inexplicable force and his body did not fall, he calmed down and began to observe the surrounding situation. On the contrary, Hatsus Yugzya was more calm, without the slightest fear, but was very curious about this novelty. After a while, the two discovered the existence of forest elves and dragons not far below them. And not one or two, the number is as many as 10, with the experience of the old man, he instantly recognized that it was the forest spirit and the dragon spirit. It's just that I can't believe it. It is necessary to know that these two races are the existence of high-ranking races, and the dragon essence is one of the best. Female husband X2. Sir. People. Just when the two were surprised, 3 figures suddenly flew from below and quickly stopped in front of Suhai. Very happy to say now. There is no need to send more, these 3 people are naturally the 3 daughters of Yan Long, Kong Long, and Phil Nair Balian. Looking at the 3 girls who came to him, Suhai also smiled and nodded in response. Beastman. Husband, is this the new companion? At this time, Philnibalian and the others also discovered the existence of Hatsus Ioki. The mature, stable and very intelligent Kong Long obviously guessed something. After looking at Hatsus Yugzyu and the old man, he asked with a smile. At this time, Chu Xiao Yugzyu's grandfather was already surprised and didn't know what to say. Hatsus Yugzyu's grandfather felt a lot of pressure from Konglong's 3 daughters, especially when Konglong fixed his gaze on him. The old man even felt that he was being stared at by an ancient fierce dragon. Up! At this moment, the old man knew very well in his heart that the 3 girls who seemed harmless to humans and animals, and even looked very beautiful and lovely, were not simple existences. Let me introduce you to this. And this kind of effect is exactly what Suhai needs. Seeing that the desired effect has been achieved, Suhai no longer wastes time and speaks directly. After some introduction, Hatsus Yugzyu and the old man finally understood that the 3 girls in front of them were actually the patriarch of the forest elves and the 2 dragon kings of the dragon elves. After half an hour of not talking in the real world, Suhai brought the 2 back to the real world. My lord, please give us a little time to prepare, after all, we have many civilians to arrange. After coming out, the old man's attitude has already changed. Chapter 184. Obviously, this old man has fully recognized the current situation. After all, Nian's forest spirit and dragon spirit species, which are far stronger than them, have joined. They have no reason to refuse, nor the right to refuse. Suhai naturally did not refuse the old man's request. After all, Suhai was not in a hurry, so there was absolutely no need to refuse. My lord, this old man has another request, and I hope that my lord can agree. Seeing Suhai nodding and agreeing to give him the time to prepare, the old man did not turn around and leave, but looked at Suhai in front of him and said hesitantly. A look of hesitating to speak, as if there is something that he doesn't know whether to say or not. Facing the hesitant look of the old man, Suhai thought it was because he wanted to raise some conditions or something. Suhai is not a tyrant either. If the request is reasonable, Suhai thinks it is okay to agree. Therefore, he did not categorically refuse, but asked the old man to express his request. I also hope that you can make Hatsus Yugzyu your wife, just like the 2 adults Hiwalong and Satoshi Ryu. In order to achieve a closer relationship between the 2 parties. But the next moment, the old man's 380 request made Suhai a little surprised. This old man was inspired by Walong and Konglong. Only by gaining a more intimate relationship can he ensure the status of the orc race in the future. Moreover, Suhai is undoubtedly a powerful person, and Hatsus Yugzyu can marry a powerful existence, which is also a very beneficial thing for this old man and the entire ethnic group. This world has always admired the strong, and the strong can have everything. This is both cruel and an eternal truth. Hatsus Yugzyu, who was next to her, was stunned after hearing her grandfather's words, and then she stared at Suhai with her own eyes. Looking at the unusually handsome Suhai, it echoed the absolute strength that Suhai just showed. For a while, his face was slightly blushing, and he lowered his head, looking a little embarrassed. Obviously, Hatsus Ixia was too immature for the lifespan of the orcs, and her mind had not reached the point where she could stand alone and remain calm. Faced with such a situation, I still feel shy and oddaf, in my heart. At this time, Hatsus Ixia had various emotions in her heart, but there was no sadness or sadness. Just like the main theme of this world worshipping the strong, Hatsus Ixia also worships Suhai, and being able to marry a strong person whom she admires is undoubtedly very lucky in Hatsus Xia's concept. This. In the face of the old man's active selling behavior, Suhai was hesitant and didn't know how to answer. After all, no matter what, Hatsus Ioki is still too small in terms of body size, and has not reached the stage of adulthood at all. Of course, could it be that Yi Shui doesn't fit your aesthetic? Looking at Suhai, who was a little hesitant, the old man thought for a while that Suhai didn't like Hatsus Ixia, with a pity on his face, and said helplessly. Hatsus Xia's head was lowered even lower, and a look of disappointment flashed across her face. No, I like Hatsus Ixia very much, Hatsus Yi is very cute. It's just that Hatsus Ixia is too young. Facing the old man and Hatsus Ixia who looked like this, Suhai felt that he had no choice but to tell the truth with a wry smile. Yeah, so it is. However, the old man did not explain clearly, there is an adult among human beings, and I think adults are also concerned about this. But please rest assured, Lord, Hatsus Ixia really hasn't grown to a mature stage in the ethnic group. But according to the age of human beings, it is actually more than 60 years old, which has completely reached the standard of marriage among human beings. Hearing Suhai's explanation, it was obvious that the learned and talented old man understood Suhai's concerns. At the same time as he suddenly realized, he also quickly explained. It turned out that Hatsus Ixia just looked young, but in terms of human age, she was actually 5 or 60 years old. Only 50 or 60 years, for the long-lived orc race, it has not yet reached the maturity stage. In this way, the concerns of the two sides were resolved, and their hearts were anxious, so that the old man who had many nights and dreams directly set a date. It was decided that Hatsus Ixia and Suhai would complete their engagement and become husband and wife in 3 days. Hatsus Ioki did not object to this point at all, but had some vague expectations. As for Suhai, of course, there is nothing to say. Sir Suhai, I'll take you to a place to rest. Having made a decision, the old man was ready to go down and gather, and before leaving, he specially asked Hatsus Ixia to take the 3 of Suhai to a resting place. And he specially told Hatsus Ixia to spend more time with Suhai's side during this period of time, which is also just to cultivate feelings. In this way, the group came to the 2nd floor of the castle, with these 3 very luxurious rooms. Apparently, these 3 rooms are for the Suhai trio. Perhaps it was because of the wishes in his heart, or because of the arrangement of his grandfather, or both. After arranging the room for Suhai, Hatsus Ixia did not leave immediately, but stayed. But he didn't know what to say, if it wasn't for Suhai who broke the peace first and the two started talking to each other. Perhaps the atmosphere in the room will be very calm. It was not until night came that Hatsus Ixia left the room and returned to her residence alone. My lord, this time you deceived another. Looks like you guys are having a good time chatting, it seems that you really like this little girl, sir, you won't be the legendary young girl control. Just when Hatsus Ixia left and Suhai was about to rest, Jibril suddenly appeared in front of Suhai. Glancing at the direction Hatsus Ixia left, she looked at Suhai with a somewhat mocking expression and said, "Is it not okay?" Facing Jibril like this, Suhai was already used to it. After all, Jibril was interested in teasing her director for fun. Therefore, without being polite at all, she came directly to Jibril and hugged her. Walking towards the bed in the center of the room, it is self-evident what you want to do. Chapter 185. In this way, in this happy time, 3 days are fleeting. Now, in the entire city, all the orcs are ready. Only after Suhai and Hatsus Ixia got married, they moved into a small world. In the festive atmosphere, everything is going on in an orderly manner, and at night, in the room that belongs to the bridegroom and the bride, Hatsus Ixia covered her red hijab and sat quietly beside the bed, while Suhai just stood in front of Hatsus Yugzyu and slowly pushed the hijab from Hatsus Yugzyu's head with her hands. Looking at Hatsus Yugzyu, who was very cute in front of her, Suhai also seemed a little hesitant for a while. Although I know Hatsus Isuki is not human, I also understand that Hatsus Isuki cannot be judged by human appearance. But Hatsus Ioki's appearance is still too young after all. Lord Suhai, it doesn't matter, our orcs are very powerful. And I am the most talented being among the orcs today, and no one of my clan is as strong as me, so you don't need to have the slightest scruples. Or is it that Suhai-sama doesn't like Yugzyu? Perhaps he also saw the hesitation in Suhai's heart. Hatsus Yugzyu was a little shy, but, still said. Seeing Hatsus Yugzyu's expression and words in front of him, Suhai also shook his head suddenly, feeling that he was thinking too much. He has gone through so much and has become a powerful being, but he still retains some of the concepts that he used to be a human being. He was completely unaware of his current concerns, but for the girl in front of him, it was a kind of self-esteem injury. So at this moment, Suhai no longer hesitated at all, and stepped forward to hug Hatsus Yugzyu and put it on top. And he also lay down. Next, with a lifetime of groaning, the room. When it was near noon the next day, Suhai woke up leisurely and looked at Hatsus Yugzyu, whose tears were still dry next to him. Suhai got up cautiously, and left the room quietly, without disturbing Hatsus Yugzyu's rest. Master, it seems that you had a good time last night. Just woke up now. When he left the castle and went outside, Suhai saw Jibril and Ziobai. Jibril teased with interest. At this time, the orcs in the entire city are preparing. Apparently, everyone knew the news of the change of place to live. Facing Jibril's teasing, Suhai just reached out and tapped Jibril's forehead without saying anything. Instead, he looked at all the busy orcs in the city with his own eyes. My lord, everyone is ready. It wasn't until evening that Hatsus Yugzyu's grandfather came to Suhai and said. On the street below the castle, all the orcs lined up in a winding, very huge line. Everyone was holding a large package, apparently containing all of their belongings in it. This is thanks to the strong body of the orc. If it is an ordinary person, it really can't hold such a heavy thing. In that case, let's start teleporting. Just let everyone pass through this space door. Faced with such a situation, Suhai did not talk nonsense, and directly summoned the space gate and placed it at the forefront of the team. Then let everyone go through this space passage. Due to the large number of people, it took half a day to transfer everyone into the small world. Facing the newly arrived orc species, Suhai placed them in one of the remaining positions near the central Kabbalah tree of life. This makes humans, dragon spirits, forest spirits, and orcs occupy one direction respectively, which just surrounds the Kabbalah tree of life at the very center. Husband, are we really going to destroy the god of war? In the small world, because Suhai created the moon and the sun, there is also an alternation of day and night. Under the moonlight at night, Suhai sits on a leaf of the Kabbalah tree of life with Walong, Satoshi, Jibril, Ziobai, Hatsuisuki, and Filnir Balan. Now Suhai can be said to be surrounded by beauty. Looking at the moon in the sky, Hatsuisuki asked with a worried look. 0, ask for flowers. Because just now, Suhai has decided that it will not be long before he will carry out his plan and confront the god of war. Although Hatsus Yugzyu knows that Suhai is very powerful, the power of the god of war has also penetrated into the hearts of every creature in this world. Hatsus Yugzyu is still a little worried after all, and Suhai, who is going to confront the god of war head-on. Not only Hatsus Isuki, but also Filnir Balan, Teralong, and others have no bottom in their hearts. And only Jibril believed that Suhai was the strongest from the beginning to the end. This is normal, after all women have different personalities. Don't worry. Well, since I do this, I must have absolute certainty. If I'm not sure, I won't go to die. After all, I can't bear to see you again. Suhai didn't feel impatient with Hatsus Yugzyu's worry, but a warm feeling appeared in his heart, and he stretched out his hands to embrace Hatsus Yugzyu and Kong Long in his arms. He spoke comfortingly. The tone is very gentle, but full of unprecedented confidence and firmness. While speaking, Suhai also looked up at the sky, as if he had penetrated the barriers of the world and saw the god of war above the temple of the world outside. On the other side, above the sky dome of the outside world, there is this other dimension, and this space is where the Flugels live. And in the uppermost layer of this alien space close to the barrier of the world, there is a place like heaven. There is nothing else in this place except for various colors, and a shrine in the center. On the throne of God, sat a handsome young man, but there was a dull look in his eyes that did not match his apparent age. There was no expression on his face, but it was full of indifference. It seemed that nothing in the world could arouse his interest or bring her the slightest happiness. Endless life, but became his curse. But at this moment, this handsome young man seemed to sense something and looked down, as if through layers of space, he saw what he wanted to see. 5. Chapter 186. Are you ready? In a blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed, and in the small world belonging to Suhai, Suhai stood in front of the space passage leading to the outside world. In front of Suhai, there was just a huge team. Standing in the forefront of course are Ziobai, Jibril, Hatsis Ishu, Filnul Baren, Walong, and Satoshi Ryu. And behind them, these are giant dragons and forest elves. There is no doubt that after more than 10 days of extravagant life with all the girls, Suhai has decided to officially fight God of War. And the time is set for today. After some planning, Suhai also decided to bring the forest spirit and dragon essence, plus Ziobai, Jibril and other girls. Originally considering the safety issue, Suhai was 387 and did not intend to bring Hatsis Igzu along with him. However, after Hatsis Yugzya stated that he also wanted to help Suhai, Suhai did not refuse, but for the sake of insurance, Suhai finally imposed protection on the girls. Allow them to use their power to a certain extent. Looking at Suhai in front of them, everyone nodded in high spirits. In that case, let's go. Seeing such a scene, Suhai also nodded in relief. Suhai has a hunch that if he can defeat the god of war, he will reach the apex of this world and force the star of this world to appear as a cup. It is definitely an unparalleled help for oneself to break into 3 digits. Although today's Suhai has the existence of Kabbalah Tree of Life, he has created his own world. As long as he continues to develop his own world and absorb all the rules of the outside world, one day, he will reach the state of omniscience and become a 3-digit number, but it will take too long after all. Although Suhai can now feel that his strength is getting stronger every day, the more he does, the more Suhai feels that 3 figures are far away for him. The Star Cup in this world gave Suhai great hope. Because from the perspective of the original work, the stars representing the authority of this world will not only appear in front of the strongest. Mastering the Star Cup of this world means that you have mastered everything in this world, and everything in the world is in control of a single thought. This is undoubtedly the state of 3-digit omniscience. Although it is limited to this world, it can be used by analogy. With the experience and insights of being in charge of this world, Suhai will definitely be able to gain unprecedented gains and feed back the power of this world into his own world. Use this to speed yourself up into triple digits. Under the leadership of Suhai, the huge team instantly appeared in the broken real world, and went straight to the sky towards the sky. Master, this is it. With Jibril as an angel leading the way, naturally, he quickly found the secret realm belonging to the Flugel. I saw Jibril pointed to the void space above the sky, turned her head to look at Suhai and said, obviously, this is the entrance to the Flugel living space. Such a space barrier may be difficult for others to break into. But to Suhai, it was nothing at all. I saw Suhai raised his right hand and gently drew a trajectory in the void. Immediately afterwards, the incomparably hard space barrier was torn open, creating a huge opening. Everyone entered without hesitation. Jibril, you traitor! In the next instant, everyone came to a space full of white that looked very holy. There are no other gorgeous colors in this space, only white and gold. At this time, an angel with the same pair of angel wings as Jibril, but with a metal halo on his head, looked at Jibril angrily and said, behind her, there are a large number of Flugel. Obviously, when Suhai brought people close to the secret realm, these Flugels had already sensed it, so they made preparations early. The leading angel seemed to understand something the moment he saw Jibril. "Master, leave them to us. The old man should be waiting for you at the top." However, Jibril was not affected by this angel in the slightest. Instead, she turned to look at Suhai and pointed out the space where the god of war lives. Suhai didn't say anything. After all, it was arranged like this from the beginning, so Suhai glanced in the direction above his head and went straight to the sky. "Stop!" Faced with Suhai's actions, the Flugels naturally understood who Suhai was aiming for. While angry in his heart, he also wanted to intercept and stop him. However, Jibril, Yanlong and other women naturally wouldn't give them a chance, so they directly stopped them. "Jibril, don't forget that God of War created us." Faced with such obstacles, these angels had no other way. Knowing that they couldn't stop Suhai, they simply stopped. After all, how powerful her god's power was, they also knew something about it. Angels who had not seen Suhai's shot did not think that Suhai would be the opponent of the god of war. Instead, she was very puzzled by Jibril's choice to betray, and looked at Jibril and asked, "Azrael, you don't understand the old man's mood at all. What he needs is not our faith, but an opponent who can defeat him. If anyone knows the loneliness of the god of war the most, then it is undoubtedly Jibril, who was created as a weapon of the enemy. I think you should be the god of war Artigzu." At 0.5 on the other side, after Suhai left, he quickly passed through several space barriers. Came to the deepest part of this space. It can also be said to be the highest point. He looked calmly at the young man sitting on the throne not far away. Although it is a questioning word, but the tone is full of affirmation. This young man carries a strong divinity, and that sharp aura that is invincible and invincible. Everyone tells Suhai that this is a powerful presence that has never been defeated. "You're here at last, guest from heaven." Facing the arrival of Suhai, the god of war did not look surprised at all. Instead, he stood up from his position happily and looked at Suhai with full of fighting intent. From the god of war's words, it was obvious that he knew that Suhai was not from this world. Chapter 187. "I hope you can defeat me, these endless years are too boring after all." The breath on his body continued to rise, and the god of war's eyes exuded a trace of anticipation and endless fighting intent, and said slowly. Obviously, from the bottom of his heart, God of War hopes to have a powerful enemy who can give himself a vivid battle. And can defeat himself, but as a god of war, facing Suhai, he won't have the slightest bit of water, and he will definitely do his best. "That's what I came for." Looking at the guy in front of him so pure, as if he was only born for fighting. Suhai also responded with a little admiration in his heart. At least heart to heart, as far as he is concerned, Suhai cannot have such a pure desire to fight only. Perhaps both sides felt the confidence in the other's eyes and the firm pursuit of victory itself. Unanimously launched the attack at the same time. In the outermost space, the battle between Konglong, Jibril, and others also started quickly. The Flugel are indeed very powerful, but unfortunately under the siege of the dragon spirit and the elves, whether it is the number of people or the individual strength, they are still weak, and at the moment of the fight, they are at a disadvantage. What's more, Jibril, Filnir Balan, Hatsis Igzu and other women all have the protection of Suhai, and can use part of the power of Suhai's power. Therefore, not long after the war started, the battle ended in a one-sided situation. Except for a few Flugels who were eliminated, most of them were arrested. After the battle was over, Yanlong and the other women were just guarding the Flugel on the spot, and had no intention of going deep into the depths to help Suhai. Because they knew very well that Suhai and God of War would not be able to help them in this level of battle, and they would become a burden if they went there. The wisest choice is to wait quietly for the final result. The power of the earth. And in the deepest part of the space, Suhai and the God of War are at war with each other. The two disappeared from the spot almost instantly, and then fought close quarters, turning into two silhouettes that kept flickering. Even some asteroids in the sky will be shattered instantly under the influence of these aftermaths. Judging from the pure physical confrontation, although neither of them used their trump cards and were still in the tentative stage, they were still evenly matched. However, after fighting for a while, Suhai did not intend to continue, because if there is no real action, even another year of fighting will not have any results. With the activation of the power, the whole world in Suhai's body instantly blessed Suhai's body, and Suhai also obtained terrifying power. Before the formation of the inner world, when Suhai activated the power of the earth, he could only bless the power of a few continental plates at most. And now, Suhai can directly bless the world within himself on his body. In fact, there is not much difference between this world and the real world, so the power that Suhai can obtain far exceeds the blessing of continental plates. After all, the world within oneself, neither in size nor in size, is not a continental plate, it can be compared. Under Suhai's sudden increase in strength, the god of war did not react at all, and was instantly hit in the face by Suhai's powerful fist. Under the powerful impact, the god of war's face was quickly twisted, turning into a streamer and rising into the sky. I don't know how far it flew, after hitting a planet and burying it in the depths of the planet. This force was removed. Ha ha ha. I don't know how many years I haven't felt this feeling. Choosing you as your opponent is indeed the most correct decision. Let's come again. God strike. With a roar, it fell into a two-breath silence, but in the next instant, half of the stars exploded. Accompanied by the sound of wild laughter, the god of war rushed out from the interior of the planet. Not only did the aura on his body not weaken at all, on the contrary, it became more vigorous because of his excitement. The face distorted by the attack also recovered as if it had never been injured. A wave of violent energy entwined around him. A huge magic circle covers the starry sky above Suhai. And in the center of the magic circle, endless energy is gathering, and there is no doubt that the god of war is also moving. And the target of this attack is naturally Suhai. Faced with the brewing of this magic circle, Suhai also made preparations, waiting for the next attack. It's not that Suhai doesn't want to dodge, it's just that Suhai can feel that the god of war's attack has locked him, even if he uses the power of space to dodge to another place. This attack will also penetrate endless distances and land on himself. In the face of such a force, there is absolutely no way to avoid it except to confront it with more powerful force. Don't die. The process of condensing energy seems to be slow, but it is actually very fast. Looking at Suhai, who did not evade Xiao Feng at all, standing in the void, the god of war exuding a violent 390 breath, while talking, he also launched an attack directly. An energy storm full of destructive power fell from the center of the magic circle. Hit Suhai directly below. Everything along the way, whether it is meteorites or dust in the universe, cannot hinder the pace of the energy storm. Almost in the blink of an eye, the attack was already over Suhai's head. Facing this attack from the sky, Suhai suddenly had a long sword in his hand. There is no doubt that it is the sword of salvation. While looking up at the energy storm, Suhai poured his power into the divine sword of salvation, and the blade slashed toward the energy storm that came to him from the bottom up. In the next instant, white light and purple light burst out. At this moment, the god of war standing in the sky also frowned slightly, staring at the center of the energy explosion. Because the violent energy density is too high, even the god of war cannot see the situation in the center of the storm. However, in the next instant, the white light suddenly flourished, and a crescent-shaped sword energy instantly cut the terrifying energy storm into two halves. After the energy storm was cut and defeated, the sword energy flew towards the god of war unabated. Chapter 188. In the face of this flying sword energy, the god of war also responded instantly, and an immeasurable amount of magic circles instantly spread all over his body. If Phil Nirbalan is here, he will find that these magic circles are very similar to the Zeroth protection of the void of Sen spirit. It's just that the situation displayed by the god of war and the effect of the outbreak far exceeded Phil Nirbalan's understanding. The reason why god of war can use such power is actually quite normal. After all, the gods of the elves were defeated by the god of war, and their essence was also swallowed up. The god of war naturally possesses the power of the god of the forest. It's a pity that the Zeroth protection of the void that the god of war casts is indeed amazing, but it still can't defend against the sword energy that rides on the power of the world. Along with the shattering of the magic circles, the god of war was also submerged by this sword energy, and was instantly cut into two pieces. With only one head and a small part of the body left, such an injury is absolutely irreversible for some ordinary gods. But the god of war's face still did not change in the slightest. In the next instant, a strange fluctuation occurred in the space where the god of war was. The god of war, who had been seriously injured, actually recovered as if he had never been injured. Time ends? Seeing such a result, Suhai frowned slightly and expressed his guess. It turned out that the power used by the god of war was the power of the dragon essence to close the timeline. In the next instant, Suhai felt relieved. The god of war devoured the god of the forest and gained the power of the god of the forest, and the creator of the dragon spirit species, Long Long, was also defeated and devoured by the god of war. It is naturally reasonable for the god of war to have the unique ability of the dragon spirit species. You are indeed powerful, even stronger than the end dragon who was able to fight me with all his strength. It's a pity that I am not the me I used to be. If this is all your power, then the final victory will belong to me. The light faded, and the god of war, who was restored to his original state, looked at Suhai who was holding the sword of salvation below, and said slowly. God of war obviously felt Suhai's power, but he also had absolute confidence in his current power. Today's god of war is only one step away from being able to control this world, and it can even be said that as long as he is in this world, god of war is an immortal existence. This is why every time Suhai attacks, the god of war will not dodge or dodge, even if he knows that he will be injured, he will not follow through. You are indeed very strong, and you have the capital to be proud of. You're still a little too confident, and since that's the case, let's end this battle. After some fights, Suhai also roughly understood the power of the god of war. It was really terrifying, although I couldn't make it difficult for myself, but it was actually in the middle of nowhere. However, Suhai has more means and deeper background, and naturally he will not be inferior to god of war. The moment he finished speaking, Suhai's fingers moved slightly, and countless golden chains suddenly stretched out from the void around the god of war. The moment the god of war was aware of it, he was bound by this golden chain. Looking at the chain that suddenly appeared, the god of war didn't care. In the god of war's heart, there was nothing in this world that could restrain him. Therefore, an abyss-like divine power burst out in his body in an instant, and he wanted to talk about the bondage of this chain. It's a pity that he still paid the price for his arrogance. This chain's officially enhanced version of the heavens chain, as long as it is a god, with strong enough divinity, even an omniscient three-digit existence is impossible to break free. What's more, the god of war, who is now in the four-digit exception, has just touched the edge of the three-digit number. There is no doubt that no matter how powerful the god of war is, when he comes into contact with the Son of Heaven, he will return to nothingness, as if he was silenced. A terrifying power has no use for martial arts, and the divinity in the body is suppressed to the limit by the lock of the sky, and it is impossible to move at all. Immediately afterwards, a gate of space suddenly appeared behind the god of war, instantly swallowing the god of war who was bound. And Suhai also took a step forward, grinding into the space and disappearing. In this way, the space that was filled with various energy storms in the last second has calmed down again now. When Suhai and god of war appeared again, they had come to another world full of life. Standing in the void, the god of war also discovered one world after another in the vast starry sky. And which boundless continent with a towering giant tree in the center of the world. Is that so? It seems that this is a world that belongs only to you. If it is in this world, I really have no immortality. Seeing all this, the god of war knew in his heart, and knew that he would face defeat in the next battle. Looking at Suhai in front of him, he said slowly. There was no failure of anger, unwillingness, and hatred on his face. On the contrary, it was very flat, relieved and relieved. Seeing the general, Suhai didn't say anything nonsense, and his thoughts moved slightly. In the vast starry sky, the lunar star and the sun star, that is, the moon and the sun, erupted with powerful energy. It turned into a scorching sun formed by the red lotus karmic fire, and the true fire of the sun, crossed the endless void, and burned away towards the god of war. Under the shackles of the heavenly chain, the god of war was unable to use the divine power in his body to resist, so he was naturally hit by this round of scorching sun without any accident. Under the alternating burning of the sun's true fire and the red lotus karmic fire, the powerful body is quickly destroyed and reborn. A brutal fight was going on. Obviously, success or failure depends on whether the scorching sun goes out first or if the body of the god of war can't bear it first. But the result is already doomed. In this world where everything is controlled by Suhai, the creator, Suhai is the master of this world. Even with the existence of three figures, it is impossible to be a match for Suhai in this world. In this world, Suhai's power can be said to be endless, and there is no such thing as loss. Therefore, as long as Suhai is willing to this round of scorching sun, it can continue to burn, and it has always existed in the night sky, unchanged since ancient times, whether it is the past 1,000 years, 10,000 years or hundreds of millions of years. After suffering from two kinds of mental and physical tortures that lasted for 3 whole days, God of War's body finally couldn't hold it any longer, and there was no sign of recovery, and was completely burned to ashes. Chapter 189. And this also means that Suhai has won the final victory. After some exploration, he did not find the life breath of the god of war. Suhai also turned around and opened the space channel and walked out. Back to the place where the god of war once lived. With the appearance of Suhai, the world seemed to sense the birth of the strongest, and the entire space suddenly vibrated. Under Suhai's gaze, the space not far in front of him actually shattered, and a whole body of crystal clear, like a cup formed by an unknown gem, appeared from the place where the space collapsed. And it came to Suhai slowly, spinning itself slowly, as if waiting for Suhai's acquisition. Looking at the cup that appeared, a smile appeared on Suhai's face. Suhai knows that this is the Star Cup, the collection of all authority in this world. Who can get this thing? Who can control this world? This Star Cup only appears in the hands of the strongest in the world. Originally, after the god of war had almost wiped out all the gods and devoured them, it should have appeared in the hands of the god of war. Unfortunately, the arrival of Suhai turned out to be an accident, which made the world detect two equally powerful forces, and it was impossible to determine the ownership of the Star Cup for a while. 393. Now that the god of war has been eliminated by Suhai, Suhai has undoubtedly become the strongest in this world, and there is no reason to be entangled in the world consciousness. The Star Cup then appeared in front of Suhai. Suhai's purpose was originally the Star Cup, so naturally, without the slightest hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and held it in his hand. In the next instant, the Star Cup burst into a burst of light, which merged into the body through Suhai's palm. For a split second, Suhai felt his body and consciousness sink into a hot spring. Every cell was enveloped by a very gentle force, and everything about this world was quickly integrated into Suhai's mind. Suhai seems to be very familiar with places in this world that Suhai has not been to. Even with her eyes closed, Suhai was able to visualize where Jibril and the others were in her mind. At this moment, every flower and every plant in this world, everyone and everything seemed to be under Suhai's control. At this moment, Suhai finally felt this captivating force and state that could not be described in words. Now Suhai can be quite sure that if he fights the god of war again, he doesn't need to be so troublesome to pull the god of war into his own world. In this world, Suhai can make the god of war completely vanish in a single thought. There will be no surprises. Are you on the verge of destruction? If that's the case, then restart it. At the same time, Suhai also felt that the world was sending a signal to him for help. It turned out that due to the devastation of various forces, the entire world has been riddled with holes, and has reached the end of the world, where it will soon be destroyed. This is also the reason why the world consciousness will merge the authority of the world into a Star Cup and give it to the strongest person in the world. The purpose is to allow the strongest person to take charge of the world and bring the world back to life. Today, the world has undoubtedly become Suhai's own. Since Suhai couldn't watch the world be destroyed like this. So with Suhai's thought, the whole world seemed to be covered by a strange wave in an instant. The dark earth, the endless desert turned into fertile soil again. A sprout emerged from the soil and quickly grew into various car accidents. The small plants are tender grasses, so big that they cannot be described in words. Originally dry seas and rivers, suddenly gushed out a large number of clear waters, covering half of the whole world with endless fresh water and sea water. The dark sky was torn apart by the sun, Adaf, and the scorching sun shone on the earth again, and the black dust floating in the sky all the time was also evolved by the sun. The air is fresh again, with the fragrance of wisps of fragrant grass. All kinds of animals appeared in the forest, and all kinds of fish appeared in the river water, and the world came to life again, as if returning to the most prosperous era of the world thousands of years ago. This is. The world has restarted. Master succeeded. Husband. On the other side, the drastic changes in the world were also watched by Hatsis Ioki, Jibril, and others. With this scene happening, the girls also understand that the battle between Suhai and the god of war is over, and the change of the world is the best answer. It ended with Suhai winning, so all the girls had smiles on their faces. On the other hand, the flugel that was under control looked lost, and they simply could not accept that the supreme god of war in their hearts would be defeated. It is a pity that the facts are in front of his eyes now, which is undoubtedly a heavy hammer for these angels with firm beliefs. But that doesn't matter, because next they will have a new religion, which is Suhai. Fundamentally, Suhai has now become the ruler of this world, a heavenly existence. Without a doubt, everything in this world belongs to Suhai. Of course, it also includes the Fluttershy owner. Asterisk. Just when the girls were happy, Suhai flashed in front of them. In this world, Suhai, who possesses the power of the world, can appear anywhere in this world at any time as long as he wants, no matter how far he is, whether he has been there or not. After merging the Star Cup and restarting the world, Suhai directly found the girls and appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Suhai coming, the girls were also very excited and rushed over. In this way, for the next time, Suhai returned to the ground with everyone. Among them were all the captive flugels, and there was no doubt that Suhai had changed all the angels with just a little thought. After returning to land, Suhai also released all the humans in his space. After all, this thing is already suitable for human habitation, and although this world is revitalized, it is still in a primitive state and requires a large number of creatures to build and develop together. And human creativity, there is no doubt, is naturally an indispensable force to build this world. Chapter 190. In the world of Demon High School, in the sky of Dog King Town, a space passage suddenly opened, and then, a smiling black-haired boy walked out of the dark space passage. With the disappearance of the space passage, the black-haired boy actually stood in the sky out of thin air. Name, Suhai, God, Demon, God. Strength, 4 figures are exceptional, with 3 figures of power. Abilities, God's gift, world power, sky power, earth power, Genesis power, Star Cup, Sun sovereignty, Leo, Kang Bing of Enchantress. Items, Kabbalah Tree of Life, Sword of Promised Victory, Chain of Heaven, Scarlet Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand, Rias Original Fatty. Heroic Spirit, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. There is no doubt that this black-haired boy is Suhai, who has traveled back from the game life world. The moment he returned to this world, Suhai took a deep breath and felt this familiar world that he had not seen for a long time. In the game life world, Suhai has become the ruler of that world since he defeated the god of war and won the Star Cup. He has been in that world for decades, usually in addition to comprehending the power of the world through the Star Cup and accelerating his speed of breaking through the triple digits. Suhai is naturally also suitable for Jibril, Kong Long, Phil Nirbalan and other women to play around the world. Of course, there are also things between men and women. Through these decades, Suhai found that after the world could no longer give him any new insights, he opened the space channel and set off to return. It is also because of the relationship of the Star Cup that Suhai has realized a new power combined with the world within himself, and this almost omnipotent power is named the power of the world by Suhai. It is precisely because of this that Suhai has the strength to reach the point where the 4-digit number is exceptional, although it will take some time to truly break through the 3-digit realm and reach the realm of omniscience. But in terms of strength alone, Suhai is no worse than some triple-digit existences. Darling. Senior. Mr. Suhai. With his thoughts swept away, Suhai instantly discovered the villa where he lived in Kawang Town, and disappeared in midair in an instant. When he appeared again, he had returned to the living room of the villa. Faced with Suhai's sudden appearance, Akeno Himejima, Rias, and other women were surprised at first, but they relaxed after finding out that it was Suhai. With a smile on his face, he shouted in unison. Although the girls had smiles all over their faces, they didn't have any thoughts on their faces, but this was normal. Although Suhai had been in another world for dozens or hundreds of years. But for Rias and the others in this room, it was only a few hours. Although Rias and others know that Suhai has traveled to another world and may have stayed in another world for a long time, they have no common experience after all, and they do not know the length of this period of time. But Suhai doesn't care about this. Looking at the girls in the room, Suhai misses it very much. Without too much nonsense, I went forward and picked up Rias and headed towards my room. After a while, an inexplicable voice came from the room. It attracted the rest of the girls for a while. You look at me, I look at you, and don't know what to do. But in the end, Suhai gave them a choice, and Rias was obviously unable to cope with Suhai alone. So in the end, except for the Tachin kitten who has not yet reached maturity, everyone including Gabriel, Himejima Akina, and Medusa were not able to escape Suhai's clutch. Darling, there is news from my mother that the annual Youth Demon Exchange Conference in the Devil World will be held 3 years later. This is an important gathering to show the strength of young demons. As the young sect master of the Gremory family, I must also take my family to participate. And what my mother means is, I hope you and I will go to the Devil World together. The next day, Rias, who was sitting in the living room, suddenly received a message from her mother who was still in the demon world. It turned out that the gathering of young demons was going to be held in the Gremory family, and Rias, the heir to the next generation of the Gremory family suzerain, had to go back and preside over the overall situation. 0. Ask for flowers. Since it's mother's request, let's go back. It just so happens that we haven't been to the demon realm for a long time. Suhai has always been very tolerant and loving towards those around him. Today's Suhai doesn't have anything important, Rias said so. Suhai naturally has no reason to refuse. Moreover, accompanying Rias back to the demon world was nothing but a matter of effort. Just like that, he left as soon as he said it, and the next morning, Suhai, Rias, and other girls got on the train to the demon world. This time, with the exception of Medusa and Balika who are still housekeeping at home. The rest of Rias's family, including Akeno, Tachin Kitten, and Wisteria Irina, were all together. When the train arrived at Gremory's house, it was already evening. Undoubtedly, this time, it was Rias' brother, mother, and father who greeted him again. It can be seen that the attitude of the entire demon world towards Suhai is very subtle. After all, Suhai can be said to be the most powerful person in the entire Bible. Suhai's existence has spread to every faction in this world since the last time he fought and won the battle against Zishan and Hades. It can be said that as long as Suhai still exists, any party who wants to attack the existence of the Bible force must carefully consider their own strength. Sir Suhai, is the strength appropriate? In the large bathroom of the Gremory castle, Suhai soaks in the hot springs. It turned out that after arriving, Rias and other girls followed Rias' mother to prepare meals for the evening. And Suhai had nothing to do by himself, so he prepared to take a dip in the hot spring. After all, he could soothe his mood. But what Suhai didn't expect was that, as soon as his forefoot arrived, Grifia, who was wearing a maid outfit, came to the bathroom with her back foot. He also stated that he was going to wash his back for Suhai, and took off his maid outfit without saying a word. In this regard, Suhai had no choice but to let Grifia act. 5s. Chapter 191. Rias, how are you and Suhai-kun recently? Mom, I really want to be able to hold my grandson. On the other side, in the kitchen preparing dinner, Rias' mother took Rias and other girls to prepare a lot of things to eat at night. While preparing, Rias' mother suddenly asked a meaningful question. For a while, Rias' cheeks couldn't help it. After all, this kind of thing is very private. Even if it was her own mother, Rias still didn't know how to speak. On the contrary, Akeno Himejima, Asia and the others who were standing beside them looked at Rias with a slight smile. Sure enough,
Urging marriage to have children is not just a human habit, even among demons, it cannot escape this law. Mother. Facing such a situation, Rias, who was a little embarrassed, had no choice but to shout in a coquettish tone. I also want to have a child for Darling. Darling's strength is too strong, it is really difficult to conceive with my strength. The more powerful a person is, the harder it is to produce offspring. This is an unchanging iron rule in the world. What's more, the gap between Rias and Suhai's strength is a bit big, which is even more difficult. This is also the reason why Suhai is surrounded by many women, but she has never been pregnant. Facing Rias's words, Rias' mother also understood that this was indeed the truth, but instead of being discouraged in the past, she opened her mouth to encourage Rias and let Rias work hard. After dinner in the evening, Suhai was ready to return to his room to rest. But at this moment, Suhai's room was suddenly opened from the outside. Kitten sauce. Suhai thought it would be Rias, Himjima Akeno, Wisteria Irina, and others, but she didn't expect that it was Tachin Kitten who came in. At the same time of doubt, Suhai also keenly found that the state of the Tachin Kitten was not right. The usual Tachin Kitten has suppressed the power of the cat in his body, so his appearance is more like a human. But now, the Tachin Kitten has not only a pair of cute white cat ears growing on its head, but also a long white tail behind it. The most important thing is that at this time, Tachin Kitten's face was slightly red, his breathing was a little short, his eyes were watery, and his whole body was a little hot. This is obviously not a normal state. Is this? Seeing the Tachin Kitten in this state, Suhai has a guess in his heart, that is, the Tachin Kitten has entered the mature stage ahead of schedule because of the influence of himself and others. Meow meow. Before Suhai could confirm his thoughts, Tachin Kitten rushed towards Suhai in a blurred state. And while hugging Suhai, I kept rubbing against Suhai's body, kissing her. At this moment, Suhai also reacted immediately, which is normal, after all Suhai is a very normal man. Just like that, an hour later, Suhai was relieved to see the sleeping cat in Tachin. In order to solve this abnormal state of Tachin Kitten, in the hour just now, Suhai and Tachin Kitten could do almost everything they should or shouldn't do except for the last step. However, for the safety of the Tachin Kitten, Suhai did not take the last step. The Tachin Kitten fell asleep. Suhai is really uncomfortable now. Faced with such a situation, Suhai had to leave his room and prepare to go to the room where Rias, Himjima Akeno and other girls were. However, the moment he left the room, Suhai's powerful perception instantly sensed an unusual aura suddenly appeared in a forest not far from the castle. Although the opponent hid his aura with a power similar to an enchantment, it couldn't block Suhai's perception ability. After all, there are several levels of difference between the two. And in this breath, Suhai also felt a familiar feeling, almost the same as the breath emanating from the Tachin Kitten. Suhai, who was interested in his heart, did not hesitate, stretched out his hand to open the space in front of him, and stepped into the door of the room where he disappeared into his own. But when it appeared again, it had already come to that forest. Come out, don't hide. Looking at the huge trees around, Suhai had a smile on his face, looked at the empty branches not far ahead, and said 0. If anyone else was here, they would definitely think Suhai was sick, talking to an empty tree branch. But in Suhai's perception, there is a breath of life standing above the numbers. I can often find me. As expected, I was able to beat the 33 heavenly emperor and Hades, the Greek Hades, and fled, almost losing their lives. And killed the new generation of the god of the Bible, the Egyptian sun god Athena. Sure enough, as soon as Suhai's voice fell, a figure appeared on the tree branch that had been empty. And it was accompanied by a very seductive voice. I saw this woman wearing a black dress with very little fabric, with a pair of black cat ears and 2 black tails. Obviously, it belongs to the same family of cats as the Tachin Kitten, but the Tachin Kitten has not yet entered the mature stage and belongs to the juvenile state. But the woman in front of her was already mature and could not mature anymore. You should be Kitten Sauce's sister Tachinhij. What is the purpose of coming here? After seeing the appearance of this woman, Suhai recognized this woman at a glance. It was Tachinhij, the sister of Tachin Kitten.
0.5 asked with interest while admiring the seductive body of Tachin Black Song. With the improvement of his strength, Suhai found that he always likes to find some interesting things to pass the boring time. There is no doubt that the Tachin Black Song in front of him is an interesting person. For those who can bring interesting events to himself, Suhai has always been very forgiving. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from the Lord God of the Bible. I am indeed the sister of Tachin Kitten. This time, I want to take kitten sauce away. I wonder if Lord God of the Bible can make it convenient? Let me take kitten sauce away. If possible, the Lord God of the Bible can make a request, including getting me. Tachin Hij obviously understands that Suhai is not able to resist by force, so he wants to test Suhai's attitude. Chapter 192. Well. Although I'm also very interested in you, it's a pity that Kitten Sauce is my family. If she doesn't want to, no one can take her away from me. Looking at Tachin Hij with his back to the tree and his whole body leaning on the tree, Suhai's eyes did not hide in the slightest. While scanning the seductive body of Tachin Hij, he said slowly. Although his tone seemed flat, Tachin Hij could feel the heaviness in his words, and he dared not have the slightest doubt about what Suhai said. Family. It's really disappointing. I'm much more interesting than my young sister. Lord God of the Bible gave up on me for a little girl who didn't grow up. Hearing the words family, a look of surprise flashed in Tachin Haj's eyes. But for a moment, a disappointed expression appeared on his face, as if he was sad because Suhai chose Tachin Kitten instead of himself. At the same time, he also came to Suhai's side, leaning on Suhai's body, breathing heavily. The hot air from his mouth could even blow on Suhai's face. At such a close distance, Suhai could even feel the heat from the black song of Tachin behind him, along with the body fragrance from the tip of his nose. Little cat, your behavior is very dangerous. If you pique my interest, you can't escape from me. Facing the seductive behavior of Tachin Hij, Suhai also flashed a strange look in his eyes. The last time he dared to treat him like this, Suhai has turned her into his own woman. Therefore, Tachin Black Song's current behavior is undoubtedly an automatic door-to-door move. With the current strength of Suhai, as long as he wants to catch Tachin Hij can't escape from his own hands at all. The Lord God of the Bible does not have to worry about being late. I also want to try what kind of existence a child born with such a powerful person as Lord God of the Bible will be. Facing Suhai's warning words, Tachin Hij did not flinch at all, but said again provocatively. Obviously, Tachin Hij has taken a fancy to Suhai's genes as a strong man. Let go of Suhai senpai. Just when Suhai was about to give Tachin Black Song a little lesson and let him know the consequences of doing so, a familiar voice came from not far away. Immediately afterwards, a white figure swept past quickly from a distance, carrying a huge force and attacking the Tachin Black Song behind Suhai. In the end, although Tachin Hij escaped the attack by virtue of its strong reaction ability, the force of the attack hit the ground heavily, and the surrounding ground collapsed in an instant, and the aftermath of the attack spread to the surroundings. The smoke dissipated, and Tachin Kitten slowly retracted his fist. Obviously, it was the Tachin Kitten in front of him who suddenly attacked Tachin Hij just now. When Suhai left the room, Tachin Kitten also woke up and found that Suhai was not in the room, and came here with Suhai's breath by virtue of the sense of magic. Then I discovered the scene where the Tachin Black Cat was holding Suhai from behind. I thought it was some kind of enemy, so naturally I shot without hesitation. What? The cute kitten sauce is here. It seems that I can't continue to do more pleasant things with the Bible God, so I can only stay for the next time. Looking at the Tachin Kitten who had just withdrawn his fist, Tachin Hij, who returned to the branch, said with great interest. Sister. However, compared to Tachin Haj's calmness, Tachin Kitten's eyes widened at this time, with an incredible look on his face. Just now, because he only saw the back, Tachin Kitten didn't realize that this person was his sister, Tachin Hij. Now, face to face, Tachin Kitten recognized Tachin Haj's identity instantly. In addition to being surprised, there was also a hint of vigilance, and his expression was very complicated. Because Tachin Hij concealed the truth of the year, the current Tachin kitten still doesn't understand the truth that his sister turned into a defector demon. In my heart, I only thought that Tachinhij was degenerate. Kitten sauce, Lord Bible God, we will meet again. When we meet next time, I hope Lord God of the Bible can think about it and complete the things that have not been completed today. Perhaps he felt that his goal had been achieved, or perhaps he felt that the number of people was increasing, and if he continued to fight, he might be discovered by the demon world, and there was a risk of being besieged. So Tachinhij decided to leave first. Come if you want, go if you want. It's too much to take my master seriously, right? But looking at Tachinhij who turned and left, Suhai suddenly said. Although Suhai doesn't hate Tachinhij, a mature girl who works hard to protect her sister, it doesn't mean that Suhai can turn a blind eye to Tachinhij's tempting behavior. I admit that Lord God of the Bible is indeed very strong, and I am definitely not an opponent. But I'm still a little confident about running away. 400. Facing Suhai's sudden stop, Tachinhij, who had just turned around, shuddered slightly and turned around again. The words were full of confidence. However, the vigilant expression showed that Brother Tachinhij's heart was not as calm and confident as she said. At least Tachinhij is very afraid of Suhai. However, it has not yet reached the point of fear, at least in Tachinhij's heart, there is no problem in escaping from Suhai's hands. This is no wonder, first of all, it is a very all-round force, both in attack power and concealment, it has very outstanding advantages. As a descendant of the Pig clan, he was born to be a leader in immortal arts users, which was also the capital of Tachinhij's self-confidence. It seems to be underestimated. Are you so confident? Did your immortal ability give you confidence, or did the monkey hiding beside you give you confidence? Looking at the Tachin black song like this, Suhai was also very funny in his heart. Looking at Tachin black song on the branch with great interest, while saying yes, he also looked in another direction with his own eyes. From the very beginning, Suhai felt that besides himself and Tachin black song, there was another person hidden in the scene. Chapter 193. Although under the influence of the magic barrier, this guy thinks that he is well hidden, but unfortunately he can't escape Suhai's perception. Facing Suhai's words, Tachinhij's pupils shrank, and a flash of surprise appeared on his face. But he quickly controlled his expression and showed an indifferent look. And the guy who was hiding in the dark, still holding a bit of luck, did not show his figure, but chose to continue to hide. I think this may be Suhai deliberately deceived himself, and did not really find his existence. Can't you come out? How long can you hide? Faced with such a rude behavior of this guy in the dark, Suhai also frowned slightly. With a slight movement of the mind, a huge azure blue mermaid appeared behind her, her beautiful and cold face exuding an extreme icy aura. There is no doubt that this is the demon princess of blue ice. The ice blue eyes opened in an instant, and a cold ice that seemed to freeze space and time moved towards the place where the person who was hiding in the dark was. In the next instant, the ground less than tens of meters away from Suhai was covered with ice, which spread to hundreds of meters away. It's so dangerous, I almost died. The intelligence didn't say that the God of the Bible has the ability to freeze. That guy Wally almost killed me, so I'll have to settle the account with him when I go back. However, the guy in the dark was obviously prepared, and at the last minute, his confidant avoided this deadly attack. But because of this guy also appeared in front of everyone. When he came to Tachin Black Song, he muttered to himself with a look of happiness and fear. I saw this guy holding a stick longer than his height in his hand, wearing a suit of armor, a tight hoop on his head, and red hair. Although he looks like a human on the outside, he behaves more like a rebellious monkey. There is no doubt that this guy is one of the members of the group of misfortune, a beautiful monkey who inherited the bloodline of fighting the Buddha and Sun Wukong. He is also a member of the Wali team. He is good at melee combat, and because he is a descendant of Sun Wukong, he can use the golden hoop stick and somersault cloud, and his strength is not bad. It's just that the golden hoop in the beautiful monkey's hand is still covered by ice. Obviously, although he was prepared earlier, even so, he still couldn't completely avoid Suhai's randomness. S attack.
Feeling that there was no melting ice on the golden hoop, the Monkey King looked at Suhaya with vigilance. It turned out to be a little monkey. I'm not interested in you, so you can go, but the kitten next to you has to stay. Today, even if the original Monkey King stood in front of him, Suhaya would not care. What's more, there is a beautiful monkey whose strength is far from that of the first generation of Sun Wukong, but out of feelings, Suhaya is not ready to do what to the beauty in front of him. But Tachin Blacksong had to stay, even for the Tachin kitten. Suhaya hoped that the two sisters could clear up the misunderstanding. Just stay and have a good talk to solve the misunderstanding between the two sisters. After all, today's Tachin kitten can be said to be quite painful. For her sister, her heart is full of confusion, doubts about what happened in the past. And from the bottom of Tachin kitten's heart, he likes his sister very much. This also led to a very complicated mood every time the Tachin kitten met and solved it by himself. That won't work. I know that even the two of us together are not your opponent, Lord God of the Bible. However, I am relatively confident in my ability to escape. Somersault Cloud. As a teammate, Mei Ho is naturally reluctant to abandon Tachin Blacksong, and in addition to the speed of his somersaults, Mei Ho still has self-confidence. That's why it was like a moment when the monkey called out somersault clouds while trying to attract Suhai's attention. Carrying himself, and Tachinhij instantly turned into a golden light, rushed out of the forest and headed towards the sky. Apparently trying to get rid of Suhai in one go. It has to be said that the speed of the somersault cloud is really fast, and it can already be regarded as extremely fast. As long as it is not a means of space shuttle, I am afraid that there is really no ability to keep up with the speed of the somersault cloud. It's no wonder that the monkey is so confident. After flying for about a few seconds, each box turned its head and glanced at the forest that had long since disappeared behind it while accelerating with all its strength. After realizing that Suhaya was not following, he was also relieved. Female monkey, be careful ahead. But just when the beautiful monkey breathed a sigh of relief and didn't have time to turn around, there was a somewhat urgent voice of Tachinhij in his ears. Facing such a situation, the monkey was also startled, and quickly turned to look at the front of his tongue. I didn't know when, Suhai and the Tachin kitten had stopped in the air in front of him. He was waiting for his arrival with a smile on his face. Facing this unexpected situation, the beautiful monkey also gritted his teeth, with blue veins on his face, and tried his best to control the somersaulting cloud under his feet, trying to change his direction and get rid of Suhai again. It's a pity that Suhai didn't give him a chance this time. Only Suhai slowly raised his right hand, and then slowly descended from top to bottom. And it was this seemingly bland and casual action, but it gave the monkey and Tachin Blacksong endless pressure. Because of Suhai's actions, a huge palm composed of countless holy lights appeared in the sky. Like a 5-element mountain, it descended from the sky. Carrying endless pressure, in the process of falling, it instantly acts on the two of them. Under this huge pressure state, the two instantly fell from the air to the ground at extreme speed, causing the entire ground to sag. At this moment, the somersault cloud also dissipated. The two people on the ground felt that every cell in their body was under extreme pressure, unable to move at all, and the power in their bodies could not be used even at all. As the 5 elements mountain slowly fell, the pressure on the two of them also increased rapidly, and soon reached a limit. If this continues, this 5 elements mountain, really, on the two of them may will be crushed by this pressure and die, maybe. Chapter 194. Looking at her sister who was suppressed on the ground, and the painful expression on her face, the Tachin kitten standing next to Suhai flashed a look of hesitant expression on her face. Obviously there was hesitation in his heart, and he wanted to open his mouth to plead for Tahij. Arthur, are you okay? If you don't make a move, we're gone. But at this moment, the beautiful monkey, who had been suppressed very painfully, used all his strength and roared. Obviously reminding someone. Facts have proved that both Tachin Blacksong and beautiful monkey are prepared. Salute beside the two, suddenly broke a space crack, and stretched out 2 hands, trying to pull the beautiful monkey and Tachinhij into it. Faced with such a situation, Suhai also frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised.
Tachin Black Song's trump card is not only the beautiful monkey that goes with him. Because he understands the power of Suhai, he specially asked Arthur Pendragon to deal with it when he came. As the descendant of King Arthur, Arthur Pendragon is one of the strongest human candidates and a member of the Wali team. In his hand, he holds the top holy sword, the Holy King Sword, which is the legendary sword in the stone. To make a holy sword that can even cut through space, in addition to having the necessary attributes of holy swords, the owner can also pass 403 passes. The sword of the Holy King travels through the endless warp. With this moment of hesitation, the beautiful monkey has already been pulled into the space crack, and if nothing else happens, Tachin Black Song will be the same as the beautiful monkey. But obviously Suhai will never allow this kind of thing to happen. How could the prey she liked let her run away? Just when the other hand was about to grab Tachinhij, Suhai instantly appeared beside Tachinhij, grabbed Tachinhij first, dodged, and returned to the spot. This made the hand grab an empty space, and perhaps the person in the space rift also understood that Suhai was very dangerous. If the space cracks are not closed, everyone may be in danger. So although he didn't want to give up Tachin Black Song, Arthur was still very helpless and wisely closed the space crack, cutting off the possibility of Suhai continuing to pursue. The void subspace is originally boundless, there is no time for you, and there is no orientation. Even if the space is broken from the same place and entered into the subspace, it will, appear in different places. In the warp, if there is no spatial coordinates of the real world, almost everyone who enters the warp will lose their way. This is also where Arthur Pendragon believes that Suhai is unlikely to find their confidence in the warp. And the fact is, even as strong as Suhai, it is impossible to find them in the endless warp. But that doesn't matter, after all, the person Suhai wants to catch has already been caught. Little cat, I have to say that you are well prepared, but unfortunately not enough. Facing such a situation, Suhai looked at Tachinhij next to him and said with interest. As expected, he is indeed the Lord of the God of the Bible, his mighty strength is beyond anyone's expectations. But forcibly leaving the family behind, is it because the Lord God of the Bible has agreed to have a child with me about what I just said? At this moment, Tachinhij knew that he had no hope of escaping, and after a flash of solemnity appeared in his eyes, he simply felt relieved. The Tachin kitten on the other side heard the aggressive words of Tachin Black Song, and there was a flash of vigilance on his face, and quickly reached out and hugged Suhai's arm as if he was swearing his sovereignty. To Tachin kitten's behavior, Tachinhij not only did not feel any threat, but a look of interest appeared on his face. Seeing that Tachinhij was suppressed by such a powerful person, he was still not nervous at all, and he was able to act so casually. Suhai once felt that Tachinhij was really strong inside. Kitten sauce, she'll leave it to you to take care of her. It just so happens that you two sisters can also chat more. Some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Only when you understand them personally can you make a judgment. Originally, the reason why Suhai lived in Tachinhij was mostly because he hoped that the Tachin kitten could clear up the misunderstanding of his sister. In this case, the Tachin kitten will not have to worry about it. Therefore, Suhai emerged with a scorching power in his hand, quickly entered Tachinhij's body, and sealed all the power in his body. Then while talking, he handed the Tachin Black Song to the Tachin kitten. As a cat in another family, 99% of the power is in the immortal art. Now that the energy of the immortal art in the body is sealed, Tachinhij has almost become an ordinary person who cannot use his power. Apart from the fact that the body is stronger than ordinary people, there is not much difference from ordinary people, which is why Suhai is confident that Tachin Black Song will never escape. Facing Suhai's words, Tachin kitten didn't quite understand it, but he didn't refuse in the end. In the end, Tachin kitten still cared about his sister very much. On the contrary, a different look flashed across Tachinhij's face, and he secretly wondered if Suhai knew something. After all, Suhai's words obviously have some hidden meaning, as if Suhai knew the truth. Let's go back. Seeing the two sisters who had nothing to say, Suhai was not surprised, and flew back with the two of them towards the castle where Gremory's house was located. After a while, he returned to the castle again, after the Tachin kitten returned to his room with the Tachin black song. Instead of returning to his room, Suhaya went to the bedroom where Rias and Akenoheimjima lived. After all, Suhaya was prepared like this from the beginning, and if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Tachin black song, Suhaya would not have left the castle. Now that he's back, Suhaya naturally wants to finish the unfinished business. Can you tell me what happened? Elder sister. On the other side, after returning to his room with Tachin black song, Tachin kitten hesitated for a while, and finally asked. Chapter 195. Ugh. At this time, the power was completely sealed, and there was no Tachin black song that could escape at all. Looking at the Tachin kitten in front of him, although his face was immature, but his expression was very firm. After hesitating for a while, he sighed slightly. He slowly told what had happened. After realizing that Tachin black song killed his former master to protect himself, he became a fallen demon. Tachin kitten also realized that he had misunderstood Tachin black song for a while, and he was both moved and deeply guilty at the same time. In this way, after the misunderstanding between the two sisters was resolved, the relationship returned to the way it was once intimate. As for the demon worlds wanted for Tachin black song, it is just something that Suhai can solve with one sentence. But it is worth mentioning that Tachinhij is very persistent about having a baby with Suhai. In the past few days, every night, Tachinhij always looks for an opportunity to sneak into Suhai's bedroom alone, but every time he is caught by Tachin kitten or Rias and others, he is forcibly taken away from the room. But Tachinhij carried forward the indomitable spirit and never gave up. Perhaps for Tachin black song, this has become a kind of fun. A few days later, the demon banquet of the younger generation in the demon world was also held as scheduled. The venue is the reception hall of the Gremory family. Suhai, as a biblical god recognized by the biblical god, naturally has his own unique seat. I have to say that this young demon gathering is still very important, and the three major demon kings of the demon world are present. In addition to Suhai's meeting, Ria's older brother is known as the red-haired demon king Saizakes Geminli, and the demon king girl Sarah Fel-Sidi. aka Astaroth, the most powerful sorcerer in the demon world, also arrived at the scene. Lord God. When Suhai brought Rias and the others into the hall, the three of Aranka Astaroth came to Suhai and said respectfully. This is a kind of respect for the strong. You don't have to worry about me, just follow your procedures. I'm not good at these things. In response, Suhai just nodded slightly, indicating that he was just here to join in the fun. In fact, Suhai didn't really like this kind of banquet. If it wasn't for Rias and other women, Suhai wouldn't even bother to participate. Sarayorg, is this guy the legendary new generation of Bible gods? Looking so thin and powerless, wouldn't it be fake? On the other side of the hall, these young demons are gathering together. Among them was Sigvara Agars, who was one of the four novice kings, who was the successor of the Agars family, the Grand Duke of Demons, and possessed the most powerful demon power. From the outside, he has a very hot body, with a pair of red pupils and a pair of glasses, adding an intellectual beauty to the wildness. At the same time, there was Sarayog Baal, who was also one of the novice kings from the Baal family, the great king of the demon world, and several other guys who were at the top of the ranking game. The moment she saw Suhai, Sigvara said subconsciously with a hint of suspicion. As the most top-notch among the younger generation of demons, Sigvara is naturally very confident and has the capital of self-confidence. In Sigvara's detection, Suhai's body did not contain the slightest power, and was no different from a fragile ordinary person. But such a person is a rumored new generation of Bible gods, and even the most powerful demon king in the demon world needs to respect after seeing it. Don't underestimate this Lord God, my intuition tells me that he is terrifying. Compared to Sigvara's self-confidence, Sarayog Baal frowned slightly and had a different feeling. Compared with other young demons, Sarayog Baal did not inherit the destruction magic of the Bali family since he was a child. The reason why he was able to become the leader of the younger generation of demons all came from his powerful physique. It is precisely because of this that Sarayog Baal has a terrifying intuition that no one else has, and it is precisely because of this terrifying intuition that has saved himself countless times that Saraogbail feels Suhai. Difference. 0. Ask for flowers. Whether it's true or not, you'll know if you try it. Even if our Lord God's strength is really terrifying, I don't think we will care about such a small act. However, even Saraogbail felt differently. After all, Sigvara is more willing to believe that seeing is believing. With a playful smile on his face, he turned around and prepared to walk towards Suhai. Obviously, he wants to test Suhai's strength through some means, whether it is really as terrifying as rumored. Silvera, it seems that you don't need to do it yourself, someone is willing to help us try. 0. But at this time, a young demon stopped Sigvara by looking in Suhai's direction. It turned out that just when Sigvara made the decision and was about to contact Suhai, someone had already taken the lead. Isn't that fellow Theodora Astaroth? During the entire banquet, there were basically demons from the younger generation, and even if they didn't have too deep friendship, they basically met several times. So the guy who took the lead was quickly recognized. Someone recognized at a glance that it was Theodora Astaroth, the blood relative of the current demon king Ajaka, who liked to play with the nun and saint in the original book. A perverted demon whose entire family consists of nuns and saints. Aisha sauce, it's great, I finally see you again. After approaching Suhai, Theodora Astaroth didn't seem to see Suhai's existence. She actually passed Suhai directly and came to Aisha, and said very excitedly. When talking, he even stretched out his own hands, trying to hold Aisha's hand. Fortunately, Elsa subconsciously avoided it. At this time, Aisha was already dazed by the sudden situation, standing in place and seemed a little helpless, and subconsciously hid behind Suhai. 5s.